In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Within a certain cemetery of the Tai Su sect, flames soared into the sky. Gu Changsheng, along with Xiao Yun and Lin Pingyan, diligently moved the corpses. Thud! Gu Changsheng cast a body into the pyre, the stench of decay mingling with the scent of charred flesh, permeating the air. A line of text appeared before his eyes. You have successfully plundered the remaining vitality of one individual, gaining 20 years of life. Your lifespan has reached 150 years. The simulation function has been successfully activated. After plundering lifespan, you may conduct cultivation simulations to enhance your strength. Success! Upon reading the text before him, a look of exhilaration spread across Gu Changsheng's face. At last, I have succeeded. My efforts to become a lowly disciple of this cemetery have not been in vain. Gu Changsheng was a transmigrator. 3 months prior, his village was slaughtered by demonic beings. It was only through the rescue by the Tai Su sect's saintess, Ling Yuwei, that he barely preserved his life. On that very day, Gu Changsheng discovered he possessed the extraordinary ability to siphon the lifespan from corpses. As long as the corpse was not one that had died of natural causes, he could completely drain the remaining lifespan with but a touch. And most importantly, the lifespan he plundered could even be utilized to simulate cultivation techniques, thereby enhancing his abilities. Ding! You have successfully plundered the remaining vitality of one individual, gaining 30 years of life. You have successfully plundered the remaining vitality of one individual, gaining 35 years of life. You have successfully plundered. As Gu Changsheng continued to move the corpses, he eagerly observed the text that materialized before him, filled with excitement. My goodness, the speed at which my lifespan is increasing is astonishing. In such a short time, I have plundered 300 years of life. Though my talent is lacking and ill-suited for cultivation, with this golden opportunity, I too can attain immortality like a celestial being. A grin spread across Gu Changsheng's face. After Ling Yuwei had rescued them, she had given each of the survivors a letter of recommendation, suggesting they seek employment at the Tai Su sect if they found it difficult to survive. However, due to his abysmal talent and the most inferior mixed spirit root, Gu Changsheng was turned away from both the outer and inner sects. He could only toil in the cemetery, performing the most arduous task of moving corpses. Little did he know, this cemetery was the optimal shortcut to his quest for immortality. With sufficient lifespan, not only could he achieve immortality, but perhaps even ascend to the status of an emperor. I'm done for. At that moment, Xiao Yun behind him suddenly plopped down, gasping for breath. Senior brother, I'm about to collapse. I've already carried over 10 corpses today. Please, let me rest. Absolutely not. Senior brother Zhang Fan frowned and reprimanded. Today, a demonic tide has struck, and many disciples have fallen victim to the demons. These corpses are tainted with demonic energy. Before dawn, we must incinerate them. Otherwise, if the demonic energy disperses, we will all become demons. Get back up. Thud. Having spoken, Zhang Fan lifted his foot and kicked Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun grimaced in pain, hastily scrambling to his feet, lamenting, "What sins have I committed? I, Xiao Yun, am the heir of the Xiao family, enjoying a life of luxury among my kin, and now I find myself reduced to carrying corpses. Alas! Once again the Xiao family." Gu Changsheng offered a bitter smile. During his few days in the cemetery, he had heard Xiao Yun boast about his family on more than one occasion. The Xiao family was one of the 3 prominent cultivation families within 1,000 miles, holding significant sway in the region. Xiao Yun's father was the head of the Xiao clan. According to the regulations of the Taishu sect, all disciples from nearby cultivation families who reach the age of 18 must join the sect to vanquish demons and monsters. Worried for his son's safety against the lurking dangers, the head of the Xiao family arranged for Xiao Yun to be assigned to the cemetery as a menial disciple. Indeed, it seems somewhat unfair to burden a young master with such labor, Gu Changsheng remarked, shaking his head. Disregarding the conversation, he continued to transport the corpses before him. Observing Gu Changsheng's diligent work, Zhang Fan nodded. Look at Gu Changsheng. He has only been here for 3 days and already works so hard. You should all learn from him. Goodness. Gu Changsheng's lips twitched. The senior brother's words only served to attract resentment towards him. As expected, upon hearing Zhang Fan's remarks, Xiao Yun immediately scoffed, complaining, "What's the point of working so hard? He's merely a lowly disciple with minimal spiritual roots, incapable of cultivation. Instead of wasting time here, he might as well save some money and enjoy life outside." Zhang Fan furrowed his brows, poised to reprimand him, when suddenly dozens of corpses were brought into the cemetery. A disciple responsible for transporting the bodies cupped his fists towards Zhang Fan, saying, "Brother Zhang, this is the last batch. These disciples were killed by demons this afternoon. There are a total of 15. Please assist in handling them." "Understood." Zhang Fan nodded, turning to Gu Changsheng and the others. "There are 15 more corpses to manage. You all should expedite the process. Remember to be meticulous. Once finished, come find me in the loft." With that, Zhang Fan turned and departed. "Bah!" Xiao Yun waved his fist at Zhang Fan's retreating figure, grumbling, "That scoundrel only knows how to boss others around. Just wait when I return to the Xiao family. I shall make him pay." Meanwhile, Lin Pingyan was utterly exhausted, plopping down on the ground, frantically wiping sweat from his brow. Contrasting with the fatigued duo, Gu Changxing's gaze was fixed intently on the 15 corpses, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Good heavens, 15 corpses. These are the remains of cultivators. Each one could grant me at least 20 more years of life. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Changsheng approached Xiao Yun and Lin Pingyan, offering a respectful bow. "Esteemed brothers, judging by your attire, it is evident that you hail from affluent families and are unaccustomed to such laborious tasks. I, however, am a man of the earth and would be honored to assist you. You may find a shaded spot to rest, and in return, I ask only for your future kindness towards me." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Indeed, my younger brother, you are quite perceptive. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Yun, the heir of the illustrious Xiao family of the Great Zhou. Your assistance today will be repaid with lavish hospitality upon my return." Lin Pingyan, rendered speechless, nodded in agreement. Thus, the two sought a secluded area to take a respite. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng wasted no words and made his way toward the nearby corpses. Observing the mangled, bloodied bodies shrouded in demonic energy, his eyes gleamed with fervor and yearning. To him, these were not mere corpses, but rather the stepping stones towards his path of immortality. With this thought in mind, Gu Changsheng ceased his hesitation and began to laboriously transport the bodies. As each corpse was cast into the pyre, messages appeared before his eyes in quick succession. "You have successfully seized 30 years of lifespan. You have successfully seized 20 years of lifespan. You have successfully seized 100 years of lifespan. Oh my goodness, 100 years." As the words flashed before him, Gu Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. 100 years of lifespan. This was the most he had ever claimed since he began moving the bodies. Gu Changsheng glanced at the body before him. If I recall correctly, this corpse belongs to Zhang Xian from the outer sect. He was a practitioner of the foundation establishment stage, significantly stronger than the average outer sect disciple. Could it be that the stronger the cultivator, the greater the lifespan one can seize? Gu Changxing mused softly. If he were to encounter more bodies of practitioners at the foundation establishment or golden core stages, he would surely strike it rich. However, a bitter smile soon crossed his face as he dismissed this notion. After all, he was merely a servant disciple, and stumbling upon a foundation establishment corpse was already a stroke of luck. As for the golden core stage, that was beyond his wildest dreams. Never mind, let me finish examining the bodies before me. Thud! In no time, as the last corpse was tossed into the fire, Gu Changsheng felt a sensation akin to an electric shock coursing through his body. It was as if a warm current surged from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him in a state of discomfort. You have successfully seized the remaining vitality of 15 individuals, gaining 500 years of lifespan. Chapter 2. Evolutionary Techniques. The Qi Condensation Method. 500 years of lifespan. Gazing upon the words before him, Gu Changxing felt a jolt of excitement, his eyes gleaming with joy. With the 300 years of life he had previously seized, he now possessed a remarkable total of 800 years. What an astounding revelation! Gu Changxing marveled inwardly, although he was uncertain of the lifespans of the esteemed elders within the sect. 800 years surely placed him among the rarest of individuals in the entire Taisu sect. Not far away, Xiao Yun and Lin Pingyan were resting beneath a tree. Xiao Yun, fanning himself with a handheld fan, leisurely observed Gu Changsheng, exclaiming with a hint of admiration, "Goodness, this lad truly has tenacity." Despite the numerous corpses, he didn't even flinch. I took a brief stroll through that ghastly scene, and the stench nearly overwhelmed me. Indeed, this young man possesses courage. Though he may be a waste of spiritual roots, he has my approval. When we return to the Xiao family, I might even consider taking him on as a little brother. Xiao Yun chuckled, his gaze towards Gu Changxing filled with appreciation. Beside them, Lin Ping'an remained silent. His legs crossed in meditation, hands forming an intricate gesture. A faint glow of spiritual energy enveloped his body, and under this radiant aura, the weariness on his face swiftly dissipated, revitalizing his spirit and vigor. Eh? Noticing Lin Ping'an's posture, Xiao Yun's expression shifted. Is that the Yuan absorption and emission technique? Oh, Lin Ping'an opened his eyes. You are familiar with the Yuan absorption and emission technique? Of course. Who isn't aware? This is a restorative method reserved for the imperial family of the Great Zhou. It is said that practicing this technique can swiftly replenish vitality and alleviate fatigue. As he spoke, Xiao Yun suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in astonishment. Brother Lin, how do you know of the imperial family's restorative methods? Could it be that you are of royal blood? Lin Ping'an remained silent, merely gazing steadily at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun swallowed hard, his heart racing with excitement. He had not anticipated encountering a member of the royal family in this graveyard of the Taisu sect. However, upon reflection, Xiao Yun quickly found solace. After all, the Great Zhou dynasty had endured for millennia, and with its royal lineage dispersed throughout the realm, it was not surprising to encounter someone with royal heritage. Soon, Gu Changxing had tidied up all the corpses and approached Xiao Yun and Lin Ping'an. Junior brother Gu, you've worked hard, Lin Ping'an said, retrieving several spirit stones from his storage pouch and offering them to Gu Changxing. Here are 10 spirit stones. Consider them a token of gratitude for your efforts today. Please accept them. Senior brother Lin, that isn't necessary. I have already stated that I willingly assisted you. Gu Changxing promptly declined. Yet Lin Ping'an, with a solemn expression, insisted, it's best you accept them. I'm not accustomed to owing others. Very well. Observing Lin Ping'an's earnest demeanor, Gu Changxing sighed with a wry smile and accepted the spirit stones. He understood that as a newcomer, if he exhibited excessive enthusiasm, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions in others. Since he had taken the initiative to present the spiritual stones, he had no reason to decline. Xiao Yun scratched his head and chuckled. Junior brother Gu, I just purchased a new outfit yesterday, and my supply of spiritual stones is rather insufficient. No matter. Gu Changxing smiled faintly. Xiao Yun, pounding his chest in assurance, declared, rest assured, Junior brother Gu, our Xiao family in the Great Zhou possesses ample spiritual stones. I shall not owe you any money. Soon, the three of them changed into their garments and arrived at the pavilion in the cemetery. I have seen the senior brother. Zhangfan nodded and said, you three, although merely disciples performing menial tasks, are still members of our Taisu sect. Once you have entered Taisu, it is akin to stepping into the realm of immortality. I have here a foundational cultivation technique. Take it and practice diligently, striving for the day you can successfully solidify your foundation and become outer disciples. With a wave of his right hand, 3 ancient tomes appeared on the table. The foundation cultivation technique. Gu Changxing murmured inwardly. The foundation cultivation technique was the most rudimentary method in the Taisu sect, practiced solely by menial disciples. In the world of cultivation, it was considered something even dogs would scorn. However, Gu Changxing did not feel disheartened. After all, given his current status, he was indeed not privy to more advanced techniques. After offering a few words of guidance, Zhang Fan allowed Gu Changxing and the others to depart. At present, only the 4 of them resided within the cemetery. The owner was away, leaving Zhang Fan responsible for all matters, great and small, within the grounds. An hour later, Gu Changxing closed the foundation cultivation technique with a resigned sigh. This cultivation manual was indeed crafted for immortals. After an entire hour of reading, he had comprehended not a single sentence. Gu Changxing let out a bitter laugh. Could it be due to his mediocre talent? A thought crossed his mind, and lines of text suddenly materialized before his eyes. Name, Gu Changxing, spiritual root, low-grade mixed spiritual root, unable to cultivate. Cultivation level, none, can invest lifespan for cultivation. Cultivation technique, none, can invest lifespan for cultivation. This low-grade mixed spiritual root? Gazing at the description of his spiritual root, Gu Changxing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had known he possessed a mixed spiritual root, but he had not realized it was classified as low-grade. No wonder he was unable to comprehend the contents of the foundation cultivation technique. Gu Changxing felt speechless. A mixed spiritual root was already the most inferior classification in the realm of cultivation. And here he was, a low-grade variant among mixed spiritual roots. This was beyond mediocrity. It was veritably the dregs of dregs. However, soon his attention was captured by the subsequent content. Invest lifespan for cultivation. He glanced down at his own lifespan. Lifespan, 871 years. Today, Gu Changxing audaciously seized a total of 800 years of life. Prior to this, his lifespan was merely 71 years, of which 30 years were acquired before joining the sect. Thus, his true lifespan was a mere 41 years. Fortunately, I awakened this golden finger, otherwise 41 years would be far too brief. Gu Changxing let out a bitter laugh. He then began to attempt the evolution of his cultivation. However, just as he was about to proceed, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Evolution failed. Currently, no cultivation techniques available. Please first perform cultivation technique evolution. Gu Changxing was momentarily taken aback. This system adheres strictly to the rules. To evolve his cultivation, he must first learn a technique. Shaking his head, Gu Changxing turned his attention to the cultivation technique evolution. Detected cultivation technique, condensing chi method. Please select the amount of lifespan to invest for evolution. Lifespan investment? Gu Changxing pondered for a moment. 10 years should suffice, right? Despite being a low-level mixed spiritual root, the condensing chi method is merely a basic manual. Even if he is somewhat dull, 10 years should be ample time to comprehend it, right? With this thought, Gu Changxing decisively invested 10 years of his lifespan. You have invested 10 years of lifespan into the condensing chi method for evolution. You have contemplated the condensing chi method for 10 years, but due to your low talent, your understanding after 10 years is merely superficial. 10 years have passed, and you have neither grasped the condensing chi method nor entered the realm of cultivation. Damn it. Upon reading this line of text, Gu Changxing felt a surge of frustration. 10 years. He couldn't even comprehend the condensing chi method? His talent is truly abysmal. After the initial disappointment, a wave of anguish swept over him. Although he now possesses over 800 years of lifespan, the thought of wasting 10 years felt utterly painful. Chapter 3, Cultivation Technique Advancement, Eternal Life Technique. Would you like to continue investing lifespan into the practice? Gazing at the words before him, Gu Changxing's heart ached. Continue. Having already invested 10 years, how could he retreat at this juncture? Moreover, if he wishes to embark on the path of cultivation, he must comprehend the condensing chi method. Otherwise, he wouldn't even understand how to cultivate. However, this time, Gu Changxing did not hesitate. Instead, he boldly invested 300 years of his lifespan. After all, with over 800 years at his disposal, 300 years is not an excessive amount. Today, he would indulge, and later he could strive to earn back his life. Ding. As he invested 300 years of lifespan, the text before him began to transform rapidly. You devoted 3 centuries of your life to the evolution of the chi condensation technique. You began to earnestly comprehend the intricacies of the technique, and after a decade, you gradually grasped its teachings, enhancing your essence, spirit, and energy. 50 years passed, and you slowly discerned some subtle principles, embarking on the path of cultivation. Yet, due to your limited understanding, you found yourself unable to step into the realm of immortality. A century went by, and still, you faced failure. Although you had comprehended the chi condensation technique, you could not condense chi as required by the method. You had yet to enter the realm of immortality. Damn it. As the relentless notifications of failure echoed before him, Gu Changxing could not help but curse. 100 years. How could he still not enter the realm of immortality? Was this not a mockery of the earnest? Could his talent truly be so abysmal? Gu Changxing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, especially as he observed the rapid depletion of his lifespan, each moment akin to a drop of blood from his heart. However, just as his agitation peaked, the text before him suddenly transformed. After 150 years, you finally grasped the essence of the chi condensation technique and integrated its principles, commencing your cultivation in accordance with its methods. This time, you succeeded. You successfully condensed your first wisp of spiritual energy. Congratulations, you have officially entered the realm of immortality. Boom. As the words appeared, Gu Changxing felt a tremor through his body, his mind erupting with the force of 1,000 thunderclaps. An avalanche of information crashing into his consciousness. Was this the path to understanding the chi condensation technique? Gu Changxing's expression shifted. He hastily picked up the book titled Qi Condensation Technique that lay on the table. Indeed, what had once appeared to him as an arcane text now seemed as simple as elementary arithmetic. He had truly comprehended the Qi condensation technique. 150 years. And I have finally grasped the Qi condensation technique, Gu Chongqing murmured, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The Qi condensation technique was merely the most fundamental method in the realm of immortality, typically mastered by ordinary disciples within 2 or 3 years. And those with exceptional talent could fully comprehend it within a year. Yet here he was, having invested a staggering 150 years. Nevertheless, Gu Chongqing did not succumb to despair. After all, he lacked nothing but time. Although a few hundred years of lifespan was considerable, he could always acquire more. As long as he could step into the realm of immortality, all would be worthwhile. Just as Gu Chongqing felt a surge of exhilaration, the text continued to unfold before him. After a century and 80 years, you finally embarked on the path of cultivation. However, due to your meager talent, your progress remained stagnant, though your vitality and spirit experienced an enhancement. After 2 centuries, you became thoroughly acquainted with the essence-gathering technique. Yet your insufficient aptitude continued to hinder your advancement, albeit your vitality and spirit saw improvement. 250 years later, a sudden epiphany regarding the essence-gathering technique dawned upon you, prompting you to adapt it to better suit your unique cultivation constitution. 3 centuries passed like fleeting clouds, and with each moment, the world transformed. As your comprehension of the essence-gathering technique deepened, one day, you experienced a profound awakening, channeling the essence of the universe and your lifelong insights, leading to a remarkable transformation of the technique. To your astonishment, you gleaned a fragment of the eternal life technique from the essence-gathering technique. Boom. With the emergence of the final line of text, an overwhelming surge of information flooded Gu Chongqing's mind, intricate characters intermingling with the cultivation methods, relentlessly penetrating his soul. Gu Chongqing tightly shut his eyes. A fragment of a scripture containing the ultimate principles was becoming increasingly lucid in his consciousness. Time slipped by unmeasured as Gu Chongqing finally opened his eyes, radiating vitality. In that moment, clarity replaced his confusion, and hesitation vanished. As if he had unblocked his meridians, his gaze filled with illumination. Is this the eternal life technique? Gu Chongqing inhaled deeply. According to the information in his mind, the eternal life technique was a celestial method designed exclusively for those destined for longevity. The longer a cultivator's lifespan, the greater their power. It could be said that this scripture was tailored specifically for Gu Chongqing. Upon practicing this technique, a cultivator could not only enhance their vital essence, but also possess the extraordinary capability to vanquish foes of higher levels. Furthermore, they could conceal their aura and hide their true cultivation level. It could be asserted that as long as Gu Chongqing wished to remain undetected, outsiders would be utterly incapable of probing his cultivation. However, the most terrifying aspect was that according to the description, should he cultivate the eternal life technique to its fullest, he could even attain the power of the eternal life celestial emperor. Though Gu Chongqing was unaware of the identity of this eternal life celestial emperor, one could surmise that anyone bestowed with the title of celestial emperor was far from ordinary. What an excellent technique! Alas, I have only comprehended a mere fragment of the eternal life technique. It appears that to fully grasp its entirety, I must invest more of my lifespan. Gu Chongqing murmured to himself, opting not to expend further years. He understood that haste makes waste. Having comprehended 1/10 of the eternal life technique was already a commendable achievement. Thereafter, Gu Chongqing accessed his personal information. Name, Gu Chongqing, spiritual root. Low-grade mixed spiritual root. Unable to practice, cultivation. None, can invest lifespan for practice. Technique, essence-gathering technique, comprehended. Can invest lifespan for practice. Eternal life technique, fragment, comprehended. Can invest lifespan for practice. Lifespan, 561 years. Upon realizing that his cultivation remained non-existent, Gu Chongqing felt a surge of curiosity within. Despite having diligently practiced for 3 centuries, he found himself still devoid of any true prowess. Could it be that the arts of cultivation and one's actual level of attainment were 2 distinct systems, where the evolution of techniques bore no influence on one's cultivation? Perhaps to enhance his cultivation, he would need to invest a portion of his lifespan? Gu Chongqing murmured softly to himself. Subsequently, he attempted to dedicate 10 years of his life to the endeavor. You have invested 10 years of your lifespan into cultivation practice. Your innate talent is too low. Your cultivation has not improved. Very well. Upon reading this line, Gu Gu Changxing could not help but let out a bitter smile. He had already prepared himself for the reality of his lackluster talent. Thus, he felt no overwhelming disappointment. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that if he could accumulate enough lifespan, there would come a day when he would truly become a master of the mystical arts. Chapter 4. Investigating Attributes. Time flows like water. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Gu Changxing's daily routine consisted of rising, transporting corpses, and then repeating the cycle. However, as time progressed, the number of corpses delivered had significantly dwindled, from initially receiving hundreds each day to merely a dozen by yesterday. At that moment, the senior brother Zhang Fan entered from outside, carrying several more corpses. He addressed Gu Changxing and the others. There are 5 more corpses. This is the final batch for today. Please handle them promptly. Understood. The group promptly rose to assist in the task. Gu Changxing inquired with curiosity, Senior brother, has the demon tide been brought under control? Zhang Fan nodded. Yes, it has been contained. With a sigh, he revealed a trace of apprehension on his face. This demon tide was far more ferocious than those we have faced in recent months. I heard that over 1,000 from the outer sect perished, and even 3 from the inner sect were lost. The losses are staggering. What? The mention of casualties from the inner sect startled Xiao Yun, who could not suppress a gasp. Goodness, this demon tide is exceedingly perilous. It's fortunate that I am merely a lowly servant disciple. If even the inner sect members have fallen, what chance do I stand against such monsters? I would surely be mere cannon fodder. Gu Changxing nodded in agreement. The inner sect disciples were the elite of the Taishu sect. Each individual who gained entrance was a rare talent in cultivation. Even within the Taishu sect, there were only a little over 10,000 inner sect disciples, a number that had been accumulated over countless millennia. The fact that 3 had perished in this demon tide illustrated just how formidable these creatures truly were. Through his studies over the past few days, Gu Changxing had gradually come to understand the origins of the demon tide. The so-called demon tide referred to a massive influx of demonic entities, occurring approximately once a month, necessitating that all disciples from both the outer and inner sects of Taishu sect venture into the mortal realm to vanquish these malevolent beings. With only 3 days having passed since the last demon tide, it implied that the area surrounding the Taishu sect would remain safe for the next 20 days. Gu Changxing had already taken the initiative to dispose of the 5 corpses, and familiar words once again appeared before his eyes. You have successfully plundered the remaining vitality of 15 individuals, gaining 110 years of life. Your lifespan has surpassed 1,000 years. And you have acquired the ability to probe the attributes of others. Probing others' attributes? Upon reading this line, Gu Changxing momentarily froze. His gaze involuntarily shifted toward Zhang Fan, as he silently contemplated probing attributes. Subsequently, he observed a line of information abruptly manifest above Zhang Fan's head. Zhang Fan, 3rd layer of Qi condensation 3170 Fan spiritual root, age theoretical lifespan spiritual root. His senior brother can actually live for 170 years? Upon seeing this information, a twinge of envy welled up within Gu Changxing. Reflecting on his own existence prior to plundering lifespan, he could barely survive for 41 years. The disparity was indeed vast. Although the Fan spiritual root was also a foundational root, it was significantly superior to his mixed spiritual root. The mixed root was inherently unsuitable for cultivation, while the Fan root at least allowed for some degree of practice, albeit with a potential limit of only reaching the 5th or 6th layer of Qi condensation. Under Gu Changxing's scrutinizing gaze, a flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Fan's eyes. What is it, junior brother? Why are you staring at me? Oh, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought, Gu Changxing replied with a smile. Zhang Fan nodded. By the way, how did you find the Qi condensation technique I gave you yesterday? Gu Changxing scratched his head and said, in response to my senior brother, I am rather dull-witted. I read for an hour and understood not a single word. Hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This junior brother was indeed quite earnest. He patted Gu Changxing on the shoulder and said, no worries, after all. You possess a mixed spiritual root, which is not suited for cultivation. Not comprehending it is perfectly fine. However, I believe that as long as you are willing to put in the effort, you will certainly have the opportunity to grasp the Qi condensation technique in the future. Who knows, you might even have a chance to enter the outer sect. The outer sect? Upon hearing this term, Gu Changxing's lips twitched. Perhaps not. He had no desire to join any outer sect. Although the disciples of the outer sect enjoyed greater benefits, the responsibilities were burdensome, and they were required to descend the mountain each month to vanquish demons, which posed considerable risks. He preferred to remain in this small cemetery, contentedly plundering lifespan. Nonetheless, Gu Changxing clasped his fists in gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I shall certainly strive to improve." Right at that moment, Zhang Fan seemed to recall something and spoke. "Tonight, the garden master will return from his travels. After you all finish dinner, come to the loft. The master has something to convey to you." The garden master? Gu Changxing's heart stirred. The master Zhang Fan referred to was undoubtedly the steward of this cemetery, who had been away on a journey for 3 years and was finally returning today. He wondered what this legendary master would be like. Curiosity filled Gu Changxing's mind. Soon after, Zhang Fan finished relaying his instructions and turned to leave. Lin Pingyan approached with a few spiritual stones in hand, presenting them to Gu Changxing. "Junior brother, I appreciate your assistance with today's tasks. Please accept these spiritual stones as a token of gratitude." Gu Changxing hurriedly declined. "Senior brother Lin, you are too kind. I have yet to utilize the spiritual stones you gifted me last time." Lin Pingyan shook his head. "It matters not. You need to cultivate, and these stones will serve you well. Please take them." Gu Changxing expressed his thanks and accepted the stones. What a remarkable gift. 10 spiritual stones. In their work at the cemetery, they earned merely 7 stones a month, yet Lin Pingyan had given him a sum exceeding his entire monthly salary. Truly, a scion of a wealthy family. Xiaoyan scratched his head, grinning. "Junior brother, I've overspent my spiritual stones this month. My family hasn't sent me the new supply yet. I'll repay you in a couple of days." Gu Changxing's lips twitched. He distinctly recalled seeing Xiao Yun lavishly spend over 10 spiritual stones on 2 enchanting maidens just yesterday. How could he suddenly claim to be out of funds? However, Gu Changxing chose not to confront him about it. Instead, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding Xiao Yun's personal attributes. Attribute inquiry. Gu Changxing silently chanted, "Xiao Yun, no cultivation 1880 mixed spiritual root." A mixed spiritual root. He had boasted endlessly before him. Yet it turned out he was no different from Gu Changxing, possessing a useless spiritual root. Lin Pingyan frowned, expressing his displeasure. "Xiao Yun, your family provides you with hundreds of spiritual stones monthly. Can you not save a few to offer to junior brother? He is helping you without charge out of kindness. But it is not his obligation." I know. Xiao Yun's face flushed as he defended himself. "I just overspent. I didn't say I wouldn't pay him back. Junior brother, rest assured, once next month's spiritual stones arrive, I shall treat you to a delightful feast." "Very well," Gu Changxing replied with a slight smile. Xiao Yun hastily departed, as if eager to avoid further discussion on the matter. Observing Xiao Yun's retreat, Lin Pingyan shook his head and remarked, "Junior brother, you're indulging Xiao Yun. If you allow him to take advantage, he might become presumptuous. You ought to assert yourself. Too much kindness may render you a soft target." Gu Changxing nodded, fully aware of Lin Pingyan's concern for him. "Thank you, senior brother Lin. I shall remember your words." Indeed, Lin Pingyan acknowledged, then suddenly recalled something. "By the way, did you not mention struggling to comprehend the qi condensation technique for an entire hour? I have mastered it. If you have any confusion, feel free to ask me." "What?" At this revelation, Gu Changxing's body trembled in astonishment. Lin Pingyan had already comprehended the qi condensation technique? In such a brief span, just 3 days? What incredible talent did senior brother Lin possess? Gu Changxing was taken aback and quickly directed an attribute inquiry towards Lin Pingyan. "Lin Pingyan, second layer of qi condensation 18150 Tianling Jin, the second layer of qi condensation, a lifespan of 150 years? Gazing at Lin Pingyan's personal attributes, Gu Changxing felt a shiver run through him. Indeed, this fellow has embarked upon the path of cultivation. Wait, what is this? Tianling Jin? Goodness! Upon seeing these 3 characters, a tempest of astonishment surged within Gu Changxing's heart. Tianling Jin. Is that not the fabled supreme spiritual root? This individual is a rare prodigy in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 5. The Return of the Garden Master, bestowing celestial arts my word. Observing the words above Lin Pingyan's head, Gu Changxing inhaled sharply, his astonishment palpable. He had not anticipated that within this modest cemetery resided a cultivator with Tianling Jin. Tianling Jin, a rarity among rarities. Although Lin Pingyan's theoretical lifespan is merely 150 years, with proper utilization of his innate talent, he could potentially live for 1,500 or even 2,500 years. Such extraordinary aptitude. It would not be surprising if he were to enter the inner sect, let alone the outer sect. How could such a genius be relegated to menial tasks in a cemetery? Gu Changxing murmured to himself. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances. A cultivator with Tian Lingzhen is indeed a rarity. Gu Changsheng resolved to cultivate a friendship with Lin Ping'an henceforth. Junior brother, what troubles you? Lin Ping'an inquired curiously, noticing Gu Changsheng's momentary daze. Gu Changsheng quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating how to repay you for the 10 spirit stones you generously gave me. Lin Ping'an shook his head. No need for repayment. You assisted me in moving the corpses, allowing me the time to cultivate. Our relationship is merely a fair exchange. Indeed, Gu Changsheng nodded vigorously. You possess Tian Lingzhen. Your words hold truth. At that moment, Lin Ping'an's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Gu Changsheng intently. I feel as though you were somewhat different than before. Am I? Gu Changsheng chuckled awkwardly. In the next instant, Lin Ping'an unexpectedly seized Gu Changsheng's wrist, an action that sent shivers down Gu Changsheng's spine. Senior brother Lin. You would possibly, Gu Changsheng swallowed hard. He had heard tales that long-term service among the menial disciples could lead to psychological distortions, with some male disciples even turning against their fellow brothers. Just as Gu Changsheng's heart raced with apprehension, Lin Ping'an suddenly released his grip, stating nonchalantly, It's nothing. I merely sense that your vitality has improved significantly over the past few days, perhaps due to the influence of the Tai Su sect's spiritual energy. Gu Changsheng exhaled in relief. Although he lacked cultivation, through centuries of contemplation, his vitality had indeed seen considerable enhancement, along with a substantial increase in physical strength. It can be said that as long as he is not facing cultivators, an ordinary adult man would be no match for Gu Changsheng, who could easily take on 10. Lin Ping'an smiled faintly, stating that entering the Tai Su sect is no simple feat, although your talent may be average, with diligent effort. One day you shall become a cultivator. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your training, feel free to inquire with me. Understood, senior brother, Gu Changsheng nodded, holding Lin Ping'an in good regard, certainly far superior to the selfish Xiao Yun. After exchanging a few idle words, Gu Changsheng suddenly noticed a bandage wrapped around Lin Ping'an's right arm. The sight of the bandage piqued Gu Changsheng's curiosity. He recalled that during their first meeting, Lin Ping'an had already been bandaged. Senior brother Lin, are you injured? Gu Changsheng instinctively pointed at Lin Ping'an's right hand. To his surprise, this action caused Lin Ping'an to flinch, retracting his hand as if startled, his earlier amiability vanishing in an instant, his expression turning as dark as a stormy sea. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Ping'an coldly replied. Gu Changsheng felt a chill run through him. What was the matter with this fellow? A mere expression of concern elicited such a strong reaction? Seemingly realizing his own overreaction, Lin Ping'an's demeanor returned to normal as he apologetically said, I apologize, junior brother. A few days ago, while moving a corpse, I accidentally got scratched by wood. The wound has yet to heal, and I feared that if you touched it, it might reopen. Oh, I see, Gu Changsheng replied with a smile and a nod. I believe you. If he had previously assessed Lin Ping'an's attributes, he might have actually believed him. After all, he was the possessor of a supreme celestial root. Would he truly be concerned about a mere scratch? Gu Changsheng was certain that Lin Ping'an's right hand held far more than met the eye. Perhaps a monumental secret lay hidden within. It was possible that Lin Ping'an's presence in the cemetery was linked to this very secret. Nonetheless, since Lin Ping'an was unwilling to divulge, Gu Changsheng would not pry. Cultivators, after all, are bound to possess their own mysteries. The first principle of cultivation: speak little, ask little. Knowing too much can lead to self-immolation. Before long, Gu Changsheng redirected the conversation to other topics. After a few more exchanges, they parted ways. Later that evening, in the attic, Gu Changsheng, Lin Ping'an, and Xiao Yun stood side by side before an imposing figure, a black-robed elder in his 60s, whose countenance exuded authority. Master of the cemetery, tea. Senior brother Zhang Fan respectfully offered a cup of hot tea. This was the master of the cemetery? Gu Changsheng's pupils contracted. The master had lived for 190 years? Goodness, what a venerable being! As Gu Changsheng's gaze fell upon the line detailing Xuanma's theoretical lifespan, he was struck by the revelation, 200 years? Yet the master of the garden had already lived for 190 years. This implied that the master had merely a decade of life remaining. While Gu Changsheng pondered this unsettling thought, Xuanma surveyed the trio before him. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke in a measured tone. I have heard of your performances from your elder brother. As the master of the garden, I consider myself a half-mentor to you. In light of our initial meeting, allow me to present each of you with a gift. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, 3 ancient tomes materialized upon the desk. Xuanma continued, Here are 3 scrolls of celestial techniques: the celestial back fist, the gale leg, and the flowing cloud swordsmanship. You may each select one for your cultivation. Remember, you may only choose one, and sharing knowledge among yourselves is strictly prohibited. Should your master discover any violation, you will be expelled from the garden. Xiao Yun was the first to step forward. I choose the flowing cloud swordsmanship. The sword technique sounds incredibly impressive. With a gleeful smile, Xiao Yun swiftly took the tome inscribed with the flowing cloud swordsmanship. Gu Chongqing, however, remained unhurried. Unfamiliar with celestial techniques and indifferent to their merits, he knew that his system would upgrade regardless of his choice. Whether it be the celestial back fist or the gale leg mattered little to him. With humility, Gu Chongqing suggested, Lin Shixiang, please choose first. Lin Ping'an nodded, selecting a tome from the desk. Master, I shall choose the gale leg. Very well. Xuanma acknowledged with a nod. Gu Chongqing, no longer hesitating, stepped forward and picked up the last remaining tome, Celestial Back Fist. After the trio had made their selections, Xuanma's gaze shifted towards Lin Ping'an. You are Lin Ping'an, correct? Remarkable. After merely 3 days of practicing the qi condensation technique, you have entered the first layer of qi condensation. A promising disciple indeed. Lin Ping'an nodded, maintaining a demeanor of quiet confidence. However, given his royal lineage, he felt no necessity to show excessive deference to a mere master of the Tai Su sect's garden. Conversely, Xuanmo regarded Lin Ping'an with fervent admiration. He then imparted some advice to Xiao Yun regarding the nuances of swordsmanship. Yet throughout this exchange, Gu Chongqing found himself overlooked. Xuanma had not uttered a single word to him nor afforded him even a fleeting glance. How disheartening, Gu Chongqing thought, suppressing a bitter remark. Is this the power of status? Without a background, even in the realm of cultivation, others disdain to acknowledge your presence. Nevertheless, Gu Chongqing refused to be disheartened. Today you may disregard me, but in 30 years, the tides will turn. Do not underestimate the youth. If necessary, in 300 years, the same will hold true. My lifespan is ample. When I achieve greatness, I shall personally burn incense for you, illustrating just how remarkable I have become. Recently, although the demonic tide has receded, the vicinity of the sect remains perilous, with the constant threat of ambush from malevolent creatures. Given your limited cultivation, it is advisable for the 3 of you to remain within the mausoleum and devote yourselves to training. Refrain from venturing out unless absolutely necessary. After imparting these instructions, Xuanma dismissed Gu Chongqing and the others. Only after their departure did Xuanma speak slowly. That Lin Ping'an is quite extraordinary. I perceive a robust spirit and an imposing presence about him. Furthermore, he has evidently practiced a certain method of recuperation. His speech and demeanor are not characteristic of a novice, but rather suggest the bearing of a seasoned practitioner. Zhang Fan's heart stirred. Master, do you imply that Lin Ping'an conceals his true cultivation level? Not at all. He is indeed at the 2nd level of qi condensation, a fact I can discern. Xuanmo replied, gazing at Zhang Fan, and cautioned, regardless, as he is a member of the royal family, he undoubtedly harbors his own intentions within the Tai Su sect. Do not pry or speak unnecessarily. Simply attend to him with due respect. Understood, Zhang Fan nodded. Suddenly recalling something, he spoke softly, Master. Although Gu Chongqing lacks a notable background, he has been diligently devoted during his time in the mausoleum. I wish to Xuanma nodded, then he shall be your responsibility. Take him under your wing. Yes, Zhang Fan smiled and bowed respectfully to Xuanma. Meanwhile, as Gu Chongqing and his companions made their way back to their quarters, Xiao Yun, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I believe the master is overly cautious. What demons are there to fear? With the sword technique I have just acquired, after a few days of practice, I could easily slay any demons that dare approach. As he spoke, Xiao Yun gestured animatedly, pretending to be a formidable swordsman vanquishing foes. Gu Chongqing shook his head. Senior brother Xiao, you ought to exercise caution. Since the master has warned of unrest, it would be wise for you to remain within the mausoleum and avoid the brothels in the town below. What brothels? Xiao Yun's expression shifted to one of alarm. Those are called intelligence exchange centers, if you please. My descent to the town is solely to gather intelligence on the demons. Very well, intelligence on demons. Gu Chongqing sighed wearily, deciding not to engage further. The trio soon fell silent, each retreating to their respective quarters. Just before entering his room, Lin Ping'an reminded Gu Chongqing to seek his counsel if he encountered any uncertainties. Gu Chongqing expressed his gratitude and returned to his chamber. Inside his room, Gu Chongqing sat cross-legged, preparing for his meditation. Name: Gu Chongqing, spiritual root, low-grade mixed spiritual root, unable to practice cultivation, None can invest lifespan for practice. Techniques. Qi condensation technique. Understood. Can invest lifespan for practice. Eternal life technique. Fragment. Understood. Can invest lifespan for practice. Immortal arts. Immortal back fist. Not understood. Can invest lifespan for practice. Lifespan. 1,031 years, indeed. Upon acquiring the immortal back fist, an additional entry appeared in his personal information. However, Gu Chongqing did not hasten to evolve the immortal back fist. He intended first to enhance his cultivation. Although he had comprehended the fragment of the eternal life technique, he currently lacked cultivation. Yet his physical strength could already rival that of 10 adult men. He was curious to discover the extent to which his strength would amplify once he attained cultivation. My vitality and spirit have significantly improved. Although I still possess a mixed spiritual root, my aptitude for cultivation should be somewhat stronger than before, Gu Chongqing murmured. Subsequently, he ceased his musings, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began to condense spiritual energy according to the insights gleaned from the eternal life technique. Ah, this is the sensation. Yes, yes. I feel as if the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is converging towards me. Gu Chongqing's expression brightened as he earnestly attuned himself to the celestial energy. Half an hour later, Gu Chongqing opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. I should resort to lifespan investment. After half an hour of contemplation, he had not even managed to condense a single wisp of energy. It is evident that one must not place too much faith in oneself. One must learn to accept the reality of being inept and trust in the power of external aids. With this thought, Gu Chongqing decisively invested 300 years of his lifespan into cultivation. You have invested 300 years of lifespan for cultivation. You began practicing the eternal life technique to condense energy, but due to your low aptitude, 10 years passed without success. After 50 years, you finally succeeded in condensing your first wisp of spiritual energy, but due to your low aptitude, it quickly dissipated. You have failed to condense energy. Damn it! Upon seeing this line of text, Gu Chongqing was immediately overwhelmed by an urge to curse. Spiritual energy can dissipate entirely? Is this some sort of joke? Gu Chongqing restrained his urge to curse and continued to observe the unfolding text. Perhaps his thoughts were heard, for by the time the 50th year arrived, the text before him began to shift in a favorable direction. After 100 years, you finally learned how to store spiritual energy and began to funnel the absorbed energy into your dantian. After 200 years, you absorbed a sufficient amount of spiritual energy and your body gradually underwent transformation. You have successfully stepped into the realm of cultivation, entering the first layer of the Qi condensation stage. 3 centuries have passed, and with the enhancement of the eternal life technique, your essence, energy, and spirit have been significantly elevated, while your physical strength has begun a qualitative leap. Your cultivation has once again ascended, breaking through from the first level of Qi condensation to the second level. Boom. As the final line of text appeared, Gu Chongqing's body trembled violently. A powerful surge of energy instantaneously coursed through every fiber of his being. Chapter 7. The Transformation of Celestial Arts. The Infinite Dragon Fist. The overwhelming spiritual energy compelled Gu Chongqing to let out a low roar. In that moment, he felt his body enveloped by a gentle warmth. A soothing flow that seemed to make every cell within him quiver. Warmth and comfort, an indescribable sensation, spread throughout his entire being. How exhilarating! Is this the feeling of breaking through in cultivation? Gu Chongqing desperately covered his mouth, striving to suppress his cries of ecstasy. He finally comprehended why cultivators relentlessly pursued strength. This sensation of breakthrough was utterly delightful, more pleasurable than a night spent with 10 beautiful women. Buzz. With the cultivation breakthrough, the eternal life technique within Gu Chongqing also began to operate at an accelerated pace. The profound essence of the eternal life technique swiftly enveloped his entire body. Boom. At that moment, the entire mausoleum quaked violently. The spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius surged and boiled. Gu Chongqing hastily absorbed this energy into his body, merging it with the eternal life technique, and as he assimilated the energy, his cultivation visibly soared. Qi condensation. First level of Qi condensation. Second level of Qi condensation. Boom. As he stepped into the second level of Qi condensation, Gu Chongqing felt his body undergo a revolutionary transformation. Not only had his physical power surged immensely, but even his senses had become notably sharper. He could distinctly hear the sounds of breathing and the chirping of insects within 100 meters. How astonishing! Is this the sensation of becoming a cultivator? Gu Chongqing exclaimed in wonder. He clenched his fist, feeling a terrifying power continuously surging from within his body. Though he was merely at the second level of chi condensation, bolstered by the eternal life technique, he felt capable of delivering a single punch powerful enough to fell a bull. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Someone was approaching. Gu Chongqing's expression shifted, and he quickly dove under the covers, feigning sleep. Soon, the footsteps outside were accompanied by voices, revealing the presence of Xian Mo and Zhang Fan. "Did you find anything?" Reporting to the master, "We found nothing. The fluctuations of spiritual energy suddenly ceased here." How strange, just a moment ago. The spiritual energy in the mausoleum was perfectly fine, yet now it has vanished by half. "Master, could it be that some demons have appeared?" "I do not believe so. I have just investigated, and the spiritual energy here is pure, embodying the essence of Yang, devoid of any malevolent intent. It should not be the work of demons. It is likely the doing of a passing cultivator who is in seclusion nearby." Xian Mo pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. This reasoning holds merit, after all. The number of cultivators in Tai Su sect is immense, and it is not uncommon for both outer and inner disciples to traverse this area. It is entirely reasonable for one to stop and meditate for a while amidst the tombs. Zhang Fan exhaled in relief. "That is good to hear. I feared that a demon had emerged to feast upon the living. I must admit, that moment truly startled me." Xian Mo chuckled softly. "Ayu, having dwelled in the cemetery since childhood and never encountered demons, it is only natural to be frightened." He continued, "Well, let us leave today's matters here. Since that great cultivator chooses not to reveal themselves, it is evident they wish to remain undisturbed. You should keep this to yourself and return to rest." "Understood." Listening to their conversation, Gu Chongqing lay hidden beneath his covers, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, I was careless. He knew well that there were no great cultivators within the cemetery. The disappearance of spiritual energy was solely due to the eternal life technique. It seems I must be more cautious in my cultivation henceforth, Gu Chongqing silently reflected. While he did not fear exposing his abilities, he was reluctant to part with his position in the cemetery. If he were to reveal his talents, he might be swiftly taken to the outer sect, becoming an outer disciple. At that point, he would lose this advantageous location to siphon longevity. Just then, Zhang Fan approached the window and noticed Gu Chongqing peacefully asleep. He smiled gently. This child, Chongqing, sleeps remarkably soundly. Such a commotion has not even stirred him. Xian Mo replied nonchalantly, "His talent is lacking, and it is not surprising that he cannot perceive the fluctuations in spiritual energy. I surmise he will likely remain a mere servant disciple throughout his life." Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, seemingly affirming Xian Mo's words. Although he admired Gu Chongqing's hard-working spirit, the world of cultivation is governed by innate roots and talent, both of which he lacks. No matter how diligently he toils, he is likely destined to be but a servant disciple. Enough, let us return. Instead of focusing on such a mediocre talent, it would be wiser to pay more attention to Lin Pingyan. "That one does not appear to be an ordinary fish in the pond," Xian Mo remarked. Soon, the two figures receded into the distance, their footsteps fading into silence. After they departed, Gu Chongqing cautiously opened his eyes and whispered towards the window, "Senior brother? Garden master?" Silence enveloped the outside world. After a full 10 seconds, no one responded. Phew, they have truly left. Gu Chongqing sighed wryly as he emerged from his cocoon. That was close. I almost got discovered. It seems I must suppress my aura during cultivation from now on. Otherwise, I surely cannot remain in this cemetery for long. Subsequently, Gu Chongqing opened his personal panel. Name, Gu Chongqing. Spiritual root. Low-grade mixed spiritual root. Unable to cultivate. Cultivation level. Second layer of chi condensation. Can invest lifespan for practice. Techniques. Chi condensation method. Understood. Can invest lifespan for practice. Eternal life technique. Fragment. Understood. Can invest lifespan for practice. Immortal arts. Immortal backfist. Not understood. Can invest lifespan for practice. Lifespan. 731 years, indeed. His cultivation has ascended to the second layer of chi condensation. With my techniques and cultivation enhanced, as long as I comprehend the immortal arts, I shall have completed the first step of my immortality journey. Henceforth, as long as I remain within this mausoleum, I should possess the means of self-defense. Gu Chongqing murmured to himself, suddenly recalling that Xian Mo had called him a mediocre talent upon departure. Humph, what of mediocrity? As long as I possess a long enough lifespan, there will come a day when even the mediocre can outshine those so-called geniuses. Just wait and see. Gu Chongqing snorted coldly, feeling invigorated rather than disheartened, stirred by the boundless ambition ignited by Xian Mo. In a fit of enthusiasm, he directly invested 500 years of lifespan into the immortal back fist. Ding! You have invested 500 years of lifespan for practice in immortal back fist. 500 years. A blink in the grand scheme of time. As your understanding of immortal back fist deepens, it undergoes a transformation, elevating from a common immortal art to a primal immortal art. Congratulations, your immortal back fist has transformed into the ancestral dragon S infinite fist. Chapter 8. A year to gather life. The beast tide approaches ancestral dragon S infinite fist. As the prompt materialized, an overwhelming influx of visual and textual information flooded Gu Changshan's mind, akin to an unseen supreme being demonstrating a terrifying set of fist techniques before him. Boom, boom. The figure unleashed a fist technique of unparalleled ferocity. With every strike, an echo of a divine dragon's roar resonated, capable of altering the very heavens and earth, shaking the foundations of the Tao. Moments later, a complete primal immortal art was etched into Gu Changshan's consciousness. This was the ancestral dragon S infinite fist. Gu Changshan inhaled sharply. Through the imprint in his mind, he comprehended that this technique was a secret method cultivated by the ancient dragon race during the primal era. Imbued not only with the essence of antiquity, but also the bloodline power of the primordial dragons. If mastered to perfection, it would be sufficient to rival even the might of a nascent soul practitioner or a god transformation expert with a single blow. What an exceptional technique! This is precisely what an immortal cultivator ought to learn. Gu Changshan smiled broadly, glancing at his remaining lifespan, 231 years. While it has consumed a significant portion of my lifespan, the ability to practice a primal immortal art is indeed worth the investment. I wonder what level of power I will attain after comprehending the ancestral dragon S infinite fist? Gu Changshan murmured. Then attempted to invest 100 years of lifespan into the ancestral dragon S infinite fist. After dedicating a century of his lifespan to the practice of the Zulong Wuliang fist, 100 years had elapsed without the slightest advancement in his comprehension of celestial techniques. Owing to his inadequate talent and understanding, the stark realization struck him. He had failed to grasp the essence. A sharp intake of breath escaped Gu Changshan as he read the disheartening words. Could it be true? 100 years gone by, and not a shred of progress? What a dismal fate! Even with the most meager of talents, one would expect to glean at least a semblance of understanding after such a prolonged endeavor. Could this be the legendary primordial celestial technique? The difficulty of comprehension was indeed staggering. With a bitter smile, Gu Changshan contemplated investing another 100 years into the endeavor. But upon glancing at his remaining lifespan of 131 years, he thought better of it. He suppressed the impulse that surged within him, recognizing that with his woefully inadequate endowment, achieving mastery of celestial arts would not be an instantaneous affair, particularly for a technique as formidable as the Zulong Wuliang fist. The time required for complete comprehension was astronomical. Even if he were to expend his remaining century, it would likely yield no significant results. It appeared that accumulating more lifespan would be prudent in the days to come. He murmured softly. As he surveyed the dwindling years left to him, a pang of regret pierced his heart. Though over a millennium of life appeared ample, its utility was surprisingly fleeting. Being merely at the second level of qi condensation, he found himself exhausting over 1,000 years of lifespan in a single night. To ascend to greater heights of cultivation, he would need to amass more lifespan. Thus, ensconced in his daily routine of handling corpses, time flowed like a rushing river. And in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Gu Changshan now stepped into his 15th year. In the throes of adolescence, his body had grown significantly. Although only 15, he stood at an impressive height of 1.80 meters. Coupled with years of laborious work, he had developed a robust physique, resembling a small mountain. Throughout the year, Gu Changshan had seamlessly integrated into the life of the cemetery. He had encountered 10 waves of monsters during this period, transitioning from initial trepidation to a state of nonchalance in the face of these threats. While the outer disciples viewed the monster tides with dread, Gu Changshan had the fortune of remaining insulated from direct encounters with the malevolent creatures, as the sect routinely dispatched 2 outer disciples to safeguard the cemetery. Under their protection, he felt secure. Calculating the days, he noted that today marked the 8th day of the 9th month, precisely 30 days since the last monster tide. It seemed that another wave was imminent. Within the cemetery, having completed the handling of a corpse, Gu Changshan wiped the sweat from his brow and silently reflected. As if on cue, the figure of Xian Imo approached from a distance. The master of the garden, he acknowledged. Gu Changshan and the other 2 quickly bowed in respect. Xuanma nodded slightly and spoke calmly. The Outer Sect has just relayed news that the time of the impending demon tide has been calculated. It will strike tonight at midnight. You three should return to rest for now and gather here in the evening. Remember, it is imperative to properly handle the corpses tainted by demonic energy. We must not allow any of them to undergo transformation. Understood, the three responded respectfully. After nodding again, Xuanma provided a few more instructions, then suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Pingon, a rare smile appearing on his usually icy face. Pingon, have you reached the third level of the Qi condensation stage? Yes, I just broke through last month, Lin Pingon replied truthfully. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Gu Changshan's eyelids twitched. He quickly directed a probing glance at Lin Pingon. Indeed, words materialized above Lin Pingon's head. Lin Pingon, third level of Qi condensation. Good heavens! He truly is at the third level of Qi condensation. Gu Changxing thought in astonishment. This heavenly spiritual root is simply extraordinary. To think that it took him 300 years just to reach the second level of Qi condensation. Yet Lin Pingon managed to ascend from the second to the third level in just 1 year? The disparity is staggering. Xuanma's smile widened. Excellent. You truly are a promising talent for cultivation. With your innate gifts and diligent effort, you should be able to establish your foundation and join the Outer Sect within 10 years. Here, take this first-grade Qi condensation pill. It will aid in your cultivation. As he spoke, Xuanma handed over a white pill. Upon seeing the pill, Gu Changshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Not just him. Even Xiao Yun and Zhang Fan beside him showed envy in their eyes. A pill. This is a treasure in the world of cultivation. Although a first-grade pill is the most basic level, it could still fetch several hundred spirit stones on the market. Gu Changxing couldn't earn enough in a year of hard work to buy one. For cultivators, consuming it could easily extend their cultivation by 2 or 3 years. Thank you, Master Xuanma. Lin Pingon accepted the pill with neither humility nor arrogance. Following this, Xuanma exchanged a few more words with the others, inquired about Xiaoyun's progress, and then turned to leave. As for Gu Changxing, Xuanma did not spare him a glance. Damn it, ignored again, Gu Changxing silently complained. However, he brushed it off. After all, in Xuanma's eyes, his cultivation was lacking, and without any background, he was destined to serve as a menial laborer, which indeed provided little reason for Xuanma to pay him any attention. Once Xuanma departed, Xiaoyun looked at Lin Pingon with a pained expression. I say, old Lin, are you ever going to let anyone else live? You've quietly advanced to the third level of Qi condensation. Your speed of cultivation is simply outrageous, Xiaoyun exclaimed, his face filled with indignation. It was no wonder he reacted this way. His talent is comparable to Gu Changxing's. Both possess mixed spiritual roots. Albeit he has a medium-grade mixed spiritual root, slightly superior to Gu Changxing. Thus far, Xiaoyun has yet to comprehend the contents of the Qi condensation technique. In contrast, Lin Pingon has already ascended to the third level of the Qi condensation stage. It is indeed a blow to one's morale. Lin Pingon sighed, remarking, You spend your days indulging in brothels and sleeping soundly. Naturally, your cultivation will not progress. If you truly wish to pursue immortality, you must rid yourself of these vices. I can assist you in grasping the Qi condensation technique. Lin Pingon spoke with sincerity, even contemplating how he might lend a hand to Xiaoyun, who was perpetually slacking off. However, upon hearing Lin Pingon's words, Xiaoyun hastily waved his hand, chuckling, Let's not go there. Xiao Hong has been with me for over a year. How could I just abandon her? Besides, there's no rush in the pursuit of immortality. With a grin, Xiaoyun suddenly wrapped an arm around Gu Changxing. Moreover, we have Changsheng as our foundation. Changsheng, I know your talent is even inferior to mine. You surely, like me, have yet to comprehend the Qi condensation technique, right? Xiaoyun gazed at Gu Changsheng with gleaming eyes, as if his confidence surged merely from Gu Changxing's presence. Gu Changxing felt a surge of disdain within. Who is akin to you? I am a distinguished practitioner at the second level of the Qi condensation stage. Nevertheless, he maintained a beaming smile, readily agreeing. After a few more casual exchanges, they retreated to their rooms to rest. Inside the room, Gu Changxing closed the door, excitement radiating from his expression as he sat on the bed. Finally, a year has passed. During this time, I have scarcely utilized my lifespan. I wonder if this time I can comprehend the ancestral dragon's infinite fist? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Gu Changxing's eyes. In pursuit of understanding the ancestral dragon's infinite fist, he had refrained from using his lifespan, neglecting even his cultivation techniques. Now, a year has elapsed, and the lifespan he had amassed reached unprecedented heights. It is time to unravel the mysteries of the ancestral dragon's infinite fist. System, check my lifespan. Gu Changxing commanded. Chapter 9. Comprehending Celestial Arts, Strengthening Power. Name, Gu Changxing. Lifespan, 177 years. Gazing at the lifespan figure before him, a wave of excitement washed over Gu Changxing. Over 10,000 years of lifespan. This is the first time he has engaged in such a prosperous endeavor. It was indeed worth the years spent accumulating lifespan. This time, without fail, he must comprehend the ancestral dragon's infinite fist. Gu Changxing murmured to himself. Without further ado, he directed 1,000 years of lifespan towards the ancestral dragon's infinite fist. Previously, he had invested a mere 100 years, achieving not even a superficial understanding. This time, he amplified his investment tenfold. Surely, he would grasp at least the basics. With this thought, Gu Changxing's gaze fixated intently on the text before him. With a fervent prayer within, I implore that this millennium of life not be squandered. Ding. You have devoted a millennium of life to the practice of the ancestral dragon's infinite fist. Time flies, the world transforms. A century has passed. Yet due to your limited talent and comprehension, you have not grasped the essence of the ancestral dragon's infinite fist. 2 centuries have elapsed. And while your understanding remains scant, you persist in your endeavor to penetrate its depths. After 5 centuries, you have finally gleaned the superficial aspects of the ancestral dragon's infinite fist and, in accordance with the teachings of celestial arts, begun your training in this martial technique. However, due to your innate limitations, you have yet to achieve mastery. Nonetheless, your vitality and physical strength have seen enhancement. 8 centuries have passed, and you gradually attain comprehension of the first layer of the ancestral dragon's infinite fist, gaining a fresh perspective on this celestial art. Your physical prowess has been augmented. Moreover, through years of contemplation, a trace of the ancestral dragon's bloodline has awakened within you. Note, practicing the ancestral dragon's infinite fist will bestow the power of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. The higher the level of training, the stronger the bloodline power. In the blink of an eye, a millennium has elapsed. After a millennium of cultivation, you have finally fully comprehended the first layer of the ancestral dragon's infinite fist. However, you find yourself unable to integrate the ancestral dragon's bloodline with the celestial art. Your cultivation remains a failure. Damn. Gazing at the words materializing before him, Gu Changxing could not help but curse. He had not anticipated that the understanding of this primordial celestial art would prove so arduous. After investing a millennium, he still faced failure in comprehension? This was even more daunting than the eternal life technique. Gu Changxing clicked his tongue. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly felt a powerful force surging ceaselessly from within his body. This power was entirely distinct from the enhancements of vitality or physical strength he had previously experienced. It resembled an ancient, primal force. Gu Changxing clenched his fist. Boom. A fiery red radiance enveloped his fist instantaneously, swirling with runes that exuded a terrifying aura. Is this the ancestral dragon's bloodline? Gu Changxing's pupils contracted. He could sense that his physical strength had increased more than tenfold. Moreover, this was merely the awakening of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, without having fully comprehended the ancestral dragon's infinite fist. If he were to master the first layer of the ancestral dragon's infinite fist and harmonize with the bloodline power, to what heights would his strength ascend? A spark of realization ignited in Gu Changxing's mind. He immediately decided to invest another 500 years of life into this endeavor. With a resounding chime, you have devoted 500 years of your lifespan to the practice of the ancestral dragon boundless fist. A century has passed, and you attempted to fuse the ancestral dragon bloodline with celestial techniques. However, due to your insufficient insight, your attempts were repeatedly thwarted. 3 centuries later, you gradually grasped certain principles, managing to merge parts of the bloodline with celestial techniques, thereby enhancing the power of the ancestral dragon boundless fist. After 500 years, you have succeeded, seamlessly integrating the ancestral dragon bloodline with the ancestral dragon boundless fist. The first layer of your technique has reached a flawless stage. At long last. Success. As the final line of text appeared, Gu Changxing's body trembled. An unprecedented surge of energy erupted from within him. The terrifying might of the ancestral dragon suffusing his limbs and every fiber of his being. Gu Changxing attempted to unleash a punch. Boom. A ferocious wind, accompanied by a searing heat wave, roared forth, distorting the air violently in its wake. As his fist struck out, a resonant dragon's roar seemed to echo, its power boundless. How formidable! Gu Changxing exclaimed, his eyes alight with exhilaration. He began to unleash punch after punch, progressively mastering the first layer of the ancestral dragon boundless fist. Night soon fell. Gu Changxing opened the door and stepped out of the wooden cottage. After a day of rigorous training, he felt invigorated, not a trace of fatigue lingering, but rather a heightened vitality. Name: Gu Changxing. Celestial techniques: Celestial back fist, not comprehended. Ancestral dragon boundless fist, first layer comprehended. Lifespan: 8,677 years, observing the digits in the lifespan column. A smile graced Gu Changxing's lips. Over 8,000 years of life yet remained. Just then, a line of text materialized before him. You have consumed over 3,000 years of lifespan for the first time, unlocking the ability to view intimacy levels. Would you like to expend 5,000 years of lifespan to activate this function? Intimacy? Gu Changxing was momentarily taken aback. Upon activation, you can assess the intimacy levels of all beings in their hostility values. Note: accumulating a certain level of intimacy may lead to the formation of a Dao partner. Accumulating a certain level of hostility may pose a life-threatening risk to the host. Upon reading this line of text, Gu Changxing's heart raced. The ability to perceive intimacy levels and hostility? Did this not mean he could gain an early warning of impending danger? What a remarkable safeguard for his life. Gu Changxing swallowed hard. In the realm of cultivation, danger lurked at every corner. One could be living peacefully one day, only to be captured for alchemy the next. If he could sense hostility in advance and make a timely escape, would he not be invincible? However, expending 5,000 years of lifespan felt excessive. Nearly equivalent to half a year of his accumulated life. Gu Changxing found himself in a state of inner conflict. Without managing a household, one cannot truly appreciate the value of everyday essentials. Although this feature is indeed advantageous, parting with 5,000 years of one's lifespan is somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, Gu Changxing gritted his teeth and resolved, so be it. 5,000 it is. Activated. While 5,000 years is a considerable amount, acquiring a safeguard for one's life seems worthwhile. Soon, with the sacrifice of 5,000 years of life, the text before him began to shift dramatically. You have successfully acquired the ability to view intimacy levels. Gu Changxing's lifespan plummeted from the original 8,677 years to a mere 3,677 years. A sharp pang of regret surged within him as he beheld the significant reduction of his lifespan. He realized he must promptly find someone to test this new feature. Changxing. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind. Lin Pingon and Xiaoyan approached him. Gu Changxing quickly clasped his fist in greeting. Brother Lin, Brother Xiao. Lin Pingon nodded. A faint smile gracing his features, his demeanor seemingly quite cheerful. Curiously, Gu Changxing noticed a subtle change in Lin Pingon's aura. Since he had begun practicing the eternal life technique, he could distinctly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. It seemed that Lin Pingon's internal energy had sharpened considerably since the morning. Brother Lin, you appear in high spirits. Have you had another breakthrough? Gu Changxing inquired casually, a smile playing upon his lips. Not yet, Lin Pingon replied, shaking his head. However, I am close. The energy condensation pill the Garden Master provided has significantly enhanced my cultivation. In a few months, I should be able to break through to the fourth layer of the condensation stage. That quickly? Gu Changxing felt a jolt of surprise. Beside him, Xiaoyan's eyes widened. No way. Brother Lin, is it really that exaggerated? You are about to break through again after such a short time? Lin Pingon chuckled. It's merely a stroke of luck. With diligent effort, both of you can achieve similar results. At his words, Gu Changxing couldn't help but smile wryly. Effort. You are blessed with a heavenly root. It is not something that can be matched merely by hard work. However, Gu Changxing remained undeterred. After all, he still had over 3,000 years of life left, and with a little sacrifice, breaking through to the fourth layer of the condensation stage should be feasible. He pondered, I wonder what their intimacy levels are. At that moment, he recalled the newly activated feature and discreetly cast a glance at the two to check their intimacy levels. Lin Pingon. Intimacy level 4 stars, very favorable. Xiaoyan. Intimacy level 4 stars, very favorable. Chapter 10. The Mysterious Transformation 4-Star Intimacy? Gu Changxing couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that they held him in such high regard. Since activating the intimacy viewing feature, he understood that the levels of fondness were divided into 10 stars. Typically, friends share a mere 1-star intimacy, while strangers hold a 0. For stars already signify a considerable fondness, and those who achieve a rating exceeding 4 stars may be regarded as brothers. Upon reaching 6 stars, regardless of gender, One may directly forge a partnership. It appears that my efforts over the past year were not in vain after all, thought Gu Changxing, inwardly chuckling. Just then, a voice resonated through the air. Xuanma and Zhang Fan approached from a distance. Gu Changxing promptly directed a glance at the two to assess their intimacy levels. Soon, the ratings materialized above their heads. Zhang Fan, intimacy level 3 stars, slight affection. Xuanma, hatred level 1 star, slight disdain. Upon seeing the inscription above Xuanma's head, Gu Changxing was momentarily taken aback. Xuanma harbored feelings of animosity towards him? What could this possibly mean? How peculiar. Throughout this past year, I have been exceedingly cautious and diligent, and I cannot fathom having offended him. Gu Changxing swallowed hard, perplexed as to why Xuanma would harbor such negative sentiments towards him. At that moment, Xuanma spoke. The wave of monsters has commenced. It is likely that soon, the first batch of corpses will arrive. You all should hurry to the main gate to prepare for the reception of the disciples' bodies. With that, he took the lead alongside Zhang Fan. Gu Changxing followed closely behind, quietly attuning himself to the surroundings. Since breaking through to the second layer of qi condensation, his vitality and spirit had significantly enhanced, allowing him to perceive the movements around the cemetery with clarity. As anticipated, as his mental energy extended outward, Gu Changxing distinctly heard the piercing cries of anguish, echoing in succession. Not far from the cemetery, the clashing sounds of blades and swords mingled with these cries. Clearly, the wave of monsters had indeed arrived, and some disciples had begun to engage in battle with the fiends. Furthermore, Gu Changxing could unmistakably sense that an exceedingly malevolent aura enveloped the area surrounding the cemetery. Demonic energy. He was all too familiar with this essence. It was the very aura exuding from the monsters. It seemed the wave of monsters had truly commenced. With this thought, the group ceased their delay and immediately dashed towards the cemetery's main gate. This gate was specifically designated for receiving the bodies of the deceased. Any outer disciples who fell victim to the monsters during the onslaught would be promptly delivered to the gate, where they would then be attended to by Gu Changxing and his companions. Just as Xuanma had predicted, upon their arrival at the gate, a few errant disciples rushed towards them, bearing the weight of several corpses. Each body was drenched in blood, missing limbs, and appeared utterly tragic. "Which of you is in charge of this cemetery?" inquired a young maiden, seemingly 17 or 18, stepping forth from the crowd. "I am the curator," Xuanma promptly replied. "Very well." The young girl nodded, her expression grave as she spoke. "My name is Han Yun, a disciple sent from the outer sect, tasked with ensuring your safety and overseeing the handling of the corpses. The demon tide has commenced, and these are the first batch of bodies. More will follow in due course. Please, dispose of these corpses immediately." "I understand," Xianmo replied, nodding. He then exchanged glances with Gu Changxing and the others. Understanding the unspoken message, they promptly set to work on the bodies strewn across the ground. With a year's worth of experience, their efficiency had markedly improved. The three of them had clearly defined roles. Lin Ping'an was responsible for kindling the fire, while Xiao Yun and Gu Changxing managed the transportation of the corpses. In less than half an hour, they had successfully disposed of over a dozen bodies, incinerating even the malevolent aura that clung to them. However, before they could take a moment's respite, another wave of corpses arrived in quick succession. "Hurry! Faster!" Han Yun urged, brandishing her sword as she stood among Gu Changxing and the others. "These bodies must be completely dealt with before dawn." As Xiaoyan lifted another corpse, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Han Yun's figure, smirking to himself. This girl is truly beautiful, with her delicate arms and legs. No wonder she is a cultivator. She possesses a grace that surpasses even the courtesans. Indeed, Gu Changxing concurred, his gaze lingering on Han Yun. She wore a flowing purple gown, her features striking, and with a green sword at her waist, she resembled a valiant heroine traversing the world, exuding a commanding presence. Though her features were not extraordinarily stunning, there was an ineffable aura about her. Perhaps it was the result of her cultivation, but this aura rendered Han Yun ethereal, akin to an ice-cold beauty. Gu Changxing discreetly assessed her attributes. Name: Han Yun, cultivation level, 9th layer of qi condensation, spiritual root, ordinary spiritual root, age, 65, theoretical lifespan, 250, affinity, 0, stranger. Upon reading this information, Gu Changxing's eyes widened in astonishment, a look of disbelief crossing his face. 65? Remarkable. She looks no older than 17 or 18. Who would have thought she is actually in her 60s? He shook his head, marveling at the extraordinary nature of cultivators. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun continued to steal glances at Han Yun, his eyes reflecting a thirst for admiration. Gu Chongqing hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided against revealing the truth, lest it shatter Xiaoyun's resolve. Soon, after a night of diligent effort, all the corpses had been disposed of by Gu Chongqing and his companions. The surrounding cries of anguish gradually subsided into silence. As dawn gently broke, the surrounding malevolent energy dissipated entirely. The first night had passed uneventfully. Gu Chongqing took a moment to assess his lifespan. 4,125 years. Quite impressive. He had managed to seize over 400 years of life in just one night. With 2 or 3 days remaining until the conclusion of this demonic tide, he anticipated that it would afford him the opportunity to claim an additional 1,500 years of life. Gu Chongqing felt a surge of delight within him, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next day. Finally, time swiftly elapsed, and 2 days had passed. On the third night, Gu Chongqing continued to assist the others in transporting the corpses. Thanks to the accumulation over the preceding days, his lifespan had surpassed 4,600 years. He estimated that he could once again reach the 5,000-year mark today. However, just as Gu Chongqing was lost in anticipation, a piercing wail suddenly echoed through the air. The abrupt scream sent a chill through the hearts of those present, prompting them to turn and look. Not far away, Xiaoyun suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his face pale as he clutched his right shoulder, as if he had witnessed something utterly horrifying. Trembling, he pointed to a spot nearby, stammering, "No. It's bad. That corpse just moved." "What?" Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly followed his gaze. Indeed, before Xiaoyun lay a bloodied corpse, convulsing violently. Waves of black smoke emanating from it, exuding an aura of extreme malevolence. In the next moment, with an eerie grace, the corpse stood up from the ground, its 2 crimson eyes fixated intently on Xiaoyun. "This is not good." Seeing this, Han Yun's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted urgently at Xiaoyun, "Run. That corpse has transformed." Chapter 11. Xiaoyun injured. Malevolent energy invades Run. That corpse has transformed. Han Yun's frantic voice resonated throughout the cemetery. Upon hearing this, both Gu Chongqing and Xianimo, along with the others, felt their bodies tremble, their gazes instinctively drawn to the bizarre corpse, as betraying their fear. Transformation. This term refers to the phenomenon where a human, tainted by malevolent energy, is influenced and subsequently becomes demonic. Such transformations can occur not only in the living but also in the deceased. This is precisely why Gu Chongqing and his companions must handle the corpses as swiftly as possible upon their arrival. Nevertheless, despite understanding this, it was Gu Chongqing's first experience witnessing the transformation process firsthand. Before him, the corpse trembled violently, its legs were clearly broken. Yet it stood before the group in a grotesque posture, surrounded by a dense shroud of black mist, under the influence of the malevolent energy. The corpse's exterior began to undergo drastic changes. Initially, his eyes transformed from a dull gray to a blood-red hue, with pupils morphing into beastly slits. Sharp fangs erupted from his mouth, and even his fingernails began to grow uncontrollably, extending to lengths of several centimeters, resembling razor-sharp blades. Moreover, black hair sprouted from his skin, akin to the fur of a wild beast, enveloping his entire body. In the next moment, a long, thin tail, reminiscent of a rat's, suddenly emerged from behind the corpse, flicking like a whip. A repugnant and malevolent aura emanated from the body, making one feel nauseous. Witnessing this horrific transformation, Xiaoyun was paralyzed with fear. Scrambling to his feet and retreating behind Han Yun, trembling as he stammered, "Senior Sister Han, what on earth is happening? How did he become like this?" Transformation by dark magic. Before Han Yun could respond, Lin Ping'an spoke in a grave tone. "He has been tainted by demonic energy, completely turned into a monster. It appears he has been infected by the bloodthirsty rat's malevolent essence." Bloodthirsty rat? The mere mention of this name stirred something in Gu Chongqing's heart. He had heard of such demons. The bloodthirsty rat, a rodent-like fiend, was not only numerous but also notoriously savage, preying upon human flesh and blood, with countless humans lost to these creatures each year. Clang. At that moment, Han Yun drew her sword from her waist and commanded Gu Chongqing and the others, "You all must take the Xianyuan master and hide in another location. I will handle this beast." With that, Han Yun charged towards the demon, sword in hand. The sound of her sharp blade clashing against the demon echoed, producing a metallic clang and sparking brightly. Gu Chongqing was left in awe at the sight. The sword in Han Yun's grasp was a celestial sword wielded by cultivators, capable of severing even iron in an instant. Yet now, this razor-sharp blade could not even pierce the demon's skin? Is this truly the legendary demon? It is utterly terrifying. Gu Changxing swallowed hard. Just then, Lin Ping'an lifted the trembling Xiaoyun from the ground, ready to flee. As for Xian Mo and Zhang Fan, they had already vanished without a trace. Noticing Gu Changxing still in a daze, Lin Ping'an shook his head and reassured, "Do not worry. Senior Sister Han is an outer sect disciple, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi condensation. This mere rat demon is no match for her. We must leave quickly. Staying here will only hinder her." "All right." Gu Changxing nodded, resolved. He assisted Xiaoyun, and together they dashed deeper into the cemetery. Thus, they sprinted for over 10 minutes. Finally exhaling in relief once they confirmed the demon had not pursued them, Gu Changxing and Lin Ping'an gently set Xiaoyun down. "Ah." Xiaoyun let out a piercing scream, clutching his thigh, his face ashen as he lamented, "My leg. It hurts so much. I think that beast just clawed me." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly rolled up Xiaoyun's pant leg and, indeed, discovered 3 gruesome gashes on Xiaoyun's thigh. These wounds measured a good several centimeters in length, resembling those inflicted by a wild beast. Furthermore, the injuries were exceedingly deep, with the bone beneath clearly visible, blood gushing forth in torrents. Gasping at the sight of such wounds, Gu Changxing felt a sharp pang of sympathy in his own thigh. However, this was not the most dire aspect. The most alarming detail was that these 3 wounds emitted a sinister black smoke. Thick tendrils of dark vapor continuously spiraled out from the gashes. "This is bad." Upon witnessing this scene, Xian Mo's expression changed instantly. "It's demonic energy. You have been tainted by the mouse demon's dark essence." "What?" Hearing this, Xiaoyun's face fell, tears and snot streaming down his face as he cried out. "What should I do? Master, I don't want to become a demon. I'm still so young. I refuse to transform into a monster." Xiaoyun wept inconsolably, his anguish palpable, stirring Gu Changxing's heart. Despite Xiaoyun's minor flaws and penchant for taking advantage, he was nonetheless a friend, and the thought of watching him succumb to demonhood was unbearable. Xian Mo spoke calmly, "Do not worry. You have only just sustained those injuries. The demonic energy has not yet penetrated deeply. If you seek a physician in the outer sect to extract the dark essence, you shall be safe." "Wonderful." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with hope. Xian Mo waved his right hand, producing a pill. "This is a first-rank tranquil heart pill. If you consume it, it will temporarily alleviate your pain and prevent the further infiltration of demonic energy." "Excellent." Hearing this, Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, eagerly accepting the pill and swallowing it. Indeed, as the medicine settled in his stomach, his complexion improved slightly, the pallor of his face gradually giving way to a hint of color. The pain at the site of his injuries also diminished considerably. "Master, I will take Xiaoyun to the outer sect." Zhang Fan suddenly stood, addressing Xian Mo. He cast a glance at Xiaoyun, a flicker of remorse crossing his eyes, seemingly regretful for having abandoned his junior disciple moments earlier. "Very well," Xian Mo nodded. Retrieving a token, "This is the Master-S token. Take it with you to access the teleportation array, which will allow you to reach the outer sect with utmost speed." "Understood." Zhang Fan nodded, accepting the token. However, just as he prepared to carry Xiaoyun away, a tremendous roar erupted within the cemetery. In the distance, a shadow suddenly crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The figure was drenched in blood, its clothing tattered and torn, and its skin marred by grotesque wounds. The thighs and arms appeared as though they had been shattered by some blunt instrument, contorted into an eerie posture. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath. As if on the brink of death, Gu Changxing leaned in for a closer look, his breath catching in surprise. Senior Sister Han. Chapter 12. The Mutated Rat Demon. Is this it? Senior Sister Han. The sight of the gravely injured and near-death Han Yun startled everyone. Han Yun was a practitioner at the 9th level of the qi condensation stage. They had assumed that a mere rat demon would pose no challenge for her. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would be reduced to such a state by the corpse of that mutated rat? "Senior Sister, are you all right?" Gu Changxing gently supported Han Yun and inquired with concern. "Hurry, we must leave." Han Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to speak. "The rat demon is not ordinary. It must have been infected by its leader's cultivation. It is far beyond my capabilities." Ugh! Before she could finish her sentence, another spurt of blood escaped her lips. Her gaze became vacant, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "Senior Sister, this is bad." Xian Mo's expression changed dramatically. "Her vital channels are severed. We must quickly use a pill to save her life." With that, Xian Mo hastily retrieved a pill and placed it in Han Yun's mouth. As the pill entered her system, her complexion improved slightly, the pallor of her face gradually giving way to a hint of color. However, just as everyone sighed in relief, a furious roar erupted, akin to thunder splitting the sky. They turned to see a sight that drained the color from their faces. Not far away, a grotesque creature, over 2 meters tall and dripping with blood, half human and half rat, was charging towards them. Roar. The beast's primal roar was accompanied by a foul stench that assaulted their senses. It was unmistakably the mutated corpse of the rat. My goodness! Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyun was instantly paralyzed with fear, a puddle of yellow liquid forming beneath him. What do we do, master? That monster is coming. Run! Xianemo sprang to his feet with astonishing speed, akin to a rocket launching, vanishing in the blink of an eye, already several meters away. The strength of that mutated rat corpse rivals that of the Foundation establishment stage. Even Han Yun is no match for it. If we don't flee now, we will all perish. Xian Mo's voice grew increasingly distant until it faded entirely. Gu Chongqing and the others were left aghast, particularly Xiaoyun, whose face was now etched with despair. After all, among those present, he was the only one unable to move swiftly. If the rat demon truly sought flesh, he would likely be the first to fall. Alas, it seems my fate is sealed. I never anticipated that a life as splendid as mine would culminate in such a disgraceful end, reduced to mere refuse. With a morose expression, Xiaoyun appeared utterly despondent. But it matters not. Since my demise is inevitable, I shall bid you all farewell. Just as he gestured for Gu Chongqing and the others to make their escape, a sudden clang echoed through the air. Lin Pingyan unsheathed his sword, positioning himself resolutely before Gu Chongqing and the others. Senior brother, Chongsheng, Xiaoyun, you must retreat. I shall confront this beast. What? The revelation sent a shockwave through the gathered crowd. Zhang Fan hastily exclaimed, Lin Shidi, are you out of your mind? This creature could easily overpower even senior sister Han. You are merely at the 3rd layer of qi condensation. How can you hope to contend with it? Gu Chongqing echoed, indeed, Lin Shixiang. You cannot hope to vanquish this rat demon. Lin Pingyan responded coldly, even if I cannot defeat it, I must try. The creature's might is formidable. If we flee together, it will slaughter us one by one. The only solution is for me to hold it off while you seek aid from the outer sect. But Gu Chongqing began. Enough. Lin Pingyan interrupted. No more arguments. You must leave at once. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a surge of spiritual power erupted, forcing Gu Chongqing and the others back several paces. Hurry. I cannot hold it off for long. Go find reinforcements. With a thunderous shout, Lin Pingyan charged towards the rat demon, disregarding the pleas of Gu Chongqing and the others. Pingyan. Zhang Fan's eyes brimmed with tears, his face a mask of guilt. 2 streams cascaded down his cheeks. Though Gu Chongqing felt a pang of sorrow, he glanced at Xiaoyun and Han Yun on the ground and realized that if Lin Pingyan did not stay behind, they would certainly meet their doom. With Lin Shixiang's strength, confronting the rat demon alone would surely lead to his demise. In a fleeting moment, Gu Chongqing contemplated whether his current power could aid Lin Shixiang in slaying the beast. Yet, upon observing Xiaoyun and Han Yun, he decided to shelve these thoughts for now. Han Yun was gravely injured and needed to be transported to safety first. Resolutely, Gu Chongqing patted Zhang Fan on the shoulder. Senior brother, let us heed Lin Shixiang's advice and swiftly carry senior sister Han to the outer sect. We must summon assistance to vanquish the rat demon. Zhang Fan's expression shifted, but ultimately he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Together, Gu Chongqing and Zhang Fan hoisted their companions and dashed towards the outer sect. The 4 raced onward, daring not to pause, and after running for several minutes, Gu Chongqing began to sense something amiss. Senior brother, why is the teleportation array so far? How much longer until we arrive? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Fan replied, we still have half an hour to go. What? Half an hour? Gu Chongqing was utterly bewildered. He had assumed that reaching the teleportation array would take no more than a few minutes. To his astonishment, the half-hour wait seemed interminable. With each passing moment, Lin Pingyan was at risk of succumbing to the rodent demon. This was unacceptable. If the situation continued, Lin Pingyan might perish before he could summon help. Gu Chongqing felt a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Though he harbored a fear of the demons, the thought of losing Lin Pingyan, with whom he had shared 3 years, was unbearable. It appeared that he had no choice but to return and confront the rodent demon alongside his senior brother. Suddenly, in a moment of inspiration, Gu Chongqing feigned an ankle sprain, collapsing to the ground with a pained expression. Zhang Fan's countenance shifted. Chongqing, what's wrong? Are you all right? Gu Chongqing, his face contorted in agony, replied, Senior brother, it seems my foot is injured. I cannot move. Perhaps you should take Sister Han to safety first? Zhang Fan's expression was one of concern. But you are here. Gu Chongqing managed a faint smile. Fear not, senior brother. The rodent demon is still several dozen kilometers away. It won't find me here. You must hurry. My presence will only hinder your progress. Reluctantly, Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. He swiftly hoisted the severely injured Han Yun onto his back and dashed toward the outer gate. Once Zhang Fan was out of sight, Gu Chongqing quickly summoned his internal spiritual energy and raced toward Lin Pingyan. With a surge of power, he felt a raw, untamed energy coursing through him. Accompanied by a deep dragon's roar, his speed escalated until he transformed into a streak of black light. Moments later, he returned to the previous location, where the surrounding buildings and trees lay in ruins. Lin Pingyan lay motionless on the ground, his robe stained crimson with blood, his fate uncertain. Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed as the rodent demon opened its gaping maw, lunging for Lin Pingyan's throat. Alarmed, Gu Chongqing's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated all his spiritual energy into his right arm and unleashed a powerful punch at the mutated rodent demon, ancestral dragon's infinite fist. With a resounding boom, thunder reverberated through the air. The force of his strike sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, shaking the very earth within a 50-meter radius. The rodent demon, unable to evade, was struck with tremendous force, its massive body hurtling backward like a cannonball. With a tremendous crash, the fearsome mutated rodent demon was sent crashing into a deep pit. Its bones shattered, eyes bulging, reduced to a lifeless heap, utterly defeated. Was it over? Staring at the fallen demon, Gu Chongqing's eyes widened in disbelief. His expression one of utter shock, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. The ferocious mutated rat demon was unexpectedly felled by its own punch? Is that all? Chapter 13. Su Nim's Doubt. Is that truly it? Gu Chongqing's lips twitched. He had braced himself for a fierce battle with the mutated rat demon. Yet he was taken aback to find the creature so easily defeated. A mere punch had rendered it completely incapacitated. However, Gu Chongqing understood that this was not due to the demon's weakness, but rather because the ancestral dragon's infinite fist was overwhelmingly powerful. After all, it was a legendary primordial celestial technique. Even though his cultivation was only at the second layer of the qi condensation stage, the might he could unleash was still formidable. Suddenly, Gu Chongqing felt a tremor coursing through his body. A wave of intense weakness surged within him, and he tasted blood at the back of his throat, causing him to spit out a mouthful of crimson. Clutching his arm, Gu Chongqing slowly sank to his knees. A searing pain akin to fire radiated from his right arm. How agonizing! Gu Chongqing grimaced, feeling as though his entire arm was on the brink of collapse. What astonished him further was the sudden appearance of a line of text before him. Lifespan, 150. Goodness. Upon seeing those words, Gu Chongqing was instantly taken aback. Was the ancestral dragon's infinite fist truly so terrifying? With just one use, not only was his arm rendered useless, but his lifespan was also diminished by a staggering 150 years? It seemed prudent to use such a celestial technique sparingly in the future. Gu Chongqing let out a bitter laugh. He realized that while the ancestral dragon's infinite fist was remarkable, it was not something he could wield at the second layer of qi condensation with impunity. The simplest of its moves had completely drained his inner spiritual energy. Had he not possessed a lifespan of several thousand years, that single punch might have sent him to his demise on the spot. Moreover, aside from the pain in his arm, every muscle in Gu Chongqing's body now throbbed with fiery agony. Nevertheless, this was not the time for dwelling on such matters. Gritting his teeth against the sharp pain coursing through him, he took measured steps toward Lin Pingyan. Brother Lin, he softly called out several times. But there was no response. A wave of anxiety washed over Gu Chongqing. Could he be dead? He swallowed hard and cautiously reached out to check Lin Pingyan's breath. Thankfully, there was still a pulse. It seemed he had merely lost consciousness. Seeing Lin Pingyan still alive, Gu Chongqing exhaled in relief. Though the injuries were severe, it appeared that his life was not in immediate danger. Just as Gu Chongqing felt a sense of relief, a sudden rush of sharp winds accompanied by frantic shouts echoed from a distance. Brother Wan, over there. We must hurry. Otherwise, my junior disciple will be finished. Gu Chongqing focused intently. In the distance, Zhang Fan was seen leading several figures, racing towards this direction with remarkable speed. Those at the forefront exuded an overwhelming aura. Unmistakably disciples from the outer sect. Gu Chongqing felt a chill run through him. He hurried to the corpse of the rat demon, smearing the blood upon his face, then lying down beside the beast. Yet, that was insufficient. He raised his hand, pried open the rat demon's paw, and clasped it around his own neck. After completing this grim act, Gu Changxing rolled his eyes back, tilted his head, and stuck out his tongue, feigning unconsciousness. Just as he lost consciousness, swish, swish, swish. 3 figures flashed into existence next to Gu Changxing and the rat demon. Among them were Xian Mo and Zhang Fan. While the other 2 wore the sharp attire of outer sect disciples, their presence exuding a formidable aura imbued with a hint of ethereal energy. "Where is the rat demon?" they inquired, their gazes fixed upon Zhang Fan. "Right there." Zhang Fan promptly led the 2 forward. But upon seeing the rat demon slumped in the pit like a heap of mud, his expression shifted dramatically. How could this be possible? Zhang Fan's face paled. Not only him, but the 2 outer sect disciples beside him were equally astonished. The rat demon was comparable to a foundational realm creature. Even the outer sect's Han Yun was no match for it. Who could have inflicted such a fate upon it? With this thought, the 2 outer sect disciples immediately began inspecting the rat demon's corpse. Meanwhile, Xian Mo and Zhang Fan hurried to Lin Pingan's side. Such severe injuries. "Master, is Lin Shitty going to be all right?" Zhang Fan asked, his brow furrowed, gazing at Lin Pingan, who was covered in wounds. "Do not worry, he is fine. He has merely fractured a few bones," Xian Mo replied calmly. "That is a relief," Zhang Fan sighed in relief. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed another figure lying next to the rat demon. "Changxing?" Zhang Fan was taken aback. This person was none other than Gu Changxing. "Changxing! Changxing!" Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan was instantly alarmed, rushing to Gu Changxing's side and shaking him vigorously. "Changxing, are you all right?" Xian Mo frowned. "Didn't he run away with you? How could he be here?" Zhang Fan, filled with guilt, replied, "It is my fault." Changxing said he twisted his ankle and, fearing he would hinder me, urged me to go on alone. I thought he merely needed to rest for a while. I had no idea he came alone to confront the demon out of concern for Pingan. I am truly damned. Not only did I fail to protect Pingan, but I also failed to safeguard Changxing. Tears welled up in Zhang Fan's eyes, and as he spoke, his remorse deepened. Xian Mo shook his head, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder. "Enough. One cannot bring back the dead. Do not torment yourself too much. Since fate has brought us together, let us hasten to lay his body to rest, lest he be tainted by the malevolent energy." Xian Mo stepped forward and lifted Gu Changxing's lifeless form, preparing to deal with it to prevent any further transformation. However, just as his fingers grazed Gu Changxing's body, an extraordinary sensation suddenly coursed through him. How peculiar. Why is Gu Changxing's body so supple? In the next instant, Xian Mo felt a faint yet distinctly palpable pulse beneath his fingertips. His mind went blank. This lad is not dead. What? At this revelation, Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, he observed Xian Mo's fingers darting forth like lightning, resting upon Gu Changxing's wrist. Buzz. In the next moment, a profound surge of spiritual energy emanated from his fingertips, seeping into Gu Changxing's being. After a brief pause, Xian Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. "Master, is Changxing truly unharmed?" Zhang Fan inquired with curiosity. "Rest assured, this fellow is alive and well." Xian Mo replied with a faint smile. His expression was a blend of astonishment and bewilderment. The joy stemmed from the fact that Gu Changxing had indeed survived, while the confusion arose from the realization that, in contrast to Lin Pingan, this young man had sustained minimal injuries. Other than being completely drained of spiritual energy and overly fatigued, he bore no significant wounds. How strange that this individual has escaped serious harm. Chapter 14. The mysterious expert gazing upon Gu Changxing, who appeared almost unscathed, Xian Mo found himself utterly perplexed. How could it be that in the face of such a ferocious mutant rat demon, Gu Changxing not only survived but emerged virtually unscathed? What manner of occurrence is this? At that moment, 2 outer disciples nearby suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Xian Mo turned curiously. "What is it? Fellow brothers, what has transpired?" The 2 outer disciples wore grave expressions, fixated on the corpse of the rat demon as if they had uncovered something extraordinary. One disciple, brow furrowed, remarked, "Junior brother Xian, there is something amiss with this rat demon's corpse. Look, aside from this horrific fist wound, it bears only some minor lacerations. These superficial wounds were likely inflicted by our 2 apprentices and are inconsequential. However, this fist wound is truly terrifying. I surmise that the one who struck must possess at least foundational cultivation." "What? Foundational cultivation?" At this declaration, the countenance of everyone present shifted. Since when did our cemetery harbor a cultivator of such caliber? Just as the crowd pondered this mystery, Gu Changxing suddenly stirred awake. "Ouch, my head hurts." "Huh? Master? Senior brother? What are you doing here? Gu Changxing shook his head and, upon seeing Xian Mo and Zhang Fan beside him, wore an expression of utter astonishment. Xian Mo promptly inquired, Changsheng, what has transpired? How did the rat demon meet its demise? Gu Changxing's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if he had yet to recover from the shock. After persistent urging from Xuanma, he began to ponder earnestly. Moments later, with a visage marred by pain, he recounted, at that time, I witnessed senior brother Lin being pursued by the rat demon on the verge of demise. Anxious to save him, I found myself powerless against the formidable creature, unable to endure even a single blow, and was swiftly rendered unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, I believe I saw. Gu Changxing clutched his head, anguish etched across his face. Xuanma and the others held their breath, afraid to disturb Gu Changxing's recollection. Finally, after several minutes of tormenting memories, Gu Changxing gradually recalled, a person. Yes, I saw someone standing before the rat demon. Xuanma inquired urgently, who was it? Gu Changxing shook his head. I do not know. I lost consciousness, and what transpired thereafter remains unclear. Very well, the others sighed in resignation upon hearing this. Suddenly, Zhang Fan remarked, could it be the mysterious individual we encountered that day? Mysterious individual? What mysterious individual? Xuanma pressed. Zhang Fan promptly recounted the incident from a year ago when the spiritual energy of the cemetery had abruptly dissipated by half. Although the two outer disciples were unaware of the cause of this energy loss, he and Xuanma speculated that it was highly likely due to the presence of a mysterious figure in the cemetery. Indeed, the two outer disciples nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhang Fan's words. It appears that your cemetery may indeed harbor a hidden master. If this adept could cause the spiritual energy to diminish by half, it is plausible they could also vanquish the rat demon. Is that so? Gu Changxing nodded appreciatively. Then I must express my gratitude to this elder. The outer disciples chuckled. No need for that. Since this master prefers to remain incognito, it would be best not to disturb them. After all, the rat demon has been dealt with, and the cemetery is unlikely to face any immediate issues. Understood. Gu Changxing replied respectfully. After a few more idle exchanges, the two outer disciples departed with the corpse of the rat demon. As a creature of evil, the intense malevolent energy surrounding it was beyond the capacity of Gu Changxing's low-level cemetery to handle. Thus, they needed to transport the body to a higher-level cemetery for proper disposal. As soon as the two departed, Gu Changxing grasped Xuanma's hand, his face a picture of urgency. Master, senior brother Lin is gravely injured. He seems on the brink of collapse. Please, you must save him. Xuanma patted Gu Changxing's hand, reassuring him, do not worry. He will be fine. He merely requires some time to recuperate. Zhang Fan, please escort them to rest, and also, give Lin Pingyan a healing pill. Yes, Zhang Fan nodded, bowing respectfully to Xuanma before leading Gu Changxing and Lin Pingyan toward the residence of the cemetery. Meanwhile, as they made their way back, Gu Changxing's heart raced fervently. Damn, that was close. I almost revealed myself. If it weren't for his cleverness just now, the secret might have been uncovered by those individuals. Although he is not afraid of exposing his cultivation, he fears that his extraordinary talent may attract the attention of both the outer and inner sections. He certainly does not wish to become a coveted target. He still hopes to linger in this cemetery for 1,000 or even 10,000 years. At that moment, Gu Changxing suddenly recalled something and pondered. Those two outer sect brothers seemed to mention a higher-level cemetery. Could it be that within the Taisu sect, there are numerous cemeteries of varying ranks? Gu Changxing's heart surged with excitement. After all, a lower-level cemetery has already granted him such an extended lifespan. If the Taisu sect indeed possesses higher-level cemeteries, the lifespan he could seize would be astronomical. It seems he must find an opportunity to inquire further. He had no immediate plans to investigate, as Lin Pingyan was gravely injured, and Zhang Fan likely could not spare the time to explain things to him. Moreover, compared to the higher-level cemetery, he had a more pressing matter at hand, to enhance his cultivation. This incident made Gu Changxing acutely aware that even within the cemetery, safety was not guaranteed. After all, no one could assure that the next encounter wouldn't involve a corpse transforming into a malevolent spirit. To protect himself, he must hasten the advancement of his cultivation. Soon, under Zhang Fan's arrangement, Lin Pingyan took a healing elixir, and after his condition stabilized, he fell into a deep slumber. As for Gu Changxing, he sustained no significant injuries, so Zhang Fan merely performed a brief bandaging. Before leaving, Gu Changxing inquired about the conditions of Xiao Yun and Han Yun. Xiao Yun was relatively unscathed, though demonic energy had seeped into her thigh, which had been effectively treated. Han Yun faced more serious complications, with numerous broken bones throughout her body. Although her injuries were severe, prompt medical attention ensured her life was not in danger. Hearing this, Gu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. Although he had only known Han Yun for a day, she had sustained injuries while protecting him. If anything had happened to her, he would have felt a profound sense of guilt. At that moment, Zhang Fan suddenly expressed his guilt, saying, "I apologize for what happened today. As the senior brother, I failed to prevent the rat demon's appearance. Senior brother, do not take it to heart." Gu Changxing reassured him with a smile. That demon was incredibly powerful. Even senior sister Han could not contend with it. Even if you had intervened, you may not have been able to subdue it. Moreover, had you not escorted senior sister Han to the outer sect today, she might have perished. You are a hero of the day. A hero? Zhang Fan chuckled bitterly. Although he understood that Gu Changxing was merely trying to console him, he managed to muster a faint smile. Changsheng, thank you. Chapter 15. Breakthrough, 6th layer of Qi condensation. The notification indicating Zhang Fan's favorability had increased by 1 star. Now totaling 4 stars, a notable affinity stirred a subtle emotion within Gu Changxing. It appeared that his recent words of comfort to his senior brother had indeed made an impact. Senior brother, I shall take my leave and rest now, Gu Changxing stated. Very well, Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. After exchanging a brief farewell, they each returned to their respective quarters to recuperate. Upon returning to his abode, Gu Changxing eagerly summoned his personal panel. Check my remaining lifespan. Ding, current lifespan, 5,031 years. At last, he had returned to the esteemed threshold of 5,000 years. Observing the figures displayed before him, Gu Changxing felt a surge of joy. He intended to invest all of this lifespan into advancing his cultivation. After all, the events of the previous night had imparted a profound truth upon him. In the realm of cultivation, there exists no sanctuary. Even in a desolate place like a cemetery, peril lurks. To thrive and survive, he must hasten his ascension. Though his lifespan was considerable, he possessed but 1 life. Should his strength prove inadequate and he fall victim to demons or monsters, even a lifespan of 10,000 years would amount to naught. Resolved, Gu Changxing declared. Invest 4,500 years of my lifespan into cultivation. With 5,000 years at his disposal, he committed 4,500, leaving him with 500 years. That should suffice. As soon as his words fell, the text before him began to shift rapidly. You have invested 4,500 years of lifespan into cultivation. You continue to practice the eternal life technique, but due to your low aptitude, after 100 years, your cultivation has not progressed. 200 years have passed. While your cultivation remains at the 2nd layer of Qi condensation, your vitality and spirit have been significantly enhanced, and your physical strength fortified. 300 years have elapsed. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. Throughout the night, Gu Changxing scarcely closed his eyes, his gaze fixated on the evolving text. Acutely attuned to the transformations in his cultivation and body in tandem with the shifting words. Finally, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the room, Gu Changxing exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of murky vapor from his mouth, which gradually dissipated into the air. This was the impurities expelled from within him. After a night of cultivation, his physical form had been further refined, as though his internal organs had undergone a process of tempering. It has come to an end. A smile graced Gu Changxing's lips as he raised his right hand and clenched it with determination. Boom! A terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from his right fist, distorting the very fabric of space around him. 6th layer of Qi condensation. Indeed, it was so. After a night of diligent practice, Gu Changxing's cultivation level surged from the 2nd layer of the Qi condensation stage to the 6th layer. The path of cultivation is categorized into several stages. Qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, tribulation, great luo, true immortal, and emperor. Each stage is further divided into 9 layers. Although Gu Changxing currently resides at the 6th layer of the Qi condensation stage, the enhancement from the eternal life technique and the ancestral dragon's infinite fist has rendered his true strength comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. At the very least, unless he encounters a master above the 6th layer of the foundation establishment stage, he can stand invincible. As autumn approaches, the weather has become less oppressive. Gu Changxing is busy moving corpses in the cemetery, while Xiao Yun and Lin Pingyan stand a short distance away, quietly observing his efforts. Xiao Yun's leg is wrapped in bandages, causing him to hobble like a clumsy penguin, which is rather amusing. However, thanks to the strike from the demon, Xiao Yun has been noticeably quieter in recent days, having refrained from visiting the brothel at the foot of the mountain for over 10 days. In contrast, Lin Ping'an appears in a far more dire state. His chest, arms, and left leg are all swathed in bandages, giving him the appearance of a mummy. A ghastly scar stretches across his face, extending from the corner of his eye down to his chin, resembling monstrous centipedes that evoke horror. It is difficult to fathom the harrowing battle Lin Ping'an endured before Gu Chongqing's arrival. Observing Gu Chongqing's beaming smile, Xiao Yun clicks his tongue in wonder. Is this lad dazed from the rat demon's fright? How can he be grinning while moving a corpse? Lin Ping'an, his expression devoid of emotion and his scar adding an air of menace, replies calmly, "How do you know he is genuinely happy? Perhaps he is masking inner trepidation with that smile." The recent battle lingers in Lin Ping'an's mind, and he recalls his confrontation with the mutated rat demon. Feeling a shiver of dread, his survival was merely a stroke of luck. Han Yun's injuries are even more severe. It is said that her meridians have been shattered by the rat demon, leaving her with little hope of ever establishing her foundation. Were it not for the sudden appearance of the mysterious expert Gu Chongqing spoke of, Lin Ping'an's fate might have been no better than Han Yun's. Chongqing. Lin Ping'an calls out to Gu Chongqing, who is not far away. "What is it, senior brother Lin?" Gu Chongqing replies. Having just finished moving a corpse and turning back with curiosity, Lin Ping'an inquires, "You mentioned seeing a mysterious figure the other day. Do you recall what that person looked like?" Gu Chongqing shakes his head. "I cannot remember." Lin Ping'an lets out a sigh. "Do you at least remember what clothing that mysterious figure was wearing?" "I cannot recall." Gu Chongqing shakes his head once more. Xiao Yun, unable to contain himself, interjects, "I say, Chongqing, how can you remember nothing? Such an important matter, and you always seem to falter." Gu Chongqing feigned terror, exclaiming, "I was struck by a demon, and I fainted on the spot." Lin Ping'an offered reassurance. "It's all right. I was merely inquiring. Do not feel pressured. I am simply curious as to why such a mysterious master would choose to remain in our cemetery. What purpose could he possibly have?" "Purpose?" Gu Chongqing blinked. What purpose could he have? Does surviving until the end of time count? Xiao Yun's expression shifted abruptly, his tone becoming grave as he declared, "I understand now. Do you think this enigmatic master might have discovered my extraordinary talent for cultivation? Perhaps he deliberately stayed in the cemetery, hoping to find an opportunity to take me as his personal disciple." Lin Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. Gu Chongqing shook his head decisively. "No, that is impossible." "How can that be impossible?" Xiao Yun exclaimed, growing anxious. "Isn't that how all those folk tales are written? Moreover, I have nearly comprehended the qi condensation technique. It won't be long before I enter the realm of cultivation. That mysterious master must have seen my exceptional aptitude and is therefore testing me." As Xiao Yun spoke with increasing fervor and confidence, he concluded, "Indeed, it all makes sense now." Gu Chongqing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "No, absolutely not. Hey, Chongqing, I've noticed you've become quite the mouthy one lately. Do you no longer wish to acknowledge me as your elder brother?" "When did I ever acknowledge you as my elder brother?" "I don't care. I am your elder brother." The two began to playfully chase each other, filling the cemetery with laughter. Lin Ping'an stood a short distance away, quietly observing their antics, a smile gracing his lips as he reveled in this rare moment of tranquility. However, this peace was short-lived as a figure approached from the distance. Gu Chongqing, a young maiden, perhaps 17 or 18 years of age, appeared before the trio. Gu Chongqing. Upon seeing the girl, Gu Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly clasped his fists in greeting. "Senior Sister Han." Lin Ping'an and Xiao Yun followed suit, also bowing. "Senior Sister Han." The newcomer was none other than Han Yun, the outer sect disciple who had been injured by demons some time ago. Compared to her previously harrowing condition, Han Yun appeared much improved today. Although her complexion remained pale, she exuded a renewed vigor, her delicate face bearing a hint of frailty, evoking the image of a fragile beauty. "Senior Sister Han, how is your recovery progressing?" Upon her arrival, Xiao Yun perked up, grinning as he introduced himself. "I am Xiao Yun, the scion of the Xiao family. My father is the head of the esteemed cultivation family." However, in response to Xiao Yun's overtures, Han Yun merely nodded, her gaze shifting to Gu Chongqing. "Gu Chongqing, I have heard that you carried me to the outer sect that day." Gu Chongqing nodded slightly. A pale smile appeared on Han Yun's delicate face as she said, "Thank you." Upon seeing the message that followed, Gu Chongqing scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, "It's nothing, Senior Sister Han. You chose to resist the rat demon to help us, so I should do something in return." A sense of guilt washed over Gu Chongqing. Although he had carried Han Yun that day, he had to flee midway to save Lin Ping'an. In truth, It was Zhang Fan who had actually carried Han Yun to the outer sect. Just as Gu Changxing was about to explain, Han Yun spoke up. You don't need to feel embarrassed. If it weren't for you, I might have perished that day. I came here to express my gratitude. Otherwise, I fear I may never have the chance to thank you again. Han Yun suddenly sighed, her voice gradually growing somber, and a hint of despondency crossed her charming face. Witnessing this, Gu Changxing and his companions were perplexed. Gu Changxing cautiously inquired, Senior Sister Han, what is troubling you? Has something happened? Han Yun's gaze lingered for a moment before she shook her head and replied with a bitter smile, It's nothing. Just a couple of days ago, the physician from the outer sect informed me that all the meridians in my body are severed. I fear I will never be able to enter the Foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. What? At her words, Gu Changxing and Xiaoyun were instantly taken aback. As they gazed at Han Yun's expression, it shifted from shock to complexity, ultimately transforming into profound sympathy. Meridians were the most vital aspect for a cultivator, connecting every organ in the dantian. Without them, it meant an inability to absorb spiritual energy. Not only would one be incapable of cultivating, but their entire cultivation would also stagnate. In essence, severing the meridians meant becoming utterly incapacitated. How could this happen? Senior Sister Han, could there be a mistake? Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Senior Sister Han, you are the pride of the outer sect. How could you be unable to cultivate? Don't be too pessimistic. There must be other ways. Gu Changxing chimed in supportively. Lin Pingyan remained silent, yet his eyes reflected a glimmer of regret. Han Yun let out a bitter laugh and said, It's futile. Once the meridians are severed, there is no chance of cultivating. Even the best physicians and alchemists in the outer sect cannot restore them. I have already come to terms with it. Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing and Xiaoyun lowered their heads, uncertain how to offer comfort. Han Yun forced a smile and said, You need not worry. This is merely my fate. Being able to enter the Taishu sect and experience the life of a cultivator is not a life wasted. Regardless, having witnessed a broader world, I am already fortunate compared to those mortals who have never stepped onto the path of immortality. Even if I cannot become an immortal cultivator, I can still join a certain clan as a cultivation advisor. With my extensive knowledge of the cultivation arts, I am certain I can lead a life of affluence. Han Yun smiled gracefully, appearing unperturbed. However, Gu Changxing discerned a hint of discontent hidden within her smile. After all, who among those who enter the realm of cultivation does not aspire to pursue the path of immortality and become a powerful being who commands all? If there were any other choice, who would willingly relinquish the pursuit of the great way to descend the mountain and become merely a cultivation advisor? At that moment, Han Yun seemed to recall something. She suddenly unfastened the long sword at her waist and handed it to Gu Changxing, saying, This sword serves as my token of gratitude for saving my life. Please accept it. Gu Changxing was taken aback, exclaiming, Senior Sister, this is too precious. This was a legendary immortal sword, a magical artifact used by cultivators. Even a single one would be enough to sustain him in the cemetery for decades. Han Yun smiled gently, Please take it. I will not be at the Taishu sect for long, and this sword holds little value for me now. It may protect your life when you encounter demons in the future. With that, she forcibly pressed the sword into Gu Changxing's hands. Thank you, Senior Sister. Gu Changxing murmured softly. Han Yun smiled but said nothing, merely reaching out to stroke Gu Changxing's head before turning to leave. Watching Han Yun's desolate figure, Gu Changxing felt a surge of emotions, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the sword. Lin Pingyan patted Gu Changxing on the shoulder and softly urged, Accept it. Senior Sister Han has entrusted her dreams to you. Do not let her expectations go unfulfilled. Gu Changxing turned to Lin, asking, Brother Lin, is it truly impossible for Senior Sister Han to cultivate again? The reason Han Yun's meridians were severed was entirely to protect them. Now, seeing her in this state, Gu Changxing felt a heavy weight in his heart, believing he was the cause of her suffering. Upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, Lin Pingyan paused briefly before shaking his head. It is impossible. Severed meridians are a perplexing ailment in the cultivation world, and repairing them is exceedingly difficult, unless one finds the legendary Taishu soul herb, which can nourish the meridians with its essence for a month. Restoration is nearly impossible. Taishu soul herb? Xiaoyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't that the fabled heavenly grade spiritual herb? I heard from the elders of the Xiao family that such herbs are incredibly rare and virtually priceless. Ordinary people can hardly even come into contact with them, save for the leaders and elders of the top sects. Indeed, Lin Pingyan nodded. Thus, it is practically impossible for Senior Sister Han to restore her meridians. Xiaoyun, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, What a pity. Senior Sister Han is such a good person. If not for her, the three of us would have long been fodder for the mouse demons. Why must fate treat a kind-hearted woman so cruelly? Xiaoyun's face was etched with indignation, and her tone was filled with regret. In the realm of ethereal herbs, Gu Chongqing murmured the name of the elusive Taisu soul herb. In the next moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, he exclaimed, "Apologies, Brother Lin, Brother Xiao. I must return for a matter of urgency." Without heeding the astonished gazes of Lin Ping'an and Xiao Yun, Gu Chongqing dashed back to his chamber. Upon arrival, he secured the door and summoned his personal interface. What must I acquire to cultivate the Taisu soul herb? Chapter 17. Xian Mo goes out with fervent eyes fixed upon the interface. Gu Chongqing posed his inquiry. Suddenly, as if responding to his question, the interface quivered violently before transforming into a stream of text. Taisu soul herb, a legendary celestial-grade spiritual herb, upon consumption, can nourish the soul, refine the internal faculties, and enhance the spiritual prowess of a cultivator, even mending broken meridians and the dantian. To cultivate the Taisu soul herb, one may follow several paths: crescent flower, cultivation lifespan, 7,000 years, rootless vine, cultivation lifespan, 8,000 years, dragon heart grass, cultivation lifespan, 6,000 years. The text fluctuated continuously, presenting Gu Chongqing with a multitude of cultivation routes. Crescent flower, rootless vine, and dragon heart grass. These herbs were among the most commonplace in the realm of cultivation. Thus, with sufficient lifespan, even lower-tier herbs could evolve into celestial-grade spiritual herbs. I do not recall having encountered crescent flower or rootless vine, but dragon heart grass seems to flourish on the hillside of the cemetery, Gu Chongqing mused. With this thought, he decisively rose from his seat and made his way toward the hillside. As anticipated, upon reaching the hillside, he was greeted by a vast expanse of verdant flora. The leaves were a vibrant green, yet the cores bore a striking red hue, with patterns resembling a benevolent dragon, hence the name dragon heart grass. Gu Chongqing casually plucked several specimens and tucked them into his pocket. Dragon heart grass is so ubiquitous in the cultivation world that it could be considered akin to weeds, discarded by the wayside, rarely sought after by anyone. Therefore, it was of no concern for Gu Chongqing to gather a handful. Even if he were to uproot an entire patch, no one would raise an eyebrow. With these two specimens in hand, they should suffice for the cultivation of the Taisu soul herb. Gu Chongqing brushed off the dust from his attire and turned to leave. Although he had acquired the dragon heart grass, he still required an additional 6,000 years of lifespan to cultivate the Taisu soul herb. Presently, he possessed merely over 500 years. The journey to obtaining the Taisu soul herb was still fraught with challenges. Upon returning to the cemetery, Zhang Fan hurried toward him, urgency etched upon his face. "Chongqing, where have you been? I've searched for you everywhere." Gu Chongqing replied, "I just took a stroll around the hillside." "What is it, senior brother?" Zhang Fan remarked. "The master of the garden is preparing to embark on a journey. Before departing, he has several matters to entrust to you. Come with me swiftly." Embarking on a journey? Gu Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief. After all, Xian Mo, the master of the garden, frequently ventured out. Having spent more than half of his tenure away from the cemetery, Zhang Fan essentially managed all the daily affairs. Damn, being a master of the garden is quite splendid. Not only is there no obligation to work, but one can also indulge in excursions daily. Gu Chongqing silently envied him, filled with a mixture of admiration and resentment. Before long, he followed Zhang Fan to the master's attic, where, besides Xian Mo, Xiao Yun and Lin Ping'an were already present. "Master," Gu Chongqing said, cupping his fist in respect. Xian Mo nodded, his expression as perpetually indifferent as ever. Ding, Xian Mo's favorability has decreased by 1 star. Current favorability, 2 stars, slightly disliked. Hiss. Upon seeing this line of text, Gu Chongqing's eyelids twitched. Had his favorability truly diminished? Was it really necessary for it to drop a star simply because he was a few minutes late? The master of the garden was rather petty. However, more pressing than the decline in favorability was a revelation that caught Gu Chongqing's attention. Xian Mo's lifespan was down to merely 8 years. Compared to their first encounter, Xian Mo appeared even more haggard now. The wrinkles on his face had deepened significantly, resembling a crumpled cloth, and an aura of faint mortality enveloped him. It seemed the master was indeed approaching his final days, Gu Chongqing mused. At that moment, Xian Mo spoke. "During my absence, which may last from several months to a year and a half, all matters of the cemetery will be handled by Zhang Fan. You are to follow his directives." "Understood." The others responded, cupping their fists in acknowledgement. "Before I leave, I have prepared a gift for each of you," Xianmo stated, waving his sleeve. 3 gray fabric bags appeared instantaneously on the table. These 3 storage bags are specialized treasures for cultivators. You may wear them, and by infusing your spiritual energy within, they will recognize you as their master. "Thank you, master." The trio expressed their gratitude, cupping their fist once more. Gu Changxing picked up a storage bag, feeling its weight in his hand. Was this the legendary storage bag? During his years at Taisu sect, he had witnessed cultivators utilizing such bags, effortlessly storing even mountains of items within. Truly convenient. Gu Changxing observed with envy, for he finally possessed his own exclusive storage bag. After distributing the storage bags, Xianmo turned to Lin Ping'an. "Ping'an, how has your cultivation been progressing? You should be nearing the 4th layer of the qi condensation stage, correct?" "Indeed. I have just stepped onto the 4th level," Lin Ping'an said, clasping his fists. "Very well," Xianmo replied, his face illuminating with satisfaction. "You are indeed a promising disciple of cultivation. At this pace, in just a few years, you shall enter the foundation establishment stage and join the outer sect." With a flick of his finger, Xianmo cast 2 pills into Lin Ping'an's hands. These 2 qi condensation pills are gifts from the master of the garden. During my absence, you may utilize them for your cultivation, and within a year, you should reach the 5th level of the qi condensation stage. "Thank you, master." Lin Ping'an expressed his gratitude once more. This scene evoked a wave of envy from Gu Changxing and Xiao Yun. This marked the 2nd time Xianmo had bestowed pills upon Lin Ping'an, and this time, he had gifted him 2 at once. Among the disciples of the cemetery, the disparity in treatment was stark. However, reflecting on his own 6th level of qi condensation, Gu Changxing felt less envious. What of the spiritual route? What of receiving pills? Little did you know, I possess an advantage. He vowed to astonish them all one day. The following day, Xianmo departed from the cemetery. No one knew his destination, nor did anyone inquire. Thus, the cemetery returned to its previous tranquility. In the ensuing days, Gu Changxing's life was uncomplicated, consisting of meals, sleep, cultivation, and corpse handling. Notably, since the recent incident of demonic transformation, the outer sect had taken a greater interest in Gu Changxing's cemetery, even dispatching 2 outer disciples to offer their condolences. They inquired about their well-being, any psychological scars, and if they required assistance. Ultimately, each received 10 spirit stones as a token of comfort. And so, the seasons changed, and a year swiftly passed. Gu Changxing turned 16. He had grown to a height of 1.85 meters, his muscles having developed robustly, rendering him as formidable as a small mountain. Even Xiaoyun appeared diminutive and delicate beside him. "Changxing, here are some spirit herbs left by the master. Please water them," Zhang Fan said while tidying the master's quarters, gesturing toward the nearby herbs. "Certainly, senior brother," Gu Changxing replied, obediently making his way over. The 2 engaged in light conversation as they worked. "By the way, senior brother," Gu Changxing suddenly interjected, "during the incident of the corpse's demonic transformation, I overheard an outer disciple mention something about a higher-level cemetery. Is there another cemetery within our sect?" Chapter 18, Cemetery Levels. Zhang Fan descends the mountain. "Oh, you noticed that as well?" Upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, Zhang Fan smiled and replied, "Indeed. Within the entirety of the Taishu sect, there are a total of 1,800 cemeteries." 1,800? Gu Changxing's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. It is worth noting that the cemetery he currently occupied spanned over 1,000 square kilometers, approximately the size of a small mortal city. To think that there were 1,800 such cemeteries within the Taishu sect? The area must surpass that of an entire nation. Seemingly perceiving Gu Changxing's thoughts, Zhang Fan remarked, "Since your entry into the sect, you have remained within the cemetery, so it is only natural that you are unaware of the vastness of our sect. The Taishu sect is the foremost righteous sect in the southern region, covering millions of square kilometers, its territory spanning across hundreds of nations. Nearly all of the over 800 nations, great and small, in this southern region are under the protection of the Taishu sect. Do not merely consider the cemeteries. There are thousands of alchemy halls, weapon crafting halls, and array chambers for disciple cultivation within the sect. I have even heard that there are dedicated cities for disciple habitation in the outer sect. The number of these cities exceeds 1,000, each significantly larger than any mortal city. Such grandeur." Gu Changxing gasped, unable to suppress his astonishment. In his mind, he could almost envision an immense, boundless sect sprawling before him. While he had anticipated the Taishu sect's size, he had never imagined it to be so vast. It would take a mortal, let alone a cultivator, over a decade to traverse the entirety of the Taishu sect, wouldn't it? Gu Chongxing inquired. Senior brother, have you visited other cemeteries? No. Zhang Fan shook his head. The Taishu sect is too expansive, and the distances between cemeteries are considerable. Unless one possesses a token from a garden master or elder to utilize the teleportation array. It would take me half a month to make a round trip with my cultivation level. Gu Chongxing nodded. Understanding why Xu Ma had required Zhang Fan to obtain the garden master token for his visit to the outer sect. Senior brother, please share more about the cemeteries. Gu Chongxing said with a grin, pulling Zhang Fan to sit in a chair and pouring him a cup of hot tea. Certainly, Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Accepting the tea and patiently explaining, while our sect boasts a multitude of cemeteries, they are strictly categorized by rank. There are 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and superlative. It is said that there are even higher ranks, but I have not encountered them. Each rank of cemetery can accommodate a different number of corpses. For instance, this cemetery is classified as a low-level 1, capable of handling a maximum of 3,000 corpses during a demon tide. In contrast, a medium cemetery can manage 5,000 corpses, and the high-level cemeteries are said to handle tens of thousands during a single demon tide. So many? Gu Chongxing gasped again, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The capacity of a lowly graveyard to accommodate corpses has proven immensely beneficial to him, should it be elevated to a higher grade. He could potentially extend his lifespan by several 100,000 years with each influx of demonic tides. How delightful! A veritable path of prosperity. Ahem, master brother. Having lingered in this cemetery for such a duration, have you never contemplated transitioning to a medium-grade cemetery? With your prowess, you ought to venture into a more expansive realm. Gu Chongxing chuckled softly, seemingly nonchalant in his inquiry, while pouring Zhang Fan a cup of hot tea. Is it truly that simple? Zhang Fan accepted the tea and drank it down in one gulp. To ascend to a medium-grade cemetery, one must possess at least 200 years of experience in a low-grade cemetery. 200 years? Such an extensive duration? Gu Chongxing was astonished. Zhang Fan nodded in affirmation. After all, the greater the number of corpses handled, the heavier the corresponding responsibilities. The sect is concerned that mishandling could lead to those corpses undergoing demonic transformations, thereby jeopardizing the safety of the disciples. Gu Chongxing acknowledged this, indeed. The recent rat demon mutation had left him quite startled, had he not mastered the ancestral dragon's infinite fist and the eternal life technique. He might have become mere sustenance for the rat demon. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Fan remarked, however, considering the time. Our cemetery has been operational for nearly 300 years, thus qualifying for an upgrade. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongxing's spirits soared. Then why not upgrade? Zhang Fan shook his head, a wry smile on his face. Upgrade for what? We would have to manage several times more corpses daily, and the remuneration would hardly compensate for the increased burden. Who would willingly undertake such thankless toil? I would. Gu Chongxing yearned to proclaim, I am willing to upgrade. Yet, after a brief hesitation, he restrained himself. It seems that to engage with more corpses, he must find a way to persuade the cemetery owner to elevate it to a medium-grade establishment. He pondered silently. Alas, while the two were engaged in casual conversation, Zhang Fan suddenly sighed deeply, his tone laced with melancholy. Chongxing, I must share something with you. I may soon descend the mountain. Descend the mountain? Where to? Gu Chongxing was bewildered. Zhang Fan exhaled softly, uttering 2 words. Home. Home? Gu Chongxing was momentarily taken aback, then his realization dawned upon him. He gazed at Zhang Fan in astonishment. Master brother, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to leave Taishu sect? Indeed. Zhang Fan nodded. A bittersweet smile gracing his features. My talent is regrettably limited, and I have only reached the 3rd level of qi condensation thus far. Even with further cultivation, my achievements will likely remain modest. The cemetery owner has indicated that, given my aptitude, entering the foundation establishment stage is virtually hopeless. Rather than spend a lifetime as a menial disciple in this graveyard, it would be wiser to descend the mountain sooner and seek a mortal woman to marry and raise a family. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Fan sighed. His fair visage clouded with despondency. At this revelation, Gu Chongxing's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. To speak candidly, he had never anticipated that Zhang Fan would wish to leave the mountain. Among the individuals in the cemetery, Zhang Fan and Lin Pingyan had been the most benevolent towards him. In his heart, Zhang Fan resembled an elder brother. Though his skills were not particularly exceptional, he would exert every effort to protect each junior disciple in times of trouble. Now, this admirable senior brother was about to depart from the cemetery, leaving Gu Changxing feeling a profound sense of melancholy. Senior brother, do you truly intend to leave the cemetery? Gu Changxing said reluctantly. You are still young, with a future full of promise. Moreover, the master possesses qi-condensing pills. With diligent effort, you might very well step into the foundation establishment realm. Not at all. Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head. I have made up my mind. It is best not to trouble the master. Gu Changxing fell silent. Sensing the reluctance in Gu Changxing's heart, Zhang Fan smiled gently. All right, Changxing, do not be so sorrowful. The path of cultivation is inherently one of partings and reunions. In the future, you will inevitably encounter such moments. Furthermore, the recent incident with the demons frightened me greatly. Do not laugh at me. But I now find myself plagued by nightmares each night, dreaming of that rat demon lunging towards me. If I remain in the cemetery, I fear my spirit may not withstand it. Descending the mountain may indeed be the best choice for me. Zhang Fan sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. Since the demon incident, he had been living in a state of guilt, guilty for abandoning his junior brother in flight, and even guiltier for failing to protect him. In his heart, he felt too timid and too weak, not suited for the path of cultivation. If he did not descend the mountain, he feared that any subsequent occurrence of a corpse transformation could shatter his mental defenses. Gu Changxing understood Zhang Fan's sentiments and refrained from further persuasion. Suppressing his own reluctance, he poured a cup of tea for Zhang Fan. In that case, I wish you a fulfilling life, senior brother. And may you find a wife as beautiful as a flower after descending the mountain. Haha, thank you, little junior brother. Zhang Fan laughed heartily and drank the tea in one gulp. After a few more casual exchanges, Gu Changxing eventually departed from the loft. On his way back, Gu Changxing's thoughts grew increasingly disquieted. It felt as though he had overlooked something significant. He walked while mulling over the matter. Something feels amiss. Senior brother is leaving the mountain, and Lin Shixiang has only a few years left until foundation establishment. He will surely go to the outer sect. The master has only 8 years of life remaining. He cannot live for long. And Xiaoyun is still a waste. Does that mean? Suddenly, Gu Changxing's body trembled as if struck by 1,000 bolts of thunder in his mind. Am I to become the next master of the cemetery? Chapter 19. Ninth layer of qi condensation. The moment this thought sprang forth, goosebumps erupted across Gu Changxing's skin. It was not entirely impossible. If both Lin Pingyan and Zhang Fan were to leave, only he and Xiaoyun would remain. At that point, he could very well become the new master of the cemetery. Is happiness truly so sudden? Gu Changxing blinked. If he were to become the owner of the cemetery, would he not have complete authority over all matters concerning it? At that point, he could upgrade the cemetery whenever he wished. Furthermore, the burdens of cultivation would be significantly alleviated. No longer would he need to act in secrecy. Even if he were to breach the entrance with the ancestral dragon's boundless fist, no one would dare to object. However, after a moment's contemplation, Gu Changxing shook his head, deciding to dismiss such impractical thoughts. After all, Xian Mo still had 8 years of life remaining. Moreover, that old fellow harbored a 2-star resentment towards him. Whether he would be willing to relinquish the position of owner to Gu Changxing remained uncertain. It was best to focus on enhancing his cultivation and stepping into the foundation establishment stage. Ultimately, the reason he tirelessly plundered corpses was to elevate his own prowess. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Once he acquired sufficient power, he could compel Xian Mo to bequeath the ownership to him if necessary. Upon returning to his room, Gu Changxing locked the door. With a clap, he summoned forth several herbs from his storage bag, which gracefully landed in his hands. These herbs were a vibrant green, possessing an extraordinary appearance, with glimmering crystalline points on their leaves that were truly captivating. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted from them. Should anyone be present at that moment, they would be astonished to discover that these seemingly ordinary herbs were, in fact, the fabled Taishu soul grass. Indeed, after a year of nurturing, the few dragon heart grasses Gu Changxing had initially harvested had fully transformed into Taishu soul grass. Nevertheless, what perplexed Gu Changxing was that Han Yun had not visited the cemetery for an entire year. He had anticipated giving her the Taishu soul grass upon her arrival. Yet, waiting in vain, he had not encountered her. Could she have already descended the mountain? Gu Changxing sighed wryly. If she had truly departed, there was little he could do about it, though he felt a tinge of regret. After all, his innate talent was rather lacking, even the Taishu soul grass. A heavenly-grade spiritual herb yielded minimal benefits for him. He had once tried a sample, absorbing only 1/10 of its medicinal power, while the remaining 9/10 were essentially squandered. Shaking his head, Gu Chongqing stored the soul grass away, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. He settled cross-legged on the bed, preparing to commence his cultivation. He opened his personal panel, and as his words faded, a transparent interface materialized before him. Name: Gu Chongqing. Cultivation method: Eternal Life Sutra, Fragment. 1/10 comprehended. Immortal technique: Ancestral Dragon's Boundless Fist, first layer. Weapon: Immortal Cloud Sword, capable of life investment for training. Lifespan: 7,533 years, in comparison to before. This time the panel included an additional weapons section. The Celestial Cloud Sword, bestowed upon him by Han Yun, had remained untouched, as he had not yet devoted any of his lifespan to its training. This time, however, he yearned to discover what divine artifact this sword could produce. Yet, prior to that, he resolved to first enhance his own cultivation. Resolutely, he invested 2,000 years of his lifespan into his cultivation, and an additional 1,000 years each into the Eternal Life technique in the Ancestral Dragon's Infinite Fist. With the infusion of lifespan, the words before him began to shift rapidly. 2 hours later, Gu Chongqing opened his eyes and exhaled a long, deep breath, releasing a surge of stagnant energy from his chest. At last, it was done. With a swift motion, he struck out with his fist, causing a violent disturbance in the air, as if the very atmosphere were being warped by his blow. After 2 hours of lifespan training, Gu Chongqing's cultivation had once again ascended. He had advanced from the 6th layer of the Qi condensation stage directly to the 9th layer. He was now merely one minor realm away from the foundation establishment stage. To his astonishment, he had reached the 9th layer of Qi condensation so swiftly. At this moment, he realized he was already stronger than the master of the mausoleum. A grin spread across Gu Chongqing's face. Moreover, his techniques and celestial arts had also experienced varying degrees of improvement. His comprehension of the Eternal Life technique had risen from 1/10 to 1/5. The understanding of the Ancestral Dragon's Infinite Fist had progressed from the 1st layer to the 2nd layer. The amount of spiritual energy he could store within him had more than tripled compared to before. Eager to assess his newfound strength, Gu Chongqing hesitated, recalling the power of his previous punch. Ultimately, he decided to find a more secluded place to test his abilities. I should try it out in a remote location, he murmured to himself. After donning his clothing, he raced swiftly out of the house. He sprinted for over 10 minutes until he arrived at a waterfall nestled in the mountains behind the mausoleum. The waterfall cascaded down with tremendous force, its thundering sound echoing like thunder, surrounded by lush greenery, a serene setting rarely visited by others, perfect for testing his prowess. When he had faced the rat demon before, a single punch had left him feeling utterly drained of strength. He wondered if he would again encounter such a scenario today. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze settled on a massive boulder nearby. This rock towered at least 7 to 8 meters high and was as thick as 3 men standing shoulder to shoulder. Under the moonlight, it emanated a chilling gleam, appearing both colossal and formidable. This would suffice. Having selected his target, Gu Chongqing hesitated no longer. He summoned all his spiritual energy, channeling a torrent of power into his right fist. A resonant hum filled the air as his right fist radiated a crimson glow, a searing heat emanating from his knuckles. In the next moment, Gu Chongqing unleashed his fist with ferocity. Ancestral Dragon's Infinite Fist. 2nd layer. Roar. The crimson fist wind instantaneously transformed into a magnificent red dragon, exuding an overwhelming force capable of annihilating all in its path, as it fiercely charged towards the colossal rock. Boom. The resounding explosion echoed like thunder, and under the impact of the red dragon, the immensely hard rock was shattered into countless fragments in the blink of an eye, the debris scattering like a torrential rain. Yet, after obliterating the boulder, the dragon did not halt. Instead, it surged onward toward the forest behind the stone. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, several trees were reduced to splinters by the dragon's rampage, with splintering everywhere. The dragon roared as it continued its onslaught, traveling several dozen meters before finally dissipating. In its wake, clouds of dust billowed, trees lay broken, rocks lay in ruins, and the ground bore a gaping chasm several meters long, as though it had been cleaved in two, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Gasping at the destruction wrought before him, Gu Chongqing's eyes widened, his heart racing wildly. Was it truly this powerful? Despite knowing he was the one who unleashed such a force, the sight before him left him incredulous. This was astonishing. Could such might truly be wielded by a cultivator at the Qi condensation stage? Surely, even a foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to unleash such a terrifying blow. Ding. Lifespan minus 150. Chapter 20. The infiltration of demonic cultivators. Ding. Lifespan minus 150. As the words appeared before him, Gu Chongqing was suddenly overwhelmed, feeling as though the energy within him had been completely drained. Buzz. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he staggered unsteadily, retreating a few steps until he grasped a nearby broken tree to stabilize himself. Panting heavily, Gu Chongqing leaned against the tree, sweat pouring down his body. Damn it. Another 150 years gone. Though the ancestral dragon's infinite fist was immensely powerful, each use cost him years of life, which was terrifying. A bitter smile crossed his face. However, despite the distress of losing years, he found joy in the fact that this time, like the last, it had also cost him 150 years. Yet the two instances were utterly different. Previously, he had only used the first tier of the ancestral dragon's infinite fist, which had similarly cost him 150 years. This time, he had utilized the second tier. The disparity in their power was incomparable. Half an hour later, Gu Chongqing opened his eyes beneath a great tree. At last, he had recovered. After a period of rest, the energy that had been drained from his body had nearly replenished itself. With my current strength, I can use the second tier of the ancestral dragon's infinite fist once, while the first tier should be usable twice, he mused. If he were to confront the rat demon again, employing the same technique would likely not leave him feeling unwell. Next, let us observe to what heights this sword may be elevated. Having resolved matters concerning cultivation and techniques, Gu Chongqing's gaze shifted to the Xian Yunjian in his grasp, preparing to utilize the remainder of his lifespan to enhance it. However, just as Gu Chongqing was poised to elevate the celestial sword, a furious shout reverberated through the rear mountain. Halt! In quick succession, several sharp sounds of slicing air echoed from the distance, causing Gu Chongqing's countenance to sharpen as he instantly detected the rapid approach of figures 100 meters away. Someone was coming. Gu Chongqing exclaimed in alarm, hastily concealing himself behind a rock. Before him, three silhouettes darted through the rear mountain. At the forefront, a young man clad in a black robe sword on a flying sword, weaving swiftly among the trees, his form resembling a streak of light, incredibly swift. Trailing behind him were two disciples dressed in the attire of the Tai Su sect, relentlessly pursuing him, a male and a female, both outer disciples. Gu Chongqing attuned his senses and discerned that the black-robed youth possessed a cultivation level of the third layer of foundation establishment, while the two disciples behind him were both at the first layer of foundation establishment. Good heavens, 3 foundation establishment practitioners have arrived all at once? Gu Chongqing gasped quietly. Since joining the sect, this was his first encounter with cultivators of the foundation establishment stage. Stop! Don't run! As Gu Chongqing concealed himself, the two outer disciples behind him continued to shout angrily, urging the black-robed youth to halt. In the next moment, one of the outer disciples formed a hand seal with one hand. With a whoosh, a sword imbued with a sharp, cold gleam shot forth, aiming viciously at the black-robed youth's back. Yet, the black-robed youth merely sidestepped. Boom! The flying sword grazed past his body, crashing into a nearby tree and causing it to splinter into fragments. Ha! What atrocious swordsmanship! Is this the extent of the Tai Su sect's disciples? The black-robed youth scoffed, his advancing figure suddenly pivoting, and without warning, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Sinluo Demon Hand. With a thunderous roar, an illusory black hand surged forward, imbued with lethal intent, and struck towards the two disciples behind him. The male disciple, unable to evade in time, was struck solidly, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a tree with a resounding thud. Brother Wan. Witnessing this scene, the female disciple gasped in shock, eager to check on the male disciple's injuries. However, before she could act, the black-robed youth unleashed another devastating palm strike. Sun Luo Demon Hand. Bang! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the female disciple was likewise struck, blood gushing from her mouth as her form plummeted from a height of over 10 meters, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Chongqing could not help but gasp in astonishment. Such ruthless methods. Each move was lethally precise. It was evident that the intent was to take lives. Furthermore, the techniques employed did not resemble the celestial arts of the Tai Su sect. Rather, they were intertwined with an exceedingly malevolent force, exuding an aura rife with brutality and bloodlust. Could it be a demon cultivator? Gu Chongqing swallowed hard. Within the territories of the southern domain, aside from the righteous sects like the Tai Su sect, there existed numerous demonic sections. However, compared to the disciples of the righteous path, the methods of demon cultivators were exceptionally cruel. They not only killed indiscriminately, but also delighted in cultivating through the flesh and blood of the living. Once targeted by a demon cultivator, the outcome was invariably worse than death. In a flash, the young man in the black robe descended from the skies, landing before the two outer disciples with a cold smirk playing on his lips. Heh, the outer disciples of the Taisu sect are indeed nothing but trash. I had initially played with you, concerned that too much commotion would attract unnecessary trouble. However, since this place is so desolate, allow me to personally send you on your way. The black-robed youth let out a chilling cackle. He raised his right hand, and a mass of black mist enveloped his palm, emanating a shiver-inducing chill. Damn. At this sight, Gu Changsheng couldn't suppress a curse. Indeed, it was a demon cultivator. That sinister laughter and the black mist were all trademarks of demon practitioners. As the black-robed youth approached menacingly, the male disciple gritted his teeth, shielding the female disciple behind him, and shouted with a grim voice, "What is your purpose here, you blood demon sect members? Speak. Are you plotting something heinous?" With a wave of his grand sleeves, the black-robed youth unleashed a torrent of black mist that surged forth like a mountain flood, sending the two disciples crashing away. Wah! Both disciples spewed forth a copious amount of blood, their consciousness fading, teetering on the brink of death. The black-robed youth scoffed disdainfully, "Fools, on the verge of death. You dare to speak to me in such a manner? Do you think I would be like those tales in folk novels, allowing you to understand your fate before dying? Apologies, but I shall not divulge a single word." Upon hearing this, the two disciples were enveloped in despair. "Humph, since you are destined to die soon, cease your futile thoughts and obediently become the souls under my command. Rest assured, I will make good use of your flesh and blood to enhance my own cultivation." The black-robed youth erupted into a maniacal laugh. With that, he concentrated the black mist in his right hand and struck fiercely towards the two disciples. However, just as the demonic hand was about to make contact, a sudden squeak pierced the air as a squirrel bounded out from behind a nearby rock. The expression of the black-robed youth darkened as he raised his hand, aiming to strike the rock. Boom. With a single strike, the rock shattered instantaneously, billowing clouds of thick smoke swirling forth, accompanied by a shower of debris. Almost immediately, a bloodied squirrel corpse was propelled from the smoke, landing with a thud at the feet of the young man clad in black robes. It was merely a squirrel. Upon witnessing this scene, the black-robed youth exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to turn and confront the two outer disciples, a sudden tremor coursed through his body. Who are you?" The black-robed youth abruptly looked up, peering into the heart of the smoke. To his astonishment, he beheld a youthful figure, perhaps 16 or 17 years of age, standing amidst the swirling haze. "Who is this? When did he appear?" Gu Changsheng rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile as he spoke. Cough. "Well, big brother, would you believe me if I said I am merely a lost villager?" Chapter 21. Gu Changsheng strikes, annihilating the demonic Pathé villager. At this remark, the black-robed youth furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Gu Changsheng. The attire bore the insignia of the Taisu sect, and even the storage pouch was adorned with its emblem. "With such a guise, you dare claim to be merely a passerby? Boy, do you take me for a fool?" The expression of the black-robed youth darkened, his eyes gleaming with malice as they bore down upon Gu Changsheng. "Speak. How long have you been here? Are you sent by the Taisu sect to surveil me?" Gu Changsheng let out a bitter laugh. "Big brother, I've told you, I truly am just passing through. I'm merely a lowly errand boy. If you don't believe me, look, my token is right here." As he spoke, Gu Changsheng retrieved the token from his waist. Although he harbored no fear of the black-robed youth, he was acutely aware that the man was affiliated with the demonic path, and he was unfamiliar with the two outer disciples. There was no need to provoke a conflict with such a malevolent force over them. With a mere word from the black-robed youth, he would turn and leave, dismissing the day's events as inconsequential. However, upon seeing Gu Changsheng's errand boy token, the black-robed youth not only had no intention of letting him go, but instead sneered coldly. "Indeed, a mere errand boy. But I'm afraid I prefer to eliminate threats at their roots. Since you have uncovered my secret, I cannot allow you to return alive. You shall remain here today, to keep your two senior brothers company." Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, a swirling black mist enveloped the black-robed youth, a torrent of malevolent energy surging forth from within him. Wherever the black mist passed, the flora of the ground began to decay at a visibly rapid pace. Gu Changsheng's complexion shifted slightly, and he hastily implored, "Big brother, please calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. I do not wish to engage you." "What?" At these words, the black-robed youth froze momentarily. What did this lad just say? He claimed he did not wish to engage me. Ha ha. The black-robed youth erupted into laughter, regarding Gu Changxing as if he were a fool. Boy, I see you've lost your wits. I am a formidable cultivator at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage. You, a mere errant boy, dare to speak of confronting me? You are truly unaware of your own mortality. The young man in the black robe let out a cold snort and slowly raised his right hand. An overwhelming black mist coalesced around his hand, resembling a demonic claw. No, please. Gu Changxing cried out in despair. I truly do not wish to engage you. The young man's expression darkened, and fury surged within him, feeling profoundly insulted. You seek death. In the next moment, his figure darted forward like a wraith, charging at Gu Changxing. Forest demon hand. Boom. An illusory hand, shrouded in surging black mist, struck fiercely towards Gu Changxing's chest. With no retreat left, Gu Changxing could only retaliate with a punch. Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. Boom. A massive red dragon erupted from Gu Changxing's fist, crashing with destructive force against the young man's forest demon hand. Trivial technique, the black-robed youth scoffed coldly, raising his hand to intercept Gu Changxing's assault. However, as soon as he made contact with the red dragon, his expression shifted drastically. Wait. No, this is some kind of celestial technique. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the black-robed youth's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, with chunks of flesh and internal organs raining down like a crimson shower on the ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood. He was dead beyond recovery. Sighing as he gazed at the remains of the black-robed youth, Gu Changxing lamented. Why put on such airs? I said I didn't want to strike, yet you insisted on being arrogant. Well, now look at you, foolish indeed. Yet he was taken aback by the power of the ancestral dragon Infinite Fist, with just one blow. He had obliterated a cultivator at the 3rd layer of the foundation establishment stage. Gu Changxing murmured to himself, observing his right fist with a sense of satisfaction. What he had just unleashed was merely the 1st layer of the ancestral dragon Infinite Fist, but its effect felt several times more potent than when he had faced the rat demon. He surmised that perhaps it was due to his own cultivation improvement. After dealing with the black-robed youth, Gu Changxing hurried to the side of the 2 outer disciples to check for signs of life. After all, such a significant incident on the back mountain would surely attract the sex investigation. If these 2 were dead, it might lead the inquiry back to him. After probing their breaths, Gu Changxing breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were still alive. The 2 merely lay unconscious, their lives not in jeopardy. Moreover, judging by their state, they had been out for some time, suggesting that his identity had not yet been revealed. With this thought, Gu Changxing carried the 2 into a secluded cave to hide them, preventing wild beasts from discovering their bodies. Having completed this task, he turned without a backward glance and departed. The morning light began to break. Gu Changxing was in the midst of transporting a corpse when Xiao Yun mysteriously approached him, leading him to a secluded corner. What are you doing, Brother Xiao? Gu Changxing inquired, observing the furtive demeanor of his companion. You don't harbor any peculiar preferences, do you? Have you developed an inclination towards men? He discreetly assessed Xiao Yun's favorability. Favorability? For stars, no change, he noted. Xiao Yun scoffed. Pa, what peculiar preferences? I am a bona fide man. How could I possibly be interested in you? I called you over to show you something. He grinned mischievously, then raised his right hand before Gu Changxing. A vibrant aura of spiritual energy suddenly manifested in Xiao Yun's palm. Did you see that? Gu Changxing nodded. Yes, and then? Xiao Yun's expression shifted. What do you mean? And then? What I'm showing you is this. This is the legendary spiritual energy. Did you witness it? Xiao Yun huffed with pride. Let me tell you, I am now a true cultivator. Yesterday, Brother Lin gave me some guidance, and I successfully condensed my first strand of spiritual energy. In the parlance of the cultivation world, this is known as the first layer of qi condensation. Yes, the first layer of qi condensation. Xiao Yun laughed heartily, exuding confidence. What do you think? Your elder brother is impressive, right? I am now a genuine cultivator. Before long, I shall enter the outer sect and become a true practitioner. He laughed wildly, as if a splendid life lay just ahead. Gu Changxing felt a mix of amusement and admiration. He hadn't anticipated that Xiao Yun's secretive behavior was merely to show him this. Nevertheless, he was genuinely pleased for Xiao Yun. After all, advancing to the first layer of qi condensation was indeed a significant step into the realm of cultivation. Congratulations, Brother Xiao. Gu Changxing smiled. No need for pleasantries. Xiao Yun draped an arm around Gu Changxing's shoulders, assuming a brotherly demeanor. Rest assured, even as a cultivator, I won't forget you. From now on, as long as I have a morsel to eat in this Taisu sect, you shall have one too. How have you been progressing in your cultivation? Still struggling with the qi condensation technique? Do you want me to offer you some pointers on how to condense qi? Gu Chongqing let out a wry smile, just about to respond when suddenly, a man and a woman entered through the gates of the cemetery. Gu Chongqing focused on them and realized they were the two outer sect disciples he had rescued earlier on the back mountain. The male disciple surveyed the area before asking, "Which of you is the owner of the cemetery?" Chapter 22. Are there demonic cultivators in the cemetery? Which of you is the owner of the cemetery? The male disciple scanned the surroundings and inquired. Gu Chongqing scrutinized the two individuals. Though these two appeared somewhat disheveled, their complexion had markedly improved compared to earlier, likely due to the consumption of some healing elixir. Soon, Zhang Fan emerged from the loft, accompanied by Lin Pingyan. Zhang Fan clasped his fist in greeting. Addressing the two, esteemed senior brothers and sisters, our garden master has ventured out on a journey, and I am currently responsible for the cemetery. The male disciple nodded and introduced himself. We hail from the outer sect. I am Shi Feng, and this beside me is my junior sister. Zhang Fan promptly returned the gesture of respect. Shi Feng then spoke. We have come to inquire about certain matters. May we gather everyone present in your cemetery? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan glanced back at Gu Chongqing and the others to confirm their numbers, then replied, I report to you, Brother Shi, that all our members are here. Shi Feng nodded without uttering a word, merely narrowing his eyes, his gaze slicing through each individual present like a razor. Beside him, Lu Yun also squinted, scrutinizing the gathered assembly. After a brief moment, Lu Yun shook her head and remarked, Brother Shi, these individuals possess rather low cultivation levels. The strongest among them is the disciple with bandages on his hands, yet he is only at the 4th level of qi condensation. Lu Yun's gaze lingered on Lin Pingyan as she continued. As for the others, one is at the 3rd level of qi condensation, another at the 1st level. And the last one, I cannot sense his cultivation. He likely is yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Lu Yun's gaze finally settled on Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing's heart raced. Truly, the foundation-building cultivator was remarkable. With just a glance, she had discerned their identities. Beside Gu Chongqing, Xiaoyan trembled slightly, feeling as though his very soul was being penetrated under Shi Feng's scrutinizing gaze. Shi Feng nodded, retracting his gaze to address Zhang Fan once more. Aside from you few, has anyone else visited the cemetery recently? No. Zhang Fan shook his head, his timid nature exacerbated by Shi Feng's inquiry, prompting him to cautiously ask, Brother Shi, is something amiss? Shi Feng's expression turned grave. We just discovered a practitioner of demonic arts in your rear mountains. What? At this revelation, several faces paled in shock. Gu Chongqing mirrored the expressions of alarm among the others. A practitioner of demonic arts? Brother, are you certain? Does this mean our cemetery is unsafe? Xiaoyan gulped nervously. The demonic sects are known for their ruthless nature. If a practitioner of demonic arts appeared nearby, wouldn't they be doomed? Lu Yun waved her hand in reassurance. Do not worry, that practitioner has already been dealt with, or rather, eliminated by a mysterious individual. Lu Yun then recounted the events that transpired in the rear mountains, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Xiaoyan inquired with curiosity, aren't you engaged in a confrontation with the forces of the dark path? Did you not get a clear look at the mysterious person's appearance? Shi Feng's face flushed red as he coughed. Ahem, at that moment. We were severely injured by the dark path and soon lost consciousness, so we did not have the chance to see what that person looked like. We only caught a blurred glimpse of their silhouette. Xiaoyan expressed his astonishment. You too, have you really not fought a single person? Shi Feng's face reddened further. He glared at Xiaoyan, exclaiming, I sincerely apologize. Neither of us has managed to engage a single opponent. Gu Chongqing patted Xiaoyan's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from further comments. He then asked, So, esteemed senior brothers and sisters, have you come today in search of this mysterious individual? Indeed. Lu Yun nodded and explained, to be frank, we have been monitoring that dark path practitioner for 3 years. According to our investigation, he has infiltrated the Taisu sect with numerous spies tasked with gathering intelligence for the sect. However, his actions have been very covert, and we have not found an opportunity to act until now. We finally managed to corner him, only to be intercepted by a mysterious figure. Lin Pingyan nodded. So, you suspect that this mysterious person is allied with the dark path practitioner, attempting to destroy the evidence? Yes. At this affirmation, Shi Feng immediately nodded, his gaze towards Lin Pingyan shifting slightly. What a clever individual. He discerned their thoughts at a glance. Xiaoyan scratched his head. But if you can't even defeat that dark path practitioner, why pursue the mysterious person? Isn't that inviting trouble? Shi Feng's lips twitched. We have our own contingencies. He grew increasingly annoyed with Xiao Yun, finding him excessively provocative. His words cut too close to the bone. Seizing the moment, Gu Chongsheng remarked, "Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, if that mysterious person is indeed a dark path practitioner, and you were so easily defeated, that seems illogical. Why would a dark path practitioner allow you to escape?" Indeed. Zhang Fan also recognized the flaw in their reasoning. Shifeng glanced at Gu Chongsheng, his expression subtle. After a moment's thought, he said, "You were right. We cannot be certain if he is a dark path practitioner, which is why we came to inquire if anyone unfamiliar has appeared. If he is not a dark path practitioner, that would certainly be for the best." The group exchanged glances, mirroring each other's expressions. Gu Chongsheng also imitated their looks. Zhang Fan sighed, "My apologies, it seems we truly have no information regarding a mysterious person. If we learn anything, we will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Shifeng nodded. However, before departing, he handed Zhang Fan a jade pendant, saying, "This is our communication jade talisman. If you receive any intelligence, please contact us immediately." Understood. Zhang Fan acknowledged. Shifeng and Lu Yun then turned to leave. As they watched the two retreating figures, Xiaoyun curiously asked, "Senior brother, given that the mysterious person appeared in the cemetery just a year ago, why did you not inform them?" Zhang Fan sighed in frustration. That mysterious individual has lingered in the cemetery for so long without showing themselves, indicating a desire to remain undisturbed. If I were to speak, would I not offend the mysterious figure? I know nothing, have heard nothing. When they arrive, I simply cooperate earnestly, even if something is uncovered later. It bears no relation to me. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness. Senior brother, you truly are cautious. Meanwhile, high above, Shifeng and Lu Yun traversed the skies on their swords, their pace leisurely as they scanned the ground below, seeking traces of the enigmatic figure. However, after a prolonged search, not even a shadow was to be found. Shifeng furrowed his brow, glancing at Lu Yun beside him, junior sister, for some reason. "I feel that something about the cemetery earlier was amiss." The mention of the cemetery conjured up the image of Xiao Yun's grotesque visage, which was infuriating. Chapter 23. A year passes. Xian Mo returns. Lu Yun's expression was serene as she softly replied, "I believe that the servant disciple named Gu Chongsheng speaks the truth. Perhaps the individual in question is not a practitioner of the demonic path at all, but simply wishes to remain unrecognized. Our very existence serves as the best evidence of that." Shifeng frowned. If he is not a practitioner of the demonic path, then who could he be? When did such a formidable expert appear in this vicinity? Upon awakening, he had examined the corpse of the young man in the black robe, who had been struck down in a single blow. The body had been shattered, innards strewn about. To inflict such devastation, one would need to be at least an 8th-level expert in the Foundation establishment stage, or perhaps even nearing the Golden Core stage. It would be revealed in due time. Lu Yun murmured, "In any case, let us report today's events to the head of the punishment hall. The blood-cloaked sect will not let the murder of that young man in black go unpunished. They will likely send others to gather intelligence soon." Understood, Shifeng nodded. The pair ceased their delay, guiding their flying swords as their figures transformed into two streaks of meteors, vanishing into the distance. Before long, another year had passed. This winter, heavy snow fell like goose feathers. The ground of the cemetery was blanketed in a thick layer of white, creating a stunningly beautiful scene. Since Shifeng and Lu Yun's arrival, Gu Chongsheng had experienced a relatively tranquil existence, spending his days moving corpses and sweeping the grounds of the cemetery. When the need arose to practice his celestial arts, he would stealthily venture to the back mountain. Fortunately, throughout this time, his secret sanctuary remained undiscovered, and he had yet to encounter any practitioners of the demonic path. Inside his room, Gu Chongsheng sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating. After half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Ah, yet another failure at Foundation establishment. Gazing at the dwindling balance of his lifespan, he offered a wry smile. Over the past year, his cultivation had remained stagnant at the 9th level of the Qi condensation stage, and despite numerous attempts to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, he had met with failure each time. He had nearly invested close to 20,000 years of his lifespan in this endeavor. The breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage was proving exceedingly difficult. Gu Chongsheng sighed deeply. No wonder everyone says that the Foundation establishment stage and the Qi condensation period mark a watershed moment. It is only upon entering the Foundation establishment stage that one can truly be regarded as an immortal cultivator. Now, it certainly appears to be the case. However, Gu Chongsheng remained undeterred. for he understood that the path of cultivation is inherently solitary and protracted. As long as he could endure the loneliness, he would eventually break through the foundation establishment stage. With this thought in mind, Gu Chongqing rose from his bed and stretched towards the window. Another year has passed. I wonder how senior sister Han is faring? Gazing out at the pristine white snow, Gu Chongqing suddenly recalled Han Yun, her delicate and graceful visage vividly surfacing in his mind. This year, there had been no news of her. She had not visited the cemetery, and the demonic tide had not reappeared. Gu Chongqing began to doubt whether she had truly descended the mountain. If she had, why had she not even said a word? Gu Chongqing murmured to himself. He retrieved the 2 Taishu soul grasses from his storage bag, observing their vibrant green sheen, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing his gaze. Han Yun was the first girl he had encountered upon entering the sect, and also the first to gift him a celestial artifact. In his heart, he harbored an inexplicable fondness for her. Perhaps senior sister Han was simply too busy. Maybe one day she would appear before me. At that time, I shall present the Taishu soul grasses to her. Gu Chongqing smiled faintly, placing the 2 Taishu soul grasses back into his storage bag. As night fell, a sudden knock resounded at his door. Gu Chongqing opened the door quickly. Upon opening the door, he found Zhang Fan standing outside. Senior brother, what is the matter? What brings you here at such a late hour? Gu Chongqing inquired, puzzled. Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Hurry, come with me to the attic. The master has returned. What? The master has returned? At this revelation, Gu Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gathered himself. Grabbing a cotton coat from his bed and following Zhang Fan to the attic. Sure enough, inside the attic, the candlelight flickered, revealing Xiao Yun and Lin Pingyan standing within. In the hall, seated in a chair was an elderly man with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, Xian Mo, who had been away traveling for 2 years. Master. Upon seeing Xian Mo, Gu Chongqing immediately clasped his fists in greeting. Xian Mo nodded, his demeanor neither warm nor cold. After 2 years apart, Gu Chongqing noticed that Xian Mo appeared significantly older, with deeper wrinkles etched upon his face, exuding an air of despondency, as if he were on the verge of departing this world. Gu Chongqing discreetly cast a probing glance at him. Name, Xian Mo, lifespan, 1 month, gasp. Upon reading that line, Gu Chongqing's eyelids twitched in shock. Xian Mo had only 1 month of life remaining? What was the meaning of this? The last time he had seen Xian Mo, the old man still had 8 years left to live. It has barely been 2 years since my departure. And how is it that only a month remains? What transpired with Xuanma during these 2 years? Gu Chongqing felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment, just as his curiosity piqued. Xuanma, seated opposite him, began to speak slowly. Esteemed friends, it has been 2 years since we last met. How have you fared? What progress have you made in your cultivation? Zhang Fan promptly responded, reporting to the master of the garden. Over the past 2 years, we have all diligently practiced, and our cultivation has indeed improved. Lin Pingyan has successfully advanced to the 5th level of the qi condensation stage and is expected to break through to the 6th level in no time. Xuanma nodded, a smile gracing his features. Excellent. The youth is teachable. Zhang Fan continued. Xiao Yun has also entered the 1st level of the qi condensation stage. Although he may not rival Lin Pingyan, his progress has been remarkably swift. Good. Xuanma nodded again, casting a look of approval towards Xiao Yun. His gaze then shifted to Gu Chongqing, his expression suddenly sharp. And you, Gu Chongqing? Gu Chongqing scratched his head, feigning a look of trepidation. Zhang Fan quickly interjected. Master, over these 2 years, Chongqing has worked the hardest. He has taken on numerous menial and strenuous tasks in the cemetery. And during each wave of monsters, he has moved the most corpses. Hence, he may have neglected his own cultivation. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Xuanma let out a cold snort. Although his gaze towards Gu Chongqing still bore a hint of disdain, his ire had considerably diminished. He spoke earnestly. In the pursuit of immortality, the most vital aspect remains your cultivation. No matter how many corpses you move, can it enhance your cultivation? In the future, dedicate more time to your training and learn from Lin Pingyan. Understood, Master, Gu Chongqing replied, visibly anxious, and earnestly promised to focus on his cultivation henceforth. Xuanma shook his head and remarked, it is also my lack of attention to you and Xiao Yun that has caused your slow progress. Upon my return, I have prepared a gift for each of you. With a flick of his fingers, 2 elixirs soared forth, landing in the hands of Gu Chongqing and Xiao Yun. These 2 Peiyuan pills were acquired from an old friend at the alchemy hall, and today I present them to you. Peiyuan pills? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's expression brightened, his face alight with excitement. Master, you must be referring to the second-grade Peiyuan pills. It is said that this elixir can enhance a cultivator's root talent, improving their innate abilities and doubling their cultivation speed. Indeed, that is the very elixir. Xuanma affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun was immediately invigorated, cradling the Peiyuan pill as if it were a treasure, and bowed deeply to Xuanma, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Zhang Fan nudged Gu Changsheng. "Changsheng, why are you not hastening to express your gratitude to the master?" Realizing, Gu Changsheng promptly echoed his thanks. "Thank you, master. How surprising that this old fellow would bestow upon him pills. It seems he still holds me in his heart." Gu Changsheng pondered, and as he recalled his previous disdain for Xuanma due to feelings of fondness, a wave of guilt washed over him. It appears the garden master is indeed quite impartial. Chapter 24. Where do you intend to go? Shortly thereafter, Xuanma issued a few more directives before dismissing everyone. "You may all leave, but Zhang Fan, remain for a moment." Understood. The crowd clasped their fists in acknowledgement and, without lingering, turned to depart. Gu Changxing was the last to exit. Just as he was about to close the door casually, he overheard a hushed conversation between Xuanma and Zhang Fan from the loft. "Xiao Fan, are you preparing to descend the mountain?" "Yes, master. I will leave in 3 days." At this, Gu Changxing felt a jolt in his heart. Xuanma sighed. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not hinder you. Our acquaintance has been meaningful. Let me personally escort you down the mountain in 3 days." "Thank you, master." Zhang Fan's voice was filled with gratitude. "By the way, master, that child Changxing is quite commendable, although his talent is somewhat lacking. He is diligent and sincere. After I depart, I hope you will look after him." "Rest assured." Xuanma assented. Hearing this, Gu Changxing was deeply moved. He had not anticipated that his senior brother would still think of him just before leaving. What a genuinely good person. Gu Changsheng gently closed the door behind him and turned to leave. Upon returning to his quarters, he habitually opened his personal panel, ready to commence his cultivation. To his astonishment, he noticed an additional line of information on the panel, apart from the usual details. Elixir, dispersing soul pill, can be used in lifespan trials. Dispersing soul pill? Gazing at the name on the information panel, Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting shock. Wasn't it the Peiyuan pill? How had it transformed into the dispersing soul pill? As Gu Changsheng struggled with his confusion, an introduction to the dispersing soul pill appeared. Dispersing soul pill, a second-tier potent poison pill. Upon ingestion, it will gradually destroy the cultivator's spirit and flesh. In as little as 3 to 5 months, or as long as a year, the cultivator's body will be eroded by the poison, reducing it to a pool of blood. Upon reading these words, Gu Changxing sprang from his bed in an instant. "What the?" He waved his hand as if he had touched a scalding hot potato, hastily flinging the pill away from him. He could hardly believe that this pill was, in fact, a poison pill, and a second-tier poison pill at that. What was going on? Why had the master given him a poison pill? At that moment, it felt as if 1,000 thunderbolts struck his mind, overwhelming him with a sense of paralysis. He could not fathom why Xuanma would provide him with a poison pill while deceiving him into thinking it was a second-tier Peiyuan pill. Gu Changxing clenched his fists, suddenly recalling Xuanma's 2-star affinity for him. Could it be that the master's fondness for him had diminished? Did he want to end his own life? Gu Changxing felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately rose from his bed, picked up the scattered soul-dissolving pill from the floor, and was about to discard it. However, just as he reached the doorway, his movement suddenly halted. "Wait. If I simply throw away the pill, Xuanma will surely realize that I have not consumed the poison. No, I cannot discard it." With this thought, Gu Changxing gritted his teeth and turned back. Gazing at the scalding pill in his hand, he felt an inner turmoil. The poison pill could neither be discarded nor consumed. Was his only option to kill Xuanma in a desperate bid for survival? Given his current cultivation level, eliminating Xuanma would be effortless. But what would happen afterward? The outer sect would undoubtedly trace the incident back to him. How could he justify it? Would he claim that his master had given him a poison pill? Surely, no one would believe that. Damn it, what is that old man plotting? Could it be that he is nearing the end of his life and intends to use me and Xiaoyun as alchemical vessels to enhance his own power? Gu Changxing clenched his teeth, increasingly convinced of this possibility. Wasn't this the very narrative found in many folk tales? A master of a sect suddenly displaying compassion, claiming to assist the protagonist, all the while coveting their physical form for a soul-stealing alchemy? Was he destined to endure such a clutch? Damn. He leaned closer to the soul-dissolving pill and took a whiff. A pungent, foul odor immediately assaulted him. nearly causing him to retch. It was repulsive. No one would believe this was a vitality pill. It was far worse than Xiao Yun's feat. Xiao Yun. At that moment, Gu Chongqing seemed to recall something, his body jolting with urgency. Yes, Xiao Yun. How could I have forgotten about him? He remembered that today, Xuanma had given not only him the soul-dissolving pill, but also Xiao Yun. He possessed a panel that revealed the pill's true nature, but what about Xiao Yun? That fool, who was not particularly bright and had always envied the path of cultivation, would most likely consume the poison pill without a second thought. If he did, with his mere first level of qi condensation and lacking any enhancements, he would surely suffer severe consequences, if not perish entirely. Could he actually eat the poison pill? Gu Chongqing swallowed hard. No, I must go check on him. Despite Xiao Yun's many quirks, he remained a friend in Gu Chongqing's heart. Moreover, they had entered the tomb together and spent so much time in each other's company. Gu Chongqing could not stand idly by while his friend faced death. With this resolution, Gu Chongqing swiftly lifted his foot and walked out the door, intending to warn Xiao Yun against consuming the vitality pill given by Xuanma. However, just as he opened the door, an elderly figure unexpectedly appeared in his line of sight. His hair was completely white, draped in a quilted coat, and his aged visage was etched with deep lines. Standing quietly at the doorway, his slightly stooped figure seemed as imposing as Mount Tai, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. He narrowed his eyes, his murky gaze fixed intently on Gu Chongqing, as if he could penetrate his very soul. Boom! Upon seeing this figure, Gu Chongqing's mind erupted in chaos, and every hair on his body stood on end. Master Yuan, Gu Chongqing forced a smile, striving to maintain his composure as he greeted. It's quite late. What brings you here? He chuckled nervously, instinctively stepping aside to allow Xian Imo entrance. However, Xian Imo remained silent, not entering, but standing at the threshold. Gazing intently at Gu Chongqing, the brilliance in his eyes sparkled, as if he sought to see through Gu Chongqing entirely. Under such scrutiny, Gu Chongqing felt his composure falter. His internal spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, and he subtly gathered the power of the ancestral dragon in his right fist. Should Xian Imo make any sudden move, he would instantaneously strike him down without hesitation. The two of them exchanged glances, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Finally, after a few minutes, Xian Imo shattered the stillness. So late, where do you intend to go? Chapter 25. Xiao Yun is dying so late. Where do you intend to go? Xian Mo's raspy voice resonated in Gu Chongqing's ears. The familiar words, in that moment, sounded like a death knell, sending chills down his spine. Gu Chongqing swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. He chuckled awkwardly and replied, Master Yuan, I have encountered some difficulties in my cultivation. Senior brother Xiao mentioned he would be willing to offer guidance, so I hope to seek his advice. As he spoke, Gu Chongqing lowered his head, adopting a demeanor of utmost obedience. Xian Imo nodded, his aged face revealing no hint of emotion. Xiao Yun has already retired. He is quite fatigued today. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. Yes, Gu Chongqing obediently nodded. He then posed several questions concerning his cultivation, all of which were relatively basic issues of qi condensation, aligning perfectly with the persona he had crafted within the cemetery. Upon hearing his inquiries, Xian Imo patiently provided answers, calm and composed. Had it not been for the poison pill the other party had sent him earlier that day, Gu Chongqing might have genuinely believed that this master was a kindly old man. Before long, Xian Imo concluded his explanations, his tone unwavering, seemingly unaware of any peculiarities. Following this, he advised Gu Chongqing on several points of caution regarding his practice and prepared to turn away. Gu Chongqing was the first to open the door, presenting a courteous and respectful demeanor. However, just as Xian Imo was about to step out of the room, he suddenly paused, turned around, and coldly inquired, Have you consumed the Peiyuan pill I provided you today? Gu Chongqing felt a sudden jolt in his heart and truthfully replied, Not yet. Oh, upon hearing this, a subtle shadow of gloom flickered in Xian Mo's eyes. Why have you not taken it? Gu Chongqing scratched his head. Respected master, I am afraid. I have never ingested such a high-grade elixir before. I have heard from others that the more potent the pill, the stronger its effects, and the experience can be quite agonizing. I am not yet mentally prepared. The gloom in Xian Mo's eyes deepened. However, recalling Gu Chongqing's inherently timid disposition, he refrained from reprimanding him further. Instead, he remarked blandly, Every pill will inevitably elicit some form of rejection. If you aspire to embark on the path of cultivation, it would be prudent to consume the elixir sooner rather than later. This is a second-grade divine pill that I specifically sought for you. Do not squander it. Understood, master. Gu Chongqing clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Well then, make sure to take the pill tonight, Xian Mo instructed before turning to leave. Gu Chongqing stood at the door, respectfully bidding farewell to Xian Mo as he gradually faded into the distance, blending into the swirling snow until he vanished entirely. Once Xian Mo was out of sight, Gu Chongqing finally released a sigh of relief, quickly locking the door and leaning against it, gasping for breath. That was utterly terrifying. Though the meeting had lasted only a few minutes, it felt like an eternity. Unbeknownst to him, his back was already drenched with cold sweat, to the point of becoming somewhat transparent. Could that old man have been watching me the entire time? Gu Chongqing frowned. He had intended to seek out Xiao Yun, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. That old man was undoubtedly keeping an eye on him. If he were to say anything to Xiao Yun, it would not end well. With that thought, Gu Chongqing resignedly returned to his bed. That night, Gu Chongqing was plagued by insomnia. The following morning, as dawn broke, the sunlight glistened upon the snow, casting iridescent hues that were remarkably beautiful. However, Gu Chongqing lacked the mood to appreciate the scenery. After hastily washing up, he eagerly set out to work, determined to check on Xiao Yun's condition. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Xiao Yun lethargically sweeping the ground with a broom, his demeanor appearing quite dismal, dark circles under his eyes suggesting a sleepless night. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Yun alive, Gu Chongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Good morning, brother Xiao. Gu Chongqing stepped forward to greet with an air of faint nonchalance, saying, Oh, brother Xiao, why do you appear to be in such poor condition? I trust you weren't burning the midnight oil last night. Xiao Yun let out a bitter smile and replied, Don't mention it. After consuming that Peiyuan pill given by the garden master yesterday, I was racked with pain, experiencing both vomiting and diarrhea, as if my insides were ablaze. I hardly slept at all through the night. As he spoke, a look of lingering dread crossed his face. At this juncture, he glanced at Gu Chongqing, his expression one of incredulity. Strange, Chongqing, didn't you take that Peiyuan pill? You seem completely unfazed. Gu Chongqing hurriedly chuckled. Heh, I also consumed it. Just like you. I was in agony for an hour, but then it subsided. Perhaps my talent is lesser, and I simply couldn't perceive the potency of the Peiyuan pill. Gu Chongqing spoke with a mock seriousness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's weary gaze suddenly sparkled with realization. That makes sense. Indeed, it must be due to my superior talent that I absorbed the potency of the Peiyuan pill quickly, hence my reaction. I am a genius. Xiao Yun laughed heartily, his earlier fatigue dissipating, and his demeanor transformed into one of vibrant energy. Gu Chongqing remained silent, pondering Xiao Yun's naivety. However, he could not yet reveal the truth to him. If Xiao Yun refrained from consuming the pill, Xian Mo would undoubtedly cast suspicion upon him. Moreover, by observing Xiao Yun's changes, Gu Chongqing could devise corresponding strategies. Nevertheless, allowing the situation to unfold without intervention filled Gu Chongqing with concern about Xiao Yun suddenly meeting an untimely demise. With this thought in mind, Gu Chongqing retrieved a leaf from his storage bag and presented it to Xiao Yun. Brother Xiao, this is a medicinal herb I gathered from the back mountain. It will aid in enhancing your vitality. Be sure to consume it when you return today. Enhance vitality? What sort of herb is this? Xiao Yun accepted it with a hint of skepticism. Just a herb. Gu Chongqing chuckled. In truth, it was a leaf from the legendary Taishu soul herb. He hesitated to give Xiao Yun the entire plant, fearing that if the latter recovered too quickly, Xian Mo would surely grow suspicious. A single leaf, however, should pose no significant issue. Furthermore, the Taishu soul herb is a fabled celestial-grade spiritual herb, renowned for its miraculous healing properties, capable of sustaining Xiao Yun's life with ease. All right, thank you, Chongqing. Xiao Yun nodded, accepting the leaf and preparing to resume his duties in the cemetery. Just as he turned to leave, Gu Chongqing called out, Wait. Xiao Yun turned back. What is it? Gu Chongqing replied, Brother Xiao, you must mention the herb I gave you to the garden master. Huh? Upon hearing Gu Chongqing's words, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Why not? Gu Chongqing shook his head. No particular reason. Just keep it to ourselves. It's best if even Brother Lin remains uninformed. At this statement, Xiao Yun appeared even more bewildered. Fortunately, his mind was rather unique. After a brief moment of silence, he chuckled and said, I understand. You must have discovered some treasure on the back mountain and, fearing others might notice, you're attempting to bribe me with this herb. Am I right? Gu Chongqing was momentarily speechless. Xiao Yun laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Gu Chongqing's shoulder, and assured him, Rest easy, my dear junior brother. As the heir of the illustrious Xiao family, I have seen my fair share of treasures. I assure you, I will not covet your finds. Nor will I reveal them to anyone. Gu Changxing managed a wry smile, clasping his fist in gratitude, and replied, Then I thank you, senior brother Xiao. Yes, yes. You can trust me, Xiaoyan responded cheerfully, before resuming his sweeping duties. Before long, 2 days swiftly passed. On this particular day, Gu Changxing was engaged in the task of moving remains in the cemetery when Xiaoyan approached him, stating that Xian Imo was seeking him. A sudden jolt of anxiety struck Gu Changxing. Could that old fellow have discovered that he gifted Xiaoyan the Tai Su soul herb and now wished to silence him? No, I must arm myself for protection. Gu Changxing turned and returned to his dwelling, grabbing a chopping knife to secure at his waist. However, after taking only a few steps, he reconsidered and returned the knife. This was absurd. After all, he was currently at the 9th level of Qi condensation, with strength comparable to that of an 8th level foundation establishment practitioner. That old man was well past his prime. One punch from him would be sufficient to dispatch him. Gu Changxing shook his head, feeling a newfound sense of confidence as he headed towards the attic. Soon, he arrived at the attic, where to his surprise, he found not only Xian Imo but also another individual, Zhang Fan. The senior brother is here as well? Gu Changxing murmured to himself. Seeing Zhang Fan eased his heart. It seemed that Xian Imo did not intend to harm him today. Gu Changxing clasped his fists and greeted the two. Greetings, Master of the Garden. Greetings, senior brother. Xian Imo nodded, his gaze fixed on Gu Changxing as he spoke in a measured tone. I called you here today to inform you of an important matter. Gu Changxing replied, Please go ahead, Master of the Garden. Xian Imo continued, From this day forth, you shall be the senior brother of this cemetery. Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing instinctively glanced at Zhang Fan, a realization dawning upon him as a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Senior brother, are you planning to descend the mountain? Indeed, Zhang Fan nodded, smiling gently. I had contemplated leaving before, but I needed to oversee the cemetery while the Master of the Garden was traveling. Now that he has returned, it is time for me to depart. Senior brother. Gu Changxing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his gaze towards Zhang Fan grew increasingly sorrowful. A year ago, when Zhang Fan mentioned leaving, he felt merely a twinge of regret. However, after enduring the trials of deceit and intrigue, Gu Changxing realized that Zhang Fan was far superior to many others. Such a masterful senior brother, devoid of guile and ever considerate of others, is now preparing to depart, leaving Gu Changxing's heart heavy with sorrow. Zhang Fan gently ruffled Gu Changxing's hair and smiled. Silly child, have you forgotten what I told you? The path of cultivation is one of constant separations and reunions. I am merely a transient figure in your life. You have many more days ahead of you. Observing Gu Changxing's reluctance, Zhang Fan felt a deep sense of contentment as he prepared to descend the mountain. It was not Xian Imo he would miss most, but rather his dear junior brother, Gu Changxing. Their years together at Lingyuan had forged a bond akin to that of blood brothers. And Gu Changxing's earnestness and obedience filled Zhang Fan with concern for his well-being in his absence. Among the disciples at Lingyuan, Lin Ping'an was an unparalleled genius destined for the outer sect, while Xiao Yun, though kind-hearted, possessed certain flaws that rendered him unsuitable for the position of senior brother. After much contemplation, it became clear that only you were fit to assume the role of senior brother. Upon my departure, it will be your responsibility to protect Lingyuan and your fellow disciples. Herein lies a collection of my insights from years of practice. Consider it a gift from me to you. Zhang Fan produced a notebook from his robe and handed it to Gu Changxing, its pages densely filled with his handwritten reflections. Although the content was not particularly profound, it was imbued with the essence of Zhang Fan's decades of dedication. Upon opening the first page, Gu Changxing found 3 words. For Changxing. Tears welled in his eyes at the sight of those words, nearly spilling over. He quickly wiped his tears and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, senior brother. Zhang Fan smiled softly, remaining silent, but raised his hand to gently pat Gu Changxing's head. Xian Imo then interjected, It is getting late, Zhang Fan. I must escort you down the mountain. Indeed, master. Zhang Fan replied with a nod, preparing to leave. Witnessing this, Gu Changxing's heart suddenly raced. Wait, Xian Imo is escorting Zhang Fan down the mountain? In the past, he would not have thought twice about it, but now he knew Xian Mo's true nature. Would this old man seize the opportunity to harm his senior brother during the descent? Noticing Gu Changxing's peculiar behavior, Zhang Fan curiously looked back and asked, What is it, junior brother? Realizing his indiscretion, Gu Changxing forced a laugh and said, Senior brother, I will miss you greatly. Why not allow me to accompany you down the mountain? I wish to spend a little more time with you to talk. By following Zhang Fan, he could keep an eye on Xian Mo's every move. Xian Mo, too, would be cautious in his actions. However, upon hearing Gu Changshan's request, Zhang Fan shook his head with a smile, saying, "No need, junior brother. The recent demon tide has left us with bodies that need attending to at Lingyuan. You should return and fulfill your duties." But Gu Changshan still wished to speak further. Zhang Fan's expression was grave. "Changshan, you have just been appointed as the senior disciple today. Are you truly intending to abandon your post on your very first day?" Gu Changshan lowered his head. "I'm sorry, senior brother." Zhang Fan's face brightened with a smile once more. "It's all right. I am merely descending the mountain, not departing forever. I reside in Lianhua village at the foot of the mountain. If you miss me, you can always come down to visit." Zhang Fan affectionately patted Gu Changshan's head, chuckling. "Very well," Gu Changshan nodded. Since Zhang Fan was unwilling, he could not press the matter further and reluctantly acquiesced. Before leaving, Xian Mo cast a lingering glance at Gu Changshan, choosing not to utter a word. He then proceeded to accompany Zhang Fan down the mountain. Chapter 27. The mysterious enhancement of Xian Mo's lifespan. As Gu Changshan observed Zhang Fan's receding figure, a swirl of melancholy and reluctance filled his heart. Though a greater sense of unease loomed, he feared that Xian Mo, in a fit of madness, might truly take action against Zhang Fan. However, contemplating the matter, he realized that Zhang Fan had spent a considerable time in the cemetery. Unlike himself and Xiaoyun, Xian Mo likely held some affection for Zhang Fan. Thus, he should not resort to violence against him. With this thought, Gu Changshan's heavy heart lightened slightly as he departed from the loft to attend to his duties. After a brief incense stick's duration, upon learning of Gu Changshan's ascension to the position of senior disciple, Lin Pingyan's face immediately broke into a smile. "Congratulations, Changshan. From this day forth, you shall be the second in command of this cemetery." Gu Changshan forced a wry smile. "Second in command? Why does that sound so akin to a bandit?" He chuckled. "Brother Lin, spare me your jests. You are a rare talent destined to enter the outer sect, far surpassing someone like me who is fated to remain in the cemetery for a lifetime." Lin Pingyan shook his head in amusement. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun, feeling aggrieved, protested. "Why not me? I have a higher lineage, I am more handsome, and my cultivation surpasses yours. It was my turn to be the senior disciple." Xiaoyun's heart was heavy with disappointment. When he heard that Zhang Fan would descend the mountain, he had envisioned himself assuming the role of the senior disciple, perhaps even succeeding the position of the cemetery's master. Little did he know, Gu Changshan had seized that opportunity. Gu Changshan replied with a smile, "Xiaoyun, being the senior disciple is no simple task. It is a lifelong commitment. The master must have deemed my talents insufficient for the path of cultivation, thus assigning me this role. Is that true?" Xiaoyun's indignation began to dissipate. "Indeed. Look at our senior disciple, who has devoted over 20 years of his prime to the cemetery. How many can claim 2 decades in life?" Xiaoyun fell silent, his gaze shifting as he looked at Gu Changshan with sympathy. He patted Gu Changshan's shoulder, saying, "Changshan, you have endured much." Lin Pingyan also remained silent, harboring his own dreams of cultivation, wishing to escape a lifetime in the cemetery. Gu Changshan feigned silence, inwardly reveling in the absurdity of it all. Xiaoyun was indeed easily deceived. "As of today, I am the senior disciple of the cemetery. Shouldn't you both show some recognition?" Gu Changshan chuckled, directing his gaze toward the two. Of course, Lin Pingyan nodded, retrieving a tome from his robe and presenting it to Gu Changshan. "This is my method for nurturing and recuperating, the swallowing yuan and breathing technique, a gift for you. By practicing this method, you can swiftly restore your mental and spiritual energy, yielding unexpected benefits in actual combat." Gu Changshan was momentarily taken aback. "That is not what I meant. Since I am now the senior disciple, shouldn't you both address me as senior brother?" Until now, he had always referred to these two as his seniors. Now that he had ascended to the position of senior brother, it was only fitting they reciprocate. Upon hearing Gu Changshan's words, the two were slightly taken aback. "Humph." Lin Pingyan let out a soft scoff, thrusting the swallowing yuan and breathing technique against Gu Changshan's chest before turning away. "Hey, Lin, where are you going?" Gu Changshan exclaimed, his eyes wide, calling after him. However, Lin Pingyan did not halt, but rather quickened his pace, soon vanishing from sight. Gu Changshan turned to Xiaoyun. "What are you looking at me for?" Xiaoyun replied, startled. "Hey, Changshan, you've gone too far. I am your elder brother. Do you expect me to call you senior brother? When did I ever acknowledge you as my elder brother?" Gu Changshan retorted. "I don't care. I am your elder brother, and there is no way I'm calling you senior brother." Xiaoyun chuckled, and the two resumed their playful banter. Half an hour later, Xian Mo returned. He summoned Gu Changxing and the others to the loft, formally announcing Gu Changxing's new title as senior brother. Furthermore, he redistributed the responsibilities within the cemetery. From this day forth, Gu Changxing was tasked with overseeing the cemetery's affairs, while Xiao Yun and Lin Ping'an were to assist him diligently. Surprisingly, Xiao Yun felt a twinge of guilt and refrained from complaining. Subsequently, Xian Mo asked Lin Ping'an to leave, retaining Gu Changxing and Xiao Yun. Xian Mo inquired, "Did you both consume the cultivation pills I provided yesterday? How do you find their effects?" Xiao Yun grimaced. "Master, it's unbearable. After taking the cultivation pill you gave me, it felt as though my stomach was aflame. I couldn't sleep a wink all night." Xian Mo smiled calmly. "That's quite normal, considering it's a second-tier pill with potent effects. You've just broken through to the first layer of the qi condensation stage. It's only natural that you struggle to endure its power." With that, Xian Mo gestured for Xiao Yun to approach. Obediently, Xiao Yun stepped forward. Xian Mo placed his hand on Xiao Yun's pulse, seemingly sensing the flow of spiritual energy within him. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and remarked, "Not bad. The potency of the cultivation pill has already integrated within you. Your cultivation has significantly improved compared to a few days ago. I estimate that in 3 years, you will reach the second layer of the qi condensation stage." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was instantly invigorated, throwing an arm around Gu Changxing's shoulder, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? Changsheng, the master of the garden, said that in 3 years, I would be able to step into the second level of the qi condensation stage." Aha! Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing gave a forced chuckle. "Congratulations, Brother Xiao." Yet internally, he could not help but scoff. This old fellow truly knows how to spin tales. Clearly, it was just a toxic pill, yet he spoke of it as if it were genuine. Xuanma turned to Gu Changxing. "And you? Do you not have any peculiar abnormalities?" Gu Changxing scratched his head. "I'm but a foolish disciple, lacking the talent of Brother Xiao. Thus I absorbed little of the medicinal power. It only pained me for an hour before it subsided." Xiaoyan laughed heartily. "No worries, Changxing. Once I become successful, I will take care of you." Xuanma narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at Gu Changxing, yet said nothing further. Then, he stood up and approached the two, presenting them with an item each. Gu Changxing looked down and nearly lost his soul in shock. A soul-dispelling pill. This old fellow actually gifted them another soul-dispelling pill. Was he intent on ensuring their demise? Gu Changxing feigned a demeanor of utmost reverence and gratitude. "Master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. I have already received a P1 pill from you. How can I take a second? If word gets out, others will say I lack propriety." As he spoke, he attempted to return the pill. Xuanma's expression remained impassive. "There are only the 4 of us in this entire cemetery." "When you say others, do you mean Lin Ping'an?" "Gu Changxing, Xiao Yun." "Yes, Changsheng, since it is the master's kind intention, you should accept it. Rest assured, based on my understanding of Brother Lin, he will not speak ill of you." Gu Changxing, "Very well." With a tingling sensation at the back of his head, Gu Changxing had no choice but to accept the pill. Adhering to the act after receiving the pill, he expressed abundant gratitude to Xuanma and vowed to repay his kindness in the future. Xuanma said nothing, merely waved his hand for the two to leave. However, just before departing, Gu Changxing suddenly sensed something was amiss with Xuanma. The deathly aura surrounding him seemed to have dissipated somewhat. Compared to their earlier meeting, he appeared considerably more spirited. Was it merely his imagination? Gu Changxing discreetly cast a longevity check on Xuanma. Xuanma. Lifespan. 3 years. Chapter 28. The Ascension of the Celestial Sword. Taitsong, Slaying, Demon Sword. Looking at the words before him, Gu Changxing's eyelids twitched. A lifespan of 3 years? What was happening? Just a few days ago, had not Xuanma's lifespan been reduced to merely a month? How had it suddenly transformed into 3 years? Gu Changxing seemed to recall something. He swallowed hard and raised his gaze, looking at Xuanma with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "Master, has senior brother returned home?" Xuanma replied nonchalantly. "I have sent him back to his original village. What of it?" "Nothing at all." Gu Changxing shook his head, his expression unchanging, and clasped his fist towards Xuanma, saying, "In that case, I shall return to my cultivation." Xuanma nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Gu Changxing and Xiao Yun departed. Once they exited the pavilion, Xiao Yun was brimming with excitement, feeling as though he had received 2 Peiyuan pills as a divine blessing. Eager to break through to the foundation establishment stage and surpass Lin Ping'an. Gu Changxing, however, was not in the mood for frivolity. He handed Xiaoyun another leaf of Taishu soul herb and reminded him to consume it immediately after taking the Peiyuan pills to alleviate the pain in his abdomen. After Xiaoyun committed this to memory, Gu Chongxing turned and left. On the way back, Gu Chongxing's countenance grew increasingly grim. His steps were heavy, as if his feet were laden with 1,000 pounds of mud. After taking a few dozen steps, his breathing became rapid, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Zhang Fan was dead. Although reluctant to acknowledge it, the only explanation Gu Chongxing could conceive was this one. Otherwise, why had Xuanma's lifespan been merely a month before Zhang Fan was sent down the mountain, only to extend to 3 years afterward? Apart from Xuanma having killed Zhang Fan to enhance his own longevity, Gu Chongxing could think of no other explanation. Now, it seemed highly probable that the senior brother was indeed dead. Xuanma's next target could very well be himself and Xiaoyun. No, I cannot remain idle. I must prepare before Xuanma takes any action. Gu Chongxing gritted his teeth. Although his current strength was sufficient to slay Xuanma, he sensed that this old man was likely more formidable than he appeared, perhaps with some hidden trump cards. He resolved to venture to the back mountain to bolster his strength and to enhance the celestial sword gifted to him by Han Yun, ensuring a foolproof preparation. Soon, Gu Chongxing arrived at the back mountain, sitting cross-legged with his legs crossed, beginning to channel his lifespan into his cultivation. Ding! You have invested 3,000 years of lifespan into your practice. As he invested his lifespan, the characters before Gu Chongxing began to transform rapidly, and with this transformation, his cultivation steadily progressed. 500 years, 1,000 years, 1,500 years, 2,000 years. At last, after half an hour, the practice concluded. And Gu Chongxing slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. It has finally come to an end. After investing 3,000 years of lifespan, Gu Chongxing had not yet broken through to the foundation establishment stage, but his cultivation had seen significant enhancement. He could sense that he was but a single step away from the foundation establishment stage. Though he could not yet claim to be at that level, he could no longer be regarded as merely at the qi condensation stage. Half-step foundation establishment. Gu Chongxing murmured this title to himself, feeling that it perhaps suited his current level of cultivation more aptly. His dantian had expanded to twice its size compared to when he had just entered the 9th level of the qi consolidation stage, allowing him to store an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy that far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. Gu Chongxing glanced at his remaining lifespan. Gu Chongxing, lifespan, 3,500 years. With 3,500 years left, it seemed ample for enhancing the celestial sword. Gu Chongxing murmured to himself as he retrieved Han Yun's Xianyun sword and placed it before him. Ding! You have invested 500 years of lifespan into practicing with the Xianyun sword. As the words appeared, Gu Chongxing could distinctly feel the sword before him quiver slightly, enveloped in a faint glow, as if on the verge of transformation. You have forged the Xianyun sword for 10 years, but due to your insufficient skill, no changes have occurred, and its quality remains unchanged. You have forged the Xianyun sword for 50 years. Some impurities have been expelled. Yet the sword's form itself has not altered. You have forged the Xianyun sword for 100 years. Buzz. As the text shifted, the Xianyun sword began to emit a gentle hum, its surface radiance intensifying, as if cocooned in a milky haze. Although the sword's form had not undergone significant changes, Gu Chongxing could keenly sense that the sword's intent had become considerably sharper, and even the blade itself had grown more keen. At last, the 500 years of practice concluded. The Xianyun sword had not undergone any qualitative transformation, prompting Gu Chongxing to invest an additional 500 years of lifespan. Ding! You have added 500 years of lifespan for further practice with the Xianyun sword. You have forged the Xianyun sword for 600 years. The blade has become as sharp as a razor, capable of cleaving through iron, rendering even the most formidable demon at the foundation establishment level unable to withstand your strike. You have forged the Xianyun sword for 800 years. The sword begins to undergo a qualitative change, ascending from an ordinary celestial sword to an imperial-grade royal sword, a divine sword exclusively for the Dezhou royal family. Imbued with the righteous energy of heaven and earth, capable of vanquishing evil and cutting through ghosts, having once felled a deity-level demon. What? A deity-level being? Upon reading this line, Gu Chongxing's eyelids twitched. The transformation realm was the stuff of legends among cultivators. He had yet to encounter even a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. Such formidable beings were likely to appear only once in 100,000 cultivators. Within the Taisu sect, those who ascended to the transformation realm were undoubtedly figures at the level of inner sect elders. However, even after the Xianyan sword had ascended to an imperial-grade royal sword, the text before Gu Changshan's eyes showed no signs of cessation. In the 9th century, as you forged the imperial sword of the sovereign, you discovered that it possessed the remarkable ability to autonomously absorb the essence of heaven and earth, undergoing a metamorphosis. By the 1000th year, the imperial sword of the sovereign continued to absorb this essence, seamlessly integrating it with the blade itself. At that moment, your imperial sword of the sovereign underwent a transformation. Congratulations, your imperial sword of the sovereign has ascended to become the Taitsong demon-slaying sword. With the emergence of this final line of text, the resplendent imperial sword of the sovereign in Gu Changxing's grasp erupted in a dazzling brilliance. A torrent of terrifying energy accompanied by a sharp sword intent surged forth from the celestial blade. Startled, Gu Changxing was unexpectedly thrown backward by this overwhelming sword aura. He lifted his gaze to find that the spot where he had been sitting was now occupied by a blood-red divine sword. Adorned with intricate runes and exuding a menacing aura, the Taitsong demon-slaying sword. Chapter 29. Xiaoyan has disappeared. The Taitsong demon-slaying sword. Gazing at the hovering blood-red divine sword before him, Gu Changxing murmured, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Such a powerful divine sword. The mere residual sword aura emanating from it had propelled him several meters away. How terrifying. With a sense of awe, Gu Changxing cautiously approached and grasped the sword radiating crimson light. Upon contact, a wave of searing heat surged along the blade. He gasped sharply, feeling as though his right hand were on the verge of being incinerated, the intense burning sensation threatening to sear through his very bones. Desperately, Gu Changxing tried to shake off the Taitsong demon-slaying sword, but soon realized that no matter how hard he struggled, it remained steadfastly affixed to his hand, as if it were glued to him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar memory flooded into Gu Changxing's mind. In his thoughts, he envisioned a tall and imposing figure, a man with his back turned to him, obscuring his visage. Yet merely standing there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, reminiscent of a mountain in motion. Clutching the Taitsong demon-slaying sword, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by a veritable sea of corpses, dismembered limbs, and bloodied remains. Crimson liquid flowing from the lifeless bodies, staining the ground in a ghastly hue. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Gu Changxing cast a glance at the corpses, and his breath hitched in shock. These bodies were all those of demons. Rat demons, wolf demons, snake demons, and many more that Gu Changxing did not recognize. They are grotesque in form. Some resemble humans but with 8 arms sprouting from their backs, while others take on the shape of dragons, stretching for miles with 3 heads. There are also those that appear akin to Maitreya, possessing a Buddha's head yet bearing a visage as fearsome as that of a demon. These fiends are, without exception, all deceased. Yet, even in death, the oppressive aura emanating from their corpses sends a chill down Gu Changxing's spine. Were these the demons slain by this sword? Gu Changxing swallowed hard, his gaze shifting towards the divine sword in his hand, revealing a hint of trepidation. The Taitsong demon-slaying sword. No wonder it bears such a name, having vanquished so many demons. Surely no other sword in existence could rightfully claim the title of demon-slaying. Ding! Just as Gu Changxing muttered to himself, a textual introduction regarding the Taitsong demon-slaying sword materialized. Taitsong demon-slaying sword. Legend has it that this sword was forged from a drop of blood from the divine beast, the phoenix. It was later acquired by the esteemed elder of the Taitsong sect, who utilized it to slay millions of demons, earning it the revered title of the foremost demon-slaying sword in the realm of cultivation. Phoenix blood? Upon seeing these 4 characters, Gu Changxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he was unaware of who the Taitsong sect or its elder were, as a traveler from another world, he was acutely aware of the significance of the word phoenix. This was a legendary divine beast. A sword born from even a single drop of phoenix blood was undoubtedly extraordinary. Note, due to its history of slaying demons, the Taitsong demon-slaying sword has been tainted by the essence of demon gods. Prolonged use may adversely affect the wielder's mind. To maintain control, one must nourish it daily with blood. Otherwise, over time, the sword's spirit will seize the wielder's body. Hiss. Upon reading this passage, Gu Changxing inhaled sharply. Good heavens! It requires nourishment with blood. If not, the sword spirit will take over his body. What exactly is this? A divine sword or a demonic one? Nevertheless, the textual prompt had never been wrong. Gu Changxing dared not doubt it. He promptly bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Taitsong demon-slaying sword. This should suffice, right? Indeed, as the blood flowed into the sword, Gu Chongqing felt the burning sensation in his hand dissipate at an astonishing rate. Soon, the discomfort vanished without a trace. Moreover, he sensed an invisible connection forming between himself and the Taitsong demon-slaying sword. "Rise," Gu Chongqing commanded with a low voice. With a hum, the Taitsong demon-slaying sword levitated into the air. "Go." With a flourish of his sleeve, the sword whistled through the air, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters, like a divine blade piercing the heavens. Gu Chongqing waved his hand again. The demon-slaying sword swiftly returned to hover above his palm, behaving like a well-trained pet, obedient and endearing. "Such a fine sword," Gu Chongqing mused with a slight smile. "That you are called the Taitsong demon-slaying sword. That name is rather lengthy. Since you have chosen to accompany me, I shall bestow upon you a new name. Henceforth, you shall be known as Xiaocong." Buzzing joyfully, the Taitsong demon-slaying sword emitted a cheerful hum, seemingly pleased with its new appellation. Gu Chongqing gently caressed the hilt of Xiaocong. The name Xiaocong felt oddly familiar, but he dismissed the thought. With a pat on his storage pouch, he stored Xiaocong away. Now, it was time to address the final matter. Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of malice flashing within. His ascension in cultivation and enhancement of his sword had one purpose: to act before Xianmo could. Everything was now in place. It was time to eliminate Xianmo. After all, if Xianmo remained alive, it would be him and Xiao Yun who would perish in a matter of days. However, before confronting Xianmo, Gu Chongqing had a more pressing task to undertake. He needed to devise a retreat strategy. As the master of the garden, Xianmo would undoubtedly raise suspicions if he were to be slain without caution. To avoid punishment from the sect, Gu Chongqing needed a foolproof plan. Not long ago, Shifeng and Lu Yun had mentioned that there were demonic spies lurking near the tomb. If he could lure Xianmo into making a move against him, he could then accuse him of being a demonic spy. The sect had zero tolerance for such traitors. As for why a mere servant like himself could escape the clutches of a demonic spy, he would simply explain it was the intervention of a mysterious figure hidden within the tomb. This mysterious individual was hardly a secret. Most of the inhabitants of the tomb were aware of their existence. Therefore, using this person as a scapegoat was entirely logical. After meticulously calculating the details of his plan to ensure every step was flawless, Gu Chongqing recalled that Shifeng had once given Zhang Fan a message talisman. With this talisman, he could contact the outer disciples. At that moment, he would use Shifeng's influence to cast all the blame upon Xianmo. Resolute, Gu Chongqing wasted no time and set forth towards the tomb with swift strides. Before long, he returned to the cemetery. Unusually, Lin Pingan was seen moving corpses within the tomb. Gu Chongqing scanned the surroundings and noticed Xiao Yun was absent. Curious, he inquired, "Brother Lin, why are you the one moving the corpses? Where is Xiao Yun?" Lin Pingan replied, "Xiao Yun is feeling unwell. The garden master has taken him down the mountain for treatment." "What? Down the mountain?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing's body trembled violently. Recalling Zhang Fan's unfortunate experiences, an ominous premonition surged within Gu Chongqing's heart. This cannot be good. Chapter 30. The Miserable Fate of Xiao Yun. A sudden change flitted across Gu Chongqing's countenance. A chilling sensation shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. Had Xiao Yun been taken down the mountain by Xianmo? Previously, when Zhang Fan was led down by Xianmo and returned, Xianmo's lifespan had increased by 3 years. Now, he had taken Xiao Yun down as well. Could it be that he was unable to wait any longer, aiming to kill Xiao Yun today to extend his own life? The thought deepened Gu Chongqing's frown as he hastily inquired of Lin Pingan, "Brother Lin, do you know in which direction the garden master and brother shall have gone?" "They headed north." "Why do you ask?" Lin Pingan replied, curiosity etched across his face. "North?" Gu Chongqing murmured, swiftly turning on his heels and dashing toward the northern direction. "Brother Lin, I am heading down the mountain as well." Without waiting for Lin Pingan to respond, Gu Chongqing transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. Lin Pingan's expression shifted slightly as he watched Gu Chongqing disappear. Momentarily lost in thought, how could this guy be so fast? Wasn't Gu Chongqing still a novice in cultivation? That burst of speed surpassed even him. A genius at the 5th level of qi condensation. On the mountain path, Gu Chongqing raced forward, not daring to relax for even a moment. The flowers and trees on either side blurred past him like fleeting shadows. Finally, after several minutes, he arrived beneath an ancient locust tree and spotted a familiar figure with flowing white hair. Clad in a long black robe, Xianmo sat quietly beneath the tree. Silent and still, Gu Chongqing focused his gaze and realized, to his astonishment, that it was indeed Xianmo. However, He was alone. There was no sign of Xiao Yun nearby. Could it be that Xiao Yun had already perished? A wave of despair washed over Gu Changsheng. He glanced at Xian Mo and was taken aback to witness that Xian Mo had reverted to his previous frail state, his hair completely white. Even his beard and eyebrows had turned white, and age spots marred his face, making him appear extremely elderly. What was happening? How had he aged so drastically? Filled with confusion, Gu Changsheng discreetly cast a lifespan probe on Xian Mo. Xian Mo, lifespan, 3 hours. Hiss. Upon reading those words, Gu Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. 3 hours. What was going on? Hadn't this old fellow had 3 years left just yesterday? How had it dwindled to a mere 3 hours in the blink of an eye? Gu Changsheng was both puzzled and astonished. He distinctly remembered that after Zhang Fan's death, Xian Mo's lifespan had significantly increased. Why had it now diminished instead? Did Xian Mo truly spare Xiao Yun's life? Did he allow him to escape? As Gu Changsheng pondered these questions, Xian Mo cast a glance in his direction, lightly nodding as if unperturbed by his arrival, merely uttering 3 words. You have arrived. Master. Gu Changsheng approached cautiously, tentatively cupping his fists. Come, I shall lead you to the outer gate, Xian Mo said, gently stroking his beard with a faint smile. What purpose do we have at the outer gate? Gu Changsheng inquired, taken aback. Do you no longer wish to assume the role of the master? Xian Mo remarked unexpectedly. What? The moment those words left his lips, Gu Changsheng's heart raced, yet his visage betrayed a sorrowful expression as he anxiously replied, Master, what troubles you? Please do not alarm me. Xian Mo shook his head, chuckling softly. Enough. There is no need for such pretense before me. I am aware that you harbor secrets. Gu Changsheng's countenance shifted subtly, yet he remained silent, lowering his gaze. Enough. My time is short. If you have inquiries, feel free to ask as we walk. Xian Mo said, propping himself against a nearby tree, struggling to rise. His frail state rendered even this simple motion a challenge, causing tremors to ripple through his body. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. He gestured to Gu Changsheng, signaling him to follow. With that, he lifted his foot and began to stride towards the distance. Gu Changsheng followed closely behind. Though Xian Mo was in the twilight of his years, he dared not let his guard down. The fate of Xiao Yun remained uncertain. Who could fathom the intentions of this old man? Perhaps he intended to use Gu Changsheng as a scapegoat, desperate for a final act of madness before his demise. Buzz. Gu Changsheng's right fist clenched subtly, enveloped in a layer of fiery spiritual energy. Should Xian Mo even contemplate crossing a line, he would strike without hesitation. Fortunately, throughout their journey, Xian Mo remained composed, revealing no hint of malice, instead patiently elucidating the customs of the sect. Upon your ascension as the master of the mausoleum, you will need to select your disciples. They need not possess extraordinary talent, but they must embody humility and diligence. The mausoleum is unlike the medicinal valleys or pill halls. Your daily duties will involve managing the remains of the deceased. Thus, after your ascension, you will not be required to remit spirit stones monthly, but rather provide a report to the outer gate once a month. Xian Mo spoke slowly, with remarkable patience. Gu Changsheng, trailing behind, appeared to listen intently. Yet his vigilance remained unwavering. Xian Mo's pace was slow, and given his frail condition, they had only traversed a few miles after nearly half an hour of walking. Gu Changsheng's composure began to fray. How much longer must they walk to reach the outer gate's teleportation array? He almost wished to carry Xian Mo on his back. After another 10 minutes of walking, Xian Mo suddenly turned and asked, Why do you not inquire about Xiao Yun's whereabouts? Gu Changsheng feigned confusion, asking, Isn't he unwell? Master, did you not take him for treatment? Xuanma cast a deep glance at Gu Changsheng, slowly replying, I deceived him. In truth, I extracted his intellect and refined him into a demon. Gu Changsheng's heart raced violently, and his hands trembled lightly beneath his sleeves. Yet, he maintained a composed facade, cautiously scanning his surroundings until he confirmed that no one else was near, before feigning terror as he looked at Xuanma. A demon? Master, you jest, do you not? How could you possibly transform Brother Xiao into a demon? Gu Changsheng pretended to be incredulous, though his mind raced with the thought that this old rascal might intend to strike now. Taking a deep breath, he activated the eternal life technique within him, the power of the ancestral dragon's boundless fist quietly gathering in his right hand. Xuanma, without turning back, seemed unconcerned about any potential ambush from Gu Changsheng. He brushed aside the branches ahead, maneuvering through the tangled thorns, and continued, I am not deceiving you. I truly refined Xiao Yun into a demon. Gu Changsheng swallowed hard. What about senior brother? Chapter 31. Xuanma's confession, True identity, what about senior brother? Gu Chongqing swallowed again, gazing into Xuan Ma's eyes, his heart pounding. If Xiao Yun had indeed been transformed into a demon, what of Zhang Fan? Had he too been refined into a demon by Xuan Ma? Do not worry, Xuan Ma replied nonchalantly. Zhang Fan is safe. I sent him down the mountain, and he has returned to his homeland. Really? Gu Chongqing found it hard to believe. Rest assured, I do not lie, Xuan Ma smiled faintly. Hearing this, Gu Chongqing could not suppress a mental retort. Not lying? Just days ago, you deceived us. Claiming the soul-dispersing pill was a vitality cultivation pill. However, observing Xuan Ma's expression, he sensed no deceit and could not help but feel relieved. Wonderful. Senior brother is still alive. Yet, the thought of Xiao Yun's fate brought sorrow to his heart. After all, he had spent so much time with Xiao Yun. It was painful to accept that a living person had been transformed into a demon by Xuan Ma. It would be a lie to say he felt no distress. Seemingly perceiving Gu Chongqing's feelings, Xuan Ma spoke calmly, do not be too saddened. Did Zhang Fan not tell you when he left that the path of cultivation is fraught with hardship? Xiao Yun's fate is not uncommon. Moreover, you are to be the future master of the mausoleum. If you remain so despondent over every misfortune, how can you progress further on the path of cultivation? Gu Chongqing fell silent. His silence stemmed from the implication in the old man's words, suggesting that he had betrayed Xiao Yun for his own benefit. Just days prior, he had gifted Gu Chongqing a poison pill. Gu Chongqing inquired, did senior brother become a demon because of the vitality cultivation pill you gave him? Upon hearing this, Xian Mo cast a profound glance at Gu Chongqing, his eyes reflecting admiration. Indeed, you are quite astute. It is indeed due to that spirit-nurturing pill. However, it is not a spirit-nurturing pill, but rather a soul-dispersing pill. After consumption, not only will one's intellect be affected, but within 3 years, the physical body will inevitably be tainted by demonic energy, turning into a pool of blood. I initially planned to wait 3 years for the full effect of the medicine to manifest before taking his life. However, time is of the essence. I must extract his intellect prematurely, transforming him into a demon. Xian Mo sighed, and, whether recalling past memories or the visage of Xiao Yun before his demise, a hint of sorrow crossed his countenance. Master, did you kill Xiao Yun to extend your life? Gu Chongqing inquired further. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashed in Xian Mo's eyes, seemingly astonished by Gu Chongqing's profound insight. Indeed, you have discerned that much. It appears you are not as simple as you seem. I must admit, I underestimated you. Xian Mo stroked his beard, regarding Gu Chongqing with increasing admiration. Ding. Xian Mo's fondness for you has increased. Current fondness. 1 star, goodness. Seeing this line of text, Gu Chongqing was at a loss for words. This old fellow. Developing a fondness for him at such a moment? Just then, Xian Mo spoke again. You are only half correct. The reason I refined Xiao Yun was to extend my life, but it is not entirely so. I will explain further later. For now, follow me to the outer gate. Gu Chongqing nodded. One last question. If you were selecting a garden master, why not choose senior brother Lin? His talent far surpasses mine and should be the most suitable candidate for the position. Xian Mo shook his head with a smile. High talent does not necessarily make one suitable for the role of garden master, especially in our cemetery. If one attracts too much attention from the sect, it may not be a blessing. Gu Chongqing raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt in his gaze. Are we to believe that attracting the sect's attention is not a good thing? Is there perhaps a secret hidden within our cemetery? Indeed. The garden master is not merely a disciple of the Tai Su sect. My true identity is that of the holy son of the Xian Yao sect. 300 years ago, I inadvertently strayed into the demonic path, later joining the blood demon sect, where I became a hall master. The young man in the black robe you encountered recently is one of my subordinates from the blood demon sect. What? Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing was instantly shaken to his core. Goodness, the Xian Yao sect. Though not on par with the Tai Su sect, it is still a renowned righteous sect. The holy son of the Xian Yao sect is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Such a figure has strayed into the demonic path? Moreover, he became a hall master of the blood demon sect? This is utterly absurd. Even more outrageous is that this person is my garden master, with whom I share my daily life. Observing Gu Chongqing's expression, Xuan Ma wore a smile that was both enigmatic and knowing. What, do you not believe me? Gu Chongqing found himself at a loss for words. With a deep sigh, Xuan Ma's tone turned melancholic as he proclaimed, for 3 centuries. This secret has remained locked within my heart. Today, I finally have the opportunity to reveal it all. Even if I were to perish, I would harbor no regrets. A sense of unease tightened in Gu Chongqing's chest. This old man had concealed a secret for 300 years. Was he planning to share it with him only to take his life afterward? Seemingly reading Gu Changxing's thoughts, Xuanma chuckled lightly. Rest assured, you are my disciple. This cemetery will require your stewardship in the future. I have no intention of ending your life. Gu Changxing scrutinized Xuanma intently, attempting to discern any deceit in his expression. Fortunately, the old man did not appear to be lying. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Changxing inquired, Master, since you are the scion of the Xiao sect, your future should be boundless. Why then have you strayed into the demonic path? Xuanma, unperturbed, candidly responded, in pursuit of a higher realm. The constraints of orthodox cultivation are too numerous. The demonic arts are more suited to me. Gu Changxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, orthodox practices emphasized utmost righteousness and a steadfast heart, forbidding indiscriminate killing. In contrast, demonic techniques offered a myriad of options, from corpse refinement to soul nurturing, and even the consumption of human flesh, each method tailored to one's desires. Xuanma glanced at Gu Changxing and remarked, to be frank, I had initially intended to kill you, which you likely sensed when I presented you with that elixir. However, when I noticed you refrained from consuming the Sanon pill, I realized you were not as foolish as you appeared. Rather, you possess considerable intellect. Thus, I spared your life, allowing you to become my successor. Gu Changxing could only muster a wry smile. Well, I truly appreciate that. Do not take it amiss. Xiao Yun's impulsive nature rendered him unfit for the role of steward. My transformation of him into a demon was merely to facilitate your ascension to that position. Without him, managing the cemetery will undoubtedly be much simpler for you. Xuanma's demeanor remained impassive, as if the death of Xiao Yun held no significance for him. It was as if he had extinguished a mere insect rather than a human being. Yet Gu Changxing felt differently. After all, the old man had spared Zhang Fan. Had he truly been a remorseless villain, he would have shown no mercy to Zhang Fan. Thus, Gu Changxing surmised that a flicker of benevolence still resided in Xuanma's heart. However, this kindness seemed to vanish in the face of Xiao Yun, only to re-emerge when confronting Zhang Fan. Pondering further, Gu Changxing posed one last question. Master, as a distinguished talent of the Xiaoyao sect and the leader of the Blood Demon sect, with your prowess, you need not remain in this cemetery. Would it not be better to reside in the outer or inner sect? Xuanma laughed heartily. Ah, young one, you are indeed astute. Indeed, my presence here in this cemetery is not without reason. Beneath the rear mountain of this cemetery lies a primordial infant. A primordial infant? Gu Changxing's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling. Chapter 32, Entering the Outer Gate. A primordial infant? Gu Changxing swallowed hard, his breath becoming noticeably heavy. The path of cultivation is divided into several stages: qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, primordial infant, and spirit transformation. The primordial infant. It is a state that transcends foundation establishment, a treasure possessed solely by mighty cultivators of the primordial infant realm. Such a gem is worth 1,000 times more than the Taimu soul herb. To think that beneath this humble cemetery, a primordial infant would be buried? Let us proceed. I shall explain further later. Xian Imo chose not to linger on the subject and stepped forward, heading into the distance. Gu Changxing hurriedly followed. Tiny winter snowflakes danced in the sky, while a majestic city loomed between heaven and earth, sprawling endlessly like a colossal beast lying upon the lands of the Taishu sect. The city gates towered several dozen zhang high, with some entering on foot, others soaring in flight upon their swords, and even disciples riding peculiar mounts into the city. Gu Changxing gazed at this outer city from afar, his eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. What an immense city! This was his first visit to the outer gate. Although he had previously heard Zhang Fan describe the vastness of the outer city, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astounded by its grandeur. This was but one of the outer city fortresses. It is said that there are thousands of such cities within the Taishu sect, and those inhabited by inner disciples and elders are rumored to be several times larger, accessible only to those who have reached the pinnacle of the Taishu sect. Xianemo spoke slowly, his voice tinged with nostalgia, revealing a hint of regret in his eyes. Gu Changxing curled his lips. Indeed, the existence of social hierarchy could not be avoided, even in the realm of cultivation. Curiosity piqued, Gu Changxing asked, just how vast is the Taishu sect? They had just utilized a teleportation array, taking 10 minutes to arrive at the nearest outer city, and Gu Changxing could scarcely fathom the true size of the entire Taishu sect. It exceeded all his calculations, surely unmatched by any nation on earth in his previous life. Xianemo shook his head. The Taishu sect is boundless. I too cannot ascertain its true extent. Perhaps when you reach the golden core stage, you may catch a glimpse of it. He looked at Gu Changxing with a cheerful smile. Gu Changxing nodded, remaining silent. This demeanor surprised Xian Mo. He had anticipated that. Given Gu Changxing's talent, he would respond with a bitter smile, lamenting the impossibility of ever reaching the golden core stage. Yet, the other's reaction was unexpectedly calm. It seemed this young man indeed harbored many secrets. Xian Mo mused inwardly. Soon, the two of them stepped into the outer city together. Xian Mo produced a token and presented it to the guards at the city gate. Upon glancing at the token, the two guards permitted Gu Changxing and Xian Mo to enter. Gu Changxing stealthily examined the inscription on the token, Burial Garden. Once within the city, a cacophony of sounds assaulted his ears, overwhelming him momentarily as a sharp pain pierced through. He felt a surge of astonishment. Just moments ago, they had been less than 10 miles away, yet had heard not a whisper. Xian Mo remarked indifferently. The city is enveloped by a barrier that isolates it from the outside world. Unless one possesses the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, it is impossible to discern the internal conditions from outside. Gu Changxing nodded in comprehension. Come and see. Premium Xiangrade herbs. Just 100 spirit stones each. Don't miss out. Brother, I have a mid-grade immortal sword forged from cold iron, embedded with 3 superior immortal stones. It can slay foundation-building demons with a single strike. And here is the pure-blooded spiritual beast, the Crimson Fox. In just 5 years, it will be able to speak. Only 200 spirit stones. Whether as a pet or for vanquishing demons, it is an unparalleled choice. The streets on either side of the city buzzed with the calls of outer sect disciples, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Gu Changxing cast a glance at these wares, feeling a bittersweet smile tug at his lips. Indeed, this was the realm of the outer sect disciples. Each item here could easily cover a year's worth of his wages. The city boasted an array of shops, selling everything from cultivation equipment to mundane items. And he even spotted a few brothels. A group of outer sect female disciples, adorned in resplendent attire, stood at the brothel, showcasing their allure. How splendid! Truly, it is worthy of the righteous sect. Xiao Yun would surely revel in such a place. Gu Changxing smiled knowingly, but his expression darkened at the thought of Xiao Yun's plight. I wonder how senior sister Han is faring? Gu Changxing murmured to himself. Suddenly, he recalled Han Yun, also an outer sect disciple. How is she managing these days? And what of the companions who entered the sect alongside him? Had any of them become outer sect disciples? Gu Changxing's thoughts drifted. He had been saved by the saintess of the Tai Su sect, Ling Yue, barely preserving his life. 18 children had entered the sect with him. What had become of them? Had any of them become cultivators? Or had they all succumbed to the tedium and returned to the mundane world? In just 2 or 3 years, it seemed as though everything had undergone a dramatic transformation. While Gu Changxing reminisced, Xian Mo abruptly halted. We have arrived. Gu Changxing lifted his gaze to behold a towering pavilion before him, standing 7 or 8 stories high, resplendent with radiant light, adorned with golden bricks and jade tiles, exuding an air of distinction. A plaque hung prominently on the pavilion, inscribed with 5 bold characters, Miscellaneous Duties Office. Curious, Gu Changxing inquired, Master, what is this place? Xian Mo replied, This is the place where the Miscellaneous Affairs Department recruits disciples. Those rejected by both the outer and inner sects gather here to be selected uniformly by the Miscellaneous Affairs Department. Gu Changxing nodded. Initially, he had been rescued by Ling Yue, who brought him directly before several elders. After their rejection, Ling Yue had sent him to the cemetery. Thus, this was Gu Changxing's first visit to this place. Xian Mo continued, Starting tomorrow, you shall be the new master of the cemetery. Therefore, before I depart, I must assist you in completing the handover procedures and, incidentally, recruit 2 new disciples. Otherwise, when Lin Ping'an goes to the outer sect, you will be the only living soul in the cemetery. Gu Changxing fell silent, his gaze towards Xian Mo suddenly becoming complex. Just a few hours prior, he had perceived Xian Mo as a villain devoid of redeeming qualities, yet now he felt a sense of care emanating from him. At the very least, every matter he discussed was genuinely paving the way for Gu Changxing. He was a spy of the demonic path, yet, before his demise, he flawlessly executed the tasks entrusted by the Tai Su sect, ensuring that the position of the cemetery's master remained filled. It is often said that humans possess multiple facets, and at this moment, Xian Mo exemplified this truth vividly. Before long, the two entered the Miscellaneous Affairs office. A plump elder clad in a green long robe approached from a distance. Gu Changxing cast an attribute probe. Name, Song Qingshan Cultivation, Foundation Establishment. 8th layer, spiritual root. Xian spiritual root. Lifespan theoretical lifespan. 290350. Gu Changshan's gaze sharpened. Goodness, he had lived for 290 years? He was even a century older than Xian Mo. Chapter 33. Gu Changxing's disciple. What an ancient creature, Gu Changxing mused inwardly. Song Qishan looked at Xian Mo with a concerned expression. Xian Mo, why do you appear so unwell? Xian Mo chuckled. To be candid, my time is drawing near. I have little left to live. Today, I brought my disciple here to facilitate the handover of the cemetery master position. He gently patted Gu Changxing on the head. This is the future master of the cemetery. Song Qingshan nodded, his gaze shifting to Gu Changxing, revealing a look of astonishment. No cultivation? Yet able to inherit the master position, it seems you possess extraordinary qualities. Gu Changxing thought. What an insult. Xian Mo cheerfully replied, this child is of pure character. Honest and kind-hearted, getting along harmoniously with the disciples in the cemetery. Moreover, lacking any talent for cultivation. He is perfectly suited to remain in the cemetery for a lifetime as its master. Song Qingshan nodded, saying nothing further. He gestured, summoning a miscellaneous disciple who approached bearing a tray, upon which rested an ancient-looking token. The token, identical to Xian Mo's, bore the inscription cemetery. Xian Mo signaled for Gu Changxing to accept the token. Gu Changxing held the token in his hand, feeling its substantial weight, accompanied by a warm flow of spiritual energy that seemed to nourish both body and soul, creating an extraordinary sense of comfort. Xuanma addressed Gu Changxing. This token represents the authority of the garden master. With it, you shall assume the role of the master of the tomb garden from this day forth. Thank you, master, Gu Changxing replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Moments later, Song Qingshan turned and entered the inner hall. When he emerged, he was followed by a group of a dozen or so youths, all appearing to be around 13 or 14 years of age. Song Qingshan spoke. These children are all eager to enter the burial garden. You may select 2 from among them. Xuanma also looked at Gu Changxing, encouraging him. Take your time, there is no rush. At this remark, Gu Changxing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Take his time? Given Xuanma's condition, he doubted there would be 2 hours left to spare, with a journey ahead. If he delayed any longer, he might not make it back to the tomb garden before Xuanma passed away. With this thought in mind, Gu Changxing approached the group of children without a moment's hesitation. There was no need for a meticulous examination. He activated his innate ability. Under the scrutiny of his panel, the spiritual roots and qualifications of each child were instantly laid bare before him. He intended to select those with the best aptitude. After all, he would soon be the master of the garden. If their talents were too lacking, they might perish within a few years or be frightened away by demons, forcing him to recruit again. That would be quite a hassle. As he surveyed the children, however, his spirits quickly sank. Common spiritual roots. Common spiritual roots. Common spiritual roots. Every single one of these children, without exception, possessed only common spiritual roots. A few even shared his own fate, having the most inferior low-level common roots. There was not a single one with any potential for cultivation. No wonder they were willing to join the burial garden with such talents. Even if he were an outer sect elder, he would be reluctant to accept them. Gu Changxing let out a bitter laugh. Just then, he spotted a strikingly beautiful girl among the crowd, appearing to be around the same age. The information hovering above her head caused Gu Changxing to gasp in astonishment. Qinlan, no cultivation 1460, medium mixed spiritual root, hidden identity, reincarnation of a nascent soul stage expert, gasping at the sight of this text. Gu Changxing felt a chill run down his spine, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. A reincarnated nascent soul expert? How astonishing. The nascent soul stage is a level above both the foundation establishment and golden core stages. In his previous life, he had only encountered tales of powerful figures reincarnating in novels, and now he found himself face to face with a living example. A reincarnation of a nascent soul expert, wouldn't he, at the very least, live for 1,000 years? Gu Changxing's heart surged with excitement. Upon considering this, he directly extended an invitation to Qinlan, stating, "Little girl, I am the newly appointed master of the cemetery. Would you be willing to join my burial garden? Although it serves as a place for miscellaneous tasks, it can also impart the methods of cultivation. With diligent effort, you may one day gain entry to the outer sect." Qinlan's gaze sharpened, and her youthful mind briefly entertained adult thoughts. A burial garden? Who would have thought that I, a formidable cultivator at the nascent soul stage, would find myself reduced to the status of a mere auxiliary worker today? Nevertheless, given my recent reincarnation and the frailty of this body. It appears this cemetery is my only refuge. So be it, if I can endure. There will come a day when I reclaim my peak and exact vengeance upon those treacherous scoundrels from my past life. Gritting her teeth, Qin Lan silently encouraged herself. Gu Chongqing observed Qin Lan in contemplation, remaining equally silent as he awaited her response. Finally, after a few moments, Qin Lan clasped her fists and said, "Thank you, master. I, Qin Lan, am willing to join the burial garden." "Excellent," Gu Chongqing replied with a smile, ruffling her hair before instructing her to register with Song Qingshan. Subsequently, Gu Chongqing selected a young boy as well. Hu, no cultivation 1670, medium miscellaneous spiritual root. In contrast to Qin Lan, Hu's background was far less complex. He was merely a humble boy from the countryside. However, he appeared obedient and earnest, prompting Gu Chongqing to allow him to join as well. Soon, Song Qingshan completed the registration for both of them. Qin Lan and Hu officially became disciples of Gu Chongqing. With the master's token in hand, he could now traverse freely between the cemetery and the outer sect via the teleportation array. However, he lacked the qualifications to enter the inner sect, which was said to be accessible only to elders. After escorting Qin Lan and Hu to the teleportation array, he instructed them to return to the cemetery while he had matters to attend to with Xian Mo, asking them to wait patiently for his return. Before departing, Gu Chongqing specifically cautioned them not to disturb the corpses in the cemetery and to await his return before addressing any matters. Having conveyed this instruction, Gu Chongqing departed with Xian Mo with a sense of ease. "Come, I will take you to the final location and explain the origins of that nascent soul," Xian Mo said, taking a deep breath. His condition appeared dire, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. His complexion was ashen, his eyes clouded, and he stumbled as he walked, as if he might collapse at any moment. Gu Chongqing was genuinely concerned that he might suddenly pass away. Therefore, he discreetly assessed Xian Mo's lifespan. "Xian Mo, lifespan, 1 hour, fortunately. He has 1 hour left to live." Xian Mo spoke with a feeble voice. "That primordial infant was inadvertently separated from my body during my cultivation of demonic art 70 years ago, a consequence of my own folly. Although it has departed from my corporeal form, I have exerted my last breath to sustain its existence. For all these years, my survival has hinged upon absorbing the residual energies within the primordial infant, which has allowed me to cling to life." Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing's pupils dilated in astonishment. No wonder. Each time Xian Mo ventured out, his lifespan experienced significant fluctuations. It was all due to his efforts to absorb the energies of the primordial infant. After a brief period of silence, the two continued onward for several more minutes until they halted before a secluded cave. "We have arrived," Xian Mo declared, leaning against the rocky wall as he glanced at Gu Chongqing, panting slightly. "This is it." However, Gu Chongqing remained motionless at the entrance, staring intently at Xian Mo. Xian Mo shook his head with a smile, immediately comprehending Gu Chongqing's hesitance. He lifted his foot and took the initiative to step into the cave. Only when he saw Xian Mo enter did Gu Chongqing feel reassured enough to follow him inside. Chapter 34. The Fall of Xian Mo. The ascendance of Gu Chongqing upon entering the cave, the light dimmed significantly. With a soft puff, Xian Mo ignited a torch, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Bathed in the flickering yellow light, the two navigated the cave together. Gu Chongqing silently trailed behind, his mind rife with doubt. The cave was scarcely over a meter high, compelling him to stoop while walking. Could such a confined space truly harbor the primordial infant of a cultivator? Xian Mo remained silent throughout the journey, their path marked by an air of solemnity. His condition deteriorated with each step, requiring him to rest after every few strides, which left Gu Chongqing increasingly anxious. Fearing the old man might suddenly succumb, he even contemplated carrying Xian Mo on his back, but reconsidered, wary that the old man might seize the opportunity to strike him. Thus, they continued for 7 or 8 minutes until the cave gradually widened and a brilliant light surged from afar. Gu Chongqing could distinctly sense the surrounding spiritual energy intensifying. Fixing his gaze ahead, he beheld a vast lake at the cave's end, its surface shimmering like a colossal mirror, with fireflies dancing around it, casting a starry reflection that was breathtakingly beautiful. "What potent spiritual energy!" Gu Chongqing exclaimed. He perceived that the energy here was at least tenfold that of the outside world. It was unfathomable that such a hidden paradise lay concealed within the back mountains of this mausoleum. The two proceeded along the lakeshore, delving deeper into the enchanting realm. The further they ventured, the more Gu Chongqing could feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him, even without consciously channeling his own cultivation. The abundant energy surged uncontrollably into his being. No wonder Xian Mo mentioned that our cemetery should not attract attention. In a place like this, once the news spreads, it is likely to stir quite a commotion among many cultivators, Gu Chongqing murmured to himself, feeling a surge of excitement within. After all, Xian Mo was nearing death, and he was to become the next master of the cemetery. Soon, this cave would belong to him, serving as a legacy left by Xian Mo. Before long, Xian Mo halted his steps, prompting Gu Chongqing to lift his gaze. Before him stood an enormous, verdant tree, towering over 10 meters high, with a trunk so massive that it would require around 10 people to encircle it. It was unfathomable how many years it had taken to grow to such an imposing stature. Xian Mo raised his hand, pointing towards the top of the giant tree. This is it. Gu Chongqing followed the direction of the gesture, only to be left utterly astonished. To his disbelief, hanging from the branches of the great tree was a fist-sized infant. The baby had delicate, rosy skin, eyes gently closed as if in slumber, enveloped by tree bark and suspended from the branch below. What astonished Gu Chongqing even more was that the infant was surrounded by a faint, ethereal glow that radiated outward, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the lake. Spiritual energy. Gu Chongqing's pupils contracted. The infant was enveloped in an indescribably potent spiritual force. Even the entire lake and the spiritual energy within the cave emanated from this child. Is this your nascent soul? Gu Chongqing swallowed hard. Indeed, Xian Mo nodded. He supported himself against the tree trunk and slowly settled beneath the great tree. Explaining to Gu Chongqing, it is thanks to this that I have survived for so many years. However, once the nascent soul leaves the body, its spiritual energy will rapidly dissipate, and within a year, it will completely disintegrate. Thus, it requires a constant infusion of nourishment to sustain its existence. Nourishment? Gu Chongqing's heart sank. Master, are you implying that the nourishment for the nascent soul is none other than Xiaoyan? Xian Mo remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Chongqing. Witnessing this, Gu Chongqing's heart plummeted, and he could not help but feel a wave of sorrow. Indeed, the nourishment for the nascent soul was the flesh and blood of cultivators. No wonder Xian Mo had targeted both him and Xiaoyun. It seemed that the intention was to sustain the nascent soul as survival. Suddenly, Gu Chongqing recalled his first encounter with the demonic transformation. The outer sect disciple who had abruptly morphed into a rat demon. Could that have been Xian Mo's doing as well? With this realization, a sense of dread washed over Gu Chongqing. The world of cultivation was indeed terrifying. Humans plotting against humans. Thankfully, he possessed a golden finger and a personal interface. Otherwise, individuals like him, belonging to the lower echelons of practitioners, would likely depart this world without even comprehending the manner of their demise. Gu Chongqing inquired. If that is the case, why do you not endeavor to refine this primordial infant anew? It was inherently yours, and re-refinement should not pose a significant challenge, should it? Absorbing the energy of the primordial infant could extend one's lifespan. Thus, refining the entire being could potentially grant one a millennium of existence. Xian Mo sighed in a bitter semblance of mirth, shaking his head. It is not as simple as you presume. Since I fell into demonic deviation, I have dwindled to my last throes. My body has become frail beyond measure. The power of this primordial infant is exceedingly formidable. And with my mere cultivation at the qi condensation stage, I am utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of such energy. Gu Chongqing nodded in understanding. How enlightening. A sudden curiosity seized him. Under the enhancement of the eternal life technique and the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, could his body endure the strength of this primordial infant? Even if he could not, the worst consequence would merely be the loss of a bit of lifespan. After all, he was never in want of longevity. Yet, if he could withstand it, his cultivation would undoubtedly see significant elevation. With this thought, anticipation burgeoned within Gu Chongqing. At that moment, Xian Mo suddenly trembled, expelling a mouthful of blood. Master, Gu Chongqing's expression shifted in alarm, hastily casting an attribute probe. Xian Mo. Lifespan, 20 breaths. He observed that the other's lifespan was swiftly nearing its conclusion. Xian Mo, pallid as a ghost, mustered his last breath, stating, Gu Chongqing, my time is limited. Before I depart, there is one final matter I must entrust to you. With trembling hands, Xian Mo reached into his robe and extracted 2 tokens. Upon receiving them, Gu Chongqing noticed that each token bore 3 prominent characters. Xiaoya sect. Blood Demon sect. How remarkable. This man is adept in both realms. Xian Mo. His voice frail, continued, these are tokens from my time in the Xiao sect. I implore you to deliver them to my master, the current sect leader of Xiaoyao. Throughout my life, I have harbored no regrets towards anyone, yet I have sorrowfully failed to fulfill my master's hopes of becoming a pillar of righteousness. I wish for you to convey my apologies to her upon delivering this token. Rest assured, I shall not leave you empty-handed. This primordial infant shall serve as my gift to you." Xian Mo feebly raised his hand, gesturing towards a specific location within the cave. "There. I have also left something for you. After my demise, all shall belong to you." Gu Chongqing remained silent, gazing at the tokens in his hand. His expression a tapestry of complexity. Suddenly, Xian Mo coughed up another mouthful of blood, his breath growing even weaker. "As for the blood demon sect's token, I bestow it upon you as well. Upon receiving it, you shall become the new hall master of the blood demon sect. Should you choose to accept, members of the sect will reach out to you. If not, then so be it." Upon finishing these words, Xian Mo's expression abruptly stiffened, as if all vitality had been instantaneously siphoned from him. Thud. He raised his right hand and struck the ground with a heavy thud, producing a dull sound. Gu Chongqing's expression shifted slightly. The master of the garden? Xuanmo remained motionless, exhibiting no response whatsoever. Gu Chongqing held his breath and focused his mind, cautiously casting another life probe. Xuanmo, lifespan, none, he is dead. Chapter 35, Breakthrough. Gu Chongqing establishes his foundation. Xuanmo is deceased. Gu Chongqing approached carefully to confirm. He verified that the other party was devoid of any trace of life, truly dead beyond revival. Alas, gazing at the lifeless Xuanmo before him, along with the two tokens in his hand, Gu Chongqing sighed, silently dispersing the spiritual energy that had been circulating within him. To be honest, he had intended to kill Xuanmo today. However, perhaps due to the latter's final heartfelt revelation, he found himself unable to go through with it. Nevertheless, this did not signify that Gu Chongqing had forgiven him. Were it not for Xuanmo, Xiaoyun would not have transformed into a demon, and he would not have been targeted. In any case, when a person dies, their debts are settled. Henceforth, let our grievances be resolved. Gu Chongqing bowed before Xuanmo's corpse. Subsequently, he dug a pit by the lakeside and buried Xuanmo's body. This place, serene and picturesque, was exceptionally secluded. Even in death, he would not be disturbed. "Master of the garden, may you rest well here," Gu Chongqing murmured, placing a stone at the head of Xuanmo's grave. Upon that stone, he inscribed several large characters with the Taitsong demon-slaying sword. "Grave of the Master of the Garden, Xuanmo." After completing all of this, Gu Chongqing's gaze turned to the nascent soul above, revealing a hint of desire. "I wonder if this nascent soul will allow me to step into the Foundation establishment realm?" Although Xuanmo had left the nascent soul conditionally, the blood demon sect and the carefree sect posed too great a danger to him. Gu Chongqing resolved to break his promise. "My apologies, Master of the Garden. While I truly wish to fulfill your last wishes, I simply do not wish to wade through these murky waters. If I possess the strength in the future, I will consider helping you fulfill your wishes, but for now, I only desire your inheritance." A smile graced Gu Chongqing's lips. Without further hesitation, he leaped upward, climbing toward the nascent soul perched atop the tree. Although he had yet to enter the Foundation establishment stage and could not walk through the air, his physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Scaling a mere tree was trivial. Within seconds, Gu Chongqing had reached the treetop. The nascent soul now hung quietly before him, radiating an alluring spiritual light. It resembled a breathtaking beauty, devoid of attire, continually enticing Gu Chongqing's senses. Buzz. Gu Chongqing raised his hand and gently touched it. A surge of dense spiritual energy instantly emanated from the nascent soul. As the ethereal breeze swept through, Gu Chongqing sensed a stirring in his long-stagnant cultivation. An unexpected fluctuation beginning to manifest. Remarkably, this fluctuation intensified, approaching the threshold of the Foundation establishment stage. What a wondrous phenomenon. It seems this essence truly holds the power to elevate me to the Foundation establishment realm. Gu Chongqing's spirit soared. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand and plucked the primordial infant from the tree before him. Gazing at the enticing primordial infant in his grasp, he inhaled deeply. With a swift gulp, he devoured the infant whole. Boom. As the primordial infant entered his abdomen, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy erupted within Gu Chongqing, as if his very being were undergoing a cosmic explosion. The vast and surging spiritual energy, akin to crashing waves, surged madly into his flesh, meridians, and bones. What an astonishing force of spiritual energy! Gu Chongqing exclaimed in awe. Although the energy was overwhelming, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, he experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort, akin to a weary traveler soaking in warm water, all fatigue seemingly evaporating in an instant. Under the infusion of this spiritual energy, Gu Changxing's cultivation ascended at an astonishingly visible pace. Boom. Foundation establishment. First layer. Is this truly the foundation establishment? Gu Changxing blinked, utterly incredulous. He had sacrificed a year of his lifespan without achieving this stage, yet in mere minutes of absorbing the primordial infant, he had attained it? The potency of this primordial infant is truly terrifying. Gu Changxing swallowed hard. Moreover, he could feel that his cultivation did not halt upon reaching the first layer of foundation establishment. Rather, it continued to ascend at a bewilderingly rapid rate. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling the eternal life technique, merging the spiritual energy with his corporeal form. Foundation establishment, second layer. Foundation establishment, third layer. Foundation establishment, fourth layer. Boom, boom. As Gu Changxing's cultivation soared, the surrounding space trembled violently, the spirit tree resonating with a hum, the surface of the lake rippling, and even the nearby stones vibrating gently. Had Gu Changxing been outside at this moment, he would have been astonished to see that within a 500-meter radius of the cave, all the trees had bent low, their branches inexplicably pointing towards the cave. Even the creatures of the mountain, birds, tigers, leopards, and deer, were drawn to this surge of spiritual energy, gathering around the cave and emitting joyful roars. Fortuitously, Gu Changxing was concealed in the rear mountain for his cultivation. Otherwise, such a spectacle would undoubtedly provoke significant controversy among other cultivators. Soon, after the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Gu Changxing slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of turbid air from his chest, he realized he had reached foundation establishment, sixth layer. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Gu Changxing's eyes shimmered with excitement. Indeed, after absorbing the power of the Yuan-ing, his cultivation had surged from the 9th level of qi condensation directly to the 6th level of foundation establishment, traversing 7 realms in one fell swoop. Such treasures, relics of a Yuan-ing practitioner, far surpassed the mere thrill of risking one's life for power. How splendid it would be if more such treasures could come his way in the future. A chuckle escaped Gu Changxing's lips, yet he understood the improbability of such fortune. After all, treasures of the Yuan-ing caliber are rare and elusive. Encountering even one in a lifetime is akin to striking gold. To hope for another would be sheer folly. But what are the items that Xian Imo left for me before his demise? What could they possibly be? With a leap, Gu Changxing descended from the towering tree, his gaze fixed on a certain direction, ignited by fervent anticipation. One Yuan-ing had already bestowed upon him immeasurable benefits. He could only wonder what other marvels the old fellow had concealed over the centuries. Were they spirit stones? Medicinal herbs? Perhaps techniques or celestial arts? His heart racing with excitement, Gu Changxing hastened toward the direction indicated by Xian Imo moments later. He found himself before a cave entrance towering 3 meters high. This entrance was artificially carved, its rock walls smooth and orderly, and a crimson iron door adorned the mouth of the cave. A plaque hung above, intricately engraved with the powerful characters, Xian Mo's abode. This was it. Taking a deep breath, Gu Changxing extended his hand, attempting to push open the iron door. Creak. A jarring noise echoed as the door slowly swung ajar. Just as he prepared to step inside, a potent stench of blood assaulted his senses, forcing him to cover his nose instinctively. Such a horrific odor. Curious. He stepped into the cavern, only to be met with a chilling sight. Heaps upon heaps of corpses lay within. The bodies were densely packed, forming veritable mountains. The waves of bloodiness seemed to rise like a tide, almost overwhelming him with nausea. Chapter 36. The Return of Xiao Yun. Good heavens. Gazing at the mass of corpses before him, Gu Changxing felt an unsettling prickle along his scalp. He had anticipated finding treasures like spirit herbs within this cave. Yet all he encountered were corpses. Surely, these bodies could not all be the handiwork of Xian Mo? He swallowed hard, recalling Xian Mo's earlier words about the necessity of nourishing the Yuan-ing with the blood and flesh of practitioners to sustain its existence. Could it be that these corpses were all victims of Xian Mo? The sheer number was staggering. After a rough estimate, he concluded that there were no fewer than 800, if not 1,000, bodies in this cave. Cautiously, he stepped forward to inspect the grim scene laid out before him. In the realm of the Taisu sect, the Diamond sect, the Blood Demon Gate, and the Yin Puppet sect, Gu Changxing made a startling discovery. Among the corpses he encountered, in addition to the disciples of the Taisu sect, there were numerous individuals from other sects, including not only righteous practitioners but even those of the demonic path. However, The strength of these cultivators was notably weak. Most were merely at the third or fourth levels of qi condensation, with only a few possessing cultivation at the sixth level or above. As for those in the foundation establishment stage, Gu Chongqing did not encounter a single one. This was perhaps understandable, considering that with Xian Mo's cultivation diminished. The ability to vanquish a practitioner at the sixth level of qi condensation was already his utmost limit. Gazing upon the multitude of corpses before him, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Gu Chongqing's eyes. Although these remains were of low cultivation, their sheer number, over 1,000, could undoubtedly extend his lifespan by several millennia. This was, indeed, an unexpected windfall. While these corpses might hold little value for others, for Gu Chongqing, they were exceedingly precious. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer and promptly extended his hands to commence the task of transporting the bodies. His unique ability required merely a touch to siphon vitality from the corpses. Yet Gu Chongqing resolved to thoroughly tidy up this hidden cave, as it was most suitable for a secret base. Soon, as Gu Chongqing began moving the corpses, lines of text began to materialize before his eyes. You have successfully plundered the remaining life force of one individual, gaining 20 years of lifespan. You have successfully plundered the remaining life force of one individual, gaining 30 years of lifespan. You have successfully plundered the remaining life force of one individual, gaining 35 years of lifespan. As the words continued to flicker, Gu Chongqing's lifespan visibly increased, and within mere minutes, he had amassed over 1,000 additional years. Just then, upon moving one of the corpses, Gu Chongqing noticed several vibrant green plants growing beneath it. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all spirit herbs. Could this be dragon saliva grass? He recalled his senior brother mentioning that this herb was exceptionally effective for treating bruises and injuries. What a surprise to find it here. And look, isn't that the 7-star flower? It is said to be a remedy for insomnia. There is also the baiting grass and tian yo leaves. My heavens, all these spirit herbs beneath the corpses? Gu Chongqing's eyes widened in astonishment. After he revealed a few more corpses, he discovered that the cave floor was, in fact, cultivated with a vast expanse of spirit herbs. Upon surveying the scene, he counted thousands of them. Moreover, the variety of these herbs was exceedingly diverse. Just the ones Gu Chongqing recognized numbered in the dozens, and there were many more that he had never even seen before. Goodness, with such an abundance of spirit herbs, selling them could easily fetch over 100,000 spirit stones. Gu Chongqing's heart raced with exhilaration. He had initially believed that Xian Mo had merely left him a modest inheritance. But who could have anticipated that this old fellow had actually bequeathed him an entire garden of spiritual herbs? However, just as Gu Chongqing was about to reach down and gather the herbs from the ground, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the depths, accompanied by heavy panting. As though some wild beast were about to emerge, Gu Chongqing's expression stiffened. In the next moment, a massive scaled paw emerged from the shadows. This paw was extraordinarily large, resembling a palm fan, with claws that were exceptionally sharp, leaving deep imprints on the ground with each step. Gu Chongqing focused his gaze, and his face instantly froze in shock. Xiaoyun. The owner of this bizarre paw was none other than Xiaoyun. Yet, at this moment, Xiaoyun had undergone a complete transformation. His hair hung wildly, his body was covered in black scales, and his fingernails and toenails had grown to 5 or 6 centimeters in length, resembling blades, razor sharp. His eyes had morphed into beast-like slits, glimmering with a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of ferocity and bloodlust. A thick tail extended from his lower back, also covered in black scales, whipping through the air with a sound like the slicing of the wind. Gu Chongqing swallowed hard, clearly taken aback by this scene. Although he was aware that Xiaoyun had turned into a demon, witnessing his current form still left him in a state of astonishment, especially since he could sense that Xiaoyun's cultivation had significantly improved since their time in the mausoleum. Back then, he was merely at the first level of qi condensation. But now, he was nearly approaching the 4th level. Roar. At that moment, Xiaoyun emitted a beastly roar, charging towards Gu Chongqing with ferocity. His gaping maw, filled with sharp fangs, lunged at Gu Chongqing with a fierce bite, the stench of blood overwhelming. Gu Chongqing's expression hardened. Instinctively, he leapt aside, evading Xiaoyun's assault, his body gliding like a swallow around to Xiaoyun's rear. Then, with a swift kick, Gu Chongqing struck. The resounding clash of metal echoed as Xiaoyun was sent flying several meters, his demonic body crashing against the rocky wall with a thunderous impact. Gu Chongqing retreated a few meters, his expression darkening. He felt a tingling numbness in his right leg. That strike had felt less like kicking a demon and more akin to striking an iron plate. What was happening? Why was this creature so resilient? Gu Chongqing furrowed his brow. Though both were demons, he had not felt such hardness when dealing with the rat demon. A single punch had sufficed to obliterate it. Yet Xiao Yun, despite being weaker in cultivation, seemed to possess 5 or 6 times the physical strength of the rat demon. Roar! At that moment, Xiao Yun exerted himself with great force, suddenly breaking free from the ruins of the rocky wall. That fierce kick not only failed to calm him, but rather made him appear even more ferocious. His blood-red eyes brimmed with murderous intent, as if he longed to devour Gu Chongqing alive in the next instant. Damn it. This fellow has completely lost his senses. Gu Chongqing gritted his teeth and drew the Taicong demon-slaying sword from his storage bag. Although he had no desire to slay Xiao Yun, continuing the battle would inevitably attract the attention of outer sect cultivators. He needed to resolve this quickly. With this thought, Gu Chongqing tightened his grip on the sword, preparing to deliver the final blow to Xiao Yun. Chapter 37. The Mysterious Ancient Tree, Resolving the Demonic Transformation Roar. A beast-like howl echoed within the cave, as Xiao Yun, with disheveled hair and blood-red eyes, lunged at Gu Chongqing with his gaping maw. Gu Chongqing swung his sword. Whoosh! A fiery red sword aura surged forth from the demon-slaying sword, imbued with a fierce sword intent, and fiercely shot towards Xiao Yun's demonic form. This sword aura contained an essence of utmost brightness and resilience. Though it was merely an unremarkable strike, it instilled a flicker of fear in Xiao Yun's eyes, causing his demonic body to retreat as if it sensed the formidable restraining power of the sword. Roar! Xiao Yun let out a roar, grabbing 2 corpses from the ground and hurling them towards Gu Chongqing. Boom! Under the onslaught of the sword aura, the 2 corpses instantly shattered into a fine powder. Decayed flesh mingling with putrid entrails splattering everywhere, plopping onto the ground as the air filled with a pungent stench of rot. Ugh! Gu Chongqing nearly retched from the foul odor. Just then, Xiao Yun threw several more corpses. Gu Chongqing swung his right fist, the Ancestor Dragon's infinite fist. Boom! The corpses were instantaneously obliterated, reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Gazing at the pulverized remains, a tinge of sorrow flickered in Gu Chongqing's eyes. Damn! Those were precious lifespans. No, he could not engage in a duel here. If this continued, not only would these corpses be destroyed, but even the cave left by Xian Mo would be reduced to ruins. With this realization, Gu Chongqing leaped and decisively sped towards the cave's exit, not forgetting to shout to Xiao Yun, "Xiao Yun, come here. Don't you want to be my elder brother? I'm right here. If you have the guts, come after me." Roar! Whether he understood Gu Chongqing's words or not, Xiao Yun let out a low growl, the bloodthirsty fury in his eyes intensifying as he clawed and lunged after Gu Chongqing. One must admit, after transforming into a demon, Xiao Yun's overall strength had significantly increased. Not only had his power intensified, but his speed had also escalated. This fellow had always boasted of being a genius, and now, having become a demon, he had truly realized that potential. Perhaps this was a twisted fulfillment of his own desires? Gu Chongqing let out a bitter smile. Soon, a man and a demon burst forth from the Xuanma mansion, engaging in a chase within the nearby cave. After several minutes of running, and realizing they had strayed a good distance from the cave, Gu Chongqing ceased to hold back. He unleashed a swift kick towards Xiao Yun. Bang! The force behind this kick was immense. Though he did not employ the Ancestral Dragon's infinite fist, Gu Chongqing's physical strength had reached a formidable level. With just one kick, Xiao Yun was propelled several dozen meters away, crashing against a massive tree with a resounding thud. Boom! The tremendous impact reverberated, causing the towering tree to sway violently. Fortunately, the tree was robust. Otherwise, the sheer force of Gu Chongqing's strike might have shattered it. In contrast to the sturdy tree, Xiao Yun's fate was far less fortunate. His scales were shattered, blood oozed from his body, and many of his bones were likely broken. The demon lay sprawled beneath the great tree like a heap of mud. What a resilient creature! Gu Chongqing gasped. That kick had been delivered without any restraint. Had it been an ordinary demon, he would have surely been obliterated. Yet, Xiao Yun had merely suffered broken bones and was rendered immobile. Gu Chongqing found himself curious about the true nature of this demon. In the next moment, Gu Chongqing raised the demon-slaying sword and approached Xiao Yun. Roaring in fear, Xiao Yun emitted a low growl, his blood-red eyes reflecting an instinctual terror. Sighing at the sight of Xiao Yun half-human, half-demon, Gu Chongqing lamented. A month prior, he would never have imagined that the illustrious heir of the Xiao family would end up in such a state. What would Brother Lin feel if he knew? With a bitter smile, Gu Chongqing turned his gaze to Xiao Yun and softly spoke, "Brother Xiao, as fellow disciples, I do not wish to harm you. However, you have become this way, Even living would be a torment. Rest assured, my sword will soon grant you a painless departure, Gu Changxing murmured, raising the demon-slaying sword to deliver the final blow, regardless of whether Xiao Yun could comprehend his words. Yet, just as Gu Changxing prepared to strike, a swift rustling interrupted him. From the tree above, several thick branches extended downward like tentacles, elongating as they reached for the ground. Startled, Gu Changxing swiftly retreated a few steps. Fortunately, the branches seemed devoid of malice, their sole target being Xiao Yun. They wrapped around him like soft fabric, binding him tightly and leaving only his head exposed. Then, to Gu Changxing's astonishment, puff! A branch unexpectedly pierced through Xiao Yun's right arm. Hiss! Gu Changxing instinctively inhaled sharply, feeling as though his own arm had throbbed in pain. Subsequently, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The branch embedded in Xiao Yun's body began to emit a stream of black mist, which, to be precise, seemed to be drawn out from within Xiao Yun himself. Was it absorbing Xiao Yun's demonic energy? Gu Changxing felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that the branch regarded Xiao Yun as sustenance? He recalled that Xian Mo had mentioned before his demise that to sustain the infant soul's survival, one must continuously infuse it with nourishment. Initially, he believed it was necessary to directly nourish the infant soul. However, it now appeared that the tree itself required the sustenance. The infant soul was merely a parasitic entity reliant on the tree for its survival. What manner of tree was this, capable of absorbing even demonic energy? Gu Changxing swallowed hard, looking up at the towering tree before him, a sense of unease blossoming within him. A tree that could sustain an infant soul and absorb demonic energy. This was no ordinary tree. Furthermore, Gu Changxing had an unsettling inkling that this tree might possess consciousness. It seemed to be alive. Just as Gu Changxing was engulfed in doubt, the branch continued to absorb the demonic energy from Xiao Yun's body, and with the branch's consumption, the ferocity in Xiao Yun's eyes visibly diminished. A flicker of clarity seemed to return to his gaze. Changxing? Xiao Yun opened his mouth, his eyes weak as he looked at Gu Changxing, uttering a human phrase. Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing's body jolted, and incredulity flashed across his eyes. Xiao Yun had regained consciousness? What was happening? Could this tree actually dispel the transformation into a demon? Chapter 38. Xiao Yun awakens in the astonished gaze of Xiao Yun. He called out again from beneath the tree. Although his visage still bore the grotesque features of a demon, the clarity in his eyes had evidently improved. He fixed his gaze on Gu Changxing and weakly remarked, Changxing, my head aches terribly. Where am I? How did I end up here? Xiao Yun appeared feeble, seemingly unaware of the fact that he had become a demon. Gu Changxing furrowed his brow. Senior brother Xiao, do you not remember? Not remember? Xiao Yun paused slightly, a contemplative expression crossing his face. I recall feeling unwell after consuming the elixir given by the garden master. He mentioned taking me down the mountain for treatment. Halfway through, the garden master fed me another elixir, claiming it would alleviate my pain. After consuming it, I lost all recollection. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, a heavy sense of foreboding settled in Gu Changxing's heart. It appeared that the last elixir given to Xiao Yun by Xian Mo had been the key to his transformation into a demon. However, what brought joy to Gu Changxing was that brother Xiao had regained consciousness, implying that this transformation was not entirely insurmountable. With this thought, Gu Changxing resolved to disclose everything to Xiao Yun. Brother Xiao, take a look at your body. Body? Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering his gaze. Subsequently, a grotesque and terrifying figure, covered in scales, surged into his line of sight. What is this? Changxing, what has happened? Why has my body transformed into this monstrous form? Xiao Yun's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes betraying an overwhelming terror. Perhaps out of fear, his voice became sharp and tremulous. Gu Changxing sighed, understanding Xiao Yun's reaction. After all, it was a challenge for anyone to accept the abrupt metamorphosis into a monster. Changxing, what on earth is going on? Please tell me, how did I become like this? Xiao Yun's voice was filled with dread, and his emotions surged violently. Perhaps due to the intensity of his feelings, his eyes reddened, as if he could no longer suppress the ferocity brewing within, unleashing a primal roar. Gu Changxing's expression shifted, and he hastily tried to calm him. Brother Xiao, please, remain calm. Listen to me. Yet, Xiao Yun seemed oblivious to Gu Changxing's words, continuing to emit anguished howls. Gu Changxing shook his head, unsheathing the Taitsong demon-slaying sword, gently tapping it against Xiao Yun's head. With a sharp sound, the sword's radiant energy surged into Xiao Yun, causing his body to convulse as the violent aura within him gradually dissipated. Moments later, Xiao Yun's mind returned to normal, seated beneath a tree, breathing heavily. Gu Changxing shook his head, sitting cross-legged before him, speaking softly. Brother Xiao, do not panic. Stabilize your emotions. I will explain what has transpired. And I need you to listen attentively, all right? Xiao Yun's expression was vacant, but he instinctively nodded. Gu Chongsheng sighed, regardless of whether the words resonated. He began to elucidate the events. Soon, Gu Chongsheng recounted how Xian Mo had harmed him and transformed him into a demon, even detailing Xian Mo's demise and his own ascension to the role of the next caretaker of the cemetery. However, he withheld the information regarding Xian Mo being the holy son of the Xiaoao sect and the master of the blood demon sect, recognizing that these revelations were too shocking. Xiao Yun, with wide eyes, seemed unable to grasp the bizarre reality. Are you saying that the caretaker poisoned me and turned me into a monster? Indeed. Gu Chongsheng nodded. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun instantly erupted, his eyes brimming with rage and murderous intent, his body thrashing and roaring. Where is that old bastard? I'm going to settle the score with him. How dare he turn me into this? I will kill him. His furious voice echoed throughout the cave. Had he not been bound by the tree at that moment, he would have likely charged out to pulverize Xuanma into ashes. Gu Chongsheng sighed with a bitter smile. Xiao Shixiang, Xuanma is already dead. You cannot exact your revenge upon him. Then let us drag his corpse out. I'll kill him again. Let it go, Xiao Shixiang. His body is already decomposing, and I need Xuanma's remains to explain to the outer disciples. Gu Chongsheng narrowed his eyes. The sudden death of the cemetery's master would undoubtedly alarm the outer sect. Thus, he required Xuanma's corpse to address the ensuing troubles. Listening to Gu Chongsheng's words, Xiao Yun seemed to lose all strength in an instant. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, his face a portrait of despair and grievance as he lamented. Why must I endure such treatment? I had hoped to linger in the cemetery for another 2 years, perhaps finding a chance to join the outer sect. At this rate, not only will the outer sect reject me, but my own parents might not even recognize me. As Xiao Yun spoke, tears streamed silently down his face. Gu Chongsheng offered consolation. Xiao Shixiang, do not be too despondent. Take a look at what you are bound by. Xiao Yun looked down, only to realize he was ensnared by branches, his expression changing drastically as he exclaimed, What is this? Chongsheng, I can't be held captive by a tree spirit. Can I? Gu Chongsheng rolled his eyes. The fellow was rather oblivious. It was remarkable that he had only just noticed. Clearing his throat, Gu Chongsheng said, Xiao Shixiao, calm down. This is not a tree spirit. It is a spiritual tree. Just moments ago, when you transformed into a demon and lost your sanity, it was this spiritual tree that restored your reason. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's expression shifted, and he quickly expressed deep remorse. Then I didn't injure you, did I? No. Gu Chongsheng felt warmth in his heart and reassured him. Xiao Shixiang, if I am not mistaken, the energy from this tree should be able to suppress the demonic aura within you. As long as you remain here, you will maintain your clarity and perhaps even completely cure your transformation. Really? Hearing this, Xiao Yun's face brightened, and he gazed at the branches as if they were a lifeline. That's wonderful. If it can return me to normal, I wouldn't mind being bound by these branches or even pressed down by this tree. Gu Chongsheng thought to himself, what is going through this guy's mind? Even after becoming a demon, he still has the wit for jest? Nevertheless, seeing him in this state, Gu Chongsheng felt a surge of joy. It appeared that this lad wouldn't be wallowing in despair for the time being. Well then, Xiao Shixiang, you stay here for now. I shall return to check on you tomorrow. Gu Chongsheng spoke as he prepared to rise and leave. Xiao Yun, hearing this, grew anxious and exclaimed, Hey, Chongsheng, where are you going? Please don't abandon me here. It's so eerie, and I'm frightened alone. Gu Chongsheng replied with a wry smile. Xiao Shixiang, have you forgotten? I am now the master of the cemetery, and Lin Shixiang along with the new disciples are waiting for my return. All right then. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a tinge of disappointment but still nodded in agreement. Gu Chongsheng reassured him, Do not worry, Xiao Shixiang. I will come to see you first thing tomorrow morning. Furthermore, I will visit you daily, ensuring you are never alone. Tears brimmed in Xiao Yun's eyes as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Chongsheng, you were too kind to me. Without you, I would have truly despaired. Rest assured. Once I recover, I will repay you well. I will find you 10 wives. No, I shall find you 100 wives. Gu Chongsheng chose to ignore Xiao Yun's jesting and retrieved 9 flatbreads and 6 flasks of water from his storage pouch. He bound them with a branch and hung them beside Xiao Yun, although he was uncertain whether the demons required sustenance. The current state of Xiao Yun could not entirely classify him as a demon. If he still retained human characteristics and required food, it would be dire. Thus, As a precaution, he prepared some provisions. These flatbreads are hung beside you. If you feel hungry, simply turn and take a bite. There are also a few flasks of water. If you are thirsty, just turn and have a drink. Okay, Xiao Yun replied obediently. After ensuring everything was in order, Gu Changxing did not linger any longer. He exhumed Xian Mo's body from the grave and carried it back to the cemetery. Damn, had I known I would have to dig it up, I wouldn't have exerted myself to bury it in the first place. Chapter 39. Familiar faces in the outer sect. Before long, Gu Changxing returned to the cemetery. Unburdened by Xian Mo, his return was significantly swifter than his departure. Within mere minutes, he arrived back at the cemetery. Upon his return, he noticed Lin Pingyan with Qin Lan and Shi Hu standing at the entrance. Lin Pingyan was animatedly discussing a few corpses lying before them with the two. These corpses belonged to disciples slain during the recent demon tide. Their bodies saturated with demonic energy, necessitating their disposal within 12 hours. Lin Pingyan spoke with a grave tone. Shi Hu shrank back slightly, expressing his apprehension. Lin Shibua. But the master instructed us to wait for his return to handle these bodies, and we must not disturb them under any circumstances. Lin Pingyan paused, taken aback. Is that so? He had not anticipated that Gu Changxing would utter such words. However, since it was Gu Changxing who had spoken, he refrained from further comment. Reflecting on this, Lin Pingyan nodded. Very well. If that is the case, he scoffed inwardly. The master has returned all day. Must we continue to wait for him? Before Lin Pingyan could finish, Qin Lan interjected with a cold snort, her tone laced with disdain. What if these corpses undergo demonic transformation? What then? We are but a few without even the foundational cultivation. If we encounter demons, we would not even know how we met our demise. The mention of demons sent a shiver down Shi Hu's spine, clearly instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Yet, recalling Gu Changxing's parting words, he found himself in a state of conflict. But what does it matter? If trouble arises, I shall bear the burden for you. Qin Lan scoffed dismissively. Her mind already set on returning to her training, pursuing her path of vengeance. How could she squander time on such trifling matters? With that thought, she forcefully pushed Shi Hu aside and prepared to move the corpse before her. However, as soon as her hands touched the body, an overwhelming heaviness surged through her. Qin Lan's expression shifted, and she exerted herself once more. Rise. Yet, the corpse remained unmoved, not even shifting an inch. Qin Lan, undeterred, summoned all her strength once again. Nevertheless, to her dismay, regardless of her efforts, the body remained utterly inert. After 5 or 6 minutes of struggle, she was not only unable to lift the corpse but also found herself breathless and exhausted. I can't go on. Qin Lan gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead, gazing at the lifeless form before her, despair began to creep into her heart. Is this body truly so feeble? She was a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Yet now, merely moving a corpse had left her utterly drained? If word of this got out, it would be the source of endless ridicule. No, I must find a way to enhance my physical capabilities. Tonight, I shall commence my training in the Tai Xian Su Jing. Qin Lan gritted her teeth, resolutely affirming her decision. The Tai Xian Su Jing was a supreme technique she had acquired in her previous life, capable not only of accelerating cultivation speed but also refining the practitioner's physical form. It was through this very technique that she had ascended to the ranks of the unparalleled nascent soul cultivators. However, in her past life, she had been over 300 years old when she obtained the Tai Xian Su Jing. Now, at the tender age of 14, if she were to begin her cultivation of the Tai Xian Su Jing at such an early age, the magnitude of her future achievements was something she could scarcely fathom. With this thought, the clouds of despair lifted from Qin Lan's heart, replaced by a surge of anticipation. Senior Brother Lin. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. The group turned to see Gu Changxing approaching leisurely. Garden Master. Shi Hu's expression brightened. Changxing, you have returned. Lin Pingyan stepped forward with a smile, saying, I heard you have become the new Garden Master of the cemetery. Congratulations. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin. Gu Changxing replied with a slight smile. Out of curiosity, Lin Pingyan inquired, where is the Garden Master? Did you not go to find him in Xiaoyun? Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing paused momentarily in his actions. Just as he was about to explain, he glanced at Qin Lan and Shi Hu beside him, then shifted his tone, saying, Qin Lan, Shi Hu, you both may leave for now. I have a matter to discuss with Master Lin. Understood, Shi Hu replied respectfully before turning to depart. Qin Lan, who also wished to return to her cultivation, nodded and followed suit. Witnessing this scene, Lin Pingyan's expression shifted slightly, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Changsheng, what is it? Has something happened to the garden master or Xiaoyun? Lin Pingyan inquired with a grave countenance. Yes, Gu Changsheng nodded. The garden master has passed away. What? The moment these words escaped, even the usually calm Lin Pingyan could not help but be taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. The garden master is dead? When did this happen? Just a moment ago, Gu Changsheng sighed. This, Lin Pingyan's face was filled with incredulity. This is too sudden. Changsheng, what exactly transpired? Gu Changsheng hesitated for a moment, deciding to divulge the entire situation. However, he only recounted how Xian Mo had used himself and Xiao Yun to extend their lifespans, as well as the impending doom looming over Xian Mo. He remained silent about the latter's demonic identity and the situation in the back mountain. Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's words, Lin Pingyan's expression shifted, a complex look crossing his face. I never expected Xian Mo to be such a person, exploiting you and Xiao Yun for his own gain. Truly. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. And what of Xiao Yun? Is he well? Lin Pingyan inquired with concern. Gu Changsheng hesitated, wanting to reveal the truth but recalling the bond they had shared over the past 3 years. If Lin Pingyan were to learn the truth, he would likely find it hard to accept. Moreover, Xiao Yun's identity as a demon must remain strictly confidential. No one could know. It was not that he distrusted Lin Pingyan, but rather that he felt responsible for Xiao Yun's life. With this thought in mind, Gu Changsheng replied, I am uncertain. When I found Xian Mo, he was alone. I did not see senior brother Xiao. All right. Lin Pingyan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. He feared that Xiao Yun might be in grave danger. Gu Changsheng quickly reassured him, Senior brother Lin, do not worry. Senior brother Xiao is destined for good fortune and surely will not come to harm. Perhaps one day he will suddenly appear before us. This sentiment held a kernel of truth. Gu Changsheng had initially planned to take Xiao Yun for healing. Once the demonic energy within him was completely eradicated, he would introduce Xiao Yun to Lin Pingyan. Hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Lin Pingyan's face. Let us summon the outer sect members, with the garden master deceased. They must be informed. Very well, Gu Changsheng nodded. Soon, an elder from the outer sect arrived in haste, accompanied by 2 outer disciples. Upon seeing them, Gu Changsheng's spirits lifted instantly. Were these not familiar faces? Behind the elder stood none other than the previously encountered Shifeng and Lu Yun. Chapter 40. Gu Changsheng's Gift. In addition to Shifeng and Lu Yun, Gu Changsheng also spotted a familiar face, Song Qingshan. He was the portly elder from the servants' bureau whom Gu Changsheng had met alongside Xian Mo. It was he who had bestowed upon Gu Changsheng the elder's token. To his surprise, he had accompanied them as well. Elder Song, Brother Shi, Sister Lu, Gu Changsheng approached, cupping his hands in greeting to the 3. Lin Pingyan also performed the same gesture, bowing respectfully. Ah, my young friend Gu, we meet again, Song Qingshan remarked with a smile, his round, plump face breaking into a grin upon seeing Gu Changsheng. Brother Gu, congratulations. I hear you have become the master of the mausoleum, Lu Yun said, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Thank you, Sister Lu, Gu Changsheng replied with gratitude. The group exchanged a few more pleasantries. Suddenly, Song Qingshan's expression darkened, his demeanor turning grave. My young friend Gu, you mentioned that Xian Mo has passed. Did you bring back his body? Gu Changsheng nodded. He then patted his storage bag, and Xian Mo's corpse emerged, gently landing on the ground. Though Xian Mo had only died less than a day prior, his body had already begun to stiffen. Purplish-brown mottling appearing on his skin, and a faint odor of decay permeated the air. Song Qingshan furrowed his brow, squatting down to meticulously examine Xian Mo's remains, seemingly intent on determining whether he had perished of natural causes. This process made Gu Changsheng's heart race, almost leaping from his throat, as he feared Song Qingshan might uncover something amiss. After all, Xian Mo had dabbled in dark arts. Should Song Qingshan discover anything unusual, Gu Changsheng would need to concoct a plausible excuse. As Song Qingshan scrutinized Xian Mo's body, a small, round head stealthily peeked out from a distance, carefully observing Gu Changsheng and the others. This head belonged to Shi Hu. Just as Shi Hu was becoming engrossed in the scene, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind him. What are you doing here, kid? Startled, Shi Hu jumped, quickly turning around to find Qin Lan had appeared behind him without his notice. Oh, it's you, Shi Hu gasped, steadying himself. He pointed towards Gu Changsheng and the others in the distance, saying, I was watching the master. I heard the old master has died. And even people from the outer sect have come to inspect his body. Qin Lan frowned, glancing upward. Indeed, she could see a lifeless, ashen body lying among Gu Changxing's group. It's just a corpse. What is so interesting about it? Qin Lan remarked, preparing to leave. Shihu stammered, well, you can't be sure about that. I heard there was a demon tied in our sect just a couple of days ago, and now the old master has died. Qin Lan, do you think the old garden keeper might have been killed by a demon? The more Shihu spoke, the more he trembled in fear. His face pale as a ghost. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Qin Lan couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Are you really that afraid of demons? Of course I am. Aren't you afraid? Shihu swallowed hard, casting a glance at Qin Lan. It was then that he noticed her delicate face remained remarkably serene, even adorned with a faint smile, as if she were utterly unafraid of demons. Shihu felt a bit dazed. He couldn't fathom why Qin Lan was not frightened by demons. They were roughly the same age, and she was a girl. Why did she exude such an air of maturity and composure? Observing Shihu's foolish expression, Qin Lan's eyes curved with a smile as she silently mused. This fellow appears quite simple-minded. He should be easy to manipulate. If I offer him some small favors, he might assist me with the menial tasks in the cemetery, allowing me more time to focus on my cultivation. With this thought in mind, Qin Lan spoke. Rest assured. Shihu, if any demons come, I will protect you. You? Shihu was taken aback. But you're not a cultivator. How can you protect me? Qin Lan replied with a gentle smile. Although I am not a cultivator now, I will be soon, and I have learned some skills from my parents since childhood. As long as you stay close to me, the demons cannot harm you. Really? Upon hearing this, Shihu's eyes sparkled with hope, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Qin. Thank you, Sister Qin. Qin Lan waved her hand. Hold your thanks for a moment. My assistance comes with conditions. In exchange for your protection, you will need to help me with the laborious tasks in this cemetery. Of course, I will also impart some life-saving techniques to you from time to time. How does that sound? No problem. It's all on me, Sister Qin. Shihu nodded eagerly, looking as if he had struck a great bargain. A smile played on Qin Lan's lips, and a meaningful glint shone in her eyes. Huh, silly boy. In my past life, I was a nascent soul-level powerhouse. You should count your blessings for receiving my true teachings. Qin Lan said no more and turned to return to her training. Meanwhile, Song Qingshan thoroughly examined Xian Mo's corpse inside and out. A few minutes later, he stood up. His expression somewhat complex as he remarked, there is no issue. Xian Mo's body bears no wounds. He indeed passed away peacefully. Gu Yuan, please find a suitable time to give him a proper burial. Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing let out a long sigh of relief. All right, Elder Song. Gu Changxing patted his storage bag, storing Xian Mo's body once more. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Song Qingshan prepared to leave with Shifeng and Lu Yun. However, just as the three were about to depart, Gu Changxing hastily called out to them. Wait a moment, everyone. He stepped forward a few paces, retrieving several spirit herbs from his storage bag, and presented them to the others. Elder Song, Brother Shi, Sister Lu, your efforts are greatly appreciated. These few silver orchids were left by the garden master before his passing. They possessed the ability to nurture a cultivator's spiritual roots. Allow this humble offering to be a token of my respect. Upon receiving the herbs, Elder Song's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, these are exquisite silver orchids. Such a precious gift, we cannot accept it. He smiled gently, intending to decline. Gu Changxing urged once more, Elder Song, please do not stand on ceremony. These silver orchids were entrusted to me by the garden master himself, who always mentioned that the affairs of the chores were under your purview. In the future, should I encounter difficulties, I will rely on your guidance. At this declaration, Lin Ping'an cast a glance at Gu Changxing. After 3 years of acquaintance, he had not anticipated this young man possessed such diplomatic finesse. Song Qingshan laughed heartily, exclaiming, very well. Since you have expressed it so, I shall graciously accept. If you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out at the outer gate. He extended his hand to receive the silver orchids. Observing this, Shifeng and Lu Yun also accepted the spirit herbs, excitement evident on their faces. After all, spirit herbs are exceedingly valuable to cultivators. And these silver orchids were of exceptional quality, truly the finest among them. Clearing his throat, Gu Changxing spoke, Elder Song. I do indeed have a matter to discuss with you. Oh? Song Qingshan raised an eyebrow, nodding. What is it? Please, speak freely, Garden Master Gu. Gu Changxing scratched his head, saying, Elder Song, I have heard that our sect's cemetery has a tiered classification. Upon reaching the age of 300 years, one can be upgraded to a mid-tier cemetery? Indeed, that is the case, Song Qingshan confirmed, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat peculiar. Are you considering an upgrade? It was only natural for Song Qingshan to react this way. After all, upgrading the cemetery brought little benefit aside from a slight increase in salary. Furthermore, it entailed managing several times the number of corpses each month, a thankless task that most would shy away from. Thus, when Gu Chongqing proposed an upgrade, Song Qingshan was taken aback. Gu Chongqing nodded, presenting the justification he had prepared in advance. Elder Song. As a member of the Tai Su sect, and now the master of this burial ground, I should bear some of the burden for the sect. Moreover, those disciples perished in the fight against demons. I feel it is my duty to tend to their remains. I kindly request that you elevate the cemetery status. I am willing to contribute more to the sect. He bowed deeply, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. At this proclamation, Song Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Shi Feng and Lu Yun, standing behind him, gazed at Gu Chongqing in disbelief. Had such oily words been uttered by an ordinary person, they would have surely scoffed. Observing Gu Chongqing's expression, one could sense an unparalleled sincerity. Could it be that this young man is genuinely earnest? Does he truly wish to contribute to the sect? A glimmer of admiration flashed in Song Qingshan's eyes. Splendid, such a heartfelt devotion. Since the esteemed Gu has expressed himself thus, this elder shall assist you this time. I shall return promptly to facilitate the upgrade procedures for the cemetery. Thank you, Elder Song. Gu Chongqing's countenance brightened. He mused internally. Once the cemetery's rank is elevated, he will be able to seize more corpses in the future. The breakthrough to the golden core stage is nigh. With a smile, Song Qingshan remarked, in 3 days, I shall present you with the upgraded token. At that time, you will possess a medium-level cemetery. However, upgrading the cemetery entails managing more corpses. Are you certain you wish to proceed, Elder Gu? Absolutely. Gu Chongqing replied earnestly. I am willing to risk my life and shed blood for the sect. The admiration in Song Qingshan's eyes deepened. Excellent. Such valorous words from one so young. Very well, wait for my news, Elder Gu. I shall return in 3 days. Elder Song departed leisurely, while Gu Chongqing clasped his fist respectfully, bidding farewell to the trio. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ping'an wore a peculiar expression. Chongqing, are you truly set on upgrading the burial ground to a medium-level cemetery? I have heard that the benefits of such an upgrade seem rather limited. Gu Chongqing shook his head, his demeanor serious. Brother Lin, your aspirations fall short. We are disciples of the Tai Su sect. Contributing to our sect is our duty. How can one only think of personal gain? Lin Ping'an conceded. Very well. Perhaps it is I who lacks enlightenment. At that moment, Gu Chongqing suddenly patted his storage pouch and produced 2 spirit herbs, presenting them to Lin Ping'an. By the way, Brother Lin, I have 2 baobab herbs that the master left for me. Please take them. Lin Ping'an's expression shifted, and he hastily declined. Chongqing, how can I accept such valuable gifts? They were given to you by the master. It would be improper for me to accept. Gu Chongqing insisted, pressing the spirit herbs into Lin Ping'an's embrace. Accept them, Brother Lin. We are both disciples of the same master. What is left for me is naturally shared with you. Besides, you have aided me greatly before. It is only fitting that I present you with a token of my gratitude. Lin Ping'an hesitated, glancing at the 2 baobab herbs in his arms, torn yet tempted. After all, baobab herbs are mid-tier spirit herbs, capable of strengthening the body and prolonging life. They are even more precious than the silver orchids that Song Qingshan and the others possess. He was currently preparing to break through to the 6th layer of the qi condensation stage, and indeed required some spirit herbs. With that thought, Lin Ping'an accepted the herbs with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Chongqing. When I enter the outer sect, I shall repay your kindness. Despite being at the 1st layer of qi condensation himself, he was generous enough to gift such precious spirit herbs. Truly, the junior disciple possesses a warm-hearted nature. No need for thanks, Brother Lin. Gu Chongqing smiled faintly. Lin Ping'an, being a member of the royal family, held far greater value than the 2 treasured 8 treasure herbs. His intention in gifting Lin Ping'an the spiritual herbs was to hope that the latter could swiftly break through to the foundation establishment stage and enter the outer sect. After all, he would be visiting Xiaoyun daily, and having Lin Ping'an nearby might inadvertently reveal his secrets. Thus, he had firmly resolved to aid Lin Ping'an in achieving a breakthrough within half a month. That evening, Gu Chongqing tidied up his belongings and officially moved into the loft. Upon entering the bedroom, his eyes widened in astonishment. The room spanned over 200 square meters, far surpassing the dilapidated abode he previously resided in by 4 or 5 times. Not only was the space vast, but the lighting was also exceptionally bright. In the center of the bedroom stood a grand bed over 2 meters wide, and the floor was adorned with a luxurious wool carpet. As Gu Chongqing removed his shoes and stepped onto the carpet, a wave of soft sensation enveloped him, stirring his spirit. Goodness, this sensation is exquisite. The bed linens are made of silk, and the aroma, it smells delightful. Could they have infused some spiritual herbs? My word, is that not the renowned Chunyang red wine? A single jar on the market costs at least several dozen spirit stones. This old fellow has stockpiled over a dozen jars. What a life of indulgence. Gu Chongqing took a leisurely turn around the room, feeling as though he were a country bumpkin entering the city. Who says ancient people lacked enjoyment? They truly knew how to savor life. The living conditions here were 100 times superior to his previous shabby dwelling. Gu Chongqing chuckled to himself, his heart brimming with excitement at the thought that this would be his home. Subsequently, he organized his belongings and conducted a thorough cleaning. By the time he finished, the sun had begun its descent and dusk was approaching. Just then, a delightful fragrance wafted in from outside. Following the scent, Gu Chongqing looked out to see Shihu, who had inexplicably set up a table in the open space, bringing out dish after dish of delectable cuisine to lay upon the dining table. Upon noticing Gu Chongqing's arrival, Shihu immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Master, it is time for dinner. Did you prepare all this?" Gu Chongqing inquired, somewhat surprised. "Yes," Shihu scratched his head with a sheepish grin. "Back in the village, I was the one who cooked for my family. If you don't mind, I can cook for you every day from now on." In pursuit of joining the Taisu sect, Shihu's parents had nearly exhausted their entire savings, yet due to his mediocre talents, he faced repeated rejections. Just when despair threatened to engulf him, it was Gu Chongqing who took him under his wing. Thus, Shihu felt nothing but gratitude towards Gu Chongqing. As long as the master did not disdain him, he was willing to cook for him for a lifetime. What a good child. A glimmer of affection flashed in Gu Chongqing's eyes. Regarding Shihu, he was exceedingly pleased. After all, who would not cherish a disciple who is well-behaved, obedient, and even takes the initiative to shoulder responsibilities? It seems that this evening, he must impart some profound teachings to them, Gu Chongqing pondered. As the cemetery upgraded to a medium-sized one, the number of corpses he would have to manage would undoubtedly increase significantly. Given Shihu's current physical condition, he feared that he would soon be overwhelmed. Gu Chongqing certainly did not wish for such a diligent disciple to meet an untimely end. As for Qinlan, although she had been reborn at the nascent soul stage, she had yet to restore her cultivation and remained rather weak. Gu Chongqing was concerned that these two might struggle to keep pace with the demands of the medium-sized cemetery. With this thought, he addressed Shihu. "Shihu, please summon your Uncle Lin and Qinlan. After dinner, I have matters to discuss with you both." "Understood, Master," Shihu replied obediently, nodding before departing. After dinner, Gu Chongqing reclined in his chair, patting his belly, gazing at the distant sunset, and let out a satisfied belch. It must be said that Shihu's culinary skills were truly commendable. At the very least, they rivaled those of the chefs in the hotels of his previous life on Blue Planet. A few simple dishes, yet they were rich in color, aroma, and flavor. Gu Chongqing devoured 3 large bowls of rice. Looking at the empty plates and reflecting on the hardships of the past few years, he was suddenly overcome with the urge to weep. Damn it, this is what life should be. When tired, there is a grand house to rest in. When hungry, there are disciples to assist with the cooking. What a miserable existence I endured just a few years ago. After 3 years, he felt he had finally established himself in the realm of cultivation. A smile tugged at the corners of Gu Chongqing's mouth. At that moment, Lin Ping'an, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth and stood up, saying, "Chongqing, I am full. I shall return to my room to cultivate." The 2 precious 8 treasure herbs Gu Chongqing had given him had greatly benefited him. He felt on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level of the qi condensation stage and was eager to make a concerted effort tonight. "All right, senior brother Lin." Gu Chongqing acknowledged with a nod. He then turned to Qinlan and Shihu, saying, "Since you two have joined the cemetery, you are considered my half-disciples. Today, I have called you here to impart some esoteric cultivation techniques." With a flick of his wrist, 2 books inscribed with the words qi condensation technique landed on the table. Yet only Gu Chongqing knew that the contents of these books were not, in fact, the qi condensation technique, but rather a celestial-grade cultivation method known as the Longevity Sutra. The Longevity Sutra was a technique he had derived over the past 3 years, utilizing the qi condensation technique as a basis for its formulation. While it may not possess the astonishing prowess of the immortal longevity technique, it could nonetheless enhance a cultivator's physical body and refine their innate constitution in a short period. However, in order to avoid unnecessary complications, Gu Chongxing deliberately renamed the Chongqing Sutra to Ningqi Formula. These 2 volumes of the Ningqi Formula are the foundational cultivation techniques of our Taisu sect. Once you take them back, be sure to delve into them earnestly, as they will undoubtedly aid you on your path of cultivation, Gu Chongxing stated earnestly. Ningqi Formula? Qinlan couldn't help but scoff internally. Isn't this the most mediocre technique in the realm of cultivation? Only those unremarkable cultivators would practice such a method. As a reincarnated being of the nascent soul stage, her cultivation of the Taishian Su Sutra far surpassed the Ningqi Formula by 1,000-fold, rendering such a rudimentary method beneath her consideration. Nevertheless, out of politeness, Qinlan picked up the Ningqi Formula from the table and glanced through it. However, merely a single look left her utterly stunned. What is this? Qinlan widened her eyes, her face a canvas of disbelief as she perused the contents of the book. To her astonishment, the material presented in this book was entirely different from the Ningqi Formula she had encountered in her past life. Not only that, but the content was also profoundly intricate. Some sections were so complex that even a reincarnated powerhouse like her needed to read them several times to fully comprehend. How could this be? Wasn't the Ningqi Formula supposed to be the most basic of techniques? Why was it so obscure and difficult to understand? The concepts of immortality, unity of the Tao, and eternal life, this content was even more exquisite than my Taishian Su Sutra. Qinlan's eyes widened, her heart racing in astonishment. It is worth noting that the Taishian Su Sutra is already a rare and distinguished method of the Xian rank. Yet, this technique is even more refined. Could it be the legendary Xian rank technique? Or perhaps a Tian rank technique? With this thought, Qinlan's expression turned incredulous as she unconsciously glanced at the composed Gu Chongsheng before her. What is the matter? Gu Chongsheng quietly observed her, his fair face still adorned with a gentle smile. And nothing. Qinlan quickly lowered her head, clutching the Chongqing Sutra tightly to her chest, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Haha, this fool. He actually mistook a top-tier technique for the most inferior Ningqi Formula. But then again, it is understandable. After all, this fellow is merely at the first level of the Ningqi stage and cannot grasp its profound intricacies. Qinlan snickered inwardly. In her view, this technique must have been something Gu Chongqing stumbled upon by chance, and due to his low cultivation level, he mistakenly deemed it the Ningqi Formula. At that moment, Qinlan felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, she had chosen to join the burial garden. Otherwise, she would have missed out on such a remarkable technique. Gu Chongqing calmly regarded Qinlan. Although he was unsure of her thoughts, he could make an educated guess. Nevertheless, he had no interest in revealing the truth. She merely pointed to the bowls and chopsticks on the table, saying, Qinlan, today's meal was prepared by Shihu. Could you please take responsibility for washing the dishes? Upon hearing this, Qinlan felt an overwhelming displeasure. After all, she was a reincarnated being of the nascent soul realm. When had she ever been commanded in such a manner? Washing dishes? Did he truly consider her his disciple? Just as she was about to voice her refusal, Gu Chongqing suddenly recalled something. He opened his right hand, revealing several leaves of the Tai Su soul herb resting in his palm. Ah yes, your foundations are currently too weak. I have some spiritual herbs here. Take them back and consume them. Qinlan froze in place, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. This is a celestial-grade spiritual herb, the Tai Su soul herb? She recognized it at once. This was the legendary celestial-grade spiritual herb. Such herbs were priceless and rare, capable of stirring the entire cultivation world with just a single specimen. Even she had only seen them in ancient texts. How could a cultivation waste like Gu Chongqing possess such an extraordinary herb? With this thought, Qinlan swallowed her words of refusal, sprang to her feet, and gathered the bowls and the Tai Su soul herb into her arms. All right, I shall wash them now. For the sake of the Tai Su soul herb, she persevered, vowing this would be the only time she washed dishes. In the future, if he wished her to wash again, he would be sorely disappointed. However, before departing, fearing that Gu Chongqing might renege, she could not help but ask, Garden Master, these spiritual herbs seem rather precious. Are you certain you wish to gift them to us? You won't change your mind, will you? Gu Chongqing responded nonchalantly. What is so precious about them? Rest assured, I, the Garden Master, will not go back on my word. I have several pounds more. Over the years, Gu Chongqing had idly harvested the herbs from the back mountain. Now, within his storage bag, he had not only several pounds of celestial-grade spiritual herbs, but surely at least 2 or 3 pounds. Pounds? Qinlan was taken aback. It was her first time seeing someone describe celestial-grade spiritual herbs in terms of pounds. Was this truly a celestial-grade herb, or merely a head of cabbage? Fine, fine. Qin gritted her teeth, taking several deep breaths to calm herself. Then, clutching the bowls and chopsticks, she made her way towards the well. I shall wash them now. At most, I will wash for a year. No more than that. Chapter 43. New Function. Binding disciple watching Qin retreating figure. Gu Chongqing's lips curled into a faint smile. What does it matter if she is a reincarnated being of the nascent soul realm? As long as the benefits offered are substantial enough, she will comply without hesitation. He was indifferent to the reasons behind Qin joining the garden or her motives for entering. All he cared about was whether she could work diligently for him. As long as she could efficiently relocate the corpses, it mattered not if she were a reincarnated being of the nascent soul realm or even an emperor's reincarnation. After all, with her current lack of cultivation, if they were to start from the same line, Gu Chongqing would not shy away from her. Do a thorough job washing. Ensure everything is impeccably clean. With a subtle smile, Gu Chongqing left a remark before turning to retreat to the loft for rest. Qin pursed her lips, her gaze revealing a hint of resentment. What sort of attitude was that? Did he truly regard her as a mere servant? Nevertheless, for the sake of the heavenly tier spiritual herb, she decided to let it pass. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her grievances and began diligently scrubbing the dishes by the well. However, after only a few minutes, doubt began to creep into her mind. It was strange. How could Gu Chongqing, a mere junior at the first level of qi consolidation, possess both heavenly tier techniques and heavenly tier spiritual herbs? Such treasures were unattainable even for someone of her stature in the nascent soul realm. How had he come into possession of them? Had he perhaps discovered the tomb of a formidable being, filled with countless techniques and spiritual herbs? This sudden thought sparked a glimmer of excitement in Qin's eyes. The existence of a powerful tomb was indeed a possibility. Otherwise, how could a mere junior acquire such an abundance of treasures? It was highly probable that he had unearthed a tomb belonging to a strong figure. As this realization dawned upon her, Qin's expression grew increasingly animated. No wonder I wondered how he could possess heavenly tier techniques and spiritual herbs. It turns out they were obtained from a powerful tomb. A sly sparkle flickered in her eyes as she smiled, as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. She resolved to remain in the cemetery for the time being, determined to unearth the treasures that lay behind Gu Chongqing. With such riches, not only could she regain her nascent soul stage, but breaking through to the transformation stage would also be within her grasp. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, her hands scrubbing the dishes with renewed vigor. Upon returning to the loft, Gu Chongqing had just settled into rest when a line of text suddenly appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the master of the cemetery, unlocking new functionality. New functionality. You may bind disciples within your territory. Once bound, the lifespan gained from transporting corpses will be fully returned to the host. Upon seeing this line of text, Gu Chongqing's eyes brightened. Binding disciples? Full return? Such a boon. This meant that in the future, once he bound disciples, they could directly handle the transportation of corpses, sparing him the need to do so personally. What a tremendous advantage. As the cemetery upgraded, the number of corpses would only increase. If he had to personally dispose of each one, it would surely wear him out. If his disciples could take on this task, it would save him considerable trouble. This is excellent. I must activate it. How much lifespan is required? Gu Chongqing promptly inquired. A payment of 3,000 years of lifespan is required. 3,000 years? Fortunately, it is not excessively costly. Gu Chongqing cast a glance at the balance of his lifespan. Lifespan, 3,320 years, just right. Although he had expended a considerable amount of his lifespan to enhance the Taicang demon-slaying sword, he had subsequently advanced to the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage, thus significantly replenishing his remaining years. In this ebb and flow, he found himself with just over 3,000 years left. With this thought, Gu Chongqing hesitated no longer and silently intoned, "Activate." Ding! Congratulations, activation successful. As soon as Gu Chongqing's words fell, a line of text immediately materialized before his eyes. Following this, a transparent window popped up. Binding quota, 5. Lifespan can be invested in practice. Current binding count, 0, 5 quotas? Gu Chongqing felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated such a generous panel, presenting him with 5 quotas right from the start. Moreover, judging by the subsequent text, these quotas could indeed be utilized for practice. This meant that as long as he continuously invested his lifespan, he could bind not just 5 disciples, but even 50 or 500. With this in mind, Gu Chongxing wasted no time and promptly addressed the panel. Bind Qin Lan, ensure who for me. Buzz. As his words resonated, Gu Chongxing felt a sudden humming in his mind, as if an invisible thread of connection had been woven between him, Qin Lan, and Sure Hu. He understood that the binding had been successful. From now on, every time these two transported a corpse, the lifespan they gained would be returned to him intact. Congratulations. Binding completed. Current lifespan balance, 320 years. Gazing at the lifespan notification that popped up on the panel, Gu Chongxing's lips twitched, a pang of distress washing over him. He had previously boasted over 10,000 years of lifespan, yet in the blink of an eye, he was left with merely over 300. This lifespan was far too fleeting. It seemed he would need to devise a means to accumulate some lifespan in the near future. Gu Chongxing murmured to himself. Fortunately, in a couple of days, Song Qinshan would assist him in upgrading the mausoleum. Once the mausoleum was enhanced, his rate of lifespan plundering would increase significantly. The investments before him were indeed worth it. The next day, upon rising, Gu Chongxing first organized the tasks for Qin Lan and Sure Hu. Before heading to the back mountain, he intended to bring some food and drink for Xiao Yun, while also checking on his condition. Soon, Gu Chongxing adeptly arrived at the cave. Upon entering, he saw Xiao Yun tied up under a large tree, his head drooping, appearing as if his soul had been snatched away, utterly listless. Senior brother Xiao, Gu Chongxing called softly. Chongxing. Xiao Yun's body jolted, instinctively lifting his head. Upon seeing Gu Chongxing before him, the dismal expression on his face vanished in an instant, and his eyes reddened. Chongxing. Chongxing. You have finally come. My heavens. I find myself here, both hungry and weary, with no one to converse with. I am nearly dying of boredom. Did I not leave you food and drink? Have you consumed it all? Gu Chongxing glanced up and, to his astonishment, discovered that the 9 large pancakes had been entirely devoured. And even the 6 jars of water he had set aside were now empty. Goodness, this is quite impressive. Xiao Yun chuckled awkwardly, admitting, I naturally have a big appetite, as you well know, and now that I have transformed into a demon, my hunger seems to have intensified. Gu Chongxing offered a wry smile and promptly prepared several more pancakes and jars of water for him. He had initially considered packing some food made by Shi Hu, but upon reflection, he deemed it might lead to unnecessary complications and thus refrained. Upon seeing the pancakes and water, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with delight, and he eagerly extended his neck, diving into the feast like a famished ghost. Clearly, he was ravenous. Seizing a moment while the other was preoccupied with his meal, Gu Chongxing inquired, Xiao Shixiang, how do you feel now? Have you experienced any further demonization since last night? No, not at all, Xiao Yun replied, shaking his head, his words muffled by the pancake in his mouth. I sat here all night. Although I was hungry and exhausted, I assure you, my mind was clear. Gu Chongxing scrutinized Xiao Yun, noticing that he did not appear to be lying. Furthermore, he could sense that the demonic aura surrounding Xiao Yun had significantly diminished. Were it not for his prior knowledge of Xiao Yun's transformation into a demon, he would hardly have discerned any abnormalities at this moment. It seemed that this magnificent tree indeed possessed the ability to suppress demonic energy. Gu Chongxing raised his gaze to the towering giant tree before him, his eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. What sort of tree is this? Not only does it suppress demonic energy, but it also nurtures the primordial spirit. Such a wondrous tree is beyond anything I have ever encountered. Just as Gu Chongxing pondered this, Xiao Yun spoke with a hopeful expression. Chongxing. I feel as though the branches of this tree have absorbed my demonic energy. I should be nearly recovered now. Would you consider releasing me? Release you? A flicker of hesitation crossed Gu Chongxing's eyes. After all, while Xiao Yun appeared normal now, it was under the tree's suppression. Who could guarantee that he would remain clear-headed once freed from its influence? Sensing Gu Chongxing's uncertainty, Xiao Yun quickly added, Chongxing, I truly have returned to normal. Just look. I have not grown a single scale. Please, let me go. If necessary, I can remain close to this tree. Should anything feel amiss, the branches will ensnare me immediately. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongxing nodded. Indeed, with this spirit tree present, as soon as Xiao Yun transformed again, the branches would swiftly bind him. Moreover, with his Taitsong demon-slaying sword in hand, should any unforeseen events arise, he would be capable of swiftly vanquishing Xiao Yun with its formidable power. Very well. Upon this realization, Gu Chongxing nodded, and with a swift motion, the demon-slaying sword in his right hand emitted a piercing whistle. In an instant, the branches encircling Xiao Yun were severed completely. As the restraints dissolved, Xiao Yun sprang to his feet, stretching his waist with a satisfying crackle emanating from his spine, appearing utterly content. Damn it, finally I can move. This cursed place almost suffocated me. Xiao Yun exclaimed, his words laced with colorful language. Gu Changqing swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, Xiao Shixiang, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Not at all. Xiao Yun replied with a carefree demeanor. I feel splendid. I told you, those branches nearly drained my demonic energy. And now my mind is exceptionally clear. As he spoke, Xiao Yun energetically leaped a few times, seemingly eager to demonstrate that he was perfectly fine. Gu Changqing observed him for several moments, noticing that Xiao Yun displayed no signs of demonic transformation. His speech was coherent, his mind lucid. And there was not a hint of crimson in his eyes. Could it truly have been absorbed completely? Gu Changqing clicked his tongue, feeling a sense of disbelief. It was his first time hearing of a demonized cultivator returning to their original state. What kind of extraordinary tree was this? So miraculous. Just then, Xiao Yun appeared to have made a sudden discovery, uttering a sound of astonishment. What is it? Gu Changqing, startled, instinctively took a few steps back, fearing that Xiao Yun might suddenly transform again. Fortunately, Xiao Yun remained unchanged, merely pointing at his chest and murmuring, Changqing. I feel like something is different about my body after the demonic transformation. It seems there is a unique energy within me. Gu Changqing was taken aback. Could it be that this fellow still harbored remnants of demonic power within? Xiao Shixiang, can you draw that power out? He asked. I will give it a try. Xiao Yun took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to sincerely attune himself to the energy within. Gu Changqing, wielding the Taicang demon-slaying sword, cautiously stepped back, carefully observing Xiao Yun. As Xiao Yun closed his eyes, a strange phenomenon occurred. A surge of crimson light began to emanate from his skin. Simultaneously, black-green scales appeared, starting to emerge from beneath his skin. Layer upon layer of dark scales erupted from Xiao Yun's body, cascading along his hands, extending to his arms and thighs, ultimately enveloping him entirely. Moreover, Gu Changqing noticed a massive bulge forming at Xiao Yun's lower back, pulsating beneath his clothing as if infused with life, swelling larger and larger until, splat, a robust, scaled tail emerged abruptly from Xiao Yun's lower back, coated in a viscous green slime that exuded a pungent metallic scent into the air. Hiss. Gu Changqing inhaled sharply, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Transformation into a demon. Xiao Yun had actually undergone demonization once more. Clearly, the spiritual tree had not absorbed the demonic energy from Xiao Yun at all. Changqing, are you all right? Sensing something amiss, Xiao Yun, eyes closed, inquired with curiosity. Gu Changqing was momentarily taken aback by this question. Senior brother Xiao, do you not feel anything? You've transformed into a demon, and yet you ask me what's wrong? Did he truly not sense it? Feel what? I don't feel anything at all. Xiao Yun's eyes remained shut, his face a portrait of confusion. He was diligently trying to sense the energy within his body, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had already transformed. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Gu Changqing was even more astonished. It was the first time he had encountered such an unusual situation, maintaining rationality after demonization. Suddenly, Xiao Yun let out a mournful wail, as if sensing something, and curled up in agony. Senior brother Xiao, what's wrong? Gu Changqing's heart raced with alarm. It hurts, Changqing. It hurts so much. I feel like my head is about to explode. Xiao Yun clutched his head, emitting anguished cries, accompanied by primal roars. It hurts. It hurts. Roar. It hurts. In the next moment, Xiao Yun abruptly lifted his head, glaring fiercely at Gu Changqing, his beastly pupils once again reflecting a ferocious crimson hue. Without warning, he lunged forward, mouth wide open, ready to bite down on Gu Changqing. This is bad. Gu Changqing's expression shifted as he swiftly raised the Taicang demon-slaying sword, poised to strike. However, before the two could clash, several sturdy branches shot down from the spiritual tree, extending like agile serpents, ensnaring Xiao Yun tightly. Roar. Roar. As the branches constricted around him, the violent aura in Xiao Yun's eyes rapidly dissipated, the scales on his body peeling away layer by layer, even the tail retracting back within. Moments later, Xiao Yun reverted to his human form, seated once again beneath the spiritual tree. Chapter 45, The upgrade of the mausoleum is complete. Senior brother Xiao, are you all right? Observing Xiao Yun's return to normalcy, Gu Changqing let out a sigh of relief and approached him with a concerned expression. Changqing? Xiao Yun blinked, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Did I just transform into a demon again? Yes, Gu Changqing nodded, offering no concealment. As soon as those words were spoken, Xiao Yun's expression fell, his excitement dissipating into profound disappointment. How could this be? How could this be? I thought I was returning to normal. Was it truly possible to recover so swiftly? Gu Chongqing offered a wry smile, attempting to console him. Xiao Shixiang, do not be too disheartened. Although you transformed into a demon moments ago, not all news is dire. Do you remember when you asked me what was happening? At that moment, you had already morphed into a demon. What? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun's face was a mask of astonishment. How could this be? I felt nothing at all. Gu Chongqing chose to reveal the truth, recounting everything he had witnessed to Xiaoyun in detail. As he listened, the shock in Xiaoyun's eyes deepened. It was no wonder he reacted this way previously. Every time he had transformed into a demon, his body felt as though it were engulfed in flames, suffering excruciating pain. Yet this time, he had felt nothing at all. Gu Chongqing pondered for a moment before speaking again. Xiao Shixiang, I suspect that your demonic energy has not been absorbed by the spirit tree, but rather, it has been sealed within you under its influence. Perhaps, as time passes, you will gain complete control over this power. Xiaoyun's entire body trembled at Gu Chongqing's words. Is there truly such a fortunate possibility? To wield the power of a demon, would that not allow me to possess the destructive force of a demon while remaining fully conscious? Gu Chongqing replied, this is merely my conjecture. From what I observed in your recent transformation, I deduced a potentiality. If you maintained a few seconds of clarity during your demonic transformation, as the spirit tree continues to heal you, this duration might significantly increase. It is not beyond the realm of possibility to evolve from mere seconds of awareness to minutes, hours, or even complete consciousness. Xiao Yun erupted in ecstatic laughter. Haha, to control the power of demons. Would that not make me a genius? The might of a demon combined with the intellect of a human. It is simply invincible. Is this not how the tales of folklore describe it? The protagonist acquires a unique power and subsequently sweeps through the world, dictating fate. It seems I, Xiao Yun, am indeed destined to be the protagonist. With this thought, the shadows that had clouded Xiao Yun's face vanished, replaced by elation, and he even began to hum a cheerful tune. Gu Chongqing sighed with a wry smile. This is still merely my speculation. In any case, Xiao Shixiang, you should remain here to recuperate. I have matters to attend to at the cemetery. I shall return to visit you tomorrow. Very well. Go on and attend to your business. Xiao Yun nodded, resuming his cheerful song, his spirits evidently high. This fellow was as fickle as the weather in June, his mood shifting in an instant, simpler than a single-celled organism. Gu Chongqing shook his head, choosing not to say more, and turned to leave. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Throughout this week, Gu Chongqing visited Xiaoyun almost daily. As he had surmised, under the treatment of the spirit tree, Xiaoyun's periods of consciousness had significantly lengthened over the past fortnight. From an initial few seconds, he was now able to maintain 10 minutes of awareness even in his demonized state. Although it was merely 10 minutes, this represented a remarkable leap in progress. If this trend continued, a full recovery seemed entirely plausible. Gu Chongqing felt a sense of anticipation. He was eager to discover what Xiaoyun would become once he fully mastered his demonic powers. How should one refer to a being that is half demon and half human? A demon human? Or perhaps a human demon? Notably, in addition to Xiaoyun's transformation, Gu Chongqing received gratifying news. The upgrade procedures for the burial garden had been completed. Just a few days prior, Song Qinshan had dispatched someone to deliver the newly upgraded token to him. From this moment forth, Gu Chongqing was the master of a mid-tier burial ground. That evening, after dinner, Gu Chongqing summoned Qin Lan and Shihu into his quarters and cast a property examination spell on them. Qin Lan, third layer of Qi condensation 14-110, low-level mortal spiritual root. Shihu, second layer of Qi condensation 16-105, low-level mortal spiritual root. As he beheld their attributes, Gu Chongqing's eyes brightened. They had both transformed into mortal spiritual roots. He recalled that when they first entered the burial ground, they were merely mixed spiritual roots. It was astonishing to see how they had both metamorphosed into mortal spiritual roots in just a few days. Evidently, the effects of the Taishu soul grass were indeed formidable. Master, all tasks for today have been completed. Do you have any further instructions? Shihu inquired respectfully, bowing his head. None, Gu Chongqing replied, shaking his head. How has Master Lin been faring lately? Reporting to the Master, Master Lin has been in seclusion, striving to break through. Ever since you provided him with the spiritual grass, he seems to be making rapid progress. The last time I saw him, he mentioned that he was close to attaining the foundation establishment stage. Sure, Hu answered earnestly. Foundation establishment? Gu Chongqing was taken aback. Truly, he was deserving of his heavenly spiritual root. Although the Taishu soul grass played a significant role, The ability to approach the threshold of the foundation establishment stage from the 6th layer of qi condensation in such a short span is nothing short of genius. It appeared that Brother Lin would soon be ready to join the outer sect. After pondering for a moment, Gu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and several leaves of the Taishu soul grass materialized upon the table. Take these leaves back and consume them, and remember to deliver a portion to Master Lin as well. Understood. Thank you, Master. The two of them exclaimed with delight, eagerly accepting the leaves of the Taishu soul grass before departing in high spirits. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Gu Changsheng pondered inwardly. These two young ones have finally begun to find their footing. It seems that when the next wave of demons strikes, they should be able to adapt. I wonder when the next demon tide will occur. Gu Changsheng felt a sense of anticipation. At last, 2 fleeting days passed. On this day, as Gu Changsheng was immersed in his cultivation within the attic, a sudden voice pierced the tranquility outside. Gu Yuanju. Upon stepping out, he was taken aback to see Elder Song Qishan from the outer sect approaching. Elder Song? Please. Come in. Please, come in. Gu Changsheng hastily rose, eager to invite him inside. No need. Song Qishan waved his hand, smiling as he spoke. Gu Yuanju. I have come to inform you of an important matter. Is it news of the demon tide? Gu Changsheng inquired instinctively. Oh, have you already deduced it, Gu Yuanju? Song Qishan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile. Indeed, the sect's directive has been issued. Tomorrow night marks the arrival of the demon tide. Gu Yuanju. Are you and the Zongyuan prepared? A surge of joy welled up in Gu Changsheng. The demon tide was finally upon them. Yes, I am fully prepared. Gu Changsheng clasped his fists, addressing Song Qishan. At long last, it has arrived. The first demon tide since the upgrade of the mausoleum. I wonder how much lifespan I can seize this time? Gu Changsheng felt a stirring anticipation within. Noticing Gu Changshen's reaction, Song Qingshan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Why does this young man appear so exhilarated? When others hear of the impending demon tide, they either panic or perceive it as a nuisance. Yet here stands Gu Changsheng, not only unafraid but seemingly eager for the arrival of the tide. However, Song Qingshan dismissed the thought, merely smiling as he said, in that case, Gu Yuanju. I would appreciate your efforts tonight. I will arrange for 2 outer disciples to assist you. Thank you, Elder Song. Gu Changsheng expressed his gratitude. With that, Song Qingshan turned to leave. Gu Changsheng did not linger, summoning Qin Lan and Shihu to inform them of the impending demon tide that night. Upon hearing the news, Shihu's complexion turned ashen, filled with worry as he exclaimed, The demon tide? Master, those fiends 1T storm into our mausoleum. Will they? Do not fret. They will not, Gu Changsheng reassured him with a smile. There is a barrier surrounding the sect, preventing any demons from entering. Moreover, during the demon tide, outer disciples will be stationed at the mausoleum to safeguard us. Should anything arise, they will protect us. That's a relief. Shihu sighed, his expression brightening somewhat. Gu Changsheng smiled knowingly. Observing Shihu's reaction, he couldn't help but recall his own trepidation during his first encounter with the demon tide. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. However, in contrast to the anxious demeanor of Shihu, Qin Lan remained remarkably composed. After all, she was the reincarnation of a formidable nascent soul stage cultivator and had encountered countless demons and monsters in her previous life. Rather than confronting the tide of demons, she yearned to return to her cultivation of the longevity scripture. The recent days of training had deepened her insights, and coupled with the tempering of the Tai Su soul grass, her cultivation had significantly advanced within just a few days. At this rate, Qin Lan felt confident that she could reach the foundation establishment stage in less than 20 years. Soon, evening descended. Gu Changsheng led Qin Lan and Shihu to the entrance of the cemetery. This time, he did not call for Lin Pingyan, allowing him to remain in his room to cultivate. Firstly, he wished for Qin Lan and Shihu to take this opportunity to hone their skills. Secondly, since Lin Pingyan was not his disciple, he could not bind him. Moreover, Lin Pingyan's cultivation level surpassed that of Qin Lan and Shihu, and his speed in moving corpses was alarmingly swift, allowing him to join would likely result in Gu Changsheng being unable to claim much lifespan tonight. Suddenly, as they approached the entrance, a beastly roar echoed in their ears. The cries of growls and anguished screams, interspersed with the sounds of clashing swords, resonated through the night sky. Shihu, terrified, turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Master, what is that sound? He stammered. That is the roar of demons, Gu Changsheng replied, placing a reassuring hand on Shihu's shoulder. A warm surge of spiritual energy flowed from his palm into Shihu's body. Under the nurturing influence of the spiritual energy, Sherhu's expression swiftly regained its composure, and he ceased to tremble. Witnessing this transformation, Qin Lan felt a surge of astonishment, her face a mask of incredulity. What had he done? Just moments ago, Sherhu had been terrified, yet with a mere pat, he was instantly calmed? How peculiar. As Qin Lan pondered in confusion, a sudden sound of slicing air pierced through. Two figures clad in white streaked towards them, gliding on flying swords like celestial beings, and gracefully descended before Gu Chongqing and the others. Upon closer inspection, Gu Chongqing realized it was Shi Feng and Lu Yun. Gu Master. It is a pleasure to see you again. Shi Feng greeted as they approached. Shi Xixiang, Lu Shiji. Gu Chongqing replied promptly, his face alight with a smile. Could it be that you two have been sent by Elder Song to assist us tonight? Indeed, Shi Feng nodded. After taking some of your spiritual herbs last time, both Lu Yun and I felt somewhat guilty, so we requested Elder Song to send us here to help you with the corpses. I hope we have not caused any inconvenience. Lu Yun added with a smile. Without disturbance, the two senior brothers and sisters possess extraordinary skills. With your presence, I can rest assured. Gu Chongqing smiled faintly. Then tonight, I will trouble you, senior brothers and sisters. After speaking, he once again clasped his fists towards the two. His humble demeanor was truly moving. Shi Feng felt a bit embarrassed and quickly assisted Gu Chongqing, saying, There is no need for such politeness, Gu Yuan Master. Since we are here, my junior sister Lu and I will certainly ensure your safety tonight. Thank you, Brother Shi, Gu Chongqing replied with a gentle smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they finally witnessed several blood-soaked outer disciples rushing in through the main gate. Behind them, they carried dozens of corpses, each one drenched in blood, with missing limbs, presenting a horrific sight. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Are you the master of the mausoleum? A sword-wielding disciple inquired, gazing at Gu Chongqing. I am, Gu Chongqing nodded. Very well, the sword-wielding disciple replied with a serious expression. The tide of demons has begun. This is the first batch of corpses. More will arrive in succession. Please ensure that you dispose of the bodies before dawn. With that, the sword-wielding disciple did not linger. Departing with his companions, Gu Chongqing wasted no time, promptly calling upon Qin Lan and Sherhu to commence their tasks, while he himself moved to a nearby clearing to ignite a fire. Although Sherhu was frightened, he forced himself to remain composed and joined Qin Lan in transporting the corpses. Bang! Bang! Soon, one after another, the corpses were cast into the fire, accompanied by the crackling sounds of combustion. The bodies were quickly reduced to ashes by the roaring flames. Gu Chongqing stood nearby, observing as the two moved the corpses. As each body was thrown into the fire, lines of text began to materialize before Gu Chongqing's eyes. Congratulations. Your disciple Qin Lan has siphoned the remaining lifespan of one corpse. You have received a refund of 50 years of life. Your disciple Sherhu has siphoned the remaining lifespan of one corpse. You have received a refund of 40 years of life. Chapter 47. The invasion of demons into the mausoleum. Your disciple Qin Lan has siphoned the remaining lifespan of two corpses. You have received a refund of 98 years of life. Watching the continuous emergence of text before him, Gu Chongqing's expression brightened. Haha, lifespan refund. It has indeed taken effect. He felt an overwhelming joy within. Now he could finally comprehend why so many people in his previous life were eager to become capitalists. Standing here, doing nothing, his lifespan was ascending effortlessly. This was indeed more exhilarating than being a capitalist. Just as Gu Chongqing reveled in his fortune, more disciples continued to arrive outside the gate, delivering new corpses. In merely half an hour, a staggering 30 to 40 corpses were transported into the cemetery. Gazing upon these remains, Gu Chongqing was taken aback by the sheer speed of it all. He recalled that during his previous encounters with the demon tide, nearly a dozen bodies would arrive in the same span of time. Now, having upgraded to a medium-sized cemetery, the number of corpses had multiplied by 3 or 4 times. Continuing to remotely command the operations, notifications appeared before him like a continuous stream. Ding. Congratulations, your disciple Qin Lan has harvested the residual lifespan of one corpse. You have gained back 25 years of life. With each corpse tossed into the flames, the messages proliferated. In just 1 hour, he had gleaned a remarkable one. 500 years of lifespan. At this rate, accumulating 7 or 8,000 years in a single night seemed entirely feasible. Previously, while managing the burial grounds, amassing such an amount would have taken him at least half a year. Yet now, he accomplished it in a single night. Moreover, a demon tide typically lasted 2 to 3 days, implying that each occurrence could bestow upon him over 10,000 years of lifespan. Given the frequency of the demon tides occurring monthly, he could potentially seize a remarkable total of 120,000 years each year. Gu Changsheng swallowed hard, his heart racing with excitement. If he were to invest all this in cultivating his skills, what heights might he achieve? It was not merely the golden core stage he could aspire to, but perhaps even the nascent soul stage. It seemed evident that the path he had chosen in upgrading the cemetery was indeed the right one, and he resolved to recruit more disciples in the future. With a mischievous grin, he ceased his idle thoughts and urgently urged Qinlan and Shihu, hurry. More new corpses have arrived. All must be processed before dawn. His tone was serious, reminiscent of a capitalistic overlord. Qinlan's expression darkened, her dissatisfaction brewing. This fellow truly knows how to command others. She felt indignant about moving the bodies while he remained aloof, merely delegating tasks. How dare he demand they work faster? The more she pondered, the more irritated she became, contemplating quitting and confronting Gu Changxing. However, just as she set down a corpse to voice her grievances, he added, work diligently. Once we finish with the bodies, I shall reward you both with a few spirit herbs. Her expression shifted, and she quickly bent down to resume her labor. Fine, I will continue. 2 hours swiftly passed. With Qinlan and Shihu diligently working, the pile of corpses at the cemetery entrance gradually diminished. Gu Changsheng glanced upwards. The sky was beginning to brighten, and he estimated that in another hour it would be fully dawn. Shifeng stretched lazily, his voice imbued with a languorous tone as he remarked, at last. We are nearing the end. Master Gu, I believe dawn is approaching. If another batch of corpses is delivered tonight, our work will be complete. Many thanks to both of you. Gu Changxing nodded in acknowledgement of his gratitude, just as Shifeng was about to respond with a polite you're welcome. A sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from a short distance away. In the dim light of night, several outer disciples came racing towards them, their faces ashen and breathless, as if they were fleeing from some horrific entity. Terror was etched across their countenances. Gu Changxing focused his gaze and gasped in shock. These disciples were drenched in blood, each one grievously injured, limping with evident pain. Some were even missing arms, their shoulders gaping with wounds from which fresh blood flowed, exposing stark white bone. Help us! Please! Save us! The desperate cries for help erupted from the group of disciples. Roar! Before they could fully comprehend their plight, a primal, beast-like roar suddenly reverberated through the air, striking their ears with the force of thunder. In an instant, a grotesque demon, its body covered in a coat of green fur, lunged forth from the shadows. It opened its gaping maw and lunged viciously towards the frightened disciples. This is bad. Shifeng's expression changed dramatically as he sprang forward, his sword whistling through the air. Swift cloud sword technique. With a piercing sword energy that sliced through the atmosphere like a silver moon traversing the night sky, the demon's head was severed in an instant. Blood gushed from its throat as its massive body toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Gu Changxing and the others rushed forward to investigate, only to discover that these disciples were the very ones tasked with transporting the corpses moments earlier. How peculiar. Why are they here? Gu Changxing pondered, troubled. The disciples responsible for transporting the corpses should not have encountered any demons. How could they sustain such severe injuries? An ominous premonition stirred within him. Lu Yun quickly produced healing pills and administered them to the injured disciples. As the remedies took effect, the pallor on their faces began to fade, and a hint of color returned to their features. What transpired? How did you sustain such grievous wounds? Lu Yun inquired urgently. One disciple, gritting his teeth against the pain, weakly explained, It's terrible. The barrier below the mountain has been breached by someone. Our elder was slain, and the remaining demons have surged into the tomb. What? At this revelation, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Gu Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine. The barrier has fallen? Demons have breached the tomb. The disciple grasped Lu Yun's arm, his voice faint and trembling. Quickly, inform the outer elders. If this continues, more and more demons will flood into the tomb. Thud. Upon finishing his words, the disciple forcefully struck the ground with his hand, his head tilting to the side as he breathed his last. A sharp intake of breath escaped Shifeng, his visage instantly paling to a ghostly white. Lu Yun was the first to react, rising swiftly to announce, I shall inform the outer sect elders. They must come and mend the barrier. With that, she summoned her flying sword, preparing to venture towards the outer sect. However, before she could make a move, a thunderous roar echoed through the cemetery. From the depths of darkness nearby, a multitude of crimson eyes emerged, flickering ominously in the night. In the next moment, a horde of grotesque demons slowly emerged from the shadows, emitting chilling howls, their beastly eyes fixated hungrily upon Gu Changsheng and his companions, radiating an aura of bloodlust and savagery. Chapter 48. Gu Chongqing stands against 10 demons. Damn, why are there so many demons? Shi Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his hand trembling around his sword. Even as a seasoned disciple of the outer sect, the sight of so many demons appearing at once sent shivers down his spine. He had faced demons before, but never had he encountered such a formidable number alone. Master, what shall we do? There are too many demons. Shi Hu's face went pale with fear, instinctively shrinking closer to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing's brow furrowed deeply. To be honest, he had not anticipated this turn of events. His fists clenched tightly beneath his robes as a surge of spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly within him. It seemed that, in dire straits, he would have no choice but to reveal his true strength. Suddenly, all the demons let out a ferocious roar, akin to ravenous humans catching the scent of a feast. One by one, they opened their gaping maws and lunged towards Gu Chongqing and his companions. Among them, one demon, remarkably swift, reached Qin Lan in the blink of an eye. With a terrifying roar, it lunged for her throat, jaws wide open. This is bad. Gu Chongqing's expression changed drastically. With Qin Lan at merely the second level of the qi condensation stage, she stood no chance against a demon and was surely doomed. Qin Lan, equally terrified, turned pale as a sheet. It's over. My dream of becoming a powerful being is going to end before it even begins. Just when everyone believed Qin Lan's fate was sealed, a swift figure dashed forth like a specter. Lu Yun, with her sword resembling a serpent or dragon, slashed through the air, carving a silver arc as she struck the demon's back. The demon held in agony, and Lu Yun, quick-witted and agile, scooped up the frightened Qin Lan, bringing her to the safety of Gu Chongqing and the others. Lu Yun spoke resolutely, Master Gu, there are too many demons. You must take Qin Lan and Shi Hu and flee. Summon the elders from the outer gate. Here, I shall stand with Shi Feng to fend off the oncoming demons. With that, Lu Yun leaped forward, brandishing her sword as she charged into battle against the fiends. Hurry, Shi Feng shouted angrily, drawing his sword in unison and slashing at the horde of monsters. The clash of steel rang out as their blades struck the demons' formidable bodies, producing a cacophony of metallic echoes. Alas, Gu Chongqing sighed heavily. He understood that with the strength of Shi Feng and Lu Yun, they could manage against 4 or 5 demons, but now there were at least a dozen. Leaving them here would surely lead to their demise. Before he could summon aid from the outer gate, they would likely be torn to shreds by the demons. It seemed I must take matters into my own hands. Gu Chongqing gritted his teeth, swiftly lifting Qin Lan and Shi Hu before dashing towards the pavilion. He intended to secure them first before confronting the demons. The entire process would take at most 2 or 3 minutes. With the combat prowess of Shi Feng and Lu Yun, they should be able to hold their ground. However, just as Gu Chongqing had lifted the two, preparing to act, a loud crash resounded. 2 figures suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily before him. Gu Chongqing focused his gaze, stunned in disbelief. It was Shi Feng and Lu Yun. Both were drenched in blood, their garments tattered from the demon's claws, their skin marred with ghastly wounds, and their limbs twisted grotesquely as if struck by a blunt instrument. The duo lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Shi Shixiong, Lu Shiji. Gu Chongqing's expression changed drastically as he hurried to support them, administering healing pills to each. As the elixirs took effect, their complexions improved slightly. Shi Feng, with great effort, managed to speak. Why haven't you left? I instructed you to fetch reinforcements from the outer gate. Gu Chongqing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Leave? Where on earth could I go? Goodness, you two hardly lasted a minute. He was at a loss. He had hoped that Shi Feng and Lu Yun could hold on for a while longer, allowing him to settle Qin Lan and Shi Hu before rescuing them. But to his dismay, they proved utterly incapable. Just empty displays of skill. Roar. At that moment, the demons behind them surged forward, their speed unnerving, each emitting chilling howls as if prepared to devour Gu Chongqing and the others alive. Shi Hu trembled in fear. Master, what should we do? The demons are closing in. Shi Feng, fighting through the agony, propped himself up. Hurry, I will hold them off. Gu Chongqing rolled his eyes. Brother, in your condition, it would be best if you refrained from speaking. With a swift motion, he struck Shi Feng, rendering him unconscious. Upon witnessing this scene, both Qin Lan and Shi Hu were taken aback, unable to comprehend why Gu Chongqing had rendered Shi Feng unconscious. After all, Shi Feng was their most formidable asset. However, before either could react, Gu Chongqing swiftly rose to his feet and commanded, Qin Lan, Shi Hu, take senior brother Shi and senior sister Ludalin Ping'an. He will tend to their needs. Then, Inform the outer sect elders to repair the barrier. What? And what about you? What will you do? Qin Lan couldn't help but inquire. I shall remain here to fend them off, Gu Chongqing replied coolly. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Lan's expression turned even more horrified. Was this man mad? He, a mere first-layer qi condensation cultivator, intended to stay behind to confront the demons? This was a foe that even the outer sect disciples were powerless against. Staying behind was akin to courting death. Yet, before Qin Lan could voice her objections, Gu Chongqing cast a frosty glare her way. Why are you still here? Hurry and leave. Those four terse words seemed to carry an immense gravitas. For reasons unknown. As Gu Chongqing's gaze locked onto her, Qin Lan felt an inexplicable shiver run through her body, as though a profound fear surged from the depths of her soul. What was happening? How could I be intimidated by a mere first-layer qi condensation cultivator? Qin Lan swallowed hard, her heart racing with panic and disbelief. After a moment of hesitation, she finally nodded. All right. Master, wait for us. We will return shortly. With that, she and Shihu hastily lifted Shifeng and Lu Yun, racing towards Lin Ping'an's residence. Once Qin Lan and Shihu had departed, Gu Chongqing felt unburdened. In a flash, he appeared before one of the demons. With his right arm taut, brimming with boundless energy, he unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 49. Is the demon behind the dark path? Boom. A single punch. Devoid of any technical finesse, yet at the moment of impact, it resembled the crack of thunder. The force of his strike sent tremors through the ground within a 100-meter radius, as if an earthquake had suddenly struck. Boom. The demon, caught off guard, was struck with tremendous force, its enormous body hurtling backward like a cannonball, soaring over 100 meters away. With a deafening crash, the ground was gouged out, creating a massive crater. The demon was driven into the earth, its bones shattered, eyes burst, reduced to a lifeless heap, utterly obliterated. Roar. Witnessing this, the surrounding demons let out low growls, their eyes reflecting shock. Clearly, they had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable human could obliterate a demon with a single punch. However, this astonishment lingered only for a brief moment. Roar. In the next moment, all the demons appeared to be provoked, roaring in fury as they surged towards Gu Chongqing. A dozen of these fiends, like a dark tide, seemed poised to tear him to shreds. Yet, facing this onslaught, Gu Chongqing did not retreat. Instead of evading, he leapt forward, charging directly into the fray. Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist, third layer. Boom. The air crackled with the terrifying energy of his punch, producing a series of explosive sounds. In the next instant, 3 blood-red dragons erupted from Gu Chongqing's fist, hurtling towards the demons with relentless force. Indeed, this was the third layer of the Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist. Having entered the Foundation Establishment realm, Gu Chongqing's strength had transcended the past, and his comprehension of the Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist had reached the third layer. The potency of this layer was exponentially greater than the first. In the blink of an eye, bang, bang, bang. Without a hint of hesitation, the 8 demons closest to Gu Chongqing were obliterated, their bodies bursting into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. The shockwaves from the explosions swept around them like a miniature tornado. As blood and entrails rained down, the ground within 100 meters was stained crimson. So powerful, even Gu Chongqing felt a shiver of astonishment. It was crucial to note that each of these demons possessed the strength equivalent to that of the Foundation Establishment realm, with just a single punch. He had dispatched 8 of them? The third layer of the Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist was indeed terrifying. However, after this brief exhilaration, Gu Chongqing soon felt a wave of dizziness, as if all his strength had been drained. A searing pain radiated from his right arm. Ouch, that hurts. He grimaced, feeling as though his right arm might snap. Damn it. Although the third layer of the Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist was formidable, the side effects were equally severe. With his current cultivation at the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment, experiencing such pain after just one use was alarming. If he were to use it a second time, wouldn't his entire arm explode? Nevertheless, Gu Chongqing had no time for further contemplation, for as he dealt with those 8 demons, the remaining ones charged at him en masse. Roaring, the last 5 demons bared their gaping maws, ready to bite. Gu Chongqing dared not hesitate. With a ghostly agility, he evaded their attacks and raised his fist once more, striking at the demons. However, this time, he refrained from utilizing the full power of the third layer and opted for the second layer of the Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist instead. Though its might was diminished, it remained formidable. Under the oppressive force of his punches, these demons found themselves nearly powerless to resist. Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist. Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist. Ancestral Dragon Boundless Fist. Boom, boom, boom. In this moment, Gu Chongqing seemed to transform into a deity of death. In his hands, these once terrifying demons could not withstand even a single blow. Within mere seconds, they were reduced to mere fragments, their heads and bodies bursting apart, dissolving into pools of blood. At last, it was over. Gazing at the dismembered limbs strewn across the ground, Gu Chongqing exhaled a sigh of relief, casually tearing off a piece of cloth to wipe the blood from his hands. As the battle concluded, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Lifespan -300, good heavens. 300 years of life lost. Gu Chongqing's lips twitched. It seemed wise to refrain from using the third tier of the Ancestral Dragon's limitless fist too often. Losing 300 years of life was indeed painful. He retrieved a healing pill to stabilize his surging vitality, then approached the corpses of the demons, gently touching them. Ding. You have plundered the remaining lifespan of 14 corpses, lifespan increased by 350 years. A profit of 50 years. Gu Chongqing offered a wry smile. Suddenly, what was this? At that moment, he discovered that within the belly of one demon lay a purple talisman. Upon closer inspection, he noted the crooked characters inscribed upon it. Controlled Demon Talisman? Gu Chongqing's pupils constricted. Although he was unfamiliar with the nature of this talisman, its name clearly suggested it pertained to controlling demons. Could it be that these demons had been manipulated by someone? The thought sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to rush to the other demon corpses. Sure enough, within each of these corpses, he similarly uncovered controlled demon talismans. 14 in total. Each demon's body concealed one such talisman. What on earth was happening? Gu Chongqing's hand trembled as he grasped the talismans. Initially, he had believed the demon's incursion into the tomb to be a mere coincidence. However, it now appeared that they were likely under someone's control. But who could it be? Who dared to launch an ambush against the Taisu sect? Surely, it could not be the work of demonic practitioners? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, who other than those from the demonic path would have the audacity to assault the territory of the Taisu sect, unless they were courting death? Holding the talismans in his hand, Gu Chongqing fell into deep contemplation. Should he report this to the Taisu sect? After all, as a disciple of the Taisu sect, it was his duty to inform the sect of any malevolent deeds perpetrated by demonic forces. Yet, would reporting it provoke retaliation from them? After much hesitation, Gu Chongqing ultimately resolved that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. With a firm grasp of his right hand, a surge of profound spiritual energy erupted forth, instantly reducing several talismans to mere powder. The Taisu sect was not one he could afford to offend, nor could he afford to provoke the demonic path. It would be prudent to treat this matter as if he had not witnessed it. With this thought in mind, Gu Chongqing resolved to think no further. He picked up some dust and blood from the ground, evenly applying it to his face, and then feigned injury. Limping deeper into the cemetery. Brother Shi, Sister Lu, help. A demon has wounded me. Chapter 50. Songqing Shan's doubts help. A demon has injured me. Gu Chongqing limped along, feigning terror and calling out for assistance. Before long, several figures appeared at a distance. Gu Chongqing squinted and recognized Qin Lan and Shi Hu returning with Lin Ping'an. Chongqing. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing's blood-soaked state, Lin Ping'an's expression changed dramatically as he hurried to support him, concern etched across his face. Chongqing. What happened? Chongqing. Gu Chongqing, weak and barely audible, replied, the demon. It was the demon that injured me. What? At this revelation, Lin Ping'an's face turned even more fearful. However, before he could inquire further, Gu Chongqing's head tilted, and he conveniently lost consciousness. Chongqing. Master. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing unconscious, Lin Ping'an let out a heart-wrenching cry, his voice trembling with anguish. Even Qin Lan could not restrain her tears, her small face reflecting sorrow. Woohoo! Shi Hu wept openly, lamenting, Master. Master! How could you leave us alone like this? Listening to the cries around him, Gu Chongqing furrowed his brow internally. Brother, I merely fainted. Is such grief truly necessary? Could you not check for my breath? Yet, Shi Hu was wholly engulfed in sorrow, wiping his tears while crying. It's all my fault for abandoning the master. Uncle Lin, since the master has departed, the cemetery cannot remain without a leader for even a day. Why not assume the role of the new master and continue to guide us? Lin Ping'an exclaimed. Huh? Gu Chongqing echoed. Huh? Coughing lightly. Gu Chongqing swiftly opened his eyes and cast a discreet glare at Shi Hu. This foolish fellow. I have just fainted, and he already wishes to replace the cemetery's master. Master, you have awakened? Upon seeing Gu Changsheng regain consciousness, Shi, was initially stunned, then instantly filled with joy. Lin Pingyan's face also lit up with excitement. Changsheng, are you all right? Ah, I am fine. Gu Changsheng coughed lightly and feigned weakness. I simply fainted due to injury and exhaustion. Brother Lin, please give me a healing pill. I shall recover shortly. Of course. Of course. Upon hearing this, Lin Pingyan eagerly nodded and swiftly retrieved a healing pill from his pocket, feeding it to Gu Changsheng. Gulp. As the healing elixir coursed through his body, Gu Changsheng immediately exhibited signs of revitalization, managing to sit up from the ground. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin. I feel significantly better. That's good to hear. Lin Pingyan sighed in relief, while Shi beside him also appeared to be relieved, a smile returning to his face. By the way, Senior Brother Lin, what about Senior Brother Shi and Senior Sister Lu? Are they all right? At that moment, Gu Changsheng suddenly recalled Shi Feng and Lu Yun, both of whom had sustained serious injuries. He was not keen on the idea of two outer disciples perishing in his garden. Lin Pingyan replied with a smile, rest assured. I have already summoned the outer sex physician to tend to them. The physician assured me that their lives are not in danger, with some weeks of rest. They will be fine. That's a relief. Gu Changsheng felt a weight lift off his shoulders upon hearing this. Qinlan inquired curiously, by the way, Garden Master. Weren't you supposed to confront the demons? Why did you return alone? What happened to the demons? As these words left her lips, everyone quickly looked up, only to realize that the surroundings were eerily quiet and devoid of any demonic presence. Gu Changsheng explained, the demons have been slain. What? At this revelation, the group was instantly astounded, especially Qinlan, who found it utterly incomprehensible. After all, those were more than 10 demons that could be considered foundational level. How could Gu Changsheng have possibly defeated them? Was it conceivable that a mere weakling at the first level of qi condensation could contend with foundational demons? Changsheng, what on earth transpired? Lin Pingyan inquired with a furrowed brow. Gu Changsheng had already devised a plausible excuse. Well, after I instructed Qinlan and Shi to leave, those demons intended to kill me. However, at the critical moment, a mysterious figure appeared and rescued me. I suspect this figure is the same one who saved me during the last incident with the rat demon. Is it him? Lin Pingyan's interest was piqued at this revelation. He was somewhat familiar with this enigmatic individual. Had it not been for that mysterious figure's intervention last time, they might have already fallen prey to the rat demon. To think that this time, once again, this figure intervened. Lin Pingyan's curiosity grew. Did you catch a glimpse of what he looked like? To be able to vanquish more than 10 foundational demons in one go indicates that this mysterious figure must possess strength at least at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Perhaps he has even reached the golden core stage. Gu Changsheng shook his head and sighed. I didn't get a clear look. I was struck by a demon and lost consciousness. In my dazed state, I only vaguely saw a figure appear. As he recounted this, Gu Changsheng lowered his head, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. Very well. Lin Pingyan chuckled softly, patting him on the shoulder. It's all right, as long as you're alive. The fact that this mysterious figure chooses to remain hidden implies he does not wish for his identity to be known. Probing into it might only lead to unnecessary trouble. Now, let me take you to the physician for your treatment. Lin Pingyan spoke as he assisted Gu Changsheng to his feet. Gu Changsheng feigned a limp, staggeringly making his way back to his residence. At that moment, within Lin Pingyan's abode, Shi Feng and Lu Yun lay in slumber, deeply ensconced in dreams. Song Qingshan stood before a physician, inquiring about the condition of the two sleeping figures. Upon seeing Gu Changsheng's arrival, a look of relief washed over his face, and he promptly approached, saying, Master Gu, are you unharmed? I am well, thank you for your concern, Elder Song. Gu Changsheng replied with a modest clasp of his fists. He then recounted the pretext he had shared with Lin Pingyan to Song Qingshan. When he mentioned being rescued by a mysterious figure, a flicker of astonishment crossed Song Qingshan's countenance. However, he refrained from further inquiry. After all, the Taishu sect was vast, and the existence of one or two unparalleled masters was within reason, as long as this enigmatic savior had not committed any heinous acts against the sect. Song Qingshan preferred not to pry further. Subsequently, the physician examined Gu Changsheng's health. Upon confirming that he had merely suffered a fright and incurred no physical injuries, the physician took his leave. By the way, Elder Song, at that moment, Gu Changsheng seemed to recall something and inquired. I have heard that the demons invaded the cemetery due to a breach in the barrier. Has the barrier been restored? It has been entrusted to an elder for repair. Song Qingshan replied, yet a look of puzzlement creased his brow. It is indeed strange. Although the barrier of the auxiliary department is not as robust as those of the outer and inner sects, it is regularly inspected by the elders. Logically, those demons should not have been able to breach the barrier. Yet, for some unknown reason, they managed to dismantle even the sect's protective boundary this time. Song Qingshan furrowed his brows, seemingly unable to comprehend the rationale behind it all. Gu Changshan's heart sank as he suddenly recalled the magic-controlling talismans he had salvaged from the corpses of the demons. Could it be related to those talismans? Could it possibly be connected to the demonic path? Gu Changshan blurted out unexpectedly. The demonic path? Song Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. Gu Changshan hastily clarified. I am merely speculating. After all, have not those of the demonic path always opposed the Taishu sect? Therefore, I wonder if there might be a connection. Elder Song. If I have spoken in error, please dismiss my musings and do not take them to heart. He dared not mention the matter of the magic-controlling talismans directly, thus opting for a more oblique approach to alert Song Qingshan. Whether the latter believed him was beyond his control. Hearing Gu Changshan's words, Song Qingshan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Your reasoning holds merit. I shall report this to the sect. Then, Elder Song, I shall not impose further. I feel unwell and shall return to rest, Gu Changshan said. Very well, Song Qingshan replied with a nod. Gu Changshan did not linger any longer and returned to his loft to recuperate. The ensuing days unfolded with relative tranquility. As no further incidents of demonic invasion transpired, a wave of demons swiftly concluded in a dramatic rise and fall. During this tumultuous period, Gu Changshan reaped significant rewards, amassing over 13,000 years of lifespan. In the past, such longevity would have taken him an entire year to accumulate. It appears that his decision to upgrade the cemetery was indeed the right path to take. In the ensuing days, the outer sect gradually dispatched several individuals to investigate the breach of the barrier and to pose inquiries to Gu Changshan and his companions. Gu Changshan responded to each question. After gathering the necessary information, the outer sect members ceased their queries. With the assistance of several elders from the outer sect, the damaged barrier was restored to its former state. The cemetery once again fell into tranquility. Time flowed like water, and before long, 3 days had passed. On this day, Shifeng and Lu Yun finally recovered from their injuries. The color returned to their faces as they prepared to bid farewell to Gu Changshan and return to the outer sect. Thank you, Gu Yuan Master, for your care over these past few days. Without your attentive support, Shi Xiang and I would not have healed so swiftly. Lu Yun expressed her gratitude with a respectful clasp of her hands. Indeed, Gu Yuan Master, had it not been for your assistance in fending off the demons, Lu Shimi and I might have perished at their hands, Shifeng added, his expression betraying a lingering fear. The memory of facing a dozen demons alone sent a chill down his spine, but fortunately, he had emerged unscathed in the end. Gu Changshan replied with a gentle smile. Shi Xiang, Lu Shiji, you are too kind. Those demons were dispatched by a mysterious figure. I merely benefited from a fortunate turn of events. Lu Yun sighed softly, her expression complex. It is a pity that this esteemed elder appeared and vanished without a trace. If only I had the opportunity to express my gratitude in person. Ever since learning of her rescue by this enigmatic individual, Lu Yun had been filled with appreciation and longed to meet the mysterious elder face to face. Regrettably, her inquiries over the past few days had yielded no information about this elusive figure. Gu Changshan smiled slightly. Fate will surely bring you together, Lu Shiji. Indeed. Lu Yun nodded with a smile. After a few more casual exchanges, Shifeng remarked that time was passing, prompting Gu Changshan to escort the two of them out of the cemetery, guiding them to the teleportation array of the outer sect. As he watched them depart, Gu Changshan turned his attention towards the back mountain. He had not visited Xiaoyun in days due to the events surrounding the demon wave. I wonder how that fellow is faring? Before long, Gu Changshan arrived at the cave on the back mountain. As per tradition, he provided Xiaoyun with some food and drink. Once sated, Xiaoyun wiped his mouth and inquired with curiosity, Changshan, a couple of nights ago, I sensed a substantial gathering of demonic energy in this vicinity. Is everything all right with your cemetery? No need for concern. A few demons breached the barrier, but they have already been dealt with, Gu Changshan replied nonchalantly, taking a swig of wine as he sat on the ground. What? They breached the barrier? Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyun instinctively drew a sharp breath. The barrier of the servants' department was reputed to be impervious even to formidable golden core cultivators. How could mere beasts shatter the sect's defenses? Gu Changshan, too, wore a puzzled expression. However, he refrained from dwelling on it too much. As such matters were of no concern to him, overthinking would only invite unnecessary troubles. With a smile, Gu Changxing inquired, Xiao Shixiang, how have you been feeling these past few days? Surely, you can suppress the demonic energy within you now? Xiao Yun nodded affirmatively. I feel much better. Last time, I managed to maintain clarity for 10 minutes while in a state of demonic transformation. I believe I can sustain it for half an hour now. Half an hour? Gu Changxing raised an eyebrow in surprise. He promptly stood up, resolved to test Xiao Yun's claim. With a series of clicks, layers of black scales began to emerge from Xiao Yun's skin, his teeth morphing into sharp fangs, and his pupils transforming into beast-like slits. A dense aura of demonic energy radiated from him. Perhaps due to the increased frequency of his transformations, Gu Changxing noted that this time, Xiao Yun entered his demonic state with remarkable swiftness. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. As Xiao Yun successfully transformed, Gu Changxing began to time him. 1 minute. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yun's expression remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of losing control. 40 minutes slipped by swiftly, and Xiao Yun still seemed at ease, even engaging in conversation with Gu Changxing. This transformation filled Gu Changxing with joy. Indeed, Xiao Shixiang was improving. At this rate, he might truly gain mastery over the demonic power within him. However, just as the half-hour mark approached, Xiao Yun's countenance suddenly darkened. His body began to tremble slightly, his eyes reddening, and an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent erupted from within his demonic form. Changxing, I can hardly hold on any longer. Xiao Yun cried out in anguish. Clutching his head, Gu Changxing reacted swiftly. Bang! He kicked Xiao Yun down beneath a sturdy tree. Thick branches immediately extended downward, ensnaring Xiao Yun's form. As the branches enveloped him, Xiao Yun's condition improved significantly. The scales gradually receded, restoring his human appearance. Panting heavily, Xiao Yun sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. What do you think, Changxing? I told you I could endure for half an hour. At this rate, in just a few years, I should be able to control the demonic power within my body. Gu Changxing's face beamed with delight at Xiao Yun's progress. Thank you, Changxing, Xiao Yun expressed gratefully. These past days, having you by my side has been invaluable. Without you, I might have succumbed to despair and taken my own life. Rest assured, once I am free, I shall find a way to repay you, Xiao Yun said, lifting his head with an expression of profound gratitude. Senior brother Xiao, you are too courteous. We are fellow disciples, and your repayment is unnecessary, Gu Changxing replied with a gentle smile. He could easily surmise that this person's notion of repayment would likely involve finding him a few wives or something similar. Soon, as noon approached, Gu Changxing imparted a few words to Xiao Yun and prepared to return to the cemetery. However, just as he was about to depart, a rustling sound suddenly echoed through the air. Both Gu Changxing and Xiao Yun were startled. Someone was coming. Gu Changxing swiftly turned to face the source of the noise and called out, "Who goes there?" In the next moment, a graceful figure of a woman appeared at the entrance of the cave, having seemingly materialized from thin air. She stood still, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Changxing and Xiao Yun. Chapter 52. The Mysterious Woman. Mu Lingyun, who are you? The sudden appearance of a stranger left both Gu Changxing and Xiao Yun momentarily frozen. No one had anticipated that such a secluded place would host an unfamiliar visitor. The mysterious woman said nothing. One hand rested against the wall while the other pressed against her chest as she limped towards them, moving with a slow and uneven gait that suggested she was injured. Gu Changxing's heart raced. He was certain he had never seen this woman before. Why was she here in the cemetery? With a focused mind, Gu Changxing clenched his fists, the energy within him swirling as he remained still. His eyes locked on the approaching woman. Should she exhibit any threatening behavior, he would not hesitate to act. However, the mysterious woman seemed devoid of malice. She approached Gu Changxing and Xiao Yun, leaning against a stone as she breathed heavily. It was then that Gu Changxing beheld her features clearly. She was extraordinarily beautiful, her skin smooth and radiant, with an allure that could eclipse the moon and flowers. Her elongated, captivating eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her white gown accentuated her enchanting curves, her slender waist appearing delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand. She resembled a celestial being emerged from a painting. Breathtakingly enchanting, Gu Changxing was momentarily transfixed. He had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. Even Han Yun and Lu Yun paled in comparison to her. Yet, it was evident that the mysterious woman was not well. Her stunning visage was ashen, and as she pressed her hand to her chest, she gasped for breath. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, adding a touch of fragile beauty to her already captivating appearance. Before Gu Changsheng could utter a word, the beautiful woman spoke first. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Gu Changsheng thought, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this?" But before he could respond, the enchanting woman suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Crimson blood stained the ground. In the next moment, the exquisite woman collapsed, her body succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, both Gu Changsheng and Xiaoyan shuddered in surprise. What was happening? How could she faint so suddenly? Xiaoyan swallowed hard and asked, "Changsheng, what should we do?" Gu Changsheng stepped forward and checked the woman's pulse, stating, "Her breath is faint. She appears to have sustained grave injuries. I must carry her to the inner cave for recuperation." "What? Are you certain about this?" Xiaoyan exclaimed, his eyes widening. "How do you know who she is? What if she belongs to the demonic faction? I've heard that our sect has been unsettled lately, with demonic infiltrators frequently breaching our defenses. What if she is from the Taisu sect? If she dies and the sect finds out, your identity as a demon will be exposed." Gu Changsheng countered, prompting Xiaoyan to falter, momentarily speechless. "Rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution. If she is indeed of the demonic faction, her current condition poses no threat to me." Gu Changsheng smiled gently and then lifted the unconscious beauty. Making his way toward the Xianmo cave, Xiaoyan ceased his objections, merely nodding in agreement and advising Gu Changsheng to be careful. Within the dim cave, Gu Changsheng gently placed the stunning woman on a stone chair and unfastened her garment, revealing her fair and alluring skin to the air. A wave of her distinctive, delicate fragrance wafted into Gu Changsheng's senses, stirring his imagination. However, he had no time for such distractions, as he quickly discerned the severity of her injuries. Her back bore the unmistakable marks of a powerful strike, and it was likely that several ribs were fractured. He proceeded to cast a lifespan probe on her. Soon, a series of words materialized before him. Mu Lingyun, 9th level of the Golden Core Stage 150-3750 Exceptional Heavenly Spiritual Root. Startled, Gu Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. 9th level of the Golden Core Stage. Good heavens! This was a formidable individual on the brink of transcending to the nascent soul realm. How could such a distinguished Golden Core cultivator sustain such grievous injuries? Gu Changsheng found this utterly perplexing. He retrieved a Taisu soul herb from his pocket and placed it in her mouth, murmuring, "My lady, remember this day, it is I who saved you. When you awaken, do not repay kindness with enmity." Though the 9th level of the Golden Core Stage was indeed formidable, Gu Changsheng held no fear. While he was merely at the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment Stage, he was confident that he could contend with a Golden Core expert if necessary. Moreover, given her current condition, he was confident in his ability to defeat her should it come to that. As the soul herb settled within her, Mu Lingyun, seated upon the stone chair, let out a soft whimper and slowly opened her eyes. Upon beholding Gu Changsheng before her, along with the absence of her garments, her countenance shifted abruptly. With a swift motion, she drew forth a long sword, pointing it directly at Gu Changsheng. "Rogue, what have you done to me?" Gu Changsheng offered a wry smile. "My dear lady, I assure you, I have done nothing untoward. You inexplicably fainted, and it was I who brought you here and administered the herbs. Otherwise, you would have perished." At this revelation, Mu Lingyun's expression altered slightly. She hastily lowered her gaze to examine her body and was astonished to discover that her injuries had indeed healed significantly. "What kind of herb is this?" The recovery is astonishingly swift. A wave of shock washed over her. She was acutely aware of her own wounds. Even the finest elixirs would require at least half a month for healing. Yet now, in the span of merely half an hour, her condition had improved substantially. Moreover, upon inspection, she noted that her condition remained intact. Had she misjudged him? With this thought, Mu Lingyun's demeanor softened considerably, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. She sheathed her sword and spoke gently. "I apologize, young sir. I wrongfully accused you earlier. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance." "Young sir?" Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, finding the title quite pleasing. "You are most welcome." He secretly exhaled in relief. Given her demeanor, she did not seem to be an individual difficult to converse with, and she likely was not one of those malevolent practitioners of the dark arts. "Esteemed one, I perceive your profound cultivation. How is it that you bear such grievous wounds? Furthermore, what brings you to this mausoleum?" Gu Changsheng inquired, curiosity piqued as he regarded Mu Lingyun. At his words, the beauty's countenance fell, and with a soft sigh, she confessed, "To speak candidly, I am the saintess of the Xianyu sect, here to visit an old friend." However, upon entering I was mistaken for a fiend of the dark path by the Tai Su sect, and several outer elders conspired to eliminate me. I exerted all my strength to escape. As she spoke, Mu Lingyun hesitated, a look of puzzlement crossing her exquisite features. It is indeed peculiar. In the past, the guards of this mausoleum were not so stringent. Why has there been such an increase in elder patrols in recent days? Gu Changxing stiffened. Could he reveal that the reason for the increased presence of elders was due to him informing Song Qingshan of dark forces manipulating demons in the vicinity, prompting the sect to intensify their vigilance? What began as a search for dark practitioners had inadvertently led to Mu Lingyun becoming a casualty. However, as he listened to her words, Gu Changxing suddenly recalled something. Xianyao sect? Is that not the sect that Xian Mo belonged to before succumbing to the dark path? Chapter 53. The Celestial Spirit Tree. The Xianyao sect is one of the righteous sects in the southern domain. Though it may not rival the esteemed Tai Su sect, it has nonetheless gained renown throughout the realms, teeming with formidable individuals. No wonder then, this woman, merely 150 years of age, has already attained the Golden Core realm, a veritable prodigy. Furthermore, she possesses a supreme spirit root, rivaling even Lin Ping'an in potential. Gu Changxing pondered for a moment before inquiring. Senior, you mentioned that you came to Tai Su sect to visit an old acquaintance. Might this person be Xian Mo? Oh. The eyes of Mu Lingyun sparkled with interest. You know Xian Mo? Indeed, he is my garden master, Gu Changxing affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingyun's face illuminated with joy. That is splendid. Where might he be? I have pressing matters to discuss with him. Gu Changxing sighed ruefully. He has passed away. What? Mu Lingyun's expression froze in disbelief. Dead? Yes. Gu Changxing confirmed, subsequently recounting the details of Xian Mo's demise. As she listened, Mu Lingyun's demeanor shifted to one of complexity. Sorrow flickered in her eyes as she sighed softly. Alas, I did not anticipate that I would miss him in the end. At this, Gu Changxing's curiosity was piqued. Hadn't Xian Mo long since betrayed the sect and descended into the demonic path? What business could a saintess of the free and easy sect have with a mere servant of Tai Su sect? Observing Gu Changxing lost in thought, Mu Lingyun suppressed her sorrow and instead grew inquisitive. Why are you so composed? Are you not curious why I, the illustrious saintess of the free and easy sect, seek a lowly garden master from Tai Su sect? Gu Changxing blinked in realization. Oh no, he had been so engrossed in thought that he forgot to feign surprise. Clearing his throat, he replied, Ahem, before his passing, he entrusted me with his lineage, and he also bequeathed to me the position of garden master. As he spoke, he produced the token of the garden master from his robe. Upon seeing the token, a look of astonishment crossed Mu Lingyun's face. I did not expect senior brother Xian to confide in you about his background. It seems your standing in his heart is quite remarkable. Do you know, she continued, that aside from being the saint of the free and easy sect, he holds other identities? Mu Lingyun turned her gaze deeply upon Gu Changxing. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Changxing ventured, Are you referring to his role as the hall master of the blood demon sect? Indeed? Mu Lingyun's expression grew even more astonished. You are aware of this? It seems you truly hold a significant place in senior brother Xian's heart. Gu Changxing could only manage a wry smile. Significant? Was that in reference to the time he nearly perished at the hands of Xian Mo's poison pill? Mu Lingyun reminisced. I entered the free and easy sect at the same time as senior brother Xian. His talent was unparalleled among our cohort and was highly esteemed by the sect. In just 2 centuries, he ascended to the position of saint, becoming the youngest golden core cultivator in the entire history of the free and easy sect. At that time, he was brimming with vigor, and even everyone in the sect believed he would become the next leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Gu Changxing was taken aback. A century. A formidable golden core cultivator. Such talent was truly terrifying. Unfortunately, Mu Lingyun sighed. Senior brother Xian was unwilling to remain at the golden core realm, as he yearned to transcend to greater heights. Although with his innate gifts, he could have attained the nascent soul stage before the age of 300 with regular cultivation. He could not wait. Upon discovering that demonic techniques could facilitate rapid breakthroughs, he left the sect without a second thought and joined the demonic faction, the Blood Demon sect. Little did he realize that the reason the demonic path was deemed demonic was due to its overwhelming backlash. Although he successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm, he also suffered from the repercussions of demonic cultivation, leading to the emergence of his nascent soul and a significant decline in both his cultivation and lifespan. The last time I saw him, he had merely 30 years of life remaining. Mu Lingyun shook her head, a look of deep sorrow in her eyes. Gu Changxing sat quietly beside her, listening intently, feeling a profound empathy. Once a paragon of righteousness revered by countless individuals, he had fallen into the demonic path due to a moment of folly. Not only had he become a target of scorn, but his lifespan had also dwindled. He could only hide away in a small mausoleum, clinging to life, truly a lamentable fate. Gu Chongxing inquired. Then, Senior, are you here on behalf of the Xiaoyao sect to retrieve him? Mu Lingyun shook her head with a gentle smile. Of course not. The entire Xiaoyao sect despises Senior Brother Xian. If I were to bring him back, it would be a path to his demise. I am here to save him. With that, Mu Lingyun suddenly turned and walked toward the cave's entrance. Gu Chongxing, puzzled, hurriedly followed her. Soon, Mu Lingyun halted, her gaze fixed on a distant giant tree, saying, Do you know what that tree is? Gu Chongxing shook his head. Mu Lingyun explained, It is called the Songtian Spirit Tree, a divine tree believed to be worshipped by the ancient tribes. Its aura can subdue demons and malevolent spirits, and its fruits can extend life and significantly enhance one's cultivation. Now do you understand why your friend, despite becoming a demon, can still maintain his consciousness? It is due to the power of the divine tree. Gu Chongxing's pupils constricted. So this tree is called the Songtian Spirit Tree. What a majestic name. Mu Lingyun continued lightly. I discovered this Songtian Spirit Tree 70 years ago and transplanted it here. Its fruits bloom every 100 years and bear fruit every 100 years. Only 3 years remain until the next harvest. I had intended to give the fruit to Senior Brother Xian when it ripened, so that the demonic energy within him would dissipate, thus extending his life by a century. But alas, I have arrived too late and have not been able to allow Senior Brother Xian to consume the fruit. Mu Lingyun's tone grew despondent. In her gaze, there was an unmistakable hue of regret, as if she lamented her inability to aid Xian Imo. Gu Chongxing consoled her, saying, Senior, you need not blame yourself. The garden master is aware of all that you have done for him. Even if he were to know in the afterlife, he would only feel gratified. Perhaps. Mu Lingyun replied, turning her head to face Gu Chongxing with a gentle smile. Since you are the heir of Xian Shixiang and my savior, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous gift. For the next 3 years, I will remain here to oversee the growth of the celestial spirit tree. When the time comes, its fruits shall be yours, and I can also assist your demon friend, granting him complete mastery over his demonic powers. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongxing's heart swelled with elation. The fruits of the celestial spirit tree. According to Mu Lingyun's words, they were treasures that could prolong life and enhance cultivation. If he were to obtain them, he could potentially ascend several realms. However, he feigned a demeanor of utmost humility, exclaiming, But that is too extravagant. Senior, this is far too precious. How could a mere novice in the first layer of qi condensation like me possibly accept such a grand gift? First layer of qi condensation? Mu Lingyun raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Are you certain you are merely at the first layer? While I may not be aware of the peculiar techniques you have cultivated, the fact that Xian Shixiang recognized your potential indicates that your abilities surpass that level. Surely, you must have reached at least the 8th layer of qi condensation? At this revelation, Gu Chongxing was taken aback, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Senior, you can see through my cultivation level? Mu Lingyun smiled lightly. To achieve the 8th layer of qi condensation at such a young age is indeed remarkable. And your composed demeanor and cautious approach surely explain why Xian Shixiang held you in high regard. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, several tomes soared from her storage pouch, landing in Gu Chongxing's hands. He gazed down, his eyes widening in astonishment. The compendium of elixirs, the collection of talismans, the 13 deadly swords. Goodness, these are all sacred texts of the cultivation world. Mu Lingyun explained, these texts were left behind by Xian Shixiang during his lifetime. The compendium of elixirs meticulously records the learning process of alchemy and the methods for concocting 100 different elixirs. The collection of talismans, authored by the master of the Talisman Peak of the Carefree sect, details the path to becoming a talisman master, along with the techniques for crafting over 100 talismans. And the last volume, The 13 Deadly Swords, is a swordsmanship style created by Xian Shixiang himself, his most cherished work. Its techniques are elusive and fluid, garnering admiration even from the sect leader. You may take these 3 tomes and study them diligently. For the next 3 years, I will be here. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire at any time. Mu Lingyun spoke softly. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chongxing was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembling gently as they grasped the ancient tomes. Alchemists, rune masters, swordsmanship experts. Each of these 3 professions is revered within the realm of cultivation. To think that he had acquired all 3 at once was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Moreover, With a panel at his disposal, who could fathom the terrifying heights these three manuals could reach, provided he had sufficient lifespan? Thank you, esteemed senior, Gu Changxing said, bowing deeply in gratitude to Mu Lingyun, holding the tomes with utmost reverence. I shall never forget the kindness you have shown me today. Mu Lingyun waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for such gratitude. When I first joined the Xiao sect, I received considerable assistance from Brother Xian. Furthermore, you saved my life. Repaying you is only natural. In the world of cultivation, one must adhere to the principles of cause and effect. Having accepted Gu Changxing's favor, she felt it her duty to return the kindness. Gu Changxing nodded vigorously, cradling the three tomes as if they were priceless treasures. This is wonderful. Just recently, I acquired the Taitsong demon-slaying sword, and I was lamenting the lack of a suitable sword technique to complement it. Now, with the 13 deathly swords, my Taitsong demon-slaying sword can finally unleash its full potential. At that moment, Gu Changxing seemed to recall something and inquired, esteemed senior. You mentioned that you could help Brother Xiao gain complete control over the demonic powers? Is that true? Indeed, Mu Lingyun affirmed with a nod. Although your friend is currently ensnared by the spirit tree, temporarily sealing the demonic energy, it is merely a stopgap measure. I know how to harness the power of the spirit tree to resolve the demonic energy within him. With my assistance, he will be able to master the demonic forces within half a month. That's splendid. Gu Changxing's heart soared at this revelation. He had been anxious about when Xiaoyun could free himself from the influence of the demons and return to normalcy. To think that Mu Lingyun possessed the knowledge to dispel the demonic energy was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Moreover, he was not concerned about being deceived by Mu Lingyun. After all, he was currently a formidable practitioner at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, bolstered by the Eternal Life Formula and the Ancestral Dragon's Boundless Fist. Even if Mu Lingyun were a Golden Core expert, he felt confident in his ability to hold his ground. Additionally, this was the Tai Su sect, and Mu Lingyun was merely an outer sect disciple. If she were to deceive him, the mere act of infiltrating the Tai Su sect would be enough to bring her significant trouble. Most importantly, he had recently checked Mu Lingyun's affinity towards him, which stood at 3 points. Thus, with all these factors considered, Gu Changxing had ample reason to believe in her sincerity. With this in mind, Gu Changxing clasped his fists once more and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior. Mu Lingyun smiled gently. You are most welcome. However, I am still not fully recovered from my injuries, so I am currently unable to manipulate the spirit tree. You may come back in 3 days, and at that time, I shall assist your friend in dispelling the demonic energy. During this interval, take the time to thoroughly comprehend what Master Xin has imparted to you. Very well. Gu Changxing nodded. I shall return to visit the esteemed elder in 3 days. As he spoke, he retrieved a sprig of Taishu soulgrass from his pocket and placed it before Mu Lingyun. Then he turned and exited the Xuanmo residence. Outside the cave, Xiaoyun sat beneath the spirit tree, occasionally stretching his neck to glance towards the Xuanmo residence, seemingly eager to eavesdrop on the conversation between Gu Changxing and Mu Lingyun. His anxiety palpable as he fidgeted restlessly. At last, a few moments later, Gu Changxing emerged from the residence. Upon seeing Gu Changxing, Xiaoyun's face lit up with joy. Changxing, you have finally returned. I was nearly bored to death. So, did that young lady harm you? Is she from the demonic path? Gu Changxing shook his head. Do not worry, she meant me no harm. Moreover, she is not from the demonic path, but rather a practitioner from the Xiaoyao sect. To avoid any complications, Gu Changxing deliberately concealed Mu Lingyun's true identity, only mentioning her affiliation with the Xiaoyao sect without revealing her status as a saintess. Nonetheless, Xiaoyun was taken aback. What? The Xiaoyao sect? What business do they have with the Taishu sect? Gu Changxing shrugged, steering the conversation elsewhere. Who knows? In any case, she harbors no ill intentions. By the way, Brother Xiao, there is good news. This female practitioner told me she can assist you in harnessing the power of the demons. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun was immediately filled with elation. Really? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. To control the power of demons? Does that not imply that he could not only return to being a normal person but also become a genius? Gu Changxing replied with a gentle smile, however. She has yet to fully recover from her injuries and mentioned she would come to help you in 3 days. In the meantime, Brother Xiao, you should remain here and take care of yourself. Absolutely. I will certainly take good care of myself. Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, overwhelmed with excitement. Truly a divine being. A benevolent goddess. Not only is she beautiful, but her heart is so kind. Once I recover, I must repay her kindness. Gu Changxing rolled his eyes. Just a moment ago, Weren't you saying she was a ruthless practitioner from the demonic path? Xiaoyan quickly denied it. Nonsense. When did I ever say that? Do not speak carelessly, or I shall accuse you of slander. I will accuse you of slander. Gu Chongqing smiled broadly. Too lazy to engage in further banter. After leaving behind some food and drink, he turned to leave. Today has been quite fruitful. He intended to return and study the several tomes left by Xuanma in depth. After a brief period of time, Gu Chongqing returned to the mausoleum. Upon his return, he saw Qin Lan and Shi seated on the ground in front of the pavilion, both in a meditative posture, while Lin Pingyan sat before them. The three appeared to be engrossed in a discussion about something. Gu Chongqing approached with curiosity and asked, Lin Shixiang, what are you all doing? Lin Pingyan rose, smiling, and replied, I am teaching them the royal method of recuperation. Shi exclaimed excitedly, Garden Master, Lin Shishu's recuperation method is incredibly effective. I just circulated it once within my body, and I felt all my fatigue vanish, leaving me invigorated. As he spoke, he amusingly threw a few punches at the air. This child has indeed become much more cheerful than before. I see. Upon hearing Lin Pingyan's words, Gu Chongqing nodded. The royal recuperation method had been gifted to him by Lin Pingyan when he first became the eldest disciple, though he had never truly valued it. I wonder how far this royal method can be developed. By the way, Lin Shixiang, how has your cultivation been progressing lately? Are you on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage? Gu Chongqing inquired. Lin Pingyan nodded, smiling. Yes, I am close to a breakthrough. I estimate that in no more than half a month, I shall be ready to participate in the outer sect assessment. Gu Chongqing's expression brightened. Congratulations, Lin Shixiang. You are the fastest among us to reach the foundation establishment stage. Lin Pingyan shook his head with a smile. I must thank you. Had it not been for the spirit herbs you provided, I would not have advanced so swiftly. By the way, have you not consumed those spirit herbs? I can't help but feel that you seem unchanged. Lin Pingyan furrowed his brow, puzzled. Ever since consuming those spirit herbs, he had experienced rapid progress. Yet it appeared that Gu Chongqing had not benefited at all. Gu Chongqing chuckled awkwardly. It seems my talent is too poor. Perhaps those spirit herbs have no effect on me. Lin Pingyan nodded, considering this to be a plausible reason. He patted Gu Chongqing on the shoulder, reassuring him, Chongqing, do not underestimate yourself. A lack of talent does not mean you cannot change. Once I join the outer sect, I will inquire with the elders about obtaining some elixirs for you. Perhaps they could help you break through to the third level of the qi condensation stage. Gu Chongqing expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Lin Shixiang. No need for thanks, Lin Pingyan replied with a gentle smile. He felt a deep sense of appreciation for Gu Chongqing. After all, in this world of scheming and deceit within the realm of cultivation, finding a true friend is a rare treasure. He hoped for Gu Chongqing's success. After exchanging a few more casual words, Lin Pingyan returned to his room to cultivate. Gu Chongqing checked the cultivation progress of Qin Lan and Shi. Qin Lan, 4th level of Qi Condensation Exceptional Ordinary Spiritual Root. Shi, 2nd level of Qi Condensation Medium Ordinary Spiritual Root. Gu Chongqing's eyes lit up. This girl, Qin Lan, has actually reached the 4th level of Qi Condensation. Moreover, her spiritual root has transformed into an exceptional ordinary spiritual root. Truly, she is the reincarnation of a Yuanying realm powerhouse. Despite a humble origin, with just a little guidance, her growth is far swifter than that of ordinary individuals. If this continues, it will not be long before this girl reaches the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps even her spiritual root will transform into an earth root. Gu Chongqing murmured to himself. He patted the shoulders of the two, offering encouragement. Your recent progress in cultivation has been commendable. Maintain this momentum and strive to enter the outer sect like Master Lin in the future. Yes, Master, Shi replied obediently, nodding his head. Qin Lan, however, scoffed inwardly, thinking, this master runs to the back mountain frequently, and we hardly ever see him. How can he expect us to maintain our efforts? At that moment, Gu Chongqing produced a manual from his robe. Since you have embarked on the path of cultivation, it is time to learn some celestial techniques. I possess a set of boxing techniques called the Ancestral Dragon Fist. Take it back and study it diligently. The Ancestral Dragon Fist is an evolution of the Celestial Back Fist. Although it is a notch below the Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist, it remains an extraordinary celestial technique, imbued with a trace of the Ancestral Dragon's power. Recently, the cemetery has been troubled. There have been incursions by demons and the emergence of demon-controlling talismans. It is possible that one day, the demonic path may come knocking at our door. He does not wish for the diligent workers he has nurtured to fall at the hands of the demonic path. Thus, having them practice celestial techniques would also be beneficial for himself. Qin Lan took the ancestral dragon fist and gazed in disbelief. What is this? It contains the power of the ancestral dragon, summoning the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, and upon mastering it, one becomes invincible, as if the ancestral dragon has descended. Am I seeing this correctly? Qin Lan's heart was shaken. The power of the ancestral dragon is a divine force from the primordial era. Could this celestial technique truly be the legendary heavenly grade technique? Qin Lan gasped in astonishment. Heavenly grade technique. Even I have never encountered one. She thought. Master, did the previous garden master leave this for you? Qin Lan's eyes widened as she looked at Gu Changsheng in disbelief. Indeed, Gu Changsheng affirmed with a nod. The previous garden master bequeathed numerous relics, and this celestial technique is among them. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan was struck dumb. First, it was the heavenly grade spirit herb, and now a heavenly grade celestial technique. What on earth was this former garden master? A true immortal? How could he leave behind items so fearsome? In that moment, Qin Lan found herself engulfed in shock and confusion. Gu Changxing did not linger. After instructing them to cultivate diligently, he turned and returned to the attic. Inside the attic, as soon as Gu Changxing closed the door, he eagerly opened his personal panel. As expected, several new lines of text appeared on the panel. Baidan Treasure Record. Uncomprehended. Can invest lifespan for practice. Bafu Collection. Uncomprehended. Can invest lifespan for practice. 13 Swords of Death. Uncomprehended. Can invest lifespan for practice. Current lifespan. 18. 591 years. Chapter 56. The Clarity of the Sword Heart. All swords return to the source. Current lifespan. 18. 591 years. Gazing at the text before him, Gu Changxing felt a surge of joy within. 18,000 years of lifespan. What a fortune. With such a vast amount of lifespan, it should suffice for him to elevate all three of these secret texts. With this thought, Gu Changxing no longer hesitated and decisively offered his lifespan. Practicing before the words that appeared. Ding. You have invested 3,000 years of lifespan into the Baidan Treasure Record for practice. You have invested 3,000 years of lifespan into the Bafu Collection for practice. Gu Changxing invested a total of 6,000 years of lifespan in one go. This was undoubtedly the most he had ever expended at once since acquiring the panel. As he committed his lifespan, the two lines of text before him rapidly transformed. 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years as time flowed by. The two tomes before Gu Changxing suddenly became enveloped in a rich glow, their spiritual energy radiating with profound authority. It seemed as though the Baidan Treasure Record and the Bafu Collection were on the verge of a transformation at any moment. Ding. At last. The 3,000 years passed in an instant. Two lines of text materialized before Gu Changxing. Congratulations, you have comprehended the Baidan Treasure Record for 3,000 years. Grasping the essence of alchemy from the record, your alchemical skills have reached an extraordinary level. You have documented your lifelong insights, compiling them into an alchemical compendium titled Wand and Treasure Record. Congratulations, your Baidan Treasure Record has transformed into the Wand and Treasure Record. Boom. As the final line of text appeared, Gu Changxing's body trembled violently, as if his mind experienced a cosmic explosion. A torrent of intricate diagrams and information surged into his consciousness. Recipes for Yuan cultivation pills, foundation establishment pills, bone cleansing pills, and I Ching pills. An endless stream of alchemical formulations inundated Gu Changxing's mind. Over 10,000 recipes. In that moment, they harmonized completely with his soul. Is this the feeling of becoming an alchemist? Gu Changxing inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with fervent excitement. In this instant, he felt as if he had suddenly transformed from an alchemical novice into a master alchemist. Every detail recorded in the Wandan Treasure Record regarding the required herbs and the fire control techniques was now etched in his mind. Moreover, not only was the Wandan Treasure Record undergoing transformation, but the Bafu Collection was also experiencing its own metamorphosis at this moment. Congratulations! You have comprehended the essence of the 100 talismans over 3 millennia, achieving an unparalleled mastery in talismanic arts and blossoming into an exceptional talisman master. You have amalgamated your lifelong learnings to create a profound treatise on talismanic insights, aptly titled the Taoist Talismanic Canon. With the completion of the 100 talismans, a compendium detailing tens of thousands of talisman crafting techniques has manifested in Gu Changxing's mind. The Taoist Talismanic Canon, featuring the Yin-Yang Talisman, the Five Thunder Talisman, and the Qin Kuan Demon Suppression Talisman, showcases the pinnacle of talisman creation by Taoist cultivators. Each talisman is imbued with immense power, possessing formidable capabilities against demons and malevolent forces. What a treasure! Gazing at the 10,000 Elixirs Chronicle and the Taoist talismanic canon, Gu Chongqing exhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a sense of fulfillment. He has now emerged as a genuine alchemist and talisman master. It is already remarkable for an ordinary person to attain even one of these professions. Yet he has mastered both alchemy and talismanic arts. With such extraordinary gifts, it is no wonder that both outer and inner sect members would vie to take him as a disciple. However, he pondered, what rank of alchemist and talisman master do I currently embody? Gu Chongqing murmured to himself, resolving to seek a moment to test his abilities at the alchemy peak and talisman peak. Turning his gaze to his remaining lifespan, he noted, current lifespan, 591 years. With over 12,000 years left, Gu Chongqing decided to invest another 3,000 years to enhance the 13 Swords of Death. A moment later, the investment was made. The text before him began to whirl rapidly. You have devoted 3,000 years of lifespan to the evolution of 13 Swords of Death. You earnestly delve into the 13 Swords of Death, but as this sword technique was created by a Golden Core Realm master, your learning process proves to be arduous and fraught with difficulty. Years slip by, 50 years, then 100 years, yet your understanding of the 13 Swords of Death remains superficial. Finally, after 300 years, you began to grasp the evolution of its techniques, achieving enlightenment, and your vitality was elevated. 500 years elapsed, and you commenced training according to the sword techniques depicted, but due to your inadequate talent, although you understood the evolution of the techniques, you could not grasp the quintessence of the sword moves. You faced failure. Alas, gazing at the failure notification before him, Gu Chongqing could not refrain from uttering an exclamation. 500 years. How could it be that even a single sword technique eludes mastery? Is it truly so exaggerated? Fortunately, Gu Chongqing had invested a total of 3,000 years of lifespan, thus the text continued its relentless evolution. As the simulation of lifespan extended to a millennia, the circumstances began to shift significantly. After 1,000 years, you finally grasped the essence of the 13 deadly swords. Through your relentless dedication, you successfully learned the first form. Soul Chaser, congratulations, you have become a sword practitioner. With the emergence of this text, a sequence of fluid, lethal sword techniques manifested in Gu Chongqing's mind. The first form of the 13 deadly swords, Soul Chaser. As the Soul Chaser unfolded, the remaining 12 forms seamlessly followed, as if destined to be conquered. After 1,100 years, you mastered the second form, Moon Pursuit. After 1,300 years, you mastered the third form, Startling Swan. After 1,500 years, you mastered the fourth form, Throat Seal. After 2,700 years, you mastered the 13th form, Fatal Strike. Congratulations. You have completely comprehended the essence of the 13 deadly swords. Gu Chongqing's eyes widened as the sword techniques in his mind continually evolved and practiced. With the gradual mastery of the 13 swords, clarity emerged in his gaze. At last, after 3,000 years, amidst the ebb and flow of time, with your deepening comprehension of the 13 deadly swords, one day you experienced an epiphany, synthesizing the essence of swordsmanship and achieving a metamorphosis within the 13 deadly swords. You unexpectedly gleaned a hint of sword intent from the 13 deadly swords. Your swordsmanship has reached the first realm of sword intent, clear heart of the sword. Mastering the ultimate sword intent, all swords return to their origin. Chapter 57, Guiding Qin Lan in her practice, clear heart of the sword. All swords return to their origin. Gu Chongqing's eyes sparkled at the sight of these words. Clear heart of the sword represents the primary level of sword intent. Sword intent embodies a profound and elusive state of understanding, accessible only to true masters of the sword. This state transcends cultivation level and age. Some may devote their lives to sword practice without ever touching the threshold of sword intent, while others may comprehend it within a mere year of practice. Regardless, sword intent remains the lifelong pursuit of every sword practitioner. Only those who truly master sword intent can rightfully be called grandmasters of the sword. With a deep breath, Gu Chongqing organized the knowledge swirling in his mind. Today's training had yielded significant rewards. Not only had he acquired the art of alchemy and talisman crafting, but he had also grasped a hint of sword intent. Fortuitously, he was hidden away within this mausoleum. Otherwise, the elders of the sect would have been eager to usher him into the inner circle upon discovering his prodigious talent. Without further hesitation, Gu Chongqing resolved to seize the moment and invest another 3,000 years of his lifespan into enhancing his cultivation. The software has improved, and the strength of the hardware must keep pace. Do you not agree? With the infusion of a lifespan of 3,000 years, Gu Chongqing's cultivation has also ascended at a visibly rapid pace. Time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, a day has passed. As the sun rose on the following day, Gu Chongqing gradually opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he noticed a significant change in his cultivation status. Cultivation, half-step golden core realm. Indeed, after an entire night of diligent practice, Gu Chongqing had elevated his cultivation from the 6th layer of the foundation establishment realm to the half-step golden core realm, now just a step away from the true golden core realm. However, Gu Chongqing did not rush to breakthrough. After all, he had merely 6,000 years of lifespan remaining. Although the difference between the half-step golden core and the golden core was merely a minor realm, the chasm between them was vast. Should he force a breakthrough, he might find his remaining 6,000 years reduced to mere moments. He needed to conserve his energy. With this in mind, Gu Chongqing ceased his inner turmoil, stretched lazily, and stepped out of the loft. He intended to visit the outer city to procure materials for concocting elixirs and crafting talismans. Upon his exit, he beheld Qin Lan and Shi standing before the loft, practicing the ancestral dragon fist. Despite their diminutive statures, their movements exuded vigor, and their spiritual energy rippled through the surrounding space, causing it to tremble gently. "Garden Master," they exclaimed upon noticing Gu Chongqing's arrival, ceasing their practice to bow slightly. "How goes your training in the fist technique?" Gu Chongqing inquired with a smile. "Is it progressing well?" Shi responded promptly, reporting to the Garden Master, "All is well. Yet when we reach the 3rd form, the hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. It feels as though we are encountering an obstacle." Shi scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss?" Gu Chongqing murmured. Though he practiced the ancestral dragon infinite fist and not the ancestral dragon fist, he presumed they bore similarities. With this thought, Gu Chongqing smiled and said, "Show it to me." Upon hearing this, Qin Lan furrowed her brow. "Garden Master, you do not intend to instruct us, do you?" Gu Chongqing nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, a sense of reluctance blossomed within Qin Lan. After all, this was a celestial-grade technique. Even someone of her reincarnated nascent soul cultivation found it exceedingly laborious to master. How could someone at the 1st layer of the Qi condensation realm possibly provide us with guidance? Surely, he would not comprehend the intricacies of such a celestial-grade technique. Nonetheless, out of respect for Gu Chongqing's authority as Garden Master, Qin Lan reluctantly acquiesced and began to demonstrate the ancestral dragon fist before him. Swish, swish. The fierce wind generated by the powerful punches sliced through the air, creating ripples in the space around it, while spiritual energy roared in response. The series of movements flowed seamlessly, exhibiting both immense strength and vigor. Gu Chongqing nodded in quiet approval. Truly, the legendary strongman had been reborn in just a few days. The opponent had managed to master the ancestral dragon fist to such a remarkable degree. Soon, as the execution of the technique concluded, Qin Lan firmly planted her feet and cupped her fist before Gu Chongqing, saying, "Master of the garden, I have completed my demonstration. Please, offer your guidance." A smirk danced on her lips as she cast a proud glance at Gu Chongqing. "Ah, I am eager to see what insights you can provide," he thought to himself. Gu Chongqing nodded and replied, "No problem. I have already discerned the issues at play." "What?" At his words, Qin Lan's pupils constricted in disbelief. "You have identified the problem?" That cannot be possible. She had just executed the technique, and the entire process had taken less than 5 minutes. Even the most adept cultivator would require 2 or 3 repetitions to grasp a completely unfamiliar celestial technique. So how could Gu Chongqing have comprehended it after just one demonstration? Gu Chongqing replied calmly, "The term speaks of a dragon confined for a millennium, suppressed in the depths of the ocean for some reason, until one day it breaks free from its shackles and reemerges into the world. Thus, when practicing this technique, you must envision yourself as this dragon, undaunted and resolute." Undaunted? Resolute? Qin Lan's eyes brightened, as if a revelation had suddenly unraveled within her mind. Gu Chongqing continued, "Next, you must concentrate all your spiritual energy at the elbow of your right arm, continuously compressing it. When you throw the punch, release it all at once, and you will unleash the true power of—" "Qin Lan, give it another try." "Yes, of course." She instinctively nodded, forgetting any doubts about Gu Chongqing's wisdom, and almost instinctively began to cultivate anew according to his instructions. Concentrating her spiritual energy at her elbow, she pressed down forcefully, embodying the spirit of being undaunted and resolute. She shouted, her fist launching forward like a cannonball, and in an instant, her entire spiritual energy surged forth. Roar. The next moment, a gigantic crimson dragon erupted from her fist, its roar echoing like thunder. Boom. In an instant, the blood-red dragon collided with a rock, shattering it into countless fragments, which scattered like a torrential downpour. Gasp. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Lan's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. Incredible. Is this truly? How can it feel as if its power has increased tenfold compared to my own training? The expression of reverence was vividly displayed on Shirhu's face. Master, your prowess is truly remarkable. Sister Qin and I have pondered for several days without grasping the essence of our cultivation, yet you discern the issue in an instant. It is truly astounding. Qin Lan gazed at Gu Changxing with a mix of complexity. Gu Changxing maintained his serene demeanor, adorned with a faint smile. However, for some inexplicable reason, at that moment, Qin Lan found herself unable to fathom Gu Changxing. First, he presented the celestial tier spiritual herb, then the celestial tier celestial technique, and now, he effortlessly identified their cultivation dilemma. Could it be that this individual, as rumored, is indeed a wastrel? Chapter 58, The Wanbao Merchant Association. What is it? Gu Changxing inquired. Noticing Qin Lan's unwavering gaze upon him, a curious smile gracing his lips. In nothing, Qin Lan quickly averted her eyes, turning her head away. It was as if her inner thoughts had been laid bare. A delicate blush crept across her fair cheeks. Thank you, Master, for your guidance in our cultivation today, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. You're welcome, Gu Changxing replied with a gentle smile. I have matters to attend to at the outer gate today, where I shall procure some items. During my absence, you two are to diligently oversee the mausoleum. He handed over a communication token. Should any issues arise, feel free to summon me through this token. Yes, Shirhu replied respectfully, accepting the token. However, just as Gu Changxing was about to depart, Qin Lan grasped his arm, her eyes radiating a pleading intensity. Master, may I accompany you to the outer gate? What purpose do you have in going? Gu Changxing asked, momentarily taken aback. Qin Lan implored, I have been in the mausoleum for quite some time without venturing out. Please, Master, allow me to experience the world. After a brief contemplation, Gu Changxing considered that he intended to acquire materials for alchemy and talisman crafting. Given that Qin Lan was a reincarnated formidable being of the nascent soul realm, her vast knowledge might indeed spare him from unnecessary detours. With this in mind, he nodded and replied, Very well, you may accompany me. Thank you, Master, Qin Lan exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she clasped her fists in gratitude towards Gu Changxing. At last, she would have the opportunity to closely observe the true nature of Gu Changxing. Soon, through the teleportation array, Gu Changxing and Qin Lan arrived at the bustling city of the outer gate. Although Gu Changxing had visited once before, he was still awestruck by the grandeur before him. The sprawling city seemed like a colossal beast lying upon the earth of Taishu sect. The city gates towered dozens of yards high, with disciples of Taishu sect bustling about, some soaring through the air on swords, others riding mounts into the city. Upon entering the city, the cacophony of lively chatter and vendors' calls enveloped them. The shops and stalls lining the streets were a dazzling array of goods, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. No sooner had Gu Changxing stepped in than two familiar figures approached from a distance. Changxing, Brother Shirhu, Sister Lu. Gu Changxing hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. The two individuals were none other than Shifeng and Lu Yun. Unfamiliar with the outer sect and uncertain where the finest goods could be procured, he had taken the initiative to invite Shifeng and Lu Yun, hoping they would guide him through the outer sect. He had anticipated a refusal, yet to his surprise, they readily agreed. Shi Xiang, Lu Shiji, I am truly grateful for your assistance today, Gu Changxing expressed with a respectful clasp of his fists. Shifeng replied with a smile, It is but a trivial matter. Had it not been for your timely aid last time, Lu Shimi and I might have met with a dire fate. By the way, Changxing, what do you wish to purchase? Gu Changxing candidly responded, I seek tools for alchemy and talisman crafting. Upon hearing this, Shifeng and Lu Yun displayed expressions of astonishment. Even Qin Lan, who stood nearby, was taken aback. Alchemy? Talisman crafting? Changxing, are you perhaps an alchemist and talisman master yourself? Lu Yun inquired incredulously. Gu Changxing had anticipated such questions and promptly recited the excuse he had prepared. What knowledge do I possess regarding alchemy and talismans? It was that enigmatic figure from the cemetery who instructed me to make these purchases. At this revelation, Shifeng and Lu Yun were once again struck with amazement. You met that mysterious individual? What did he look like? They eagerly pressed. With a wry smile, Gu Changxing confessed, Indeed, I met him. However, he wore a mask, so I could not discern his true appearance. He asked me to acquire some alchemical tools and materials for talisman crafting, stating he was conducting some research, though I am not entirely certain of the details. That makes sense, Lu Yun nodded in understanding. If that mysterious individual requires such items, it is only logical, considering he is a formidable being capable of slaying 10 demons single-handedly. Yet, I did not anticipate that this enigmatic figure would not only possess great prowess but also be adept in both alchemy and talisman crafting. How terrifying. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun cautiously asked, Changsheng, could you perhaps introduce us to this esteemed elder? Since our last encounter, Shi Xiang and I have yet to express our gratitude. Gu Changsheng sighed with a forced smile, feigning reluctance. That may not be appropriate, Lu Shiji. The mysterious individual dons a mask specifically to conceal his identity, and his reluctance to appear in person likely stems from a desire to avoid disturbance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun realized her oversight. Indeed, the reason the esteemed elder wears a mask is to protect his anonymity. Should I approach him recklessly, it may only provoke his displeasure. Contemplating this, Lu Yun nodded. You are right. I was inconsiderate. Shi Feng interjected with a grin, since it is the esteemed elder who requires these items. We shall do our utmost to procure them. Within the outer sect city, there are numerous vendors of alchemical tools and talisman materials. However, if one seeks the best and most comprehensive selection, it can only be found at the Wanda Chamber of Commerce. Wanda Chamber of Commerce? Gu Changxing's face lit up with curiosity. Shi Feng elucidated, the Wanfang Chamber of Commerce is a chain organization of our Taishu sect, scattered across the major cities of our sect. It offers a vast array of goods. While the prices may be somewhat steep, the quality is undoubtedly the finest within the entire sect. I have heard that the mastermind behind this chamber is none other than our Taishu sect's Sanus, Ling Yue. Ling Yue? Gu Changxing felt astonished, and a strikingly graceful figure instinctively surfaced in his mind. This name was exceedingly familiar to him when he first traversed into this realm, besieged by demons. It was Ling Yue who, accompanied by the forces of the Taishu sect, arrived just in time to rescue him. Moreover, it was she who brought Gu Changxing and his companions into the Taishu sect. One could say that had it not been for Ling Yue, he would have perished at the jaws of the demons on the very first day of his arrival. To his surprise, the proprietor of the Wanfang Chamber of Commerce was indeed Ling Yue. Could a saintess of the sect manage a business? Gu Changxing was intrigued. Of course, Shi Feng replied with a smile. The Taishu sect imposes few restrictions in this regard, as long as the products sold are not false or substandard. The sect generally does not interfere too much. Furthermore, Senior Sister Ling is the most beautiful woman in our Taishu sect, possessing both exquisite looks and formidable cultivation. Her chamber attracts countless powerful individuals each year, and even some inner sect elders purchase elixirs from the Wanfang chamber. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Shi Feng's eyes. Seemingly holding great respect for Ling Yue, Gu Changxing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, the group continued their leisurely conversation as they ventured deeper into the city. After a brief walk of around 10 minutes, a magnificent building came into view before Gu Changxing. This grand edifice stood 5 or 6 stories tall, radiating resplendent light. Adorned in gold and brilliance, the entrance was impressively constructed, capable of accommodating hundreds of visitors at once. Atop the building, a gleaming plaque boldly proclaimed the name, Wanfang Chamber of Commerce. This is it, Changxing, Shi Feng said with a slight smile, leading Gu Changxing and Qin Lan into the interior of the Wanfang Chamber. Upon entering, the bustling hall immediately captivated Gu Changxing's attention. Rows of shelves were meticulously arranged, brimming with a variety of cultivation tools, a veritable treasure trove. Each type of item was neatly categorized. Areas for cultivation techniques, celestial arts, elixirs, and talismans were all present. Gu Changxing was the first to approach the elixir section. Shi Feng and Lu Yun summoned a female disciple, and the three appeared to be old acquaintances. After a brief exchange, Shi Feng beckoned Gu Changxing, saying, Changxing, this is Wang Lan, the one in charge of the elixir section. She hails from the same hometown as I. If you seek anything, just let her know. She will provide you with the best possible treatment. Senior Sister Wang, Gu Changxing promptly cupped his fists in greeting. There is no need for formalities. Junior Brother Gu, Wang Lan replied with a gentle nod. Observing Gu Changxing's gaze, though polite, there was a palpable sense of detachment, as if he were an unwelcome stranger. It was evident that Wang Lan held Gu Changxing, a mere servant, in low regard. Yet, out of respect for Shifeng and Lu Yun, she merely exchanged greetings with him. Wang Lan stated, "If you desire anything, junior brother Gu, feel free to express it. I possess most of the alchemical tools you may require." Gu Changxing nodded in acknowledgement, then produced a piece of parchment inscribed with a formula, presenting it to Wang Lan. "I wish to concoct this particular elixir. May I inquire about the appropriate cauldron to prepare?" The formula detailed in the parchment was for a potion known as the Seven Treasures Glazed Pill, documented in the esteemed record of 10,000 elixirs. This potion boasted formidable effects, enhancing both physical prowess and significantly augmenting one's cultivation. Gu Changxing aspired to utilize this elixir to transcend to the Golden Core realm. Wang Lan glanced at the formula, but in the next moment, her expression froze in disbelief. "This is..." Her countenance shifted to one of profound astonishment. "What is it?" "Sister Wang?" Shifeng and Lu Yun looked on in confusion. Wang Lan inhaled deeply, raising her gaze to meet Gu Changxing's, her eyes ablaze with intensity. "Junior brother Gu, are you aware of the value of this formula? It is for a fourth-grade elixir." "What? A fourth-grade formula?" The revelation sent ripples of shock through the gathered individuals. Even Qin Lan, who had remained silent until now, felt a surge of astonishment within her. A fourth-grade formula. Such a treasure was worth its weight in gold. One fourth-grade elixir alone could command a price of 1,000,000 spirit stones. In a place like the Taisu sect, only elders held the privilege to partake in fourth-grade elixirs. Moreover, the value of a fourth-grade formula far exceeded that of a single fourth-grade elixir. After all, with sufficient materials, one could produce countless fourth-grade elixirs from just one formula. The realization of the fourth-grade formula left Qin Lan in a state of shock. She was genuinely astounded. Such a rarity was seldom seen, even in her previous life. Shifeng swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Sister Wang, are you certain you haven't misread? Is this truly a fourth-grade formula? My goodness, such a priceless treasure, and Gu Changxing has revealed it in public." Wang Lan's expression mirrored her excitement. And after cautiously surveying their surroundings, she lowered her voice. "Whether it is indeed a fourth-grade formula, I cannot definitively say, but the contents inscribed here are profoundly intricate. Even if it is not a fourth-grade formula, it is undoubtedly a treasure of immense worth." At this juncture, Wang Lan regarded Gu Changxing. The previous disdain in her demeanor entirely dissipated, and with sincere tone, she said, "Junior brother Gu, this formula is beyond my authority to assess. I wish to consult our branch's president. Would you be so kind as to wait a moment?" "Certainly," Gu Changxing replied, nodding. Wang Lan, with a hint of gratitude on her face, took the formula and turned to depart. Lu Yun gazed at Gu Changxing with a complex expression. "Changxing, do you realize what you have just done? That was indeed a fourth-grade alchemical formula, and you have so boldly presented it." Shifeng could only manage a wry smile. "Are you aware of the immense value of a fourth-grade formula? Your audacity is remarkable." Fortunately, he and Lu Yun are both discerning individuals who would not resort to theft. Had it been someone else, they might have already resorted to force to seize it. Gu Changxing was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the Seven Treasures Glazed Pill would be so valuable. What would Shifeng and Lu Yun think if they knew that this Seven Treasures Glazed Pill was merely one he had casually acquired, and that he possessed even more valuable formulas? Nonetheless, Gu Changxing still wore an expression of trepidation. "I acted unwisely. Had I known this item was so precious, I should have clarified matters with the mysterious individual beforehand. Brother Shi and Sister Lu, I am fortunate to have you today. Otherwise, this formula would likely have been taken from me." Shifeng and Lu Yun exchanged a rueful smile but said nothing more. A few minutes later, Wang Lan hurried out with a white-haired elder. "Who is the young friend Gu Changxing?" Upon his arrival, the elder inquired impatiently. "I am." Gu Changxing responded with a cupped fist. At these words, the elder's expression instantly transformed into one of overwhelming excitement. He stepped forward, grasped Gu Changxing's hand, and exclaimed, "Young friend, I am Wei Fu, the branch president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. I have examined your formula, and it is indeed a genuine fourth-grade formula. May I ask, did you compose this formula yourself?" Gu Changxing shook his head. "No, I obtained it from a mysterious predecessor." Upon hearing this, Wei Fu immediately offered unreserved praise. "A genius. Truly a genius. The content of this formula is exceedingly profound and complex. Even I can only grasp a fraction of it. To be able to compose such a formula, the author must be at least a fourth-grade alchemist. No, it is even possible that they are a fifth or sixth-grade alchemist." "What? Fifth grade? Sixth grade?" At these words, Shifeng and Lu Yun's expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Such high-tier alchemists only exist within the inner sect. Young friend Gu, where is this alchemist currently located? Might I request an introduction? Wei Fu inquired cautiously. Alchemists are revered figures wherever they are, especially if the owner of this formula is indeed a high-tier alchemist. If they could secure a connection with him, their Wanao branch would surely soar to new heights. Gu Chongqing appeared troubled. President Wei, that mysterious individual arrives and departs without a trace, and he wears a mask to conceal his true identity, I fear. Upon hearing this, Wei Fu quickly realized, yes, I was indeed presumptuous. Of course, the individual is a high-tier alchemist. A person of such stature would not easily meet strangers. Nevertheless, Wei Fu remained undeterred. He had resolved to cultivate a cordial relationship with this enigmatic alchemist. Even if they cannot meet today, as long as he perseveres, there will come a day when this enigmatic alchemist will be willing to see him. Contemplating this, Wei Fu's gaze towards Gu Chongqing shifted. To outsiders, Gu Chongqing may merely appear as an ordinary cemetery caretaker. However, in Wei Fu's eyes, Gu Chongqing serves as a vital bridge to communicate with the mysterious elder. If he can win Gu Chongqing's favor, would that not equate to winning over the enigmatic elder? With this thought in mind, Wei Fu immediately turned to Wang Lan. Go. Fetch my pouch of wisteria spirit tree tea leaves and brew a pot for our friend Gu and his companions. Wisteria spirit tree? Wang Lan's pupils constricted. That tea had been treasured by Wei Fu for many years, worth thousands of spirit stones per gram. Even Wei Fu himself hesitated to indulge. Yet he intended to brew it for Gu Chongqing? Wang Lan instantly understood that Wei Fu was treating Gu Chongqing as a distinguished guest. Indeed, Wang Lan uttered no further words, nodded, and promptly departed. Subsequently, Wei Fu turned to Gu Chongqing with a smile and said, Dear Gu, the items on this floor are merely mundane goods. Surely your mysterious elder would find them unworthy. If you are interested, would you care to accompany me to the top floor for a glimpse? The top floor? Shifeng and Lu Yun were taken aback. The summit of the Wanao Chamber of Commerce is the most significant and confidential area of the entire establishment. Only the chamber president and sect elders possess the qualifications to enter. In the past, when they visited, they were not even granted access to the second floor, let alone the top floor. Yet now, merely for a single alchemical formula, they were being taken directly to the summit? The disparity in treatment was staggering. Chapter 60. Wei Fu's decision to win over Gu Chongqing very well. I shall trouble you, President Wei. Gu Chongqing nodded in agreement. Wei Fu's expression brightened, and he promptly led the group to the top floor. The surrounding disciples were astonished at this sight. Who were these individuals that they could ascend to the top of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? Moreover, they were personally welcomed by President Wei? Surely they could not be disciples from the inner sect? Whispers circulated among the crowd, their gazes towards Gu Chongqing and his companions imbued with an air of deep intrigue. Soon, Gu Chongqing and his entourage followed Wei Fu to the top floor. Upon entering, Gu Chongqing was taken aback by the scene before him. The decor of the top floor was 100 times more magnificent than that of the first floor. The ground was covered with an entire piece of spirit beast hide, and the wooden walls were crafted from gold and silk spiritual wood, with even a single plank valued at over 1,000 spirit stones. The room was adorned with various flowers and plants, and upon closer inspection, Gu Chongqing discovered that they were all precious spiritual herbs. The refreshing aroma of medicinal herbs permeated the air, invigorating the spirit. Even the flames flickering from the wall-mounted candles were powered by spirit stones, their golden glow casting a warm and inviting light throughout the room. As if in an instant, one had stepped into the grand abode of a millennia-old aristocratic family. Exuding opulence yet retaining an air of refinement, elegance mingled with decorum. What a splendid place! Lu Yun's eyes widened in awe. Beside her, Shifeng could not help but swallow hard, treading carefully upon the floor, fearful of damaging the precious spirit beast pelt beneath his feet. At that moment, Wang Lan entered, gracefully carrying several cups of tea. Gu Chongqing accepted a cup, taking a delicate sip, and his eyes instantly brightened. What an aromatic tea! He felt as though a current of spiritual essence flowed within him, as if his very organs had been revitalized. Such exquisite tea! Gu Chongqing could not help but exclaim in admiration. Though not an aficionado of tea, he could discern its unique qualities. Wei Fu chuckled. This is specially harvested from the wisteria spirit tree. It is an exceptionally rare tea that not only invigorates the mind but also purges impurities and promotes longevity. If you enjoy it, young friend Gu, I could gift you some to take home. Perhaps not. Gu Chongqing replied with a wry smile, hastily declining, President Wei. You are too kind. Such precious tea, I fear I might ruin it. Wei Fu shook his head with a smile. Opting to get straight to the point, young friend Gu, I have reviewed your alchemical formula. Such a valuable elixir, if crafted in a common alchemical furnace, would only diminish its quality. I happen to possess some rare alchemical furnaces. Let me show you. With that, Wei Fu rose and approached a wall, gently tapping it a few times. Creak. Boom. With the sound of mechanisms activating, the wall suddenly pivoted, revealing a concealed chamber of utmost secrecy. Gu Changsheng gazed intently. Inside the chamber stood several ancient, imposing alchemical furnaces. The craftsmanship of these furnaces was extraordinarily intricate, adorned with splendid carvings, and some even coated in a layer of gold, exuding considerable value. Qin Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that the Four-Yang Azure Heaven furnace? Legend has it that this furnace is forged from extremely cold meteorite iron, capable of significantly absorbing the temperature of flames. Even the legendary spirit fire cannot melt it, making it an exceptional furnace for refining fourth-grade elixirs. Qin Lan gently caressed the furnace wall as she spoke. Oh! Upon hearing her words, a look of surprise flashed in Wei Fu's eyes. Little girl, you possess knowledge of alchemical furnaces? Internally, Qin Lan scoffed. What a jest! I am the reincarnation of a nascent soul powerhouse. Lacking such insight would render my existence meaningless. Nevertheless, she fabricated a reason, stating, before ascending the mountain, my family was engaged in the elixir business, hence my understanding in this area. Ah, I see. Wei Fu nodded. Smiling, young friend Gu, you have taken on a remarkable disciple. This Four-Yang Azure Heaven furnace is one of my treasures, among the entire 10,000 Treasures Guild. There are no more than a handful who could recognize it. So few? Gu Changxing feigned astonishment, casting an admiring glance at Qin Lan, and remarked, So, your family is engaged in the alchemical business? I was entirely unaware. Qin Lan responded with a faint smile. It is merely a trivial enterprise, hardly worth mentioning. Gu Changxing nodded with a smile, certainly skeptical of Qin Lan's fabricated tale. The notion of her engaging in alchemical commerce was absurd. He could, however, believe that she was capable of murder for the sake of concocting potions. Nevertheless, Gu Changxing saw no need to expose her deception. His purpose in bringing Qin Lan along was solely to assist him in selecting an alchemical cauldron. Subsequently, Gu Changxing pointed to another cauldron and inquired, Disciple, what about this one? What is your opinion? Qin Lan began to elaborate. This one is the ancient Pan cauldron, forged from profound ice iron. While it is slightly inferior to the Four-Sun Azure cauldron, it excels in stability. This cauldron, on the other hand, is a bronze imperial cauldron from the Zhou dynasty. Invented by the royal family, it is user-friendly and ideal for novice alchemists. Qin Lan continued to introduce 7 or 8 more cauldrons. Wei Fu listened intently, nodding in agreement, while Shi Feng and others gazed at Qin Lan in disbelief. No one had anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable girl beside Gu Changsheng was an expert on cauldrons, possessing such an extensive knowledge of alchemical tools. Ultimately, Gu Changsheng selected the bronze imperial cauldron from the Zhou dynasty, as its simplicity and ease of use were perfectly suited for his practice in alchemy. After purchasing the cauldron, Gu Changsheng prepared to acquire the remaining items. President Wei, I also require some talisman paper for crafting runes. Do you have any recommendations? Talisman paper? Upon hearing this, Wei Fu's expression shifted dramatically. Young friend Gu, could it be that your enigmatic predecessor is also a runesmith? Indeed, Gu Changsheng affirmed with a nod. The moment those words escaped his lips, Wei Fu's face was instantly filled with shock. Even Wang Lan, standing beside him, widened her eyes, incredulity etched across her features. Goodness, runesmiths are even rarer than alchemists. If 1 out of 10,000 individuals may become an alchemist, then among 10 alchemists, only 1 might emerge as a runesmith. To possess talents in both alchemy and runesmithing is exceedingly rare, even in the illustrious Taisu sect. Those skilled in both disciplines are fewer than the fingers on one hand. You, young friend Gu, have truly astonished me with your mysterious predecessor, Wei Fu said with a wry smile. He immediately resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with this enigmatic figure. After all, a genius capable of crafting 4th-grade elixirs was already extraordinary, and the fact that this alchemist was also a runesmith? Genius scarcely sufficed to describe such talent. Such a person was one that their Wana Chamber of Commerce could never afford to overlook. With this thought in mind, Wei Fu spoke directly. Young friend Gu, it is a rare fortune that we have crossed paths. Since you have taken a liking to this Zhou dynasty royal cauldron, I shall take the liberty of gifting it to you. Furthermore, I can assure you that in the future, whenever you visit the Wanbao Merchant Association to purchase anything, I shall extend to you a generous 50% discount. What do you say? Chapter 61. Wang Lan's thoughts 50%? Gu Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Shi Feng and Lu Yun wore expressions of astonishment. It is well known that the items at the Wanbao Merchant Association are among the most expensive in the entire Taishu sect. Even the least valuable piece is worth over 100 spirit stones, not to mention the Zhou Dynasty royal cauldron that Gu Chongqing had chosen, which is likely valued at over 10,000 spirit stones. Such a precious item, and Wei Fu was offering it to him for free. Moreover, a 50% discount on future purchases? Feeling both honored and flabbergasted, Gu Chongqing replied, President Wei, this is far too generous. How could a junior like me accept such an extravagant gift? Wei Fu waved his hand, chuckling, Do not be so hasty in your refusal, young friend. There is a condition to my generosity. Gu Chongqing inquired, What condition? Wei Fu explained, I hope that in the future, should the esteemed elder you mentioned produce any surplus elixirs or talismans, you could bring them to our Wanbao Merchant Association for sale. Would that be agreeable? Bringing them to your association for sale? A hint of hesitation flickered in Gu Chongqing's eyes. Wei Fu quickly reassured him, Rest assured, our Wanbao Merchant Association offers fair prices, and we will ensure that it meets the esteemed elder's satisfaction. In fact, we can provide a price that is 30% above market value. As long as you can assist us, this current purchase of yours will cost you nothing. Furthermore, you will be a distinguished guest at our Wanbao Merchant Association from now on. Whenever you come to make purchases, everything will be at a 50% discount. Grasping Gu Chongqing's hand, Wei Fu's tone was filled with excitement and sincerity. This scene astonished Shi Feng and Lu Yun, sending ripples of shock through their hearts. Not to mention them, even Wang Lan, who stood nearby, was taken aback, having followed Wei Fu for many years. It was the first time she had witnessed him adopting such a subservient demeanor towards a junior. Little did they know, in Wei Fu's heart, a prodigious talent who could master both alchemy and talisman crafting was worth far more than any goods in the Merchant Association. If they could cultivate a relationship with him, the benefits for the Wanbao Merchant Association would be beyond imagination. Listening to Wei Fu's words, Gu Chongqing pondered. Selling at the Wanbao Merchant Association? The elixirs and talismans he would create in the future would be more than he could use alone. If he could sell them at the Wanbao Merchant Association, not only would nothing go to waste, but he could also earn a substantial amount of spirit stones. Moreover, the Wanbao Merchant Association holds a prestigious position within the Taishu sect. Establishing a connection with them would undoubtedly yield unforeseen advantages in his future dealings within the sect. With this in mind, Gu Chongqing felt a flicker of temptation within. However, he still feigned reluctance and said, All right. Since President Wei has put it that way, I shall give it a try. As for the outcome, it will depend on the esteemed elder's wishes. Excellent. Excellent. Upon hearing these words, Wei Fu was overwhelmed with joy and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Gu Chongqing. Subsequently, with Wei Fu's assistance, Gu Chongqing procured several tools for crafting talismans, such as talisman paper, vermilion, and ink. Wei Fu, in a gesture of generosity, not only refrained from charging him a single coin but also gifted him 2 healing elixirs. Moreover, he personally escorted Gu Chongqing and his companions to the entrance. It was only after much persuasion from Gu Chongqing that Wei Fu finally halted his steps. Gu Chongqing, along with Qin Lan and the others, then took their leave. Once Gu Chongqing and his companions had departed, Wang Lan, with a puzzled expression, inquired, President, why do you hold Gu Chongqing in such high regard? Even if he is acquainted with a mysterious elder, it hardly justifies his taking so many items for free, let alone at half price later. Wang Lan felt that Wei Fu was making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Gu Chongqing was merely the caretaker of a cemetery. If he could meet the mysterious elder, that would be one thing. If not, wouldn't it be a significant loss? Hearing Wang Lan's remarks, Wei Fu shook his head with a faint smile and replied, You are underestimating the situation. Do you genuinely believe that Gu Chongqing is as simple as he appears on the surface? Wang Lan, perplexed, asked, President, what do you mean? Wei Fu, with a profound gaze directed towards the direction where Gu Chongqing and the others had departed, remarked enigmatically, Do you think an ordinary cemetery caretaker truly possesses the qualifications to engage with a mysterious expert in both alchemy and talisman crafting? Wang Lan's expression shifted slightly. Wei Fu continued, Moreover, that young girl beside him, seemingly just a mere disciple, exhibits an impressive mastery of alchemical knowledge, some of which even I am unfamiliar with. Do you think an ordinary cemetery caretaker could achieve all this? Wang Lan's countenance grew increasingly astonished. President, are you implying that? Wei Fu narrowed his eyes and stated, I am certain that Gu Chongqing is far from being as simple as he appears. I even suspect he may very well be a scion from a prominent cultivation family. The moment these words were uttered, Wang Lan's expression transformed rapidly, revealing a myriad of emotions. Indeed, how could someone who has access to both alchemy and talisman crafting, accompanied by a mysterious maid, possibly be just an ordinary cemetery caretaker? Initially, she hadn't considered that angle, but after Wei Fu's reminder, she began to entertain the idea that Gu Chongqing could indeed be a young master from a prestigious cultivation clan. No wonder I noticed his extraordinary demeanor earlier. He certainly does not resemble the child of an ordinary family. Wang Lan murmured softly, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. She found herself increasingly captivated by Gu Chongqing's inexplicable charm. Wei Fu spoke solemnly, regardless of his origins, we must treat this young friend, Gu, with utmost respect. Even if we cannot forge a friendship, we must avoid offending him at all costs. Do you understand? Yes. Wang Lan nodded vigorously. Now, let us return to our duties. Wei Fu stated, preparing to retreat and rest. Upon hearing these words, Wang Lan's face revealed a hint of hesitation. After pondering for a moment, she said, President, I just remembered that I left something outside. May I step out for a while? Wei Fu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, Go ahead, be quick and return. Yes. Hearing Wei Fu's consent, Wang Lan was overjoyed, quickly clasping her fists in gratitude before turning to leave. Observing her hurried demeanor, Wei Fu couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly. This girl is far too eager. How could he not know that Wang Lan had gone out to cultivate a good relationship with Gu Chongqing? Nevertheless, he had no intention of exposing her intentions. After all, Wang Lan was a member of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and if she truly managed to forge a connection with Gu Chongqing, it would be entirely beneficial for him as well. With this thought, Wei Fu decided not to linger and turned back towards the top floor. Meanwhile, Gu Chongqing was strolling down the street with Qin Lan, Shifeng, and Lu Yun, heading towards the outer gate's teleportation array to return to the cemetery. The group chatted leisurely as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the teleportation array. As they prepared to part ways, Gu Chongqing once again clasped his fists towards Shifeng and Lu Yun, saying, Senior brother Shifeng, Senior sister Lu, thank you for today. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to procure my items so smoothly. Oh, it was a minor affair, Shifeng replied with a carefree smile. When we visit the cemetery, just ensure you provide us with some fine wine. Indeed, not just any spirit wine. We want to drink anything less. Lu Yun chimed in with a laugh. Gu Chongqing chuckled heartily. Rest assured, when you come, an ample supply of good wine will be provided. After spending a few days together, the camaraderie among the three had deepened considerably, making their conversation feel as if they were old friends. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Gu Chongqing prepared to lead Qin Lan back to the cemetery. However, just as he was about to step into the teleportation array, a voice called out from behind. Junior brother Gu, please wait. Curious, Gu Chongqing turned around to see Wang Lan standing not far off, a cheerful smile adorning her face. Sister Wang, what brings you here? Gu Chongqing asked, slightly surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Wang Lan would chase after him. Sister Wang, Gu Chongqing took a step closer, clasping his fists in greeting. Do you have something else to discuss? Why, can't I come find you if there's nothing to discuss? Wang Lan's eyes curved into a crescent moon, revealing a bright smile reminiscent of youthful exuberance. Seeing her smile, Gu Chongqing felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Just moments ago, there had been a palpable distance between them, yet now, she appeared so radiant and warm. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Wang Lan possessed striking beauty. Her oval face was adorned with delicate features, her fair skin glowed, and her bright eyes sparkled like stars, exuding a lively charm that was irresistibly captivating. Wang Lan smiled and said, Gu Shidi, you have helped me sell so many items today. I must express my gratitude. Gu Chongqing hurriedly replied. These are all gifts from President Wei. I already feel embarrassed. How can I accept thanks from my senior sister? Wang Lan shook her head. The gratitude is warranted. If not for you, our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would remain unaware that there exists a formidable master proficient in both alchemy and talismans within the cemetery. Moreover, are you not planning to bring the mysterious elder's elixirs and talismans to our chamber for sale? This is indeed a tremendous opportunity. Wang Lan then took out a ring from her bosom and handed it to Gu Chongqing. This ring was a mid-grade magical artifact, containing 3 protective arrays that could shield the bearer from crises 3 times. Consider this a welcoming gift from your senior sister. Upon hearing this, Shifeng and Lu Yun nearby widened their eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. This ring was Wang Lan's personal possession, something she had always carried and never hesitated to use. Even they seldom witnessed her take it out. Now, such a precious artifact was being directly offered to Gu Changxing. Gu Changxing quickly declined. Senior Sister Wang, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. What, does Gu Shidi think this artifact is too cheap? So he hesitates to accept it? Wang Lan blinked, a hint of grievance crossing her features. Observing her expression, Gu Changxing felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. No, that's not what I meant. Please, Senior Sister Wang, take it back. I truly cannot accept it. Gu Changxing insisted repeatedly. He had already received immense favors from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce today and did not wish to bear additional burdens of karma. If he were to accept Wang Lan's artifact, wouldn't that entangle him further with the chamber? Seeing Gu Changxing's discomfort, Wang Lan chuckled softly, not angered, and retrieved the artifact. She understood that pushing further would only lead to his aversion. With a gentle smile, she shifted the conversation. Very well, since you find it difficult, I shall not insist. Should you need anything next time, come to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and I shall personally assist you. As she mentioned her personal assistance, Wang Lan's gaze fixed intently on Gu Changxing, her tone laced with a hint of flirtation. Of course, senior sister, Gu Changxing nodded, not delving deeper into her words. He then clasped his fists in greeting to the others before stepping onto the teleportation array with Qin Lan. With a thunderous roar of spiritual energy, the teleportation array activated, and Gu Changxing and Qin Lan's figures vanished in an instant. Once the two had disappeared, Shifeng and Lu Yun approached with curiosity etched on their faces. Senior Sister Wang, what is going on with you today? You were so courteous to Changxing, even willing to part with a treasured artifact? Shifeng chuckled, wearing an expression of intrigue. You wouldn't have developed feelings for Changxing, would you? Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Wang Lan did not shy away. Instead, she boldly admitted, so what? This declaration left both Shifeng and Lu Yun momentarily astonished. She truly harbors feelings for him? Wang Lan giggled playfully. Junior brother Gu is charming and distinguished, not to mention acquainted with a mysterious elder. His future is boundless, and I am fond of him. Is there anything wrong with that? Throughout her years at Tai Su's sect, she had maintained an aloof demeanor, leading others to believe she had little interest in men. Little did they know, she had been searching for her ideal partner all along. Now that a man of enigmatic allure and limitless potential stood before her, Wang Lan would certainly not let the opportunity slip by. Unlike those who feign modesty, she openly expressed her affection. Once she set her sights on someone, she would go to great lengths to pursue them. Make sure to inform me the next time Junior Brother Gu visits the outer sect. If it comes to fruition, I shall treat each of you to a jar of a century-old fine brew, Wang Lan remarked, turning to Shifeng and Lu Yun. With that, she departed without lingering. As Wang Lan's figure faded into the distance, Shifeng swallowed hard, feeling as though he were in a dream, so surreal. Damn, that Gu fellow is incredibly fortunate. Senior Sister Wang is renowned as the outer sect's beauty, typically unapproachable and devoid of a partner. She now shows interest in him? Shifeng clicked his tongue, feeling a mix of envy and admiration. Lu Yun smiled softly. I think it's quite good. Junior brother Gu is sincere and grounded, while senior sister Wang may be pragmatic. She is not the type to flit from one person to another. If they truly become involved, it might not be a bad thing. Shifeng's eyes widened. You speak so highly of junior brother Gu. You don't harbor feelings for him too, do you? Lu Yun's cheeks flushed. What nonsense are you spouting? Although junior brother Gu is a fine person, in my heart, we share only a sibling-like bond. If there are any true feelings, they likely belong to that mysterious elder from the cemetery. Though she had never met the enigmatic elder, he had once saved her from the clutches of demons and single-handedly vanquished over a dozen of them. This event left an indelible mark on her soul. Even in subsequent days, whenever she thought of the mysterious elder, her heart would inexplicably race, filled with an emotion she could neither articulate nor comprehend, reminiscent of yearning, yet akin to affection, leaving her in a state of confusion. Alas, if only I could meet him, I would have no regrets in death. Lu Yun sighed. The mere thought of never meeting the mysterious elder filled her with waves of disappointment. Hey, what is wrong with you? Shifeng inquired, his curiosity piqued by Lu Yun's forlorn expression. Nothing, let us go? Lu Yun's face turned crimson as she concealed her inner turmoil and walked into the distance. Upon witnessing this scene, Shifeng grew increasingly curious and hastily pursued them. What is the matter? Why is your face so flushed? Who are you longing to see? Who has left you with such a sense of regret? No one. Accompanied by their chattering voices, the two figures gradually moved farther away. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng and Qin Lan had also returned to the mausoleum. After a full day of exploration in the outer sect, Gu Changsheng had gathered all the necessary tools. He was now ready to commence the alchemical process for crafting elixirs and talismans. Chapter 63. Delving into alchemy, Gu Changsheng inspected the tools within his storage pouch. Once assured that everything was in order and meticulously prepared, he turned to Qin Lan and Shi Hu, instructing, I have a matter to attend to and must step out for a while. You two shall guard the mausoleum diligently. Should anything arise, you may contact me via the communication talismans. Having spoken, Gu Changsheng handed each of them a communication talisman. This device functioned much like a mobile phone. With just a touch of spiritual energy, it allowed for instant communication regardless of distance. Gu Changsheng favored its use. Understood. The two responded respectfully as they accepted the talismans. Gu Changsheng did not linger further and proceeded toward the back mountain. Before long, Gu Changsheng adeptly arrived at the cave nestled in the rear mountain. Inside, he found Mu Lingyun seated in meditation, her eyes gently closed, seemingly engaged in her practice. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was slouched under the spirit tree, his head drooping, appearing to be asleep. Senior, Brother Xiao, Gu Changsheng softly called out as he entered the cave. Mu Lingyun was the first to open her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of fierce intent crossing her gaze. However, upon recognizing Gu Changsheng, her demeanor softened, replaced by a gentle smile. You've arrived. Indeed, Gu Changsheng nodded. Finally. You are here. Hurry, hurry. I am parched and famished. Did you bring me something to eat? Xiao Yun immediately sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy. Gu Changsheng glanced behind Xiao Yun and noticed that the provisions he had left, several large flatbreads and a few jugs of water, had all been consumed. This fellow certainly has an insatiable appetite. Gu Changsheng sighed in amusement and promptly replenished Xiao Yun's supplies. Turning his attention back to Mu Lingyun, he asked, Senior, have your injuries improved? I brought you 2 healing elixirs. As he spoke, he produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to her. Thank you. Mu Lingyun accepted it with a faint smile. I am feeling much better. The abundance of spiritual energy in this cave, along with the presence of the celestial spirit tree outside, has significantly expedited my recovery compared to the outside world. However, what brings you here today? Mu Lingyun inquired with curiosity, noting that according to their agreement, Gu Changsheng was not due to arrive for another 3 days. Xiao Yun chuckled heartily. Munching on a cake while he mumbled indistinctly, Changsheng, are you reluctant to part with me? Is that why you specifically came here to chat? Gu Changsheng rolled his eyes. Too weary to engage in banter, he got straight to the point, saying, it's like this, esteemed senior. Regarding the Baden Buluan by Fuji you provided, I have nearly comprehended them. I have come today to practice the crafting of elixirs and talismans and hope you could offer some guidance. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Lingyun instantly displayed a look of astonishment. You have already grasped the Baden Baluan by Fuji? Sort of, Gu Changsheng nodded. Hiss. At this revelation, even Mu Lingyun, with her temperament, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was utterly outrageous. It had barely been 2 days since she had given him the Baden Buluan by Fuji. Even for a prodigy like her, it took 3 years to fully understand these 2 texts. How could Gu Changsheng have done so in just 2 days? A genius, Mu Lingyun genuinely exclaimed. She finally understood why Senior Xian had chosen Gu Changsheng as his successor. Such innate talent could hardly be described as mere genius. Xiao Yun silently munched on his cake, realizing that he completely understood nothing of their conversation. What was this Baden Balu? What was this by Fuji? He was utterly bewildered. Gu Changsheng touched his nose, feeling a bit sheepish. Senior, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck. Having been at Tai Su sect for so long, it was the first time he heard someone refer to him as a genius. In truth, he relied entirely on external aids. Mu Lingyun smiled slightly and readily agreed. Very well. I have also comprehended the Baden Baluan and am well versed in the elixirs it contains. What elixir do you wish to concoct? The 7-treasure glazed elixir. Gu Changsheng swiftly replied. Eh? Upon hearing this, a look of surprise immediately appeared in Mu Lingyun's eyes. That is a 4th-grade elixir. Are you certain you wish to attempt such an advanced elixir right from the start? If it fails, it could easily waste precious materials. Gu Changsheng's tone was resolute. Senior, I am fully prepared. The 7-treasure glazed elixir was an elixir he had meticulously selected. Its potent effects and significant benefits made it ideal for him, given his current cultivation at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. It wouldn't be overly taxing, nor would it consume too much spiritual energy. As for the materials, he had already prepared ample quantities, eliminating any concerns about waste. More importantly, the 7-treasure glazed elixir could aid him in breaking through to the golden core stage. If he could produce a large quantity of it, he would save considerable time to refine his techniques and celestial arts. Seeing Gu Chongqing's firm determination, Mu Lingyun nodded. Choosing not to elaborate further, "Very well, since you have made your decision, let us begin. I shall do my utmost to assist you." "Thank you, esteemed senior." Gu Chongqing expressed his gratitude with a respectful clasp of his fists. However, just as the two were about to set off for the Su-Nim cave, Xiaoyan suddenly had a realization, looking at Gu Chongqing with an expression akin to seeing a ghost. "Chongqing, what do you mean? Are you saying you wish to refine pills?" "Indeed," Gu Chongqing replied candidly. Before the garden master passed away, he left behind some items containing insights into the art of alchemy. I have been delving into them these past few days, which is why I sought your guidance in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's face instantly revealed shock. An alchemist. As the heir of the Xiao family in the Great Zhou, Xiao Yun was acutely aware of the immense value that these 3 words carried. This was a profession revered and pursued by countless individuals. Just not long ago, Gu Chongqing had been languishing in the cemetery alongside him, and now he had transformed into an alchemist? The speed of this transformation was astonishing. Wait a moment. After a brief moment of astonishment, an excited expression suddenly spread across Xiao Yun's face. "So, does that mean I now have a friend who is an alchemist? Incredible! This implies that I could have access to elixirs at any time. With an alchemist as a friend, wouldn't the resources for elixirs be boundless?" His excitement grew, and his lips curled into a wild smile. Gu Chongqing rolled his eyes. This fellow seemed to assume he was entitled to free handouts. Nevertheless, Gu Chongqing did not refuse. After all, as a novice alchemist, the pills he produced were certain not to be perfect, and he was hesitant to test them on himself. However, Xiao Yun was different. With his robust physique, he could withstand even poisonous pills. Using him as a test subject would be quite appropriate. Soon after, Gu Chongqing and Mu Lingyun arrived at the Su-Nim residence. "You may begin," Mu Lingyun remarked. "Very well," Gu Chongqing responded without further ado. Retrieving the Zhou dynasty emperor's cauldron along with the necessary herbs for concocting the 7 treasures glazed pill. In the next moment, he waved his hand. With a whoosh, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, transforming into a blazing flame that roared to life at the bottom of the cauldron. Chapter 64. Xiao Yun tests the pill fire control technique. Observing the flames burning fiercely at the base, Mu Lingyun's eyes flickered with surprise. "You have even comprehended this. The fire control technique is a celestial art employed in alchemy. The flames it conjures are entirely driven by spiritual energy, allowing the practitioner to manipulate the size of the fire at will, which is exceedingly convenient. Coincidentally, the 10,000 pill treasures contains a record of the fire control technique. Hence, Gu Chongqing was able to grasp it as well. However, perhaps due to it being his first use, he was still somewhat unpracticed. Mu Lingyun reminded. The temperature of the flames is too high. The materials for the 7 treasures glazed pill are quite delicate. Such extreme heat could easily cause them to melt. You must lower the spiritual fire. Understood. Gu Chongqing nodded and immediately formed a hand seal to control the spiritual fire. As he executed the seal, the once roaring flames diminished significantly. When the temperature reached an appropriate level, Mu Lingyun timely advised, "It's perfect now. Remember this sensation. For future preparations of the 7 treasures glazed pill, this temperature will suffice." Next, he gradually added the necessary materials into the cauldron. Once the first ingredient had completely melted, he proceeded to add the second. Mu Lingyun's melodic voice resonated within the cave. "Yes," Gu Chongqing affirmed with a nod. Following the instructions in the 10,000 pill treasure record, he meticulously placed each herb into the Zhou dynasty royal cauldron. With a whoosh, under the blazing spiritual flames, the materials were instantaneously transformed into a thick, fragrant liquid, filling the air with a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Mu Lingyun stood beside him, guiding Gu Chongqing in controlling the fire and refining the medicine. It must be noted that with Mu Lingyun's assistance, Gu Chongqing's efficiency improved remarkably. Although he had thoroughly comprehended the 10,000 pill treasure record, this was his first practical application, and his techniques and experience were still somewhat unrefined. In contrast, Mu Lingyun was not only an exceptional alchemist, but also possessed abundant experience. She could promptly identify any errors he made. With her guidance, Gu Chongqing's proficiency in alchemy deepened at a visibly rapid pace. Finally, as time progressed, All the materials in the cauldron had been completely melted, and the cave was suffused with a dense fragrance. Mu Lingyun squinted her eyes, declaring, "The final step. We can begin to merge the materials." "All right." Gu Changxing nodded. He formed a profound hand seal with his right hand and pointed towards the cauldron. Buzz. As he completed the seal, the ingredients inside the cauldron began to coalesce at a visibly accelerated rate, eventually shaping into a circular pill. As time passed, the liquid became increasingly solidified, gradually transitioning from liquid to solid form. A rich medicinal aroma wafted from the cauldron. Minutes later, Gu Changxing gestured with his right hand. Whoosh! The gathered medicinal liquid transformed into a radiant beam, soaring from the cauldron into his palm. Subsequently, the liquid in his hand solidified further, ultimately becoming a spherical pill that emanated a delightful fragrance. Moreover, on the surface of this pill, for faint, wave-like patterns were discernible. Pill inscriptions. Is it complete? Gu Changxing's expression brightened as he hurriedly presented the pill to Mu Lingyun for her appraisal. Elder, what do you think? Mu Lingyun examined the pill closely and remarked, "From the surface, it indeed appears to be a success. However, there remain certain imperfections. For instance, the hue of the elixir is rather pale, and it has not entirely taken on a spherical shape, with the surface patterns being somewhat shallow. I suspect this may be due to the premature action taken during the final step of condensing the elixir." Mu Lingyun returned the elixir to Gu Changxing. To ascertain its true efficacy, it would be prudent to find someone to test it. Gu Changxing understood this implicitly. Indeed, he approached Xiao Yun, who was currently in slumber. With the half-finished elixir in hand, Gu Changxing hastily roused him. "Xiao Shixiang, wake up. What is it?" Xiao Yun, bleary-eyed and bewildered, gazed at Gu Changxing. With a grin, Gu Changxing replied, "Xiao Shixiang, didn't you express a desire for elixirs? I have just concocted one. Would you care to sample it? This is the legendary 4th grade elixir. The 7 treasures glazed elixir." "What? A 4th grade elixir?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed eagerly, "Yes, yes, yes. Let me try it. Please, let me taste it." A 4th grade elixir is indeed a high-tier concoction. Each typically fetches over 1,000 spirit stones. Such an opportunity was too good for Xiao Yun to overlook. Seeing his enthusiasm, Gu Changxing smiled and placed the elixir into Xiao Yun's mouth. Boom. As the elixir entered his abdomen, Xiao Yun's body jolted violently, his face contorting in agony as if enduring immense pain. "Ah!" Xiao Yun curled up on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Gu Changxing, startled, asked, "Xiao Shixiang, what is happening?" Xiao Yun, drenched in cold sweat, gasped, "It's so hot. Changxing, my stomach feels as if it is ablaze. I am in such discomfort." Xiao Yun writhed on the ground in agony. Gu Changxing quickly raised his hand to channel a surge of spiritual energy into him. As the energy flowed in, Xiao Yun's struggles gradually subsided, yet he lay exhausted, his face pale, gasping for breath on the ground. "How painful. Changxing, are you certain this is a 4th grade elixir? Why does it hurt so much?" After a considerable time, Xiao Yun managed to sit up. Gu Changxing promptly checked his condition. After confirming that Xiao Yun was unharmed, he felt a sense of relief. "Rest assured, Xiao Shixiang. It is undoubtedly a 4th grade elixir. The potency must have been overwhelming, and your body was unable to withstand it all at once." Gu Changxing flashed a smile, fabricating a comforting explanation. "I see." Xiao Yun nodded, not pursuing the matter further. After offering him a few words of consolation, Gu Changxing and Mu Lingyun returned to the Xuanma Manor. Upon entering the cave, the two began to meticulously review their process. Mu Lingyun remarked, "The burning sensation in your stomach may be due to the excessive amount of dragon yang grass you utilized earlier. Dragon yang grass is of the yang element and possesses fiery attributes, causing discomfort akin to fire within the stomach. When you refine again, be sure to regulate the quantity of dragon yang grass." "Understood, esteemed senior," Gu Changxing nodded. Soon, the second round of refinement commenced. Having learned from past experiences, he deliberately controlled the quantity of longyang grass during his next alchemical endeavor. Before long, a 7-treasure glazed pill once again materialized in Gu Changxing's hand. Following the same method, he sought out Xiao Yun for another trial. As the pill entered his stomach, Xiao Yun did not writhe in pain this time, but instead curled up, his body trembling incessantly. "Cold, so cold, Changxing. It feels as if I've swallowed a block of ice. I cannot bear it." Xiao Yun chattered through clenched teeth. Gu Changxing scrutinized him closely and soon discovered that frost had formed on Xiao Yun's eyebrows and skin, a delicate layer of ice crystals covering him. He reached out to touch him. Ah, it's so cold. He realized that Xiao Yun resembled a statue of ice, his skin's temperature plummeting to well below freezing. Gu Chongqing and Mu Lingyun hurriedly returned to Xuanma Manor to review their findings. Mu Lingyun remarked, "The cold in your abdomen suggests that you may have overused the ice mountain snow lotus, coupled with your deliberate reduction of longyang grass. This has resulted in an imbalance of yang and an excess of yin. You must regulate the quantities of these two herbs to achieve a harmonious balance." Understood, senior. Gu Chongqing nodded in agreement. Without further ado, the two resumed their exploration of the 7 treasure glazed pills refinement. Soon, batches of pills were continuously emerging from the alchemical cauldron. Gu Chongqing generously distributed these pills to Xiao Yun for his consumption. Ah, so hot, so cold, so painful. The echoes of anguished cries reverberated throughout the cave. Thus, as they engaged in relentless pill crafting and testing, a day swiftly slipped by. When the sun set beyond the mountains, Gu Chongqing stretched and rose from before the cauldron. Before him lay a pile of more than a dozen 7 treasure-glazed pills, seemingly amassed without notice. With a flick of his right hand, a smooth and lustrous pill shot forth from the cauldron, landing steadily in Gu Chongqing's palm. Chapter 65, The Perfect 7 Treasure-Glazed Pill. Senior, what do you think of this pill? Gu Chongqing turned to present the newly refined 7 treasure-glazed pill to Mu Lingyun. Upon receiving it and inspecting it, Mu Lingyun nodded in satisfaction. Quite good. The pill's appearance is nearly flawless, and the depth of the inscriptions is just right. Now, present this to your demon friend. He should no longer endure any pain. Gu Chongqing nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, he hurried to Xiao Yun with the pill in hand. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing approach, Xiao Yun's expression shifted dramatically, fear evident in his eyes. You're back? Chongqing, I truly cannot eat any more. Your pills are terrifying. Xiao Yun was still shaken by the experience. While attempting to refine the elixir, he felt his abdomen alternating between searing heat and chilling cold. Were it not for his current demon form, he might have lost his life by now. No more, no more. You should seek someone else. Xiao Yun hastily waved his hands, his face contorted with aversion. Gu Chongqing let out a bitter smile. Grasping Xiao Yun's hand, he coaxed, "Rest assured, Brother Xiao, the elixir I have concocted is flawless. The seniors have affirmed that the patterns and hues of this 7 treasures glazed pill are impeccable. Upon consuming it, you shall experience no pain whatsoever." Really? Xiao Yun's face was awash with skepticism. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? Gu Chongqing replied with a bright smile. Moreover, do you not desire to partake in free elixirs? If you do not assist me in honing my alchemical skills, how will you ever enjoy free elixirs in the future? Xiao Yun swallowed hard. Perhaps swayed by Gu Chongqing's words, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine. For the sake of free elixirs, I shall take the plunge." With that, he opened his mouth and swallowed the elixir from Gu Chongqing's hand in one gulp. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding surge of spiritual energy. Xiao Yun's body trembled violently as the formidable energy from the elixir swept through his internal organs in an instant. However, this time, Xiao Yun exhibited no signs of distress. On the contrary, as the elixir settled in his abdomen, his expression shifted to one of utter delight, as if he had indulged in the most exquisite delicacies. In the next moment, a dense radiance of spiritual energy enveloped him, and a powerful aura emanated from his being. How do you feel, Brother Xiao? Gu Chongqing held his breath, gazing intently at Xiao Yun. Such strength, such potent energy. Xiao Yun inhaled deeply, his expression suddenly brimming with excitement. I feel an overwhelming energy coursing through my body. It seems I am on the verge of a breakthrough. With a triumphant roar, Xiao Yun's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. 4th layer of qi condensation. 5th layer. 7th layer. 9th layer. Foundation establishment. Boom. With a tremendous explosion of spiritual energy, Xiao Yun's cultivation soared directly from the 4th layer of qi condensation to the foundation establishment stage. Wow. Observing Xiao Yun's ascension, Gu Chongqing was utterly astounded. While he knew the potency of the 7 treasures glazed pill, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary effect. It had propelled him 6 minor realms. Xiao Yun, too, was filled with exuberance, exclaiming, "Incredible! Incredible! Incredible! Chongqing, did you see? I have reached the foundation establishment stage. I have achieved it. Ha ha." His raucous laughter echoed throughout the cave. Gu Chongqing turned to Mu Lingyun, astonished, and asked, "Senior, is the efficacy of the 7 treasures glazed pill truly this formidable?" Mu Lingyun nodded. Indeed, the 7 treasure glazed dan is a 4th grade elixir, and even within the Taisu sect, it is only the inner disciples and elders who are qualified to consume such a divine potion. Assisting your friend in ascending to the foundation establishment realm is certainly within reach. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement passed through Gu Changshan's eyes. It appeared that utilizing the 7 treasure glazed Dan to break through to the golden core realm was not an impossible feat. If he were to rely solely on his lifespan for the breakthrough, he would need to expend several thousand years of his life. However, with the 7 treasure glazed Dan, he could conserve all that time and redirect it toward enhancing his celestial techniques and skills. Mu Lingyun smiled slightly. Congratulations, you have finally perfected the 7 treasure glazed Dan. From here on, all that remains is diligent practice, and you will thoroughly master the method of refining this elixir. Thank you, Senior. Gu Changshan clasped his fists together. Genuinely grateful. He understood that without Mu Lingyun's guidance today, he would not have made such rapid progress. Of course, he also acknowledged the contribution of Xiao Yun in testing the elixirs. You need not thank me. Your swift advancement is entirely due to your innate talent. Mu Lingyun replied with a gentle smile. This statement was heartfelt. After many years in the realm of cultivation, it was the first time she had encountered someone with such extraordinary potential as Gu Changshan. It is worth noting that even for her, during her initial attempts at alchemy, she had spent a full 2 months, and the elixirs she produced were far inferior in effectiveness to those presented by Gu Changshan. In terms of both the time taken for alchemy and the quality of the elixirs, Gu Changshan surpassed her by a significant margin. Subsequently, Gu Changshan, following his previous experience, refined another batch of elixirs. He successfully produced 3 pieces in one go. With the knowledge gained from prior attempts, this time his refinement process was considerably expedited. The entire procedure took no more than 5 or 6 minutes, and the 3 elixirs were freshly completed. He promptly handed them over to Mu Lingyun for inspection. Upon receiving the elixirs, she displayed a look of satisfaction. Excellent. The color and patterns of the elixirs are impeccable. Even a professional alchemist would find no fault in them. Gu Changshan chuckled, filled with a sense of accomplishment as he gazed at the 3 elixirs in his hands. It had indeed been a journey. After a day of effort, he had finally succeeded in creating the perfect 7 treasure glazed Dan. Senior, thank you for today. This elixir is but a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it, as it will aid you in enhancing your cultivation and recovering from injuries. He clasped his fists again and offered one of the 7 treasure glazed Dan to Mu Lingyun to express his appreciation. Thank you, Mu Lingyun smiled lightly, accepting the elixir without hesitation. Well then, Senior, it is getting late. I shall take my leave for now and return tomorrow to seek your guidance on alchemy and talismans. Very well, Mu Lingyun nodded. The two then exchanged a few casual remarks. Gu Changshan made no further delay and turned to leave. 10 minutes later, he did not return directly to the cemetery but instead ventured to a secluded spot on the back mountain. This was a cave, located several miles away from the cemetery. He intended to break through to the golden core realm here. With a snap, Gu Changshan retrieved a 7 treasures glazed pill from his storage bag. Its allure evident in his eyes. At last, he could advance to the golden core realm. He murmured to himself before swallowing the pill without hesitation. Boom. As the pill settled in his stomach, Gu Changshan's body trembled violently. The terrifying energy of the 7 treasures glazed pill surged within him. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, it felt as though he were experiencing a cataclysmic tsunami within his body, as powerful spiritual energy relentlessly battered his limbs and organs. Under this energy's onslaught, Gu Changshan felt as if all the pores of his skin had opened, a sensation of indescribable comfort enveloping him. He promptly activated the Eternal Life technique, channeling this energy toward his Dantian. Boom. As the energy surged in, Gu Changshan's Dantian began to undergo a visible transformation. It started to condense and shrink. And as time passed, a brilliant golden light gradually enveloped his Dantian. Was he about to condense the golden core? A surge of joy washed over Gu Changshan. Upon stepping into the golden core realm, a cultivator's Dantian would undergo a qualitative transformation, evolving from a mere Dantian into a golden core. With the golden core, not only would a cultivator's lifespan increase significantly, but their physical strength would also be greatly enhanced. Even the capacity to store spiritual energy would multiply exponentially. In other words, previously life-consuming celestial techniques, such as the ancestral dragon infinite fist, would no longer pose a concern for Gu Changshan. What was even more astonishing was that upon entering the golden core realm, a cultivator's essence would also be transferred into the golden core. As long as the golden core remained intact, even if their heart were crushed, the cultivator could survive. This meant that compared to the foundation establishment stage, golden core cultivators possessed an additional means of survival. With this thought in mind, Gu Changsheng could hardly suppress his excitement. He took a deep breath, swiftly altering his hand seals, and earnestly attempted to break through. Consolidate for me. Boom. As the eternal life technique surged with fervor, his golden core solidified at an astonishing rate, radiating brilliance. The spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius surged toward Gu Changsheng like a tidal wave. If anyone were present at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that, in the blink of an eye, the transformation was already underway. The spiritual energy within a radius of several miles has been completely drained. Fortunately, Gu Changsheng had wisely chosen a secluded location in advance. Otherwise, the tremendous disturbance would surely have attracted the attention of the outer sect elders. The following day, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the cave, Gu Changsheng gradually opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Finally, it has come to an end. Instinctively, he opened his personal panel. Cultivation. First layer of golden core. Indeed, after a night of cultivation, Gu Changsheng's cultivation had ascended from the 9th layer of foundation establishment to the first layer of golden core. He was now a true golden core powerhouse. Not only that, but his lifespan had also increased from 591 years to 533 years. An astonishing enhancement of nearly 1,000 years. A smile graced Gu Changsheng's lips. It appeared that the maximum lifespan for a golden core cultivator was around 1,000 years. While this lifespan seemed considerable to outsiders, it was still far less than the longevity he had gained from relocating corpses. Nevertheless, Gu Changsheng was not one to complain. Having it was certainly better than having none. Was it not? Standing up, he made his way towards the cave entrance. Considering the time, he realized he had not returned to the mausoleum for an entire day. It was indeed time to check on Qin Lan and the others. However, just as Gu Changsheng stepped out of the cave, a sharp sound of air being sliced through suddenly echoed from afar. Swiftly, a black figure dashed through the forest towards Gu Changsheng. Startled, he instinctively drew the Taitsong demon-slaying sword and summoned his full spiritual power. Yet, although the shadowy figure was racing towards him, its intent did not seem to be directed at him, as it landed approximately 100 meters away, clad in a long black robe that enveloped its entire form. Gu Changsheng could not discern the figure's features, but from its silhouette, it appeared to be an adult male. What truly astonished Gu Changsheng was the extreme cold and bloodthirsty aura emanating from the robed man. Darkness. Gu Changsheng silently gasped. Was this not the very essence of demonic energy? Moreover, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the aura of the young man from the Blood Ghost sect whom he had slain while rescuing Shi Feng and Lu Yun. Why had another practitioner of the dark arts appeared? Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow in confusion. Just then, a raspy voice echoed through the forest. Have you lost your mind? You summoned me at this juncture. Are you not aware that the Tai Su sect is currently rigorously investigating demonic spies? If I am captured by the people of Tai Su sect, we are both doomed. A middle-aged male disciple, appearing to be in his 30s, emerged from the depths. His expression fluctuating between anger and anxiety as he cast a resentful glance at the robed youth. A token hung from his waist, indicating his status. Before him stood an outer disciple of the Tai Su sect. An outer disciple? Could he be a spy from the demonic path? Gu Changsheng took a deep breath, his heart pounding furiously. He never anticipated that, during his brief foray into cultivation, he would stumble upon a rendezvous involving a demonic agent. He hastily suppressed his cultivation and began to observe discreetly. At that moment, the young man clad in black robes spoke, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. What are you afraid of? Rest assured, I took special care to avoid all surveillance. No one is tracking us. Furthermore, this cemetery is a location I have scrutinized for quite some time. There are merely a few lowly cultivators here. Hardly anyone will notice. Upon hearing these words, the outer disciple's expression relaxed slightly, though his eyes constantly darted around, betraying his lingering tension. Suddenly, with a sharp clap, the black-robed youth produced several sheets resembling talismans from his storage pouch, handing them to the outer disciple. As per our usual arrangement, with a week remaining until the demonic tide, you are to affix these talismans to the bodies of the demons. The rest will be taken care of by us. Gu Changsheng's gaze sharpened, his eyes widening in realization. Control talismans. The very sheets the black-robed youth presented were the same control talismans he had discovered within the bodies of demons some time ago. So it was they who were behind this. Gu Changsheng inhaled sharply, confirming his suspicions. The recent invasion of demons was indeed orchestrated by those of the demonic path. Simultaneously, the outer disciple took the control talismans, inquiring, for this upcoming demonic tide, you intend to take action, correct? Indeed, the black-robed youth replied with a sinister smile. The Tai-Su sect has oppressed our blood demon sect for far too long, slaughtering many of our disciples. It is high time they pay the price. You need not worry. As long as you diligently serve the sect, you shall not be left wanting. He then waved his sleeve, producing a porcelain vial. Here is the spirit-raising elixir you requested, sufficient to elevate you to the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment stage. The outer disciple received the vial, his face lighting up with excitement. At that moment, the black-robed youth presented a token, his demeanor turning serious. This is the token of the blood demon sect. When the demonic tide arrives in a week, remember to bring this token and wait for us at the designated location. Our men will be there to assist you. Understood. The outer disciple nodded, accepting the token. Observing this exchange, Gu Chongqing was engulfed in confusion. Assist? What were they planning for a week hence? Chapter 67. A mere foundation. Easily crushed, Gu Chongqing was uncertain of the blood demon sect's intentions, yet his instincts warned him that it could not bode well. Just then, the two conversed for a few more moments before the black-robed youth transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from sight. The outer disciple secured the control talismans and, after ensuring no one was following, turned to leave as well. As he watched the departing outer disciples, a flicker of hesitation crossed Gu Chongqing's eyes. Although he was reluctant to offend the forces of the demonic path, this was, after all, his territory. He needed to ascertain the true intentions of the blood demon sect regarding his mausoleum. With this thought in mind, Gu Chongqing plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The leaf shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air and creating a white shockwave in its wake. The fierce sword intent enveloped the leaf, moving with lightning speed towards the back of the outer disciple. What is this? The outer disciple's body trembled, and he felt an icy chill creeping down his spine. Instinctively, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the leaf that zipped past him and struck a large tree behind him. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar erupted as the tree, thick enough for 2 people to embrace, was shattered into splinters, debris flying in all directions. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the outer disciple gasped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That was close. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, his head would have surely been obliterated. So powerful. Gazing at the shattered tree, Gu Chongqing was taken aback. He had merely intended to intimidate the other party, consciously controlling his strength and choosing a leaf as his weapon. He had not anticipated that such a casual flick would result in such terrifying destruction. The power of a golden core cultivator was indeed fearsome. Who are you? The outer disciple's complexion changed as he instinctively took a few steps back, panic flickering in his eyes. Gu Chongqing replied coolly, I am Gu Chongqing, the master of this mausoleum. The mausoleum master? The outer disciple paused slightly, bewildered. How could a mere servant in the miscellaneous department possess such formidable strength? The ability to injure with a flying leaf. He must at least be a foundation establishment cultivator. Gu Chongqing's expression remained indifferent. The man in the black robe was from the blood demon sect, correct? What did he say to you? You heard everything? The outer disciple's face darkened. Yes. Gu Chongqing nodded, not denying it. Upon hearing this, the outer disciple's expression grew even graver, his voice laced with threats. Since you heard it all, you should understand just how terrifying the blood demon sect's power is. Their affairs are not something you can meddle with. Leave at once. Leave? What if I choose not to? Gu Chongqing smiled slightly. What? At this remark, the outer disciple's expression became one of incredulity. Is this guy insane? Did he not hear that he was speaking of the blood demon sect? That is the foremost demonic sect of the southern region. A mere servant in the miscellaneous department. Is he truly unafraid of death? Huh. The outer sect disciple let out a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. My identity as a spy for the blood demon sect must remain a secret. Gu Chongqing's lethal technique, the flying leaf kill, certainly appeared daunting. Yet, in his eyes, the opponent was merely a steward from the miscellaneous department. No matter how formidable Gu Chongqing might be, he believed he could only be at the early stage of foundation building. As long as he exerted his full strength, he was confident he could slay him. With this thought, the outer sect disciple bent his legs, unleashing a surge of spiritual power. Boom. In the next moment, he shot forward like a cannonball. His right fist enveloped in dense spiritual energy, mercilessly aiming for Gu Chongqing's face. Die. Faced with this oncoming fist, Gu Chongqing maintained his composure, not retreating but instead lightly raising his right hand. Clap. With a single motion, this overwhelmingly powerful fist was effortlessly caught. What? The outer sect disciple's expression changed drastically. This punch contained all his strength. With a force equivalent to 3,000 pounds, it was easily neutralized. Too slow, your fist. Furthermore, it felt soft and feeble, akin to cotton. Gu Chongqing smirked coldly, gripping the opponent's fist with one hand while slowly raising the other. Next, I shall let you experience what a true fist feels like. Ancestral Dragon Limitless Fist. Roar. The fist, infused with the power of the ancestral dragon, shot forth like lightning, carrying terrifying spiritual energy as it struck mercilessly at the outer sect disciple's abdomen. Bang! Ah! A piercing scream erupted. The outer sect disciple's body flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, rolling over 100 meters along the ground, leaving a path of shattered trees and rocks in its wake, creating a deep pit over 100 meters long. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous crash. His body slammed heavily against a rock. His clothes were shredded by the force of the punch, reduced to tattered rags, blood oozed from his body, and the area where he was struck bore a massive hole, his internal organs violently dislodged. Seeing this scene, even Gu Chongqing himself was somewhat taken aback. He had only used 1/20th of his strength. Moreover, it was merely the first layer of the most fundamental ancestral dragon limitless fist. This fellow was far too fragile. Oh no, he can't be dead, can he? Gu Chongqing's expression shifted as he hurried towards the outer sect disciple. He still needed to extract information about the blood demon sect's movements. Fortunately, although the outer sect disciple was gravely injured, he was not dead. Gu Chongqing quickly retrieved a healing elixir, administering it to keep him alive. A few moments later, the outer sect disciple let out a groan, slowly opening his eyes to see Gu Chongqing standing before him. Instantly, a look of terror flickered in his gaze. Who are you? Please, don't kill me. I beg you, do not take my life. The impact of that previous punch had completely subdued him. This was no mere foundation establishment cultivator. He would readily believe Gu Chongqing was at the nascent soul stage. Gu Chongqing's expression remained cold and impassive. I shall ask you one last time. Who are you? What is the purpose of the Blood Ghost sect's presence here? I will tell you. I will tell you. The outer sect disciple hastily replied, My name is Zhang Yang, a disciple from the outer sect's artifact refining peak. The man in the black robe is named Xiaoyu, the deputy hall master of the Blood Ghost sect. He instructed me to plant control talismans on the demons during the next demon tide, allowing us to manipulate them to invade Tai Su sect. So it was true. Gu Chongqing's expression hardened as he pressed further. What else? What did you mean by support? What conspiracy are you plotting? Chapter 68. The purpose of the Blood Ghost sect. What conspiracy are you plotting? Gu Chongqing tightened his grip around Zhang Yang's throat, his voice laced with chilling menace. Zhang Yang's complexion shifted, fear flickering in his eyes as he appeared terrified that revealing the truth would lead to pursuit by the Blood Ghost sect. Gu Chongqing's right hand exerted a sudden force. If you do not speak, I can end your life right now. Creak, creak. The terrifying strength, imbued with surging spiritual energy, relentlessly pressed against Zhang Yang's neck. His face turned purple, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. I will speak. Spare me. Zhang Yang's eyes widened, desperately slapping at Gu Chongqing's hand. Gu Chongqing loosened his grip. Hiss. Zhang Yang gasped for breath, relief washing over him as he looked at Gu Chongqing. His eyes filled with terror. Trembling, he said, It's Xiaoyu. He commanded me to cooperate with them during the demon tide to breach the outer sect's barrier. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing's expression sharpened. Breaching the outer sect's barrier? He recalled that the last demon tide had indeed been triggered by the breach of the sect's protective barrier. Gu Chongqing furrowed his brow and inquired, What do they intend to do by breaking the barrier? To invade Tai Su sect? Zhang Yang replied, his voice trembling, I am not entirely certain. All I know is that they want me to open the barrier. It seems the Blood Ghost sect has recently acquired a new puppet technique that can transform demons and cultivators into puppets. Therefore, they aim to capture a batch of cultivators from the outer sect and bring them back for experiments. Capture cultivators for experimentation? Gu Chongqing felt a surge of shock. If the Blood Ghost sect were to succeed in their incursion, it would spell danger for his graveyard. After all, the Blood Ghost sect's most immediate target would be his burial ground, and the first to be captured would be the disciples from his burial ground. Damn it. Fortunately, he had apprehended this demonic infiltrator in advance. Otherwise, if the Blood Ghost sect succeeded, would not Lin Pingon and Qin Lan face dire consequences? However, Gu Chongqing remained somewhat perplexed. If they could breach the cemetery's barrier, why not directly dismantle the outer gate's barrier? Was it not a redundant endeavor that might expose them? Zhang Yang elucidated. The Outer Gates barrier can withstand the power of nascent Soul Realm cultivators. Attacking from the outside would be futile and could easily attract the Elder's pursuit. Thus, they wished for me to act from within, collaborating with them to dismantle the barrier. Gu Changxing nodded in understanding. So that was it. The Outer Gates barrier was indeed incomparable to that of the cemetery. Ordinary cultivators lacked the capacity to shatter it, yet if pressure were applied from both inside and outside, it would become significantly easier. Gu Changxing furrowed his brow. How many individuals have entered? Zhang Yang replied, his face a mask of despair. I truly do not know, Senior. I am merely a low-ranking member of the Blood Demon sect, unworthy of access to such secrets. All I know is that there might be a Hall Master and several Vice Hall Masters coming. A Hall Master? Gu Changxing was secretly astonished. He recalled that Xian Imo had previously been a Hall Master within the Blood Demon sect. What was the strength of that Hall Master? Zhang Yang responded honestly, it seems they are at the peak of the Golden Core Realm. The peak of the Golden Core Realm? A glimmer of light flashed in Gu Changxing's eyes. Just days prior, he might have recoiled before a cultivator at that level, yet now, he felt confident in his ability to slay them. More importantly, if the Blood Demon sect were to enter, it would certainly not be just one or two individuals. Besides this Hall Master, there would be several Vice Hall Masters, who might also be powerful Golden Core cultivators, or at the very least, above the 8th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. With so many formidable beings appearing simultaneously, if he could take action to slay them, the lifespan he could potentially seize would undoubtedly be a substantial figure. With this thought, Gu Changxing extended his hand. What of the token the man in the black robe gave you? Here it is. Zhang Yang hastily produced the token. Gu Changxing took it, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. Excellent. With the token in hand, when the beast tide strikes next week, he could easily catch them off guard. Zhang Yang swallowed hard, terror etched across his face as he gazed at Gu Changxing, pleading, Senior, I have relayed all that I know. I beg you, spare me. Spare you? Gu Changxing's expression shifted, and he declared solemnly, how could that be? You are a spy of the demonic path. I am a disciple of the righteous path. And it is our duty to eradicate the evil cultivators of the demonic way. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Yang's complexion turned ghastly. You are going back on your word. Gu Changxing was even more bewildered. Going back on my word? When did I ever say I wouldn't kill you? Zhang Yang's face was one of sheer terror. In a flash, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning. Springing from the ground and dashing into the depths of the mountains, he fled, fleeing for his life. He understood all too well that Gu Changxing would not spare him today. If he did not escape now, with his cultivation level, he faced certain death. However, before he could run very far, with a sharp whistle slicing through the air, a piercing sound surged from behind, causing Zhang Yang, who was in flight, to tremble. Instinctively, he turned to look. Behind him, a leaf, imbued with a fierce sword aura, rushed forth, cutting through the air and creating a long wave, swift as lightning, aimed directly at him. Panic gripped Zhang Yang as his face paled. He instinctively attempted to evade by sidestepping. However, this leaf was several times faster than the previous one, leaving him no time to escape. With a thunderous bang, Zhang Yang's head exploded, a mist of blood dispersing like a torrential downpour, drenching the surrounding trees and rocks in a crimson hue. Thud! In the next moment, Zhang Yang's headless corpse plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily to the ground. Devoid of life, Gu Changxing raised his hand and delivered a punch to the lifeless body. Bang! Under the force of the terrifying punch, Zhang Yang's corpse shattered instantaneously, reduced to a fine powder, transforming into a cloud of blood mist that gradually dissipated in the air. Throughout this entire ordeal, Gu Changxing's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were as calm as a still pond, as if he were not dealing with a human life, but rather with a mere poultry. Having completed this task, Gu Changxing cast one last glance, secured the Blood Ghost Sect's token, and turned to leave. In the coming week, he merely needed to wait for the individuals from the Blood Ghost Sect to approach him voluntarily. During this ensuing week, Gu Changxing's life was relatively tranquil. He spent most of his time in a cave on the back mountain, studying alchemy and talisman crafting under the tutelage of Mu Lingyun. Under her guidance, Gu Changxing significantly improved his skills in both alchemy and talisman crafting, mastering the creation of 4th grade and lower elixirs with ease. At this moment, Gu Changxing sat cross-legged within the Xianin Pavilion, a piece of purple talisman paper lay before him. Holding a vermilion brush, he meticulously inscribed intricate and profound patterns onto the talisman paper. Moments later, he set down the brush and raised his right hand, gently pointing at the paper. Calm the demons. Instantly, several crimson chains erupted from the talisman paper, writhing in the air like serpents, accompanied by a series of slicing sounds. With a swift motion of his hand, the red chains seemed to possess a will of their own, hastening toward a nearby boulder. With a firm grip of his right hand, he commanded, "Bind." Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than the chains compressed inward violently, causing the boulder to shatter explosively into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Chapter 69, Transplanting the Divine Tree, Healing Xiaoyun. Success. Observing the debris strewn about, a glimmer of joy flickered in Gu Changshan's eyes. Indeed, Mu Lingyu nodded and said, "You have completely mastered the method of crafting the demon suppression talisman. Furthermore, it is inherently a nemesis to demons and demonic paths. When employed against such entities, it will unleash a far greater power." Gu Changshan's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of this enhanced power. Mu Lingyun, intrigued, inquired, "The power of a single demon suppression talisman can slay a foundation establishment cultivator. Given your current cultivation level, how many of these talismans can you forge at once?" After a moment of contemplation, Gu Changshan replied, "Not many, perhaps around 100. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingyun's eyelids twitched in disbelief. 100? Is that even humanly possible? Although the demon suppression talisman is not classified as a high-tier talisman, it is still a formidable artifact capable of annihilating foundation establishment cultivators. And crafting it requires a considerable expenditure of spiritual power. Even a core formation expert could typically forge no more than 30 or 40 at a time. Gu Changshan had just recently broken through to the core formation stage, yet he claimed he could directly create 100. Observing Mu Lingyun's reaction, Gu Changshan mistakenly thought he had underestimated his own capabilities. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Senior, do you think I am too weak? And that the number of talismans I can forge is disappointingly low?" Mu Lingyun let out a wry smile. Indeed, she was at a loss for words. To think that crafting 100 talismans at once would be considered insufficient. She was unsure if Gu Changshan was genuinely naive or merely pretending to be humble. Little did she know that Gu Changshan's physical form had been refined through the eternal life unending technique and the ancestral dragon limitless fist, making him far superior to ordinary cultivators. Moreover, he had now transcended to the core formation realm. Although he was technically at the core formation stage, the energy he could harbor within his body was comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. In the ensuing days, Gu Changshan diligently crafted another batch of demon suppression talismans, for the night of the demon tide was imminent. To thwart the invasion of the blood demon sect, he needed to prepare in advance. Just then, Mu Lingyun abruptly concluded her meditation and rose from her stone chair, declaring, "All right, my injuries have nearly healed. Changshan, it is time to teach your demon friend how to wield the power of the demons." Great. Gu Changshan's eyes lit up at these words. At last, he could assist Xiaoyun. If this individual could master the manipulation of demonic power, it would alleviate a significant concern of his. He promptly set aside his work and led her to Xiaoyun. Upon learning that Mu Lingyun was to instruct him in harnessing his powers, Xiaoyun's expression transformed into one of uncontainable excitement. Mu Lingyun began, "Xiaoyun, the reason you are able to maintain your clarity is due to the divine power of the Sangtian spirit tree residing within you. However, once you depart from the tree, that divine power will dissipate, and you will lose your rationality. Therefore, to enable you to fully control the demonic powers, I must transplant a portion of the tree's power into your body. This way, even in the absence of the tree, you will be able to remain lucid for an extended duration." Transplant. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback. He had already acquired the powers of the demons, and now he was to assimilate the strength of the divine tree? Did that mean he would no longer be considered human? Curiously, Xiaoyun inquired further. Gu Changshan rolled his eyes in response, "Xiao Xixiang. Does it truly matter whether you are deemed human or not? What matters is your ability to wield the power of the demons. That is certainly preferable to your current state, neither fully human nor ghostly, unable even to leave your dwelling, is it not?" "Indeed," Xiaoyun chuckled, deciding not to dwell on the matter any longer. With his consent, Mu Lingyun ceased her hesitation and immediately raised her hands, her jade-like fingers forming an intricate hand seal, gently directing it towards the towering divine tree before them. Buzz! A layer of verdant light shimmered around Mu Lingyun's fingertips. In the next moment, the celestial tree appeared to awaken, slowly extending a branch downward as if animated by a life force of its own. Under Mu Lingyun's guidance, the branch twisted and writhed through the air, akin to a sinuous serpent, inching closer to Xiaoyun below. In an instant, Mu Lingyun swept her right hand. With a sudden thrust, the branch pierced through Xiao Yun's skin, writhing like a parasitic creature, relentlessly burrowing into his flesh. Ah! The excruciating pain compelled Xiao Yun to wail in agony, his face paling to a ghostly hue as cold sweat broke forth. It hurts. It hurts. His body convulsed from the torment. Mu Lingyun, her expression grave, commanded, "Do not move. The branch of the divine tree is merging with your body. If you fidget now, it may shift to another location and pierce your internal organs." At her words, Xiao Yun was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Clenching his teeth tightly and daring not to move an inch, Mu Lingyun furrowed her brow, tirelessly maneuvering the branch to integrate with Xiao Yun's flesh. As time wore on, Mu Lingyun's complexion gradually paled, indicating that this process was significantly taxing her strength, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Senior, are you all right? Would you like me to assist you for a while?" Gu Changxing gazed at her with deep concern. "I am fine," Mu Lingyun replied, shaking her head with a wry smile. "Only I can manipulate the power of the divine tree. Your spiritual energies cannot resonate with it." Gu Changxing was taken aback by her response. "Why is that?" Mu Lingyun explained, "I possess the innate Wadin spirit body, enabling me to command the flora of the world. This is why the spirit of the divine tree resonates with me, which also explains how I was able to locate it. Consequently, I was chosen as the saintess of the Xianyo sect. The power of Wood not only suppresses malevolent forces, but also senses the faintest fluctuations of spiritual energy, aiding the sect in the pursuit of celestial treasures." Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing nodded in understanding, surprised to learn of this additional aspect of her identity. Finally, 10 minutes elapsed. As the last fragment of branch surged into Xiao Yun's body, he let out a heart-wrenching wail, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Mu Lingyun also withdrew her hand, her proud bosom gently rising and falling as she caught her breath. "Senior, are you all right?" Gu Changxing quickly retrieved a chi-replenishing pill and offered it to her. After Mu Lingyun consumed the pill, her spiritual energy replenished, her complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. "I am fine. Your friend has already been transferred into the branches of the celestial tree. For the next half-month, he will remain conscious at all times. However, remember, it is only for half a month. After that, I will need to perform another transplant for him. At that time, his conscious periods will gradually extend until he fully adapts to the powers of the demons." "Thank you, Senior." Gu Changxing clasped his fists, his gaze towards Mu Lingyun filled with gratitude. Chapter 70. A New Face. Yang Ao of the Outer Sect. Gu Changxing carefully assisted Mu Lingyun into the Xuanma mansion, replenishing her with some vital energy using his spiritual power before excusing himself. Subsequently, he turned to Xiao Yun, eager to inquire about his condition, only to discover that Xiao Yun had already collapsed on the ground, sound asleep. Gu Changxing let out a wry smile, retrieving a blanket from his storage bag to gently cover him before leaving the cave. A little over 10 minutes later, Gu Changxing hastily returned to the cemetery. Today marked the arrival of the demon tide, and he needed to prepare in advance. Upon his return, a familiar figure appeared before him. It was Elder Song Qingshan from the Miscellaneous Affairs Office. "Elder Song." Gu Changxing quickly clasped his fists in greeting. "Please, rise, Gu Xiaoyu," Song Qingshan said with sincerity, promptly assisting Gu Changxing to his feet. Ever since Gu Changxing visited the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Shifeng and Lu Yun had informed him of Gu Changxing's status as a distinguished guest of the chamber. Elder Song was naturally aware that Gu Changxing was backed by a mysterious master proficient in both alchemy and talismans. If previously he regarded Gu Changxing with a sense of affectionate mentorship, his attitude had now transformed entirely. "Elder Song, have you come today regarding the demon tide?" Gu Changxing inquired. "Indeed," Song Qingshan nodded. "Today marks the day of the demon tide's arrival. Although you, Gu Yuanju, have experienced several demon tides, I still felt it necessary to remind you." "Thank you, Elder." Gu Changxing clasped his fist once more, suddenly recalling the information he had received from Zhang Yang regarding the blood demon sect. He hesitated momentarily before deciding to broach the subject delicately. "Elder Song, have there been any developments regarding the recent inquiries into the demon invasion and the exploration of the demonic path?" Song Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Gu Changxing to suddenly bring up this matter. Song Qingshan shook his head and replied, "Not yet. The elders from the outer sect have gone to investigate, but they have found nothing. Yu Xiaoyu, perhaps we are being overly sensitive. It might just be an ordinary incursion of demons." With a wry smile, he continued, "To be honest, when I first heard Gu Changxing's speculation, I was somewhat convinced. However, as time passed, my doubts grew. After all, the cemetery where Gu Changxing resides is merely a small, middle-ranking servant station, consisting of only 3 or 4 people. What kind of demonic faction would expend such effort to invade us? Gu Changxing felt a sense of urgency. The people from the Taishu sect were indeed unreliable. Despite the number of them, not even a shadow of a ghost had been found. He might as well have wandered around the back mountain himself. Gu Changxing gently suggested. Elder Song, perhaps those disciples of the demonic path are hiding? If they truly have an ulterior motive, they surely would not retreat quietly. Song Qingshan paused. What do you mean? Gu Changsheng elaborated. Consider this. Today marks the day of the demonic tide, the busiest time for the entire Taishu sect. If the previous demon invasion was indeed orchestrated by the demonic faction, they would undoubtedly seize this opportunity during the current demonic tide to strike again. If they really have come, wouldn't this demonic tide present a perfect opportunity for them? Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's words, Song Qingshan's eyes brightened. Indeed, if the last demon invasion was the work of the demonic faction and they had not achieved their goals, they would surely return with renewed vigor during this demonic tide. With their reinforcements, wouldn't they be able to catch the enemy unawares? Although Song Qingshan could not be certain that there were indeed demonic individuals behind this, he dared not take the risk. If it turned out there were none, that would be fortunate. But if there were, and due to his negligence, the cemetery and surrounding areas fell to the demonic path, he would be branded a sinner of the Taishu sect. Contemplating this, Song Qingshan nodded and said, Gu Xiaoyu, your reasoning is sound. I shall return and consult the core elders of the outer sect to send reinforcements to your cemetery. Thank you, Elder, Gu Changxing replied, visibly grateful. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Song Qingshan eagerly departed for the outer sect. Watching his figure recede, Gu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief, a flicker of joy rising within him. With the assistance of the outer sect, he would not need to take matters into his own hands tonight. All he would need to do was collect the fallen bodies of the demonic path. Subsequently, after Song Qingshan's departure, Gu Changxing sought out Qin Lan and Shi Hu, briefly briefing them on the matters regarding the demonic tide. As for Lin Pingyan, he was currently at a crucial juncture in his foundation building, so Gu Changxing refrained from disturbing him. With all matters addressed, the sky gradually darkened, casting a veil of night over the entire cemetery. Only an hour remained until the onset of the demonic tide. Gu Changxing stood at the entrance, his heart brimming with anticipation for the arrival of the external sect experts. Finally, a few minutes later, he spotted several figures slowly emerging from the distance of the cemetery. Upon closer inspection, he recognized 2 of them, Shifeng and Lu Yun, both of whom he knew exceedingly well. Alongside Shifeng and Lu Yun was another familiar face, Wang Lan from the Wanbao Merchants Association. To his surprise, Senior Sister Wang had also come. Gu Changxing felt a surge of astonishment. However, in addition to these 3, he also noticed an unfamiliar figure. This individual appeared to be a young man in his 20s, clad in a flowing white robe, with delicate and shadowy features. He carried a long sword on his back, exuding an air reminiscent of a carefree swordsman. Junior brother Gu. Upon seeing Gu Changxing, Wang Lan rushed over, wrapping her arm around his, her face alight with a charming smile. It's been a while since we last met. Why haven't you visited the Wanbao Merchants Association lately? I've been so bored there all alone. Gu Changxing chuckled wryly. I've been quite busy lately. I promise I'll visit you next time I have the chance. He subtly extricated his arm. This Senior Sister Wang was still as exuberantly warm as ever. However, noticing Wang Lan's embrace around Gu Changxing's arm, the sword-bearing youth's expression darkened slightly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Senior Sister Wang, who is this? Gu Changxing inquired, glancing at the young man. Before Wang Lan could introduce him, the youth spoke first, his tone laced with arrogance. External sect, Yang Ao. Gu Changxing nodded in acknowledgement. Shifeng added, Senior brother Yang is one of the top 10 experts on the external sect's leaderboard and a practitioner at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. He joined the external sect over 100 years ago. With him here, we need not fear an invasion by demonic forces. 8th level of foundation establishment? Gu Changxing inhaled sharply, astonishment evident in his eyes. Doesn't that mean he is on the brink of entering the Golden Core stage? Oh, I didn't realize that a mere maintenance gardener like you knew of the Golden Core stage. Perhaps you are not entirely useless after all. Yang Ao smirked proudly. Indeed. The elders have stated that with my talent, I shall reach the Golden Core stage within a century. At that time, they will recommend me for entry into the inner sect. Impressive, impressive. Gu Changxing feigned admiration, bowing slightly to Yang Ao. while internally he felt a wave of disillusionment. Damn it, didn't they say there might be a demonic invasion tonight? Why on earth did they send a mere Foundation establishment practitioner? Chapter 71. Overconfidence. Gu Chongqing loses his temper despite his dissatisfaction. Gu Chongqing concealed his feelings and greeted the group with a courteous gesture, ushering them into the cemetery. Upon entering, Yang Ao immediately expressed his disdain, saying, "Gu Garden Master, your place is rather shabby, lacking even a spirit lamp. It's pitch dark. And what else with the ground? It's nothing but a muddy path, full of pits and holes." Gu Chongqing chuckled lightly. "Brother Yang, this is merely a menial position. The conditions here are not as favorable as those in the outer sect. I hope you can bear with it." Yang Ao snorted dismissively, his disdain becoming more palpable. Gu Chongqing felt a shiver run down his spine. He sensed that Yang Ao was not a congenial individual, resembling the archetypal antagonist he had encountered in novels during his past life. Nevertheless, Gu Chongqing did not wish to offend him. The group soon found a place to sit. Yang Ao patted the chair beside him and smiled at Wang Lan. "Sister Wang, summer can be stifling with many mosquitoes. Come sit beside me, and I shall use my spiritual energy to ward off the insects and cool you down." To his surprise, Wang Lan outright declined. "No need. I'll sit with junior brother Gu." With that, she denied Yang Ao any further opportunity to speak and settled right next to Gu Chongqing. They were seated closely, with Wang Lan almost pressed against Gu Chongqing, her soft touch accompanied by a gentle fragrance that wafted into his senses, stirring a flurry of emotions within him. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Ao's expression momentarily soured, a shadow of darkness flashing across his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and resumed his smile. In the next moment, Yang Ao retrieved an exquisite dagger from his storage bag and presented it to Wang Lan. "Sister, look, this is a mid-grade magical artifact. The Azure Cloud Dagger, which I acquired during our recent expedition against the demonic disciples. It is adorned with 5 sapphires and a piece of mid-grade spirit stone, capable of slaying cultivators below the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. I offer it to you for your protection." Yang Ao smiled graciously, his face radiating eagerness as he extended the dagger. Unexpectedly, Wang Lan waved her hand and declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Yang. But I already have someone I admire. Please take it back." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yang Ao's face was etched with shock. "Sister Wang, you have someone you admire? When did this happen?" He had been in the outer sect for quite some time and had never heard of Wang Lan having a romantic interest. "Just recently." Wang Lan offered a faint smile, her gaze subtly drifting toward Gu Chongqing. This gesture instantly ignited suspicion in Yang Ao's heart. He recalled how he had invited Wang Lan to sit beside him, only for her to choose to sit next to Gu Chongqing instead. Could it be that Wang Lan's affections were directed toward this young man? No, that was impossible. As this thought crossed his mind, Yang Ao vehemently dismissed it. This young man was merely a steward from the menial sect, with cultivation at the 1st level of qi condensation. Meanwhile, he was an outer sect disciple, ranked among the top 10 on the wind and cloud list. Wang Lan must be blind, for how could she possibly be attracted to him? As he pondered this, Yang Ao found his own reasoning somewhat ludicrous. However, before he could revel in his amusement for long, Wang Lan suddenly produced a handkerchief from her sleeve and said with a playful smile, "Junior brother Gu, it's unbearably hot. Look at the sweat on your forehead. Let me help you wipe it away." Wang Lan gently lifted her hand to wipe the beads of sweat from Gu Chongqing's forehead. This intimate gesture caused Yang Ao's eyes to widen in disbelief. Was Wang Lan really assisting this young man in drying off? What on earth was happening? Gu Chongqing was equally startled by the act and quickly offered a wry smile, saying, "Sister Wang, you are too kind. Let me handle it myself." He had already sensed the murderous glint in Yang Ao's gaze. Sister Wang was inadvertently inciting hostility toward him. However, Wang Lan remained undeterred, not only refusing to withdraw her hand but actively grasping one of Gu Chongqing's hands instead, her charming smile illuminating the moment. "Why be so polite, junior brother Gu? We share the same master. I am merely helping you wipe away some sweat. Is that too embarrassing?" As she spoke, she inched closer to Gu Chongqing, her soft figure pressing against him, the warmth and softness palpable. Witnessing this scene, both Shifeng and Lu Yun wore expressions of amusement, while Yang Ao's face darkened ominously, his countenance resembling a stormy sky. The jealousy and distortion in his eyes were palpable. Wang Lan wiping Gu Chongqing's sweat was one thing, but now she was holding his hand? And so close? What on earth was going on? Not only Yang Ao, but even the top 10 male disciples of the rankings had never been granted such an honor by Wang Lan. Clenching his teeth, Yang Ao's suspicion grew. prompting him to pull Gu Changxing aside under the pretense of a conversation. With a brooding expression, he asked, "What is the nature of your relationship with Sister Wang? Why is she sitting with you and wiping your sweat?" "Just fellow disciples," Gu Changxing replied, his face a picture of confusion, genuinely perplexed by Yang Ao's inquiry. "Huh?" Yang Ao scoffed coldly. "You think I can't see it? You have feelings for Sister Wang, don't you? But let me warn you, she is a woman I, Yang Ao, have my eyes on. You'd best not harbor any inappropriate thoughts." Gu Changxing was momentarily taken aback, finding Yang Ao's demeanor strangely amusing. How typical of a classic antagonist. He had thought that by hiding in the mausoleum, he could evade such tiresome plot devices. Yet here he was, ensnared once more. He quickly clasped his fists and replied, "Brother Yang, you misunderstand. My feelings for Sister Wang are purely fraternal. I harbor no ulterior motives, nor would I dream of competing with you for a woman." "That's good to hear," Yang Ao replied with a haughty snort, his gaze softening slightly. He continued with a chilling smile, "You better remember your words today. Sister Wang is the most beautiful woman in our outer sect, pursued by countless men. Only someone like me, a prodigy of the outer sect, has the right to engage with her. You're merely a first-layer chi condensation disciple, the lowest of the low. Best to stow away your unrealistic fantasies, or I will make your existence more miserable than death itself. Do you understand?" In Yang Ao's eyes, a fierce, murderous intent surged forth, his threatening tone leaving no room for ambiguity. Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing frowned, a surge of anger igniting within him. Did this fellow truly believe himself to be of such significance? It was only out of respect for their shared status as outer disciples that he had treated him with any semblance of courtesy. Yet, unexpectedly, he had become so audacious as to overstep his bounds. "Brother Yang, I have been cordial with you out of regard for our brotherhood. Do you not think your words are a tad too presumptuous?" Gu Changxing's countenance darkened, his tone gradually turning icy. At this retort, Yang Ao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this insignificant servant would dare to challenge him. Chapter 72. Yang Ao strikes, the sword like lightning. "You worthless wretch, what did you just say?" Yang Ao's expression soured, his murderous intent fully manifest. "You, a mere servant disciple, dare to lecture me?" With a swift motion, Yang Ao's hand shot forth like lightning, aiming for Gu Changxing's neck. However, just as his hand reached out, Gu Changxing raised his right hand and, with a sharp clap, seized Yang Ao's arm. The entire action transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Yang Ao no time to react before his arm was firmly grasped. He tugged forcefully to reclaim his arm, only to discover that Gu Changxing's grip was as unyielding as iron. No matter how he strained, he could not withdraw. What is happening? How could this waste possess such strength? Yang Ao was astonished. "Humph," Gu Changxing chuckled coldly, loosening his grip slightly. The powerful inertia caused Yang Ao to stagger back a few steps, nearly losing his balance. "Brother Yang, out of regard for our camaraderie, I must remind you that while I may have a good temper, it does not imply that I am without one. Even if there is nothing between me and Sister Wang Lan, do you truly believe you can impede me?" Gu Changxing spoke with an air of indifference. Yet his words carried an undeniable authority. For a moment, Yang Ao was rendered speechless. Unbeknownst to him, under Gu Changxing's gaze, his heart raced wildly, a cold sweat inexplicably trickling down his back. What is happening? How could I be intimidated by a mere waste? Yang Ao clenched his teeth, a roar of indignation echoing within him. Impossible. Impossible. He was a distinguished outer disciple, a top contender on the wind and cloud rankings. How could he be intimidated by a worthless fool? Yang Ao parted his lips, desperately trying to voice a rebuttal. Yet, under Gu Changxing's unwavering gaze, his lips felt as though they were weighted down by lead, rendering him utterly voiceless despite his efforts. With a derisive snort, Gu Changxing withdrew his imposing presence and turned to leave. It was only after Gu Changxing had departed that Yang Ao exhaled a long breath, leaning against a tree, trembling as he crouched down. Damn it, how could I be intimidated by a mere waste? Yang Ao felt the cold sweat trickling down his back, his palm damp with perspiration. Damn, useless fool, just wait for me. An inner roar of fury echoed within Yang Ao, his gaze ablaze with a fire that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. As one of the foremost prodigies of the outer sect, he had always prided himself on a sense of superiority. Yet today he found himself shaken by an insignificant individual. This was an absolute disgrace for Yang Ao. He vowed to make Gu Changxing pay dearly for this affront. Soon, Gu Changxing and Yang Ao returned to the crowd. At this moment, the fierce expression on Gu Changxing's face had long dissipated, replaced by his usual demeanor of gentleness and humility. Wang Lan, intrigued, inquired, Junior brother Gu. Where did you both just go? Gu Changsheng replied with a smile. Senior brother Yang imparted some knowledge regarding the demons, advising me to exercise caution while handling the corpses later. Is that so? Wang Lan furrowed her brows, glancing at the visibly displeased Yang Ao, her expression tinged with skepticism. Indeed, Yang Ao chuckled hollowly, suppressing his inner rage. As an outer sect disciple, it is only right that I offer a reminder to the esteemed owner of the garden. Wang Lan nodded, refraining from further comment. At that moment, a feral roar resonated from outside the mausoleum, accompanied by waves of demonic energy seeping through the periphery. Suddenly, an outer sect disciple burst into the mausoleum, urgently shouting, quickly, the demon tide has commenced. Everyone, prepare to get to work. Gu Changxing swiftly turned to Qin Lan and Shi Hu, commanding, you two, hurry over there. Yes. Qin Lan and Shi Hu nodded, dashing towards the mausoleum's entrance, with Gu Changxing and the others closely following. However, just as they arrived, a piercing scream shattered the night sky. The abrupt commotion startled everyone present, causing them to look up towards the source of the sound. They beheld an outer sect disciple, drenched in blood, sprinting towards them, pursued by a massive, menacing demon. Help! Save me! The demons have invaded our sect. The disciples' desperate cries echoed throughout the mausoleum. Indeed, it has come. Gu Changxin's expression darkened. Yet before he could take action, Yang Ao suddenly leaped into the air, transforming into a bolt of black lightning as he charged toward the demon behind the disciple. With a swish, silvery sword light swept across the sky, akin to a crescent moon swiftly slicing through the demon's neck. In the next moment, blood gushed from the demon's severed neck. Its head cleaved off by the sharp blade, soaring into the air before crashing down with a thunderous thud, shattering like a watermelon upon impact. The demon's body collapsed with a thunderous crash, reduced to a lifeless corpse. Upon witnessing this scene, both Shi Feng and Lu Yin inhaled sharply, their eyes reflecting a profound astonishment. Such swiftness of the sword! They had barely registered what had transpired when Yang Ao's blade had already struck, severing the demon's head in the blink of an eye. Truly, a master among the top 10 of the Outer Gates rankings. Such prowess is indeed terrifying. Thank you, Brother Yang, for your assistance, Shi Feng said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Merely a trifle, Yang Ao replied, a smug smile gracing his face. This sword of mine is forged from mysterious iron. A mere demon is no match for a single strike. With that, he flicked his wrist, and whoosh. The sword traced a stylish arc through the air before sheathing itself with a resounding clang. He turned to Wang Lan, offering a charming smile. Sister Wang, are you unharmed? The demon has been vanquished. Gu Changxing, are you all right? Wang Lan, trembling in Gu Changxing's embrace, exclaimed, that demon was terrifying. It nearly scared me to death. She patted her chest as she spoke. Gu Changxing felt speechless. Sister, you are at the Foundation establishment level. Must you be so frightened by a single demon? Instinctively, he glanced at Yang Ao, who, unsurprisingly, wore a face as grim as liver, his teeth grinding ominously, as if he wished to rush forth and slay Gu Changxing immediately. Great, now this fellow holds a grudge against me. Gu Changxing sighed internally. Just then, the rescued outer gate disciple suddenly rose from the ground, bloodied and disheveled. He clasped his hands towards Yang Ao, weakly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, brother. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Ao abruptly swung his sword. Thud. The disciple's body trembled as a crimson line appeared at his throat, blood gushing forth in a torrent. Gasped. The onlooker's expression shifted in horror. The disciple's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his throat, staring incredulously at Yang Ao. Boom. In the next instant, his body fell, lifeless and devoid of spirit. Brother. Gu Changxin's expression changed drastically as he rushed to the fallen disciple's side, checking for signs of life. Dead. Gu Changxin's countenance darkened as he looked at Yang Ao. Confusion etched across his features. Brother Yang, why did you slay him? Indeed, Brother Yang, he was one of our own. Why would you take his life? Moreover, it takes years of dedication to enter the outer gate. Wang Lan and the others echoed, their faces filled with disbelief, confounded by Yang Ao's intent to eliminate his opponent. He scoffed. What do you comprehend? He has been wounded by a demon, his body tainted by demonic essence. If we do not slay him, shall we await his transformation into a monster? Lu Yun furrowed her brow, retorting, but must we kill him? As long as the demonic essence has not permeated for long, sending him to the outer elder could still offer a chance for healing. Silence. Are you questioning my decision? Yang Ao's expression darkened as he barked. I act with the sect's interests in mind. Such a worthless individual, incapable of even contending with a demon, is a waste of air. Why squander the sect's resources on attempting to save him? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's displeasure surged, and she opened her mouth to retort. How could one claim that living is a waste of air? His words were utterly distasteful. Even the typically good-natured Shi regarded Yang Ao with a disapproving glare, finding his character exceedingly lacking, a stark contrast to their esteemed leader. Yet, just as Lu Yun was ready to unleash her indignation, Gu Changsheng placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, shaking his head to signal her to refrain from impulsive reactions. After all, Yang Ao was a disciple of the outer sect, someone they encountered frequently. Offending him would yield little benefit. With Gu Changsheng's gesture, Lu Yun regained her composure, grinding her teeth and suppressing her fury. Very well, since there are no further questions, let us proceed with our tasks. This esteemed talent has come to supervise your efforts today. Yang Ao barked, commanding everyone to begin moving the corpses. Gu Changsheng, resigned, could only shake his head and follow Qin Lan and the others to handle the bodies. Yang Ao then approached Wang Lan, ingratiating himself. Junior Sister Wang, you must be weary. Come here and rest. I shall use my spiritual energy to alleviate your fatigue. No need, Wang Lan replied coolly, then walked directly to Gu Changsheng, her icy demeanor transforming into a charming smile. Junior brother Gu, you must be exhausted. Allow me to assist you in transporting the bodies. You, witnessing this scene, Yang Ao's face flushed crimson, his expression darkening to a point where it seemed he might burst. You despicable woman. How dare you disregard me repeatedly? Just wait. One day, I shall have my way with you. Yang Ao's countenance grim. He fixated on Wang Lan's retreating figure, silently grinding his teeth. Subsequently, everyone began to transport the corpses brought from outside the cemetery. During this time, several demons invaded the grounds, yet Yang Ao dispatched each one with ease. As the number of slain demons rose, his confidence swelled, his arrogance reaching new heights. Alas, this task is far too simple. I cannot fathom why the elders assigned me to such a place. It is an utter squandering of my talents. Yang Ao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority and triumph. Qin Lan let out a cold huff, her tone laced with displeasure, a petty person reveling in their success. She could not fathom how someone with Yang Ao's disposition could ascend to greatness. How had such a character not been subdued? It was indeed a rarity. Gu Changsheng, with good intentions, cautioned, Brother Yang, I suggest you pay heed. I overheard the elders from the outer sect mention that the forces of the demonic path may invade the cemetery today. Yang Ao scoffed dismissively. What nonsense about the demonic path? I've been here for nearly 2 hours and have yet to see a single shadow. I believe those elders are merely overindulged and fretting unnecessarily. Furthermore, even if there were an incursion, with a prodigy like me present, they would surely find no way back. Yang Ao's cold laugh resonated, his eyes gleaming with formidable confidence. Haha, well said. I shall see who dares to thwart my return. Boom. No sooner had Yang Ao's words echoed than a thick shroud of black mist enveloped the sky above the cemetery, swirling ominously as if coalescing into a primordial beast intent on devouring life itself. A chilling aura of terror emanated from the mist, sweeping over the gathered crowd. What was happening? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. Gu Changsheng quickly looked up, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the heavens. So, they had indeed come. Emerging slowly from the black mist were over a dozen formidable figures, clad in dark robes, both men and women, all shrouded in the ominous fog. What was even more alarming was that their cultivation levels exceeded the 6th layer of the Foundation establishment stage. Particularly striking was the leader among them, whose aura was astoundingly formidable. Gu Changsheng sent out a probing message. Wang Xiao, 9th layer of the Golden Core stage, 750-2300 average heavenly root, the 9th layer of the Golden Core stage. Taken aback by this revelation, Gu Changsheng instinctively inhaled sharply. It seemed this individual was indeed the master of the Blood Demon sect. In the sky, several demonic cultivators from the Blood Demon sect cast sinister smiles at Gu Changsheng and his companions below. Master Wang, this is the cemetery spoken of by our leader. Is it not? Truly an excellent place for infiltration. They laughed. A swarm of insignificant ants. Oh, why are there a few Foundation establishment cultivators among them? Was it not said that only Qi condensation stage cultivators reside within this cemetery? At this moment, the demonic cultivators' gazes turned towards Wang Lan, Lu Yun, and the others below, revealing their surprise. Their astonishment deepened upon noticing Yang Ao's cultivation at the 8th layer of the Foundation establishment stage. Wang Xiao smirked, unperturbed, and contemptuously chuckled. No matter. A mere eighth layer of foundation establishment is nothing more than a slightly larger ant. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Yang Ao was instantly consumed by fury. He was a prodigy ranking among the top 10 of the outer sect stormy list. To be referred to as a slightly larger ant? Clang. He drew the long sword from his back and angrily shouted at Wang Xiao and his companions in the sky. Impudence. I am one of the top 10 prodigies on the outer sect's wind and cloud ranking. This is the sacred ground of the Taishu sect, and you, practitioners of the demonic path, dare to intrude at will? I grant you 3 breaths of time to swiftly depart. Gu Chongqing was rendered speechless. Did this fool not realize the terrifying nature of this group? As expected, upon hearing Yang Ao's words, Wang Xiao burst into laughter. Good, good, good. A mere eighth-layer foundation establishment dares to boast? I initially thought this tomb contained nothing but trash, yet it seems there are indeed a few foundation establishment cultivators hidden here. Very well, your flesh will serve as the material for my demon puppets. With that, Wang Xiao suddenly struck out a palm into the void. Boom. A swirling mass of dense black mist erupted from his body, coalescing into black skeletons that lunged fiercely toward Gu Chongqing and the others. Oh no. Gu Chongqing's expression changed. Wang Xiao was a formidable expert at the 9th layer of golden elixir. If they were hit by this attack, Qin Lan and the others would either be dead or gravely injured. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chongqing lunged forward, tackling Qin Lan and the others to the ground. Boom. The terrifying black skeletons flew past their bodies, crashing into a nearby massive boulder, shattering it into pieces. Thank you, junior brother Gu. Wang Lan and the others gazed at the scene with lingering fear. Had it not been for Gu Chongqing's swift reaction, they would have been slaughtered by that black mist. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Ao moved swiftly through the black mist. Observing the dense mist that he skillfully evaded, his expression grew increasingly smug. Humph, mere tricks. He had been pondering how to impress Wang Lan, and unexpectedly, a few demonic cultivators had delivered themselves to him. If he could slay them in front of her, how could she not fall for him? With a cold smirk, he stomped his foot and thrust his long sword toward Wang Xiao in the sky. Die for me. Boom. The surging sword light burst forth like a dazzling rainbow, rippling through the night sky. Fool. Gu Chongqing sneered quietly. He merely watched as Yang Ao postured, having no intention of intervening. In the sky, Yang Ao's smile grew ever more pronounced. As the sword light drew near, he could almost envision the demonic cultivators perishing before him, and the expression of admiration from Wang Lan directed at him. However, just as his sword light was about to make contact with Wang Xiao struck out with his palm. Boom. The surging black mist roared forth. And wherever it passed, Yang Ao's sword light erupted in a series of violent explosions. Chapter 74. A Hidden Strike. Slaying Yang Ao. What? As he gazed upon the shattered sword light, Yang Ao's eyes betrayed a sense of disbelief. How could this be possible? This was his most formidable technique, the stunning sword. Even the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm dared not withstand it head-on. Yet, it had been effortlessly shattered by Wang Xiao with a mere palm strike? Huh. Is this the prowess of the top 10 on the outer sect storm rankings that you speak of? Utterly feeble. How could such trash be ranked among the top 10 in the outer sect? It seems that the Su sect truly has no one left. Wang Xiao grinned menacingly. Then, with another swift motion, he struck out again. Yang Ao's complexion changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his sword to defend. However, the overwhelming black mist loomed like a colossal mountain, harboring an indescribable, terrifying force. Yang Ao was almost entirely devoid of the strength to resist and was directly sent flying. Yang Ao let out a wretched cry as his figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth, scalding hot. This strike felt as though his very organs had been shattered, and he could scarcely fathom how many ribs had been broken within his body. You're not a foundation establishment cultivator. You're at the golden core stage. Yang Ao lay on the ground. A look of despair etched across his face as he gazed at Wang Xiao. Even he, in his folly, had realized the truth in that moment. The only entity capable of shattering his sword light must be a golden core expert. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yang Ao's injury, Wang Lan and the others prepared to rush over to check on him. However, Gu Chongqing waved his hand. Do not move. I shall take a look. He gestured for Wang Lan and the others to find a place to hide and then hurried towards Yang Ao alone. At that moment, Yang Ao lay there. Drenched in blood, his legs gruesomely shattered, with the bones visible through the torn flesh, an utterly ghastly sight. Goodness, how tragic, Gu Chongqing remarked, raising an eyebrow as he approached Yang Ao, feigning concern. Brother Yang, are you all right? What do you think? Yang Ao shot him an exasperated glare. Damn it. He had intended to put on an impressive display. Who would have thought he would encounter a golden core expert as soon as he stepped outside? Instead of appearing formidable, he had become the fool. It seemed that at this point, his only option was to flee and reconsider his plans. Yang Ao gritted his teeth. With that thought, he turned to Gu Chongqing and barked, "You useless waste. What are you still doing there? Hurry and bring me a healing pill. Truly a waste of space. No awareness whatsoever." TSK. Hearing Yang Ao's urgent demand, Gu Chongqing remained unperturbed. Not only did he not retrieve the medicine, but he also squatted down, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he looked at him. "Brother Yang, did you not say that you would make my life more difficult than death? How is it that you find yourself in such a pitiful state instead? Shut your mouth." Yang Ao roared in uncontrollable rage upon hearing Gu Chongqing's mockery. "You, a mere servant disciple, dare to insult me? If you wish to live, hurry and bring me the healing pill." As the esteemed individual awaited the recovery of his injuries, he was confident he could withstand these malevolent cultivators once more. Very well, Gu Chongqing nodded, refraining from further discourse, and promptly began to rummage through his storage bag. Witnessing this, Yang Ao's eyes gleamed with mockery. "Huh, fool. Do you truly believe that I would remain here to meet my demise? I am a formidable golden core expert. Once I acquire the healing elixir, I shall abandon you and flee alone." However, just as Yang Ao eagerly anticipated Gu Chongqing to present the healing elixir, he was met with Gu's outstretched hands. "Apologies, Brother Yang, but I possess no healing elixirs." "What?" Yang Ao was momentarily taken aback. Before he could process this revelation, Gu Chongqing suddenly leaned closer, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Fool, did you think I was unaware of your thoughts? Not only do I lack a healing elixir, but even if I had one, I would not share it with you." Upon hearing these words, Yang Ao's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Gu Chongqing. Yet, before he could voice his astonishment, Gu Chongqing swiftly extended his arm and seized Yang Ao by the throat. With a swift twist, Yang Ao's neck was snapped in an instant, leaving him no time to struggle before he became a cold, lifeless corpse. Notification: you have successfully plundered the remnants of Yang Ao's life force, gaining 330 years of lifespan. As he beheld the increase in his lifespan, a glimmer of joy illuminated Gu Chongqing's eyes. He had intended to eliminate Yang Ao regardless, for the animosity this individual harbored was far too great. Even if he did not act today, he would have to do so eventually. Unexpectedly, a practitioner of the dark arts had intervened on his behalf, sparing him the effort of taking action himself. Having dealt with Yang Ao, Gu Chongqing immediately knelt beside the corpse, feigning anguish as he lamented, Brother Yang, what has happened to you? Please awaken." His cries of despair echoed throughout the cemetery. Wang Lan and the others were taken aback. Moments later, they saw Gu Chongqing return with reddened eyes, embodying profound sorrow. Observing his demeanor, a chill ran through Wang Lan and the others' hearts. Junior Brother Gu. Could it be that Brother Yang? Wiping away his tears, Gu Chongqing assumed a countenance filled with guilt. "It is all my fault. I had intended to deliver the healing elixir to Brother Yang, but alas, by the time I arrived, Brother Yang had already..." Hiss. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions betraying shock. A distinguished 8th-layer Foundation establishment expert had been slain by a practitioner of dark arts in an instant. Gu Chongqing remained ensconced in his sorrow, lamenting, "It is all my fault. If only I had arrived sooner, Brother Yang would not have perished. I must go and make amends to Brother Yang. No, I must accompany him in death." Wang Lan's expression shifted dramatically. "Junior Brother Gu, what on earth are you saying?" "Indeed, Junior Brother Gu. How can this possibly be your fault? Blame it on Yang Ao's arrogance. Had he not recklessly charged ahead, how could he have found himself in such dire straits? Fear not. Should the outer sect elders seek accountability, we shall vouch for you," reassured Shifeng and Lu Yun. At long last, after much persuasion from his companions, Gu Chongqing managed to calm his tumultuous emotions and felt a diminishing sense of guilt. Wang Lan let out a bitter laugh, stating, "Let us not concern ourselves with whether the outer sect elders will pursue accountability. These dark cultivators are beings capable of slaying even Yang Ao. Whether we can escape with our lives remains uncertain." Upon hearing these words, a heavy pall descended upon the group. Indeed, their cultivation levels fell short of even Yang Ao's, and these dark cultivators had effortlessly dispatched him. Who among them could possibly contend with such formidable foes? Meanwhile, Wang Xiao descended from the skies, accompanied by a host of dark cultivators from the Blood Demon sect. As they passed by Yang Ao's lifeless body, The sect members bent down to inspect it. Master Wang. This fellow is dead, one dark cultivator remarked. What? Wang Xiao was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He distinctly recalled holding back his strength. Given the young man's cultivation, he should have only sustained severe injuries, not succumbed to death. Chapter 75. Gu Changxing takes action. Pa. Observing Yang Ao lying motionless on the ground, a dark cultivator raised his foot and delivered a contemptuous kick, scoffing, "What a farce of an outer sect prodigy. I dare say the prodigies of Taisu sect are hardly any better. Master Wang, your prowess is indeed remarkable. You managed to crush an outer sect prodigy with just a single strike." Haha. Wang Xiao could not suppress a sense of pride at these words. Who would have thought his palm strike possessed such formidable power? Yet, it was regrettable that the crafting of demon puppets necessitated living flesh and blood. This worthless fool proved so fragile, succumbing to a mere palm strike? Master Wang, although this lad has perished, there remain a few insignificant ants over there. At that moment, a dark cultivator chuckled slyly. I see several of them are at the foundation establishment stage. They would be perfect for you to use in crafting demon puppets. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of Wang Lan and the others shifted, fear evident in their expressions. Ha 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 ha. Wan Xiao erupted in boisterous laughter. Very well. Though these ants cannot compare to this waste, they are still of the foundation establishment level. Better than nothing. Since that is the case, I shall claim their flesh and blood. With that, Wang Xiao began to stride towards Gu Changxing and the others. Boom. A dense black mist enveloped him, emanating a chilling and ominous murderous intent that swept toward Gu Changxing and his companions. Under the weight of this malevolence, the faces of those present turned ashen. Terror reflected in their eyes. Where shall I begin? Wang Xiao licked his lips. A predatory gaze swept over the crowd, as if assessing its prey. Master, let us first deal with those 2 male disciples. One voice suggested. Indeed, those 3 female disciples possess such delicate beauty. It would be a pity to end their lives so soon. Why not allow us to indulge ourselves first, and then you may dispose of them at your leisure? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the demon cultivators erupted into raucous laughter, their eyes glinting with lascivious intent as they regarded Wang Lan, Lu Yun, and Qin Lan. Ha ha. Wang Xiao laughed heartily, waving his sleeve dismissively. Very well, since you desire it, I shall grant you those young ladies. But remember, be gentle. We Wu Ti want to inadvertently harm them. I still require their bodies for crafting demon puppets. Rest assured, master. The demon cultivators eagerly rubbed their hands together, their faces alight with excitement as they approached Wang Lan and the others. How could we not treat such beautiful creatures with care? Hee 3 lovely ladies, where should we begin? Or shall we enjoy them all at once? Ha ha ha. Their lewd laughter echoed throughout the cemetery. Wang Lan and Lu Yun, hearing such crude remarks, turned pale with rage and indignation. Clang. Wang Lan drew her sword, her voice firm as she commanded, Stop. I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am a member of the Wanbao Merchant Association. If you dare to misbehave, the Taisu sect will not let you off easily. Her threatening words rang out. Yet instead of deterring the demon cultivators, they only fueled their excitement. Ha! The Wanbao Merchant Association? ISNT that the creation of the Taisu sect S. Saintus. Ling Yue? Little girl, have you lost your mind? You think we care about your association S title? They laughed derisively, their eyes regarding Wang Lan as if she were a fool. Hee. I've long heard that the female disciples of the Wanbao Merchant Association are all as beautiful as flowers. Today, I see that the rumors hold true. If we can't have Ling Yue, then having one of her subordinates will suffice. Look at those tender arms and legs. The blush on her face, she must still be a maiden. This will surely be exhilarating. Ha ha. The excited voices rang out continuously as the demon disciples pressed closer to Wang Lan and her companions, their eyes filled with unrestrained desire, as if they could not wait another moment to devour them alive. What do we do, Sister Wang? Are we truly going to be humiliated by this group of demon cultivators today? Lu Yun swallowed hard, her voice trembling with fear. Beside her, Wang Lan's complexion was equally ashen. After all, she was merely an outer sect disciple. She had never encountered such a situation before. Moreover, she had long heard of the demon cultivators' ruthlessness. Every female disciple who falls into their hands meets an utterly tragic fate. If today I am truly humiliated by this group of demonic cultivators, I might as well embrace death. Senior sister, junior sister, do not be afraid. With my presence, I would rather perish than allow them to harm you. Shifeng gritted his teeth, drawing the sword from behind him and positioning it before Wang Lan and the others. His voice trembled, Though laced with fear, it resonated with unwavering determination. Ha ha. The demonic cultivators roared with laughter, their tone dripping with disdain. Where did this mutt come from? A mere foundation establishment 3rd layer dares to spout such nonsense here. Even your brother, at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, is no match for us. What makes you think you can obstruct us? Ha 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 ha. Their derisive laughter echoed throughout the graveyard. Wang Lan and the others were filled with despair. Indeed. Even Yang Ao was no match for these demonic cultivators. What could Shifeng, at merely the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, possibly achieve? It would only be a futile sacrifice. Am I truly destined to perish here today? Wang Lan forced a bitter smile, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the side at Gu Chongqing. Perhaps meeting my end alongside junior brother Gu wouldn't be such a poor choice after all? With this thought, Wang Lan could not help but raise her sword, directing it towards her own neck, preparing to grant herself mercy as the demonic cultivators made their move. However, just as she resolved to embrace death, a hand suddenly reached out, pressing down on the sword she had lifted. Junior brother Gu? Wang Lan was momentarily taken aback. The one who intervened was none other than Gu Chongqing. Before she could gather her thoughts, Gu Chongqing suddenly stepped forward, advancing towards the demonic cultivators. This action startled everyone present. Junior brother Gu, what are you doing? Come back. It's dangerous. Wang Lan and the others' expressions changed drastically as they urgently admonished him. Had he lost his mind? Did he not understand how terrifying these demonic cultivators were? How could a mere 1st layer of qi condensation dare to approach them? Was he courting death? Yet, Gu Chongqing remained unfazed by the cries from behind him. His steps did not falter, continuing steadily towards the demonic cultivators. Witnessing this scene, even the demonic cultivators were momentarily stunned. This kid has gone mad. A 1st layer of qi condensation dares to act as a hero? Surely he does not intend to emulate the gallant savior? Ha ha ha. Ha. A bald demonic cultivator stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Gu Chongqing. Kid, I advise you to think carefully. Even your brother at the 8th layer of foundation establishment perished at our hands. You, a worthless 1st layer of qi condensation, dare to come forth and seek death? Before I lose my temper, you'd better scram. Otherwise, I'll twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. Chapter 76. Has Gu Chongqing fallen into darkness? A menacing voice reverberated through the cemetery. Wang Lan and the others, their expressions fraught with anxiety, urgently called out, Junior brother Gu, come back quickly. Being this close to them will cost you your life. However, Gu Chongqing remained oblivious to the cries behind him, his gaze fixated on the demonic cultivators before him. With a serene smile, he retorted, what can you do if I choose not to leave? What? Upon hearing this, the demonic cultivators were taken aback. After exchanging glances, they erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. Has this kid lost his mind? He dares to ask what we would do if he doesn't leave? That's hilarious. Does he truly believe he looks impressive? Ha ha. He is just a worthless 1st-tier qi refinement stage cultivator. The derisive remarks echoed around them, as the demonic cultivators regarded Gu Chongqing with expressions akin to that of a fool, questioning his sanity. Ha ha. All right. The bald demonic cultivator guffawed, patting his gleaming head, and sneered, Kid, since you seek death, don't blame me for being merciless. Rest assured, I shall grant you a swift end. Remember to bring your wits in your next life. If you lack ability, do not pretend to be grand. With that, the bald demonic cultivator's body trembled. A terrifying black mist erupted from within him, swirling ominously, howling until it coalesced into a blood-red, ghostly greatsword. Grasping the blade, he resembled a harbinger of death. Advancing step by step toward Gu Chongqing, the overwhelming murderous intent seemed to freeze the very air around them. This is bad. Witnessing this, Shifeng's expression shifted dramatically. Junior brother Gu, come back. That is a demonic sword forged from demonic energy. A mere touch could cost you your life. Beside him, Qin Lan's eyes were wide with urgency. Has he lost his mind? Does he not realize his own limitations? How dare he provoke a foundational stage demonic cultivator? Ha. Too late. The bald demonic cultivator laughed maniacally. Dare to provoke our blood demon sect? Even if the heavenly king himself were to arrive today, he would undoubtedly perish. With a swift motion, the bald demonic cultivator raised his great sword, bringing it down forcefully toward Gu Chongqing's head. The razor-sharp blade, enveloped in terrifying black mist, seemed poised to sever Gu Chongqing's head in an instant. Witnessing this, Lu Yun screamed in terror, shutting her eyes tightly. Wang Lan's face was one of utter despair. Yet, just as everyone believed Gu Chongqing was doomed, he suddenly bellowed, Hold on. The unexpected voice caused the bald demonic cultivator to falter. His motion suspended for a moment, even the blade he wielded paused mid-swing. He looked at Gu Changxing with a puzzled gaze and asked, "What? Do you have any final words? Surely you're not begging for mercy now?" The bald demon cultivator chuckled mockingly, his eyes filled with disdain. Gu Changxing ignored him and instead turned his attention to Wang Xiao behind the bald man, speaking in a grave tone, "Hall Master Wang, I fear you cannot make a move. I am not a disciple of the Taisu sect. I possess a true identity that I have not disclosed to you." "A true identity?" Wang Xiao furrowed his brow, confusion evident on his face. Suddenly, Gu Changxing raised his voice, declaring, "My true identity is actually a spy of the blood demon sect infiltrated within the Taisu sect. I am one of them." "What?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone stared at Gu Changxing in disbelief, utterly astonished that he would utter such words. To claim he was a member of the blood demon sect? Was he out of his mind? Ha. The bald demon cultivator burst into laughter. "Kid, did you hit your head when you walked out? You, a mere first layer of chi condensation, dare to claim you're a spy for the blood demon sect? Do you think our sect is a refuge for trash? Anyone can become a spy? Junior brother Gu, what are you babbling about?" Wang Lan and the others wore expressions of incredulity, questioning whether Gu Changxing had lost his wits. How could he so desperately claim to be a spy for the blood demon sect? Such a lie. How could anyone from the blood demon sect possibly believe it? "Humph, you are courting death. How dare you insult the name of the blood demon sect? I shall slay you now to restore our sect's honor." The bald demon cultivator sneered, raising his hand to strike down Gu Changxing. However, just as he took a few steps, Gu Changxing suddenly produced a token from his robe. Coldly laughing, "Insult the blood demon sect? You are not worthy. Open your eyes and behold. What is this?" The demon cultivators quickly lifted their heads to gaze at the token. Upon recognizing its true form, they all inhaled sharply, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. Disbelief etched on their faces. This was the token of the blood demon sect. Indeed, it was the sect's token. A stunned silence enveloped the cemetery as the realization echoed. Even Wang Xiao, who had maintained his composure, exhibited a change in demeanor, looking at Gu Changxing with incredulity. As the hall master of the blood demon sect, he was acutely aware of the sect's regulations. The token Gu Changxing produced was undeniably a genuine sect token. How could this be? How did you come to possess a token of the blood demon sect? The bald demon cultivator was left bewildered, his gaze at Gu Changxing transforming into one of astonishment. Their blood demon sect valued strength above all, especially spies sent to infiltrate the Taisu sect, all of whom had reached at least the foundation establishment stage. Gu Changxing, a mere waste at the first level of the chi condensation stage, how could he possibly possess a token from the blood demon sect? "Oh, I see." At that moment, the bald demon cultivator seemed to recall something. Raising his blood-red blade with a sinister grin, he exclaimed, "This token must have been stolen by you. Speak. Did you pilfer it from the disciples of the blood demon sect? Or is it merely a counterfeit of your own making?" Gu Changxing offered a calm smile. "If it is a forgery, wouldn't sect leader Wang be able to discern its authenticity with just a glance? As the leader of the blood demon sect, you should be able to differentiate the genuine token from the false one, correct?" "Naturally," Wang Xiao replied, his expression fluctuating. He stepped forward and took the token from Gu Changxing's hand, scrutinizing it closely. In that moment, regardless of their allegiance to the righteous or demonic paths, everyone held their breath, their faces etched with anticipation. The bald demon cultivator, impatient, urged, "Sect leader, why waste words with him? It's clear that this worthless token is a forgery. Just wait, I will slay him for the honor of our sect." With that, he raised his blade once more and advanced towards Gu Changxing. However, only a few steps in, Wang Xiao bellowed, "Come back." The bald cultivator halted, bewildered, and turned back. Wang Xiao suddenly stepped forward, returning the token to Gu Changxing, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. "This token is genuine." "What?" The bald cultivator's expression changed dramatically. Wang Xiao continued, "Not only is it authentic, but its rank is exceedingly high. He is, like me, a leader of the blood demon sect." What? Upon hearing this, the crowd's countenance transformed instantaneously, leaving them in a state of shock. A leader. Listening to Wang Xiao's words, the surrounding demon cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own hearing. This youth not only possesses a genuine token, but is also a leader? His rank surpasses theirs. The bald cultivator swallowed hard. Still in disbelief, "Sect leader Wang, are you certain? Is this fellow truly one of our blood demon sect's leaders?" It was no wonder he reacted this way. After all, there were only 7 or 8 leaders in the entire blood demon sect. Each of them held a high position and possessed extraordinary strength. The weakest among them was at least at the golden core stage. Never had they heard of a mere chi condensation waste rising to such a status within the blood demon sect. Are you questioning my judgment? Wang Zhao's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as he shot a glance at the bald cultivator. The bald cultivator trembled, hastily lowering his head. I wouldn't dare. Humph. Wang Zhao coldly snorted. Speaking with indifference, this token bears the imprint of our sect leader. I could never be mistaken. Moreover, the craftsmanship of the leader's tokens is intricate, containing 72 mechanisms. It would be utterly impossible to forge. As soon as these words were uttered, a collective gasp resonated among the attendees. Even Wang Lan and her companions, who were not far away, were utterly taken aback by the scene before them. Sister Wang, am I dreaming? Did I just hear that Junior Brother Gu has become the leader of the Blood Demon sect? Shi Feng swallowed hard, his face rigid as he glanced at Wang Lan beside him. At that moment, Wang Lan was equally astonished, seemingly unable to comprehend the revelation. How could the usually gentle and amiable Junior Brother Gu possibly be the master of the Blood Demon sect? Not to mention Shi Feng and Lu Yun. They had spent even more time with Gu Changsheng, and the events unfolding before them had entirely exceeded their understanding. At this juncture, Wang Zhao's gaze shifted back to Gu Changsheng. The contempt in his eyes vanished, replaced by profound respect. Master Gu, it appears you are indeed a fellow disciple of the Blood Demon sect. I apologize for my previous offenses. I hope you can forgive me. Not at all. Gu Changsheng replied, his expression impassive as he tucked away the token. This token was the very one Xian Mo had bestowed upon him before his demise. He had initially intended to dispose of it in a secluded location, but for precautionary reasons, he had chosen to keep it. Little did he expect that it would prove useful today. His decision to reveal the token instead of striking directly stemmed from a desire to conceal his true strength. After all, Wang Lan and Lu Yun were still present. If they were to discover that he possessed the ability to slay someone at the Golden Core stage, how could he continue to survive in the cemetery? How could he persist in his grave-robbing endeavors? Thus, he opted to present the Blood Demon Sect's token, intending to draw these individuals away before seizing the opportunity to eliminate them. With this thought in mind, Gu Changxing turned and subtly signaled to Wang Lan and the others, hoping they would grasp his intent. Upon noticing Gu Changxing's wink, Wang Lan and her companions were momentarily stunned before quickly responding. Good heavens! Junior Brother Gu is putting on a show for the demonic cultivators. No wonder he suddenly wanted to step out. It was all part of his plan to buy time. Realizing this, Wang Lan and the others quickly caught on, adopting expressions of righteous indignation directed at Gu Changxing. Shi Feng was the first to vocalize his thoughts, launching into a tirade against Gu Changxing. How dare you, Gu Changxing? You scoundrel! I considered you a brother, and yet you turn out to be a spy for the Blood Demon sect. I have truly misjudged you. May you be cursed. With Shi Feng leading the charge, Wang Lan and the others swiftly joined in, hurling their own accusations at Gu Changxing. Indeed, Gu Changxing, it's true what they say. You can know a person's face but not their heart. I can't believe you're a spy for the Blood Demon sect. I even harbored feelings for you. How wrong I was to trust you. Listening to the relentless barrage of curses, Wang Xiao and the others gradually began to believe the allegations. It seemed that Gu Changxing was indeed a spy of the demonic faction. Otherwise, how could the disciples of the Taisu sect react so vehemently? Guild leader Gu. It seems this group harbors considerable animosity towards you. Perhaps I should assist you in eliminating them? Wang Xiao chuckled coldly, raising his hand, poised to help Gu Changxing dispatch Wang Lan and the others. However, just as he was about to strike, Gu Changxing suddenly intervened, saying, Wait, Guild leader Wang. Do not kill these individuals. Oh, why not? Wang Xiao inquired, perplexed. Guild leader Gu, these people have just insulted you. Do you truly intend to let them go? Indeed. Guild leader Gu, they cannot be spared. They are from the Taisu sect, and if they return to inform their elders of our incursion, we will be in grave peril. The bald demon cultivator chimed in. Gu Changxing let out a sinister laugh. Of course, I have no intention of letting them escape. Rather, these four hold value for me. I require their flesh and blood to concoct elixirs. Concoct elixirs? The audience gasped in astonishment. Precisely. Gu Changxing nodded, elaborating. Over the past few years, I have deceived them into consuming numerous elixirs under the guise of enhancing their cultivation. They have been led to believe that I have provided them with pills to elevate their prowess. In truth, they ingested toxic pills meant to refine flesh and blood. Now, only 3 months remain until the toxins manifest. Once they fully erupt, I can utilize their flesh and blood to create longevity elixirs. Gu Chongqing laughed heartily. His once handsome visage now twisted with malevolence, resembling a nefarious fiend. Wang Lan and the others, quick to react, feigned outrage in alignment with Gu Chongqing's words. What? Gu Chongqing, the pills you provided us were toxic? How could you be so malevolent? Their furious voices echoed through the graveyard, each face reflecting utter despair. As though they had genuinely consumed poison from Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing stared, momentarily dumbfounded. Good heavens! These individuals are truly exceptional actors. Their performance is so convincing. Wang Xiao and the others, oblivious to the ruse, erupted in laughter. Huh, Guild Leader Gu, you are indeed remarkable. Who would have thought to use their flesh and blood to concoct elixirs? Impressive. Very impressive. Well, since they belong to you, I shall not contest them. Just remember to share some of the elixirs with me once they are prepared. Rest assured, Gu Chongqing replied with a sinister chuckle. He then glanced at the sky and said, All right, it is getting late. Guild Leader Wang, we should make our way to the outer gate. Do not forget. Your mission this time is to infiltrate the outer gate. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao paused briefly, his eyes reflecting surprise. He had not anticipated that Gu Chongqing would be aware of this detail. This is indeed the utmost secret of the Blood Demon sect. Aside from those participating in the mission, no one else is privy to this information. Gu Chongqing is aware of it? It appears he is truly the authentic master of the Blood Demon sect. Chapter 78, a single punch to obliterate. Very well, if that is the case. Let us proceed as per Master Gu's instructions. We shall set off for the outer gate. Wang Xiao smiled faintly. After speaking, he exchanged glances with the group of demonic cultivators behind him, preparing to embark towards the outer gate. However, before setting off, he cast a worried glance at Wang Lan and the others. Master Gu, are you certain it is safe to leave these individuals here? If they take the opportunity to inform others, wouldn't we be in grave danger? Gu Chongqing chuckled ominously. Fear not, I have my own ingenious plan. With that, he produced a few red pills, each the size of a fingernail, from his storage bag. These are the meticulously crafted bone-melting divine pills, capable of dissolving flesh and corroding organs. Should they dare to betray us with a mere hand seal, I can ensure they are reduced to nothing but bones in an instant. What? Bone-melting pills? At this revelation, the demonic cultivators present displayed expressions of horror. The bone-melting pills are notoriously known as lethal concoctions in the realm of cultivation. It is said that anyone who ingests this pill will have their physical form melted into blood within 3 months. Even the golden core within them could be dissolved. Furthermore, this pill is colorless and tasteless, hidden from sight. Once the poison takes effect, even the most seasoned coroner would struggle to uncover the truth. It is a divine poison in the realm of lethal substances. Wang Zhao's eyelids twitched, and he chuckled nervously. I never imagined Master Gu would possess bone-melting pills. What a remarkable tactic. Gu Chongqing replied with a nonchalant smile. I merely concocted them out of boredom. In truth, he had no such pills. This was simply a type of poison he had casually encountered in the 10,000 pill compendium. The few red pills in his hand were nothing more than candy. However, judging by the terrified expressions of Wang Xiao and the others, it seemed the concept of bone-melting pills was rather effective. Once this matter was resolved, he might consider crafting a few genuine bone-melting pills for future contingencies. Subsequently, Gu Chongqing no longer hesitated and pried open the mouths of Wang Lan and the others, forcibly inserting the red pills. The moment the pills entered their mouths, a sweet flavor immediately permeated the air. Wang Lan and the others quickly realized that these so-called bone-melting pills were merely candies. Nevertheless, they reacted swiftly, collapsing to the ground and feigning expressions of agony. While cursing, Gu Chongqing, how malicious you are. You actually fed us bone-melting pills. I will haunt you even in death. Ugh. Shifeng lay on the ground, desperately clawing at his throat as if trying to expel the bone-melting pill. Gu Chongqing cackled. Brother Shi, I advise you to conserve your strength. The toxicity of the bone-melting pills integrates with flesh and blood, and the moment you swallowed it, it became one with your internal organs. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, remain here and await my return. Perhaps I might consider granting you an antidote to prolong your existence. Otherwise, a mere flick of my finger could render your lives a living hell. Gu Chongqing's voice dripped with a sinister amusement, his eyes glinting with mockery as he regarded Shifeng and the others, as if savoring the prospect of prey. As Gu's words echoed, Wang Lan and the others clenched their jaws, their expressions etched with indignation, their fiery glares seemingly capable of devouring Gu Chongqing whole. Haha! Gu Chongqing laughed heartily, turning his attention to Wang Xiao and the others. Wang Hall Master, Are you finally at ease now? Rest assured, Wang Xiao replied, narrowing his eyes with a sardonic smile. Truly, you are worthy of admiration, Gu Hall Master, for devising such a scheme to control them with the bone transformation pill. Gu Changxing smiled faintly in that case. Let us hasten to the outer sect. Should we linger too long, the elders may arrive, and escape might become an impossibility. Agreed, Wang Xiao nodded. With that, the demonic cultivators ceased their lingering and followed Gu Changxing toward the outer sect. The bald demonic cultivator cast a glance at Wang Lan and the others, an expression of regret shadowing his features, as though lamenting the missed opportunity to savor the company of such delicate beauties. However, he dared not defy Gu Changxing's wishes and shook his head before departing. Once Gu Changxing and his group left, Wang Lan and the others exhaled in relief. Rising from the ground, the faces of all present bore the marks of survival against the odds. At last, they are gone. I truly thought my fate was sealed today, Lu Yun exclaimed, patting her chest. The memory of the demonic cultivator's predatory gazes filled her with dread, and she had even prepared herself for the worst. Who would have thought that Gu Changxing would manage to defuse the crisis unharmed? Wang Lan, gritting his teeth, cautioned, let us not celebrate too soon. Our safety is solely due to Gu Shidi risking his life to save us. He remains in the company of those from the demonic path. Should they uncover his deception, it would spell certain doom for him. At this, Shifeng and the others' expressions grew grave. They were acutely aware of the ruthless nature of the demonic cultivators. If they were to discover Gu Changxing's true identity, his fate would indeed be catastrophic. Wang Lan, urgency etched on his face, declared, our immediate priority is to rescue Gu Shidi. Shifeng, Lu Yun, accompany me to the outer sect to inform the elders. The demonic cultivators are targeting the outer sect and are likely already en route. If they succeed in infiltrating, our sect will face dire consequences. Understood. Shifeng and Lu Yun nodded fervently. Wang Lan then turned to Qin Lan and Shi Hu, instructing them, you two possess weaker cultivation. Take refuge within the cemetery. If you spot any demonic cultivators returning, use this communication token to alert me immediately. Wang Lan handed them a weathered token. Yes. The two individuals respectfully accepted the tokens and nodded. Soon, once everyone had clearly defined their roles, Wang Lan led Shifeng and Lu Yun hastily toward the outer gate. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest, Gu Changxing was leisurely guiding Wang Xiao and a group of demonic cultivators toward the outer gate. Master Gu, how much longer until we reach the outer gate? We have been walking for over 10 minutes. The bald demonic cultivator furrowed his brow and asked impatiently. It won't be long. In another 10 minutes, we will arrive at the teleportation array for the outer gate, Gu Changxing replied with a faint smile, his gaze subtly surveying the surrounding environment. Indeed, this forest was remote, situated a good 10 kilometers away from the mausoleum, and far from the teleportation array of the outer gate. If a confrontation were to occur here, even if he flattened the surrounding trees, no one would be the wiser. Finally, I have lured them out. It was truly worth the exertion of my mental faculties. Gu Changxing's lips curled into a smirk as he abruptly turned to face the several demonic cultivators in front of him. Everyone, we have arrived. Arrived? At his words, the demonic cultivators were instantly bewildered. The bald demonic cultivator glanced around and questioned, Master Gu, what do you mean? This place is desolate and remote. Where is the teleportation array for the outer gate? Gu Changxing smiled faintly. I said we have arrived. But I did not specify that we were at the teleportation array for the outer gate. Before the bald demonic cultivator could finish his sentence, Gu Changxing suddenly unleashed a punch. Boom. The terrifying fist pierced through the bald demonic cultivator's chest, leaving a gory hole that gushed blood. The heart within was shattered to pieces by the force of the blow. The bald demonic cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. Boom. The next moment, his body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Gu Changxing's lips curled into a smirk. What I meant by arriving was at your burial site. Chapter 79. Gu Changxing reveals his cultivation Yikan. Witnessing the bald demonic cultivator being killed by Gu Changxing's punch, the faces of the surrounding demonic cultivators changed dramatically, revealing their shock. Especially Wang Xiao, who was utterly flabbergasted. Master Gu, what are you doing? Why did you kill Yikan? Why? Because I wanted to, Gu Changxing replied, his expression devoid of emotion. He then kicked the bald demonic cultivator's corpse, sending it flying several meters away, as though he had just dispatched an inconsequential stray dog. Wang Zhao's complexion shifted, his brow furrowing as he looked at Gu Changxing. Master Gu, what do you mean? Did you not say you were taking us to the outer gate? I did say that, but I have changed my mind, Gu Changxing replied with a calm smile. Wang Zhao's expression was filled with confusion. What do you mean? Gu Changshan's demeanor turned cold. It means that all of you shall remain here today. As soon as the words fell, Gu Changshan's hand suddenly produced a sharp long sword, its blood-red light slicing through the air like a crimson moon traversing the vast sky. The two demonic cultivators closest to Gu Changshan barely had time to react before they were instantaneously pierced through the throat by the Taicang demon-slaying sword. A single strike, sealing their fate. With a soft thud, Gu Changshan retracted his sword. The bodies of the two demonic cultivators collapsed to the ground, lifeless and devoid of spirit. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the other demonic cultivators present were momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed on Gu Changshan as if he were a specter. No one had anticipated such ruthless prowess. These two cultivators were both experts above the 7th level of Foundation establishment. To think they were slain with just one sword strike. You have concealed your cultivation? Wang Zhao took a deep breath, his eyes shifting to a mixture of astonishment and suspicion as he regarded Gu Changshan. At this moment, even he, with his limited wits, grasped the situation. The opponent was certainly not a mere waste of the first layer of qi condensation. To achieve such a feat, Gu Changshan was very likely a formidable expert in Foundation establishment. Who exactly are you? You cannot be the master of the Blood Demon sect, can you? Speak. How did you come by the Master's token of the Blood Demon sect? Wang Zhao's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Gu Changshan with a fierce intensity. You lack the qualification to know. Gu Changshan's countenance remained composed. He was disinclined to elaborate further. Wang Lan and the others should be on their way to inform the outer sect elders by now. Therefore, he must act swiftly. Otherwise, if the outer sect elders discovered his true strength, they would undoubtedly take him to the inner sect for rigorous training. And he would no longer be able to linger in the cemetery, scavenging for corpses and usurping lifespans. Upon hearing Gu Changshan's words, Wang Zhao's face turned as dark as liver. His eyes were ablaze with unrestrained fury. It was no wonder he reacted this way. After all, he was the esteemed master of the Blood Demon sect, a figure feared throughout the southern realms of the cultivation world. Now outmaneuvered by a mere servant of the Taishu sect? Not only was he duped into folly, but he also lost 3 of his top generals. If this were to spread, wouldn't he become the subject of ridicule? I knew it. The reason you desperately tried to prevent me from slaying those ants was to protect them, wasn't it? The pills you fed them were probably not mere bone transformation pills. Were they? Wang Zhao ground his teeth. Oh, you finally caught on. It seems you are not entirely foolish. Gu Changshan chuckled softly, his eyes laced with mockery. You. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhao's expression shifted, the fury in his gaze reaching a fever pitch. Good. Good. You little rascal, you have some guts. To dare play me for a fool, you are the first. Do you think that by employing petty tricks you can ensure their safety? Although I do not know how you killed Yi Can, in my opinion, your cultivation is at most that of Foundation establishment. Today, this master has brought forth a formidable assembly of over a dozen foundation-building experts. To slay you is as effortless as crushing an ant. Eliminate him. Wang Zhao bellowed at the surrounding demonic cultivators. At once, no sooner had he finished speaking than the throng of demonic cultivators surged forth, charging towards Gu Changshan with lethal intent. Boom. A terrifying aura of malevolence erupted from the bodies of the demonic cultivators, imbued with a chilling desire to kill. As if they intended to rend Gu Changshan's flesh into a multitude of fragments. Witnessing this scene, a cruel smile crept upon Wang Zhao's lips, his eyes glinting with malice. Fools. This is the fate that befalls those who offend the Blood Demon sect. Dare to toy with me, and I shall extract your very soul and flesh, refining your body into a monstrous puppet. You will be condemned to an eternity of existence as a grotesque being, neither human nor ghost. Wang Zhao cackled with glee, envisioning the delightful spectacle of Gu Changshan being dismantled by the demonic cultivators. However, just as Wang Zhao brimmed with confidence, believing Gu Changshan to be doomed, Gu Changshan suddenly struck his storage pouch. Smack! As radiant light surged forth, a dozen violet talismans materialized in his grasp. Under Wang Zhao's astonished gaze, Gu Changshan clutched the talismans and forcefully hurled them towards the approaching demonic cultivators. Demon binding talismans. Command. With a cacophony akin to metal clashing, vibrant red chains erupted from the talismans, snaking through the air like serpents, producing a symphony of slicing winds. With a swift motion of his right hand, Gu Changshan directed the chains, which seemed to possess a will of their own, racing towards the demonic cultivators. A chorus of anguished screams erupted instantaneously. In that moment, The demonic cultivators were ensnared as if bound by razor-sharp thorns, enduring excruciating pain, as though their very strength had been siphoned away in an instant. Before their screams could linger, Gu Changxing clenched his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. In an ephemeral instant, the bodies of the demonic cultivators detonated with explosive ferocity. The sound echoed like firecrackers during the new year, as their flesh burst apart into countless fragments. Pat-pat. Vivid crimson blood, mingled with shredded entrails, rained down upon the ground. The entire forest seemed to be drenched in a sanguine deluge. The earth, trees, and rocks were all stained with a ghastly hue. How was this possible? Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Xiao stood in stunned disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Gu Changxing possessed such overwhelming strength. With a single maneuver, he had annihilated over a dozen foundation-building experts. What level of cultivation do you possess? Wang Xiao inhaled deeply, his gaze now imbued with a flicker of terror as he looked upon Gu Changxing. My level of cultivation, you ask? Gu Changxing smiled faintly. Since Master Wang wishes to know, I shall demonstrate. Buzz. As his words fell, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from within Gu Changxing. Upon sensing this formidable energy, Wang Zhao's complexion turned as pale as paper, as if he had encountered something extraordinarily dreadful. His tone shifted to one of sheer astonishment. You are at the first level of the Golden Core realm? You are indeed a powerful Golden Core cultivator? Chapter 80. The Domain of Dark Magic Golden Core Realm? Wang Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished. The cultivation level Gu Changxing had revealed before him unmistakably radiated the aura of a Golden Core powerhouse. Wang Xiao was dumbfounded. He had been aware of Gu Changxing's concealed prowess, but could hardly fathom that his strength had reached such heights. To think that he, like Wang Xiao, was a formidable Golden Core cultivator. This revelation was profoundly shocking. You are truly a Golden Core cultivator, Wang Xiao gasped. His gaze intensely fixed on Gu Changxing, confusion swirling within his eyes. With such formidable power, why do you remain confined within this humble cemetery? I have stated that you are not qualified to know, Gu Changxing replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Just as he prepared to take action, a sudden, sharp sound of piercing air reverberated from a distance behind him, accompanied by a powerful aura sweeping towards their location. Vague murmurs could be discerned amidst the commotion. Elder. They are nearly here. Right over there. You must save junior brother Gu. The anxious voices echoed from afar. Was that Wang Shiji and Lu Shiji? Gu Changxing recognized their voices. The speakers were indeed Wang Lan and her companions. Moreover, several other potent presences were swiftly approaching alongside them. Damn it. They have arrived sooner than expected. Gu Changxing's heart sank. He had assumed that the group would take at least half an hour to notify the elders. But their speed was unexpectedly rapid. Had they returned before he could completely deal with the demonic cultivator? Clearly, he could not afford to delay any longer. A swift resolution was imperative. Taking a deep breath, Gu Changxing slowly raised his sword, pointing it at Wang Xiao from a distance. Next, I shall slay you in 1 minute. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Ha ha ha. You must be mad, young man. Do you truly believe you can slay me in 1 minute? Do you have any idea of my strength? Wang Xiao scoffed disdainfully. Boom. As the words left his lips, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from Wang Xiao's body, revealing his formidable prowess at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm in an instant. Did you see that? I am indeed a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. The distance to the nascent soul realm is but a single step away. Do you truly believe that possessing the strength of the Golden Core allows you to act without consequence? There lies a full 8 minor realms between us. Even if you are at the Golden Core level, for me to eliminate you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. With that proclamation, Wang Zhao's figure surged forth, transforming into a swirling mass of ominous black mist, hurtling towards Gu Changxing. Heaven-shattering demon palm. In the next moment, the black mist violently churned in midair, coalescing into a gigantic black hand that descended menacingly upon Gu Changxing below. However, Gu Changxing did not flinch in the face of this looming threat. Instead, he unleashed the Taizong demon-slaying sword, which shot forth like a bolt of lightning. 13th Sword of Death, First Form, Soul Pursuit. The crimson sword light streaked across the sky like a divine pillar, surging into the black hand. A piercing scream erupted from within the hand as the sword light penetrated, causing the once solid black hand to explode with a thunderous sound, dissipating into smoke. Wang Zhao's form was violently thrust out from the remnants of the mist. A bloodied hole marred his chest, from which blood gushed forth relentlessly. Curse be this. I have been wounded by this worthless fool. Wang Zhao's expression darkened as he clutched his chest, retreating in a frenzy. That strike had pierced through his left shoulder. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, it might have penetrated his heart. What horrified Wang Zhao even more was that the sword light emitted by Gu Changxing seemed to exert a suppressive effect on his demonic energy. The instant the light struck him, he felt as though his cultivation had been sealed. This young man wielded a weapon of extraordinary nature, one capable of subduing the demonic path. Grinding his teeth, Wang Zhao cast a wary glance at Gu Changxing's Taizong demon-slaying sword. Gu Changxing smiled coldly. Master Wang, have you been so quickly wounded? Did you not claim to be a master at the 9th level of the Golden Core? Able to crush me as easily as an ant? What is this? Is it too much for you? The corners of Gu Changxing's mouth curled upwards, his gaze towards Wang Zhao brimming with derision. Sharp-tongued, Wang Zhao snorted coldly. That was merely a lapse in my attention, leading to your attack striking true. Do you genuinely believe that your strength can withstand me? Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Black Demon Domain, Wang Zhao bellowed, then spread his arms wide. A terrifying wave of black mist erupted from his body, swirling and roaring as it surged outward in a frenzied expansion. The black mist, resembling a ferocious beast, began to ravenously devour the surrounding forest. With a hissing sound, wherever the dark fog passed, the flora and trees wilted and decayed at a visibly alarming rate. In a matter of minutes, the forest within a radius of hundreds of meters around Gu Changxing was enveloped entirely by the black mist. The entire world seemed to have descended into a black purgatory. Gu Changxing furrowed his brow, and the Taizong demon-slaying sword in his hand emitted a low, vibrating hum. He sensed an extreme, chilling aura of terror permeating the black mist. Is this your ultimate move, the Black Demon Domain? Gu Changxing murmured. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Wang Lan and others were hastily making their way toward Gu Changxing and Wang Zhao, accompanied by 2 outer sect elders. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Everyone's bodies jolted, instinctively raising their heads to gaze in the direction of the sound. The next moment, they beheld a dense mass of black mist not far away, engulfing vast stretches of the forest. A chilling and terrifying aura continuously emanated from the black fog. Is this demonic energy? Upon witnessing the black mist, the 2 outer sect elders beside Wang Lan instantly changed their expressions, their eyes revealing horror. They stared intently at the distant fog, their countenance growing increasingly fearful. No, this is not mere demonic energy. This is a demonic domain formed from demonic energy. A demonic domain? What is a demonic domain? Wang Lan asked, confusion etched on his face. The elders, their expressions grave, explained. A demonic domain is a type of domain that can only be mastered by cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage. Although this demonic domain has yet to fully take shape, it already possesses the power of a domain. It is feared that the demonic cultivator's cultivation level is alarmingly close to the nascent soul stage. What? The nascent soul stage? At this revelation, the expressions of those present turned to one of terror, a cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Chapter 81. The Power of Sword Intent. All swords return to the source. How could this be? Approaching the nascent soul stage? Hearing the elder's words, Wang Lan and the others turned pale. Their eyes filled with disbelief. They understood the strength of demonic cultivators, but had not anticipated that the opponent's power had reached such heights. The peak of the Golden Core stage. Approaching the nascent soul stage. This level of power could easily place one within the inner sect of the Taisu sect. Elder Zhua, Elder Wang, what should we do? Junior Brother Gu is still with the demonic cultivator. Could it be that the demonic cultivator has discovered Junior Brother Gu's identity and is preparing to unleash a massacre? Shifeng, filled with anxiety, gazed at the ominous black mist in the distance, worry etched across his features. Junior Brother Gu approached the demonic cultivator for our sake. If it were due to their negligence that Brother Gu met his demise, they would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Elder's expression turned grave as he remarked, the demonic aura has spread throughout a radius of several hundred meters. Anyone caught within this area will be saturated with malevolent energy, severely damaging their foundation. Your friend, being merely at the first layer of the qi condensation stage, is likely. Upon hearing this, Wang Lan and the others' faces paled dramatically. Lu Yun's complexion turned ashen, her voice trembling as she asked, Elder, are you saying that Brother Gu? Elders was sighed. Though he did not elaborate further, the implication was painfully clear. The demonic energy within that domain is extraordinarily terrifying. Not even practitioners at the Golden Core stage can withstand it. Moreover, Gu Changxing is merely a junior at the first layer of qi condensation, leaving him with no possibility of survival. As these words sunk in, despair washed over Wang Lan and the others. Their faces turned ghostly pale. Their bodies swayed as if they might collapse to the ground. How could this be? No, Brother Gu will not die, even if he has perished. I will retrieve his remains. Clenching his teeth, Shifeng, as if making a resolute decision, surged forward toward the demonic domain. Two elders quickly seized him, exclaiming, "Stop. Are you mad? That is the demonic domain. Although it has not fully formed, its terror is still beyond your capacity to confront. If you recklessly enter, you will surely meet a fate worse than death." However, Shifeng, filled with despair, replied, "I cannot allow Brother Gu's remains to be lost." Elder Wang comforted him, saying, "Do not worry, Brother Gu sacrificed himself for the sect. Even if you do not speak up, Elders Wu and I will find a way to retrieve his body." Shifeng's expression shifted slightly. Elder Wang then turned his gaze toward the ominous black mist not far away, declaring, "Although this demonic domain is dreadful, it has yet to fully take shape. Elders Wu and I are both at the Golden Core stage. If we work together, we may be able to dispel it." With that, the two elders exchanged a glance. Suddenly, a surge of dense spiritual energy emanated from their bodies. The radiant spiritual light enveloped them like a suit of armor, completely shielding them. Is this the spirit armor? The onlookers were taken aback at the sight. The spirit armor is a capability possessed only by practitioners who have reached the Golden Core stage. It can transform spiritual energy into armor, safeguarding the body from blades and fire, and even repelling the malefic energies of demons. Elder Wang spoke sternly, "You all stay here. Elders Wu and I will infiltrate the demonic domain and eliminate the demon cultivators. If fortune smiles upon us, we may even recover Brother Gu's remains." Understood. Upon hearing this, Wang Lan and the others immediately nodded in respect. Subsequently, Elder Wang and Elders Wu took a deep breath, preparing to enter the demonic domain. However, just as the two were about to step into the demon realm, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The sudden commotion caused everyone present to stagger, nearly losing their footing. Shortly thereafter, all gazes turned towards the demon realm, where a dazzling beam of light erupted forth. This radiant light soared into the sky, reaching a height of over 10 meters, resembling a divine measuring rod piercing through the very fabric of the realm. The terrifying brilliance swiftly dispelled the surrounding black mist, cleaving the entire demon realm in two. What on earth is this? Wang Lan's expression shifted dramatically, his face a mask of astonishment as he beheld this astonishing light. Sword Chi. This is Sword Chi. Elder's Wu's pupils contracted as he suddenly let out a sharp cry. Beside him, Elder Wang was equally bewildered, for they both sensed an extraordinarily sharp sword chi emanating from this light. This beam was, in fact, a manifestation of sword chi. What? Sword chi? Upon hearing Elders Wu's words, Wang Lan and the others were immediately engulfed in terror. Their gazes towards the light transformed into expressions of sheer incredulity. Sword chi? How is this possible? This beam stands over 10 meters tall. Can such potent sword chi truly exist? Meanwhile, within the demon realm, Wang Xiao also sensed this formidable sword chi, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. His eyes were fixated deep into the heart of the demon realm. Through the swirling black mist, Gu Changsheng was seen wielding the Taizong demon-slaying sword, its blade shimmering with golden light, a fierce sword chi seeping forth incessantly. The resplendent golden glow dispersed the surrounding darkness, emanating waves of a sacred aura. Such powerful sword chi. Is this the essence of sword intent? Gu Changsheng swallowed hard, gazing at the swirling sword chi enveloping his sword, his eyes betraying his astonishment. Indeed, the immense sword chi that had just manifested was a direct result of the sword intent within him, embodying the first layer of sword intent, clarity of heart. Yet, he had never anticipated the sheer might of this sword intent to be so overwhelming. The sword chi was indeed over 10 meters in size. Moreover, he could feel that as the sword intent unfurled, an inexhaustible surge of power was continuously emanating from the demon-slaying sword. With a fierce shout, Gu Changsheng raised the demon-slaying sword. Boom! As the divine sword ascended, the colossal sword chi in the sky began to expand at a visible rate, growing larger and larger. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. Ultimately, this sword chi transformed into a towering height of 50 meters. A resounding and dazzling sword aura erupted, banishing the surrounding black mist. The outer shell of the demonic realm trembled, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds, as if it could no longer withstand the terrifying intent of the sword and was on the verge of shattering. How could this be possible? Wang Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly raised both hands, channeling the energy of the black mist into the demonic realm. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the sound of cracking continued unabated. Accompanied by this dissonance, fine fissures appeared in the sky above the demonic realm, spreading like a spider's web from the corners, swiftly engulfing the entire domain until, boom, a tremendous explosion resonated. The vast demonic realm collapsed into countless black fragments, transforming into shimmering motes of light in the air, gradually dissipating until nothing remained. How could this be? Wang Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. He could not fathom that his once impenetrable black demonic domain had been shattered by a single strike from Gu Chongqing. However, Wang Zhao had no time to dwell on his astonishment, for in the next instant, Gu Chongqing's figure appeared like a wraith, wielding a colossal sword aura. He descended like a divine being. The magnificent sword in his grasp radiated an overwhelming aura of death as it cleaved toward Wang Zhao's body. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Chapter 82. Wang Zhao's annihilation, death and dissolution. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Boom. The immense sword aura surged forth from the shattered demonic realm, akin to divine retribution, carrying an indescribable, terrifying momentum as it struck toward Wang Zhao, who hovered in midair. This spectacle left Wang Lan and the others nearby in stunned silence. Am I dreaming? Is it truly possible for such a fearsome sword aura to exist in this world? Shifeng swallowed hard, watching the colossal sword aura loom closer, his legs trembling uncontrollably, even from a great distance. He could sense the chilling intent of murder emanating from that sword aura. Elder Wang's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "No, this is no ordinary sword aura. Within it lies a trace of sword intent. Sword intent, a realm that could only be mastered by the grand sword cultivators." What? Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned to sheer astonishment once more. Grand sword cultivators. These are the masters of the sword path, transcending countless sword practitioners. Those who achieve such status are rare prodigies, each having immersed themselves in the art of the sword for thousands of years. Talent, time, diligence, and effort. Only those who possess all these attributes are worthy of becoming grand sword cultivators. Even in the Taishu sect, where geniuses abound, there are but a handful qualified to attain such a title. My heavens, I am witnessing a grand sword cultivator in action. Am I dreaming? Elder Wang's eyes could not help but moisten. Beside him, Elder Zhuo was in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Both had dedicated over a millennium to the cultivation of swordsmanship. Yet due to their innate talents, they had never comprehended the essence of the sword and failed to ascend to the rank of a great sword cultivator. Now, a living embodiment of a great sword cultivator stood before them. How could they not be stirred? Elder Wang exclaimed with fervor. To reach the level of a great sword cultivator, one must have lived for at least several millennia. Perhaps this individual is a formidable being of the nascent soul or even the transformation stage. What? Transformation stage? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned to one of astonishment. It was utterly captivating. The transformation stage, a realm spoken of only in legends. They could never have imagined that such a powerful predecessor lay hidden within this cemetery. Who could this esteemed figure be? Meanwhile, Gu Chongqing wielded sword energy and fiercely struck towards Wang Zhao. Faced with this colossal sword energy, Wang Zhao's face paled, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. How can this boy, who was but at the first level of the golden core, unleash such terrifying power, surpassing even that of the nascent soul? Forest Demon Palm. Wang Zhao bellowed, raising his right hand to unleash a palm strike against the incoming sword energy. Instantly, a black mist coalesced into a ghastly hand, exuding a chilling aura. However, to his shock, the ghostly hand had barely traveled a few meters before it was obliterated by the shockwave of the sword energy, bursting into countless fragments with a thunderous sound. Wang Zhao's expression darkened as he launched another offensive, relentlessly bombarding the sword energy. Forest Demon Palm. Celestial Cave Demon Finger. Netherworld Demon Seal. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of demonic energy attacks erupted like fireworks, continually exploding against the sword energy. Yet, no matter how hard Wang Zhao tried, the sword energy remained utterly unyielding, his every assault disintegrating almost instantaneously, leaving not a single crack upon it. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Wang Zhao was consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread. He was a master at the 9th level of the Golden Core, 8 realms above Gu Chongqing. Yet now, he could not even breach Gu Chongqing's defenses. It's my turn now, Gu Chongqing remarked coldly, a smile gracing his lips. Then, with a sudden press of his right hand, the terrifying sword energy surged towards Wang Zhao. Slash! With a furious shout, The menacing sword energy approached Wang Xiao with a velocity visible to the naked eye, brimming with lethal intent. "No, spare me," Wang Xiao cried out in terror, his voice filled with desperate pleas. But it was too late. In the next moment, that sword energy struck him with tremendous force. Ah! The piercing screams reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Wang Xiao's figure was engulfed by the sword energy, leaving him no time to struggle as he was torn into countless fragments. It was as though millions of tiny sword energies danced within his body, weaving through his flesh and bones, reducing them to mere powder in the blink of an eye. Within mere seconds, Wang Xiao's corporeal form returned to dust, dissipating into the air like fine particles. His physical body, along with his soul, was obliterated in an instant. His life extinguished, his path severed. The sword energy, after vanquishing Wang Xiao, showed no signs of hesitation, racing forward and penetrating into the dense forest behind, with a thunderous roar that shook the very ground. The sword light sliced through the nearby forest as if it were made of paper, cleaving it cleanly in two. Trees and rocks on either side were reduced to nothingness, ground into powder by the sheer force of the sword energy. A chasm spanning over 100 meters emerged on the back mountain, resembling a vast canyon. This spectacle left Wang Lan and the others nearby utterly astonished. They were rendered speechless, grappling with the enormity of the power displayed. What level of cultivation must one possess to wield such terrifying might? With a single stroke, a master of the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm was slain. Meanwhile, Gu Changxing, observing the might he had unleashed, maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet internally he was tempestuous. Was this the power of the sword heart's clarity? The unity of 10,000 swords? To think that one strike could fell a practitioner of the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm. How utterly terrifying. Gu Changxing inhaled sharply, finding it hard to believe, even for himself. However, just as the sword energy dissipated, he was suddenly struck by dizziness, as if all his strength had been siphoned away in an instant. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps until he leaned against a rock, barely managing to remain upright. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Ding, lifespan reduced by 1,000. Seeing this, Gu Changxing felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens! A reduction of 1,000 years to his lifespan? The consumption of the 10,000 swords returning to the origin technique was indeed formidable. Even the 3rd layer of the ancestral dragon's limitless fist had only cost him 300 years of life. This 10,000 swords technique consumed 3 times that amount. It seemed prudent to reserve such a lethal move for encounters with foes far beyond his strength. Gu Changxing murmured to himself, resolutely deciding to keep the 10,000 swords returning to the origin as his trump card. Meanwhile, as the sword energy faded, Wang Lan and the others gradually regained their composure, their gazes shifting anxiously toward the 2 elders, seeking answers. "Elders, how goes the situation?" Elders Wen narrowed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the spiritual energies of the world. Upon sensing the disappearance of Wang Zhao's spiritual power, he let out a profound sigh of relief, a smile of liberation gracing his features. It is over. The demonic cultivator's power has vanished. Chapter 83. Gu Changxing Awakens. Tormented by memories, the vanishing of the demonic cultivator's energy signified a monumental victory. Upon hearing Elders' words, the gathered crowd momentarily froze in astonishment, only to be instantly swept away by elation, their faces illuminating with joy. The disappearance of the demonic power implied that the great sword cultivator had successfully vanquished the foe. "Wonderful, Elder. Does this mean that the esteemed sword cultivator has triumphed?" Lu Yun inquired, her expression brimming with excitement. "Indeed," Elders nodded, his visage reflecting a sense of relief. He had previously harbored concerns about whether he and Elder Wang could prevail against the demonic adversary. Now, with the mysterious sword cultivator having intervened, a significant burden had been lifted from their shoulders. "Elder Wang, Elders Wa, we must hasten to find Junior Brother Gu." At that moment, Wang Lan's expression turned anxious, her tone urging urgency. "Yes, let us quickly seek out Junior Brother Gu." Shifeng and the others echoed, their voices filled with urgency. Given the earlier tumult, Gu Changxing was undoubtedly in grave danger. If they delayed, they might only find his lifeless body. Very well. The 2 elders nodded, their eyes sparkling with excitement. In comparison to seeking Gu Changxing, they were more eager for a chance encounter with the illustrious sword cultivator. After all, beings of such remarkable caliber as the great sword cultivator were exceedingly rare. If fortune smiled upon them, and they could receive even a fragment of wisdom from this master, it would be invaluable. With this thought, they hesitated no longer and promptly summoned their flying swords. Whoosh! They soared skyward, racing towards the epicenter of the conflict. Before long, they arrived at the area where the air crackled with sword energy. Upon witnessing the terrifying scene below, all present gasped in shock, their expressions revealing profound horror. Goodness! Is this the destruction wrought by that sword energy? How utterly terrifying! The crowd was visibly shaken. Below, the forest lay brutally cleaved in two. A chasm over 100 meters long gaping across the earth, with surrounding flora and rocks reduced to mere dust. The epicenter of the chaos bore a colossal pit, several hundred meters wide and over 10 meters deep, as if struck by a meteor. The entire forest was left in a desolate state, devoid of life. It was unfathomable to conceive the magnitude of destructive power required to manifest such a horrific sight. Shishidi, Lu Shimi, let us quickly search for junior brother Gu. Wang Lan urged Shifeng, and Lu Yun at her side. Agreed. The two nodded in unison. Subsequently, the three figures swiftly descended, urgently searching for Gu Changxing's presence. Gu Shidi! Gu Shidi! The anxious cries resonated through the forest. After circling the area, they found no trace of Gu Changxing. Sister Wang, what should we do? We have searched everywhere, but cannot find Gu Shidi. He couldn't have. Shifeng clenched his teeth, his tone tinged with reluctance. Wang Lan's expression similarly darkened. Gazing at the chaotic scene below, a flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes. Though she had entertained the hope for a miracle, imagining that Gu Shidi might have escaped or hidden away, she understood better than anyone else that the battle had been devastating. Not only Gu Changxing, even they, as cultivators of the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages, would have faced near certain death. Moreover, Gu Changxing was merely a fledgling in the first layer of qi condensation. He was likely sighing. Wang Lan murmured despondently, Gu Shidi, could it be that you have truly perished? However, just as despair engulfed Wang Lan and the others, Lu Yun appeared to have made a discovery. Her expression shifted suddenly as she pointed to a nearby location, exclaiming, Sister Wang, look over there. What is that? Following Lu Yun's, the group turned, and their faces paled in shock. Not far away lay the figure of a young man in his 20s, sprawled amidst rubble. Pinned beneath a tree trunk, his attire tattered, resembling a beggar. Wang Lan gasped, Gu Shidi? Is that not the very person we have been desperately seeking? Gu Shidi. Without hesitation, they soared towards Gu Changxing, riding their flying swords. Wang Lan reached out to check his breath, and upon confirming he was still alive, her face brightened with joy. He still breathes. Gu Shidi is alive. Hastily, Wang Lan retrieved a healing pill from her storage pouch and administered it to Gu Changxing. As the pill entered his system, he grimaced, emitting a faint groan of pain. Then, under the expectant gazes of his companions, he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Brother Shi? Sister Wang? Sister Lu? How did you all end up here? Gu Changxing looked around, confusion evident in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, as if recollecting something crucial, he abruptly sat up, exclaiming, Not good. Demon cultivators. The demon cultivators are coming. Sister Wang, you all must flee. Gripping Wang Lan's arm, Gu Changxing spoke with an urgency that startled his companions. They had not anticipated that he would be so concerned for their safety. The first thing that came to mind upon awakening was not to check for injuries, but rather to urge them to flee swiftly. Tears welled up in Shifeng's eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. Beside him, Lu Yun was equally moved. Wang Lan comforted, Junior brother Gu, do not worry. The demon cultivators have been vanquished, and we are safe now. What? Vanquished? Gu Changxing was momentarily taken aback. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of any demon cultivators, he exhaled in relief. Wonderful! They have finally been slain. I was terrified just moments ago. He patted his chest, visibly shaken yet relieved. Observing this scene, Elder Zhou furrowed his brow. Young friend Gu, were you not in the company of the demon cultivators? How is it that you were unaware of their demise? I have no knowledge, Gu Changxing replied, shaking his head in confusion. After the demon cultivators took me, they soon discovered my identity and intended to execute me. The result? What was the result? Elder Zhuo's expression shifted, prompting him to inquire further. Gu Changxing clutched his head. His face contorted in pain as he seemed reluctant to recall the events that had transpired. After several minutes of deep breathing, he finally steadied himself. Drenched in cold sweat and gasping for air. One person. I witnessed one person. A mysterious senior. He wielded a sword and, with a single stroke, eliminated dozens of demon cultivators. The mention of a mysterious senior caused the faces of Wang Lan and the others to shift with excitement. Junior brother Gu, are you saying that the one who vanquished the demon cultivators is the same mysterious senior from before? Lu Yun inquired eagerly. Indeed, Gu Changxing affirmed, nodding earnestly. He wore a mask, identical to the one I had seen previously. I could not be mistaken. It was indeed he who intervened. This revelation invigorated the group once more, particularly Shi Feng and Lu Yun, who had previously been saved by this enigmatic figure from the clutches of evil. They could hardly believe that the same mysterious senior had returned to slay the demon cultivators. Meanwhile, Wang Lan and Elder Zhuo exchanged bewildered glances. A mysterious senior? What mysterious senior? They were promptly informed by Shi Feng and Lu Yun about their connection to this powerful figure, who single-handedly defeated 10 demons and rescued them. Lu Yun, in particular, was effervescent with excitement, her eyes sparkling as if illuminated by 1,000 stars. Listening to Shi Feng and Lu Yun, Wang Lan and Elder Zhuo were left in disbelief. They had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable and secretive ally within the cemetery. This cannot be, Wang Lan murmured, skepticism coloring his tone. After all, he has resided in this vicinity for several centuries. If a formidable powerhouse were to emerge, it would certainly not escape his keen observation. Yet, in all this time, he has never heard of any mysterious strongman. Moreover, the individual in question not only possesses extraordinary strength, but is also a legendary great sword cultivator. It is truly unfathomable that such a formidable being could conceal themselves so flawlessly beneath the very gaze of the Taisu sect. Gu Changxing quickly smiled and remarked, "Perhaps this enigmatic elder has only recently arrived? I, too, only learned of this elder's existence not long ago." "Indeed, that is a possibility," Elder Wang nodded, not pondering it further. After all, the Taisu sect is vast, and it is entirely normal for 1 or 2 mysterious powerhouses to remain hidden. Furthermore, the individual had aided in vanquishing demonic cultivators today, which hardly suggests a malevolent nature, as long as they are not of the demonic path or engaging in wrongdoing. Elders Wang and the others would not pry further. However, upon recalling the breathtaking sword energy wielded by this individual, the 2 elders found themselves unable to contain their excitement and could not resist saying, "Gu, young friend, it seems you share a remarkable affinity with this mysterious elder. Might you facilitate an introduction for us?" "Indeed, indeed," Elders Zhuo eagerly chimed in. "What you may not realize, Gu, young friend, is that both of us are sword cultivators. This mysterious elder is likely a great sword cultivator. If you could assist us in making an introduction, it would greatly enhance our cultivation. We implore you, Gu, young friend." Both Elders Zhuo and Wang gazed at him with earnest expressions. This scene, if witnessed by others, would undoubtedly provoke astonishment. After all, these 2 were esteemed outer sect elders, wielding significant influence. Yet here they were, humbly beseeching a mere disciple of the lowest rank. Were Taisu sect's disciples to witness this, they would surely think themselves in a dream. A great sword cultivator? Gu Changxing mused silently at their words. So, it turns out that his swordsmanship could be regarded as that of a great sword cultivator? Although he was unaware of the precise level associated with such a title, the anticipation and excitement reflected in Elders Wang and Zhuo's expressions suggested it was no trivial distinction. Clearing his throat, he chuckled wryly. "Elders, it is not that I am unwilling to introduce you. Rather, this mysterious elder is elusive, only appearing in moments of peril at the cemetery. Moreover, he always dons a mask, never revealing his true self, not even to me." As Gu Changxing trailed off, a troubled expression crossed his face. Hearing this, Elders Wang and Zhuo exchanged a brief glance of surprise. Elder Wang quickly added, "Indeed, elders, what our junior brother Gu says is accurate. This mysterious elder is exceedingly cautious. Even our esteemed President Wei has been unable to meet him, so seeking an audience may not be so simple." Upon hearing this, the 2 elders exchanged resigned smiles and nodded. "Very well. It seems this sword cultivator elder prefers to remain incognito." Upon reflection, both individuals felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, a legendary sword master was right before them, yet they were unable to meet him. This would undoubtedly evoke a sense of loss in anyone. Nevertheless, they did not wish to burden Gu Changxing, and thus the conversation shifted. "Since it is a challenge for you, my young friend, let us leave it at that. Today, you took it upon yourself to engage with the demonic forces to protect the cemetery and the disciples of our sect, thus buying us precious time. Rest assured, I shall faithfully report this matter, ensuring that our sect rewards you appropriately," Elder Wang said with a beaming smile. "Thank you, Elder." Gu Changxing quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, feigning a look of trepidation, while internally he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he had managed to navigate through this ordeal. Each time he acted, he had to concoct a myriad of justifications, which was truly exhausting. It seemed he needed to devise a more effective method to conceal his true capabilities, as relying on excuses was a double-edged sword. Once or twice might suffice. But overuse would inevitably sow seeds of doubt. If this continued, there would come a day when his strength would be revealed, and he would no longer be able to linger in the cemetery, looting lives. Soon, after Elder Wang and Elders would discuss a few matters, they turned to depart. Gu Changsheng, with the assistance of Wang Lan and the others, staggered back to the cemetery. Upon arrival, he observed Lin Ping'an eagerly awaiting at the entrance with Qin Lan and Shi Hu. Seeing Gu Changshen's group, Lin Ping'an's expression brightened as he rushed over. "Junior brother Gu, are you all right? I heard you were taken by the demonic forces. Are you injured?" "Senior brother Lin, I am fine," Gu Changsheng replied with a smile. Lin Ping'an's expression soured. "You scared me half to death. Such a significant event occurred. Why didn't you inform me? If it weren't for Qin Lan and Shi Hu, I would still be unaware of your predicament." Gu Changsheng chuckled ruefully. "Senior brother Lin, weren't you preoccupied with breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage recently? I did not wish to disturb you." Lin Ping'an's displeasure grew. "What nonsense are you spouting? Your well-being is far more important than my cultivation. If something were to happen to you, I wouldn't find joy in my breakthrough." Gu Changsheng smiled gently, touched by Lin Ping'an's concern for him. He felt that Lin Ping'an had become much more open and caring compared to when he first joined the sect. Subsequently, Lin Ping'an expressed his gratitude to Wang Lan and the others before assisting Gu Changsheng back to the pavilion. As for Wang Lan and her companions, they had to return to the outer sect to report the day's events, as there had been an abundance of occurrences, including the invasion of the demonic forces and the death of the outer sect talent, Yang Ao, within the cemetery. If all proceeds without incident, it is expected that the external sect will soon initiate an extensive investigation. However, none of this concerns Gu Changsheng any longer. At this moment, he is seated cross-legged in the attic, toying with a black storage pouch. This pouch was obtained from Wang Xiao, and he wonders what treasures might be concealed within. Gu Changsheng licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. After all, Wang Xiao was the leader of the Blood Demon sect and a master of the Golden Core stage, having navigated the cultivation world for many years and undoubtedly accumulating considerable wealth. What sort of treasures could possibly be hidden in his storage pouch? Chapter 85. Accidentally entering the Devil's Path chat group with a sweeping motion of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. In an instant, the imprint of Wang Xiao on the storage pouch vanished entirely. With Wang Xiao deceased, the sole imprint he left behind was not strong. Otherwise, Gu Changsheng would have had to exert significant effort to erase it. As the mark disappeared, Gu Changsheng infused the pouch with spiritual energy, and the space within it materialized in his mind. Upon examining the contents, Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, so many elixirs. Within the storage space lay a vast array of various elixirs, healing pills, chi consolidating pills, essence nurturing pills, thousands of them, stacked like a small mountain. Besides the elixirs, there were also numerous cultivation techniques, celestial arts, spiritual herbs, and magical artifacts. The sight was a dazzling spectacle, resembling a miniature treasure trove. How delightful! Is being a demon cultivator this exhilarating? Gu Changsheng licked his lips, excitement unmistakably radiating from his gaze as he beheld the plethora of treasures before him. Just as he was reveling in this bounty, a sudden vibrating sensation emanated from his waist. Instinctively, he lowered his head and retrieved a palm-sized token from his robe, which was now buzzing and pulsating with spiritual energy. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Changsheng's mind. This token was the one bestowed upon him by Xian Mo, the token of the sect leader. It had lain quietly in his storage pouch until today, when it inexplicably began to resonate. As he pondered this anomaly, the vibrations intensified, as if urging him to respond. Could it be that this sect leader token possessed a communication function? Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow and instinctively raised his hand, directing a stream of spiritual energy toward the token. With this infusion, the previously trembling token settled into tranquility, and soon after, a commanding voice of a middle-aged man emanated from it. "Have you all arrived?" "Yes, master." "Master, what business do you have for us so late?" Voices responded from the token, a mix of male and female, numbering perhaps 7 or 8 in total. However, what truly astonished Gu Changsheng was the conversation he had just overheard among a few individuals. The helmsman? Could it be that the person on the other side of the token was the helmsman of the Blood Demon sect? A wave of shock surged through Gu Changsheng's heart. Goodness, had he inadvertently stumbled into the chat group of the Blood Demon sect? He speculated that this group was likely reserved for senior members of the sect. at least those ranked as Hall Masters or above. Moreover, it appeared that the members of the Blood Demon sect were oblivious to the fact that Xian Mo had already met his demise. Hence, they had mistaken him for Xian Mo and drawn him into their midst. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Changshan quietly concealed himself among the throng of demonic cultivators. Opting to remain inconspicuous, he was somewhat curious as to what these cultivators were planning to discuss in the dead of night. Just then, the voice of the middle-aged man resonated once more. I have gathered you all here today to convey some grave news. Our esteemed Hall Master of the Blood Demon sect, Wang Xiao, has perished. What? At this revelation, the individuals on the other end of the token were instantly struck with astonishment. What? The Hall Master is dead? Helmsman, you cannot be jesting, they exclaimed. Wasn't the Hall Master on a mission to infiltrate the outer sect? How could he possibly meet his end? Especially without encountering any inner sect experts? With his cultivation level, it seems inconceivable. Indeed, the demonic cultivators expressed their disbelief. Wang Xiao is a formidable figure at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, just a hair's breadth away from the nascent soul realm. Even among the many Hall Masters of the Blood Demon sect, he ranked among the top 3. They could not fathom who within the outer sect of Tai Su Zone could have slain him. The middle-aged man's voice brimmed with a hint of anger. Wang Xiao is undeniably dead. Just moments ago, his soul imprint abruptly vanished. Even the soul imprint of his storage pouch has disappeared along with it. Not only him, but all the disciples accompanying him on this mission have perished as well. Hiss. At these words, the demonic cultivators on the other end of the token collectively gasped. Gu Changshan's eyelids twitched. The soul imprint of the storage pouch, wasn't that what he had just eradicated? So, it was this that had stirred the attention of the Blood Demon sect's helmsman? Helmsman, how could Hall Master Wang have died? Could it be that an elder from the inner sect discovered his whereabouts? The cultivators inquired hastily. That is not the case. The middle-aged man replied, his tone laced with confusion. This helmsman has sensed that Wang Zhao's figure never actually departed from the cemetery. In fact, he never even entered the outer sect. He was slain right there in the cemetery. What? At this declaration, the demonic cultivators were once again left in disbelief. The cemetery was merely a menial area of the Tai Su sect. Moreover, they had scouted the location beforehand. And the strongest cultivator there was only at the 9th level of the Qi condensation stage, barely reaching the foundation establishment realm. How could anyone in such a place possibly have the power to kill Wang Xiao? To slay Wang Xiao, one would need to be a formidable expert at the nascent soul stage or higher. Damn. Helmsman, we have been deceived. A certain demonic cultivator immediately exclaimed. In such a desolate place as the cemetery, how could anyone possibly kill Master Wang? We must have fallen into the scheme of the Taishu sect. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the other demonic cultivators echoed in agreement. I told you, with Master Wang's cultivation level, how could he perish in a place like the cemetery? The Taishu sect must have foreseen our actions and set a trap there in advance. Perhaps the one who killed Master Wang is an inner sect elder of the Taishu sect. They probably mobilized over a dozen inner sect elders, all of whom are likely experts at the nascent soul stage. They might even be at the transformation stage. The demonic cultivators engaged in fervent debate, their voices rising in fervor. Gu Changshan, listening from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Nascent soul? Transformation? Good heavens, I'm merely at the Golden Core stage. Meanwhile, the leader of the Blood Ghost sect's voice darkened as he said, You speak with reason. It seems we have indeed fallen into the ambush of the Taishu sect. Damn the Taishu sect for plotting against me. Such a disgrace. I must personally exact revenge. Boom. On the other side of the token, sounds of spiritual energy bursting forth echoed, accompanied by the sound of shattering objects, a testament to the leader's seething anger. Just then, a demonic cultivator suddenly urged, Leader, our immediate priority is to locate Wang Zhao's corpse. Let us not forget, his storage bag contains the map to the Yin veins. Indeed, this remark sparked immediate realization among the surrounding demonic cultivators, who quickly chimed in. Leader, this Yin vein map is crucial for our Blood Ghost sect to dominate the southern domain. It must not fall into the hands of the Taishu sect. If it is seized by them, all our years of effort will be in vain. We must secure the Yin vein map. The mention of the Yin vein map caught Gu Changshan's attention, his brow arching in curiosity. What is this Yin vein map? Chapter 86, The Mysterious Black Box. Although Gu Changshan was unaware of what the Yin vein map entailed, from the tone of the others, it seemed to be an exceedingly precious treasure. Hearing the demonic cultivators, the middle-aged man responded with urgency in his voice. Indeed, whether Wang Xiao is alive or dead is of little consequence. The critical matter now is to obtain the Yin vein map. Otherwise, once the Taishu sect discovers the map, we shall be doomed. Master Jiang. The middle-aged man suddenly called out. Leader. No sooner had he spoken than an ancient voice echoed. The middle-aged man continued. How many of our Blood Ghost sect members are at the Taishu sect's menial office? Reporting to the leader, there are over 13,000. What? Over 10,000? Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing gasped in shock, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Although he was aware that the Blood Demon sect had infiltrated numerous spies within the Taishu sect, he was astounded by the sheer magnitude of their presence. Over 10,000 personnel were stationed merely in the Miscellaneous Affairs Department. If one were to consider both the inner and outer sects, the numbers would be astronomical. The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. Have these personnel investigate the whereabouts of Wang Zhao's corpse. Remember, regardless of the methods employed, we must acquire the map of the Yin veins. Understood. An aged voice responded promptly, albeit with a hint of confusion. However, Captain, these spies from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department are merely at the Qi condensation stage. Is it not a bit too slow to assign them this task? Perhaps sending someone from the outer sect would yield faster results. No. The middle-aged man vehemently rejected the notion. Wang Zhao has just died. The entire Taishu sect is certainly on high alert. If we allow those from the outer sect to investigate, it may attract the attention of the elders within Taishu. Conversely, should we send the personnel from the miscellaneous department, even if they draw attention, it matters not. After all, they are nothing but worthless Qi condensation cultivators. Their demise would not be mourned. A sinister smile crept across the middle-aged man's face, as if he regarded these spies from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department as insignificant ants. Wise Captain. Upon hearing this, the others quickly responded, showering the middle-aged man with compliments. Wise Captain. Gu Changxing also followed suit, deliberately lowering his voice to flatter the middle-aged man. At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. A few days ago, the sect master issued another directive. You are to always carry your tokens. Prior to any operation, I will notify you through the tokens. Operations? The mention of this invigorated the demon cultivators. Captain, does this mean the sect master is planning another ambush against the Taishu sect? Excellent. My blade has long yearned for action. The people of Taishu dare to slay our hall master this time. I shall ensure that several elders lose their heads in tribute to Hall Master Wang. The demon cultivators eagerly rubbed their hands together, exuding excitement. Operations? Gu Changxing felt a surge of curiosity. What operations? Was the Blood Demon sect once again plotting chaos against the Taishu sect? Just as he anticipated that the captain would reveal the details of the operation, the latter abruptly shifted his tone. Rest assured, I will inform you all in due course. I can guarantee that this mission will inflict severe losses upon the Taishu sect. With a sinister smile, the captain continued. Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing felt an urge to curse. What the hell? What is this task? Why won't you tell us? His curiosity was piqued, and he desperately wanted to inquire about the nature of the operation. Would it involve his own burial ground? However, none of the surrounding demon cultivators dared to speak up, and Gu Changxing felt it inappropriate to ask. Thus, he could only suppress his growing curiosity. Very well, let us conclude for this evening. Everyone may disperse now. At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke a few words. Subsequently, his spiritual energy vanished from the token, and he hastily logged off. Indeed, the gathered demonic cultivators promptly replied with respect. As the middle-aged man exited, the chat room buzzed with lively conversation among the cultivators, who began to exchange tales. However, their topics were largely similar, revolving around the number of foes they had slain that day, the cities they had ravaged, and who had been transformed into puppets. It was rather gruesome. Gu Changxing, finding the discourse tedious, soon logged off as well. In no time, with the communication severed, tranquility once again enveloped the loft. Gu Changxing, holding the token, revealed a contemplative expression in his eyes. What kind of undertaking could it be? It certainly piqued one's curiosity. If these demonic cultivators were merely targeting the outer or inner sects, it would naturally bear no concern for him. Even if they dismantled the outer sect, it was of no consequence to Gu Changxing. However, should it involve the mausoleum, he could not remain indifferent. Resolutely, Gu Changxing shook his head, opting not to dwell further on the matter. After all, no amount of speculation would unveil the intentions of the Blood Ghost sect. Rather than indulging in fruitless thoughts, it would be better to patiently await the captain to reveal the truth. With that, Gu Changxing ceased his internal turmoil and redirected his gaze to the Wang Zhao storage bag in his hand. The demonic cultivators had mentioned that within this storage bag lay a map of the Yin veins. What could it possibly be? Gu Changxing murmured softly to himself. Without further hesitation, a wisp of his consciousness entered the storage space, commencing a meticulous search. Finally, after several minutes, his consciousness pinpointed a small black box. This box, entirely obsidian, appeared as if forged from ink, roughly the size of a palm, and seemed rather unremarkable. It lay amidst a collection of medicinal pills and magical artifacts, making it stand out conspicuously. Gu Chongqing raised his hand and grasped the small box, only to discover that 9 yellow talismans were affixed to its surface. The 9-linked sealing talismans? Gu Chongqing's heart raced. He had encountered such talismans in the Taoist talismans canon, specifically designed for sealing objects, consisting of 9 sealing talismans in total. These 9 talismans resonated with one another, forming a sealing formation. Once established, it was nearly impossible for anyone but a seasoned talisman master to decipher. Should one attempt to forcibly break the seal, the formation would ignite autonomously, incinerating both the seal and its contents completely. Could it be that this small box bore the 9-linked sealing talismans? Might it contain the Yin vein map they spoke of? Gu Chongqing murmured again. He then raised his hand, attempting to unravel the 9-linked sealing talismans. Previously, he had thoroughly comprehended the Taoist talisman scriptures. Thus, he was well versed in the principles behind all the talismans recorded within. The 9 locks and chains talisman was no exception, although it posed a certain challenge. He possessed the confidence to unravel it. With this thought in mind, Gu Chongqing infused a surge of spiritual energy, cautiously initiating the unlocking of the sealing formation. As the energy flowed forth, the 9 talismans adorning the box began to tremble violently. With a soft crack, the first talisman was torn asunder, exploding into a cloud of yellow powder. Following the detonation of the first talisman, pop after pop resonated as the second, third, fourth, and all the way to the 8th talisman erupted in succession, transforming into swirling dust that dissipated into nothingness. Immediately afterward, Gu Chongqing injected another wave of spiritual energy. With a resounding crack, the 9th talisman shattered as well. The 9 locks and chains talisman had finally been completely unraveled. Finally accomplished. Observing the disappearance of the 9 talismans, Gu Chongqing let out a long sigh of relief, excitement illuminating his countenance. Suppressing his exhilaration, he pressed the switch on the box. With a gentle click, the long-sealed little black box gradually opened, revealing within it the contents of Chapter 87, the 9 Gradient Veins, Tomb of the Strong. Creak. With a soft sound, Gu Chongqing slowly opened the black box before him. Inside, he discovered an ancient, yellowed parchment map crafted from sheepskin. His eyelids twitched as he picked up the parchment and unfolded it. To his astonishment, the parchment depicted mountains and rivers, unmistakably a meticulously crafted map. Upon closer examination, he recognized the locations marked on it as exceedingly familiar. This forest was none other than the one at the back of the mountain. A spark of realization ignited within Gu Chongqing. He suddenly recognized that the terrain illustrated on this map was indeed that of the Taisu sect. It not only included the cemetery where he resided, but also clearly marked the Outer Gate's teleportation array and the Outer Gate city, all rendered with exquisite detail, even mapping the paths of forests and rivers with utmost precision. Could this be the Yin vein map spoken of by the Blood Demon sect? A stirring of intrigue surged within Gu Chongqing. He hastily grabbed an oil lamp from the bedside and began to scrutinize the map closely. Before long, Gu Chongqing noticed that certain mountain paths and rivers had been conspicuously marked in red with a cinnabar brush. These crimson routes appeared strikingly out of place on the map. Totaling 9 in number, these 9 red lines intersected and connected, and at their terminus, each was marked with a distinctive red tick. Beside this marked area lies a few lines of small print, the gathering place of the Yin veins of the Taisu sect. Beneath the Taisu sect, 9 great Yin veins are concealed, resembling 9 divine dragons spiraling through the earth, also known as the 9 Dragon Hidden Cavern, a location of exceptional feng shui. 30 years ago, an agent from the Blood Demon sect inadvertently stumbled upon the 9 Dragon Hidden Cavern and discovered an ancient tomb dating back several millennia. The sect leader roughly estimated that the tomb contained the remains of over 100 corpses. Moreover, due to the protection of the 9 great Yin veins, these remains are remarkably well preserved. Each corpse is at least a formidable being of the nascent soul realm, and there may even be those of the transcendence realm. If the Blood Demon sect could acquire these corpses and refine them into demonic puppets, our sect could dominate the southern domain, becoming the foremost demonic sect in the region. A goal well within reach. 9 great Yin veins. Ancient tomb of strong beings? Gazing at the description on the map, Gu Chongqing's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated that the map inscribed on this parchment would possess such significance. It is no wonder that the Blood Demon sect has gone to such lengths to obtain this map. Over 100 corpses of nascent soul beings lie buried within this tomb? What does that imply? A nascent soul cultivator in the Tai Su sect could ascend to the status of an inner door elder. This tomb houses 100 inner door elders? Even more outrageous. The nascent soul realm is merely the baseline. With a stroke of luck, one might even uncover corpses of the transcendence realm. My goodness, the transcendence realm. Gu Chongqing inhaled sharply. Thank heavens this map has not fallen into the hands of the blood demon sect. If they were to acquire it and transform these corpses into demonic puppets, would the Tai Su sect not be plunged into chaos, with blood flowing like rivers? How could I continue to survive in the cemetery, moving corpses? A wave of relief washed over Gu Chongqing. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of confusion lingered in his mind. Why are so many powerful corpses interred beneath the Tai Su sect? Did a cataclysmic battle once occur in the Nine-Dragon Hidden Cavern, resulting in the deaths of over 100 nascent soul experts? Gu Chongqing murmured, perplexed. However, he did not dwell on it for long. After all, what excited him more at that moment were the corpses buried in the Nine-Dragon Hidden Cavern. These remains belonged to beings of at least the nascent soul realm. And nascent soul cultivators can live for 4,000 to 5,000 years. Even if each had only lived half their lifespan, several thousand years would still remain. With 100 corpses, that amounts to hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. If he could seize the entirety of their lifespans, would he not be able to directly break through to the nascent soul realm? Wealth? Prosperity? Gu Chongqing grinned broadly, his hands trembling as he clutched the parchment, unable to conceal his excitement. However, after a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Gu Chongqing regained his composure. Although the remains within this tomb are remarkable, it is evidently not an opportune moment to embark on a journey. After all, the invasion of the demonic forces has only recently subsided, and it is certain that the Tai Su sect will intensify their patrols during this period. Should he recklessly depart from the mausoleum, it may attract the attention of the sect. Furthermore, Gu Chongqing harbors uncertainties regarding the potential presence of traps or mechanisms within this ancient tomb. If he were to inadvertently trigger any wards, the consequences could be grave. Drawing the sect's scrutiny would be trivial in comparison to losing his life. Despite his lengthy lifespan, he possesses but one life. Contemplating this, Gu Chongqing cast a glance at the parchment map in his hand, a glimmer of resolve igniting in his eyes. It appears that he must visit the back mountain tomorrow to seek the counsel of the esteemed Mu Lingyun. Mu Lingyun, the saintess of the Xiaoao sect, is well-versed and experienced. Hence, he resolved to request her companionship on his journey. After all, with her expertise, many potential troubles could be circumvented along the way. Moreover, with her capabilities, should they encounter any ancient tomb wards, she would be able to assist in resolving them. Her presence would not only provide an additional layer of safety, but would also afford him the opportunity to learn about the knowledge of tomb wards, a veritable twofold benefit. With this thought in mind, Gu Chongqing made a decisive resolution. At dawn the next day, he would pay a visit to Mu Lingyun. Thus, the night passed swiftly. At the break of day, Gu Chongqing rose early, secured the parchment map, and prepared to seek out Mu Lingyun. However, as he pushed open the door, a rich aroma of culinary delights wafted towards him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Lin Ping'an, Qin Lan, and Shi Hu had risen unbeknownst to him and were gathered around a table. On the table were several dishes, including stir-fried vegetables, sawed meat strips, and even a pot of hen in the center. What a lavish breakfast! Gu Chongqing found himself momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't breakfast consist of congee paired with pickled vegetables? Something more subtle? Why was there a hen prepared so early in the day? Good morning, master. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing emerge, Qin Lan and Shi Hu promptly stood, bowing respectfully. Rise, Gu Chongqing replied with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Shi Hu's hair. Shi Hu, why such a sumptuous spread today? A hen this early? Master, I did not prepare this. Shi Hu replied, shaking his head innocently. You didn't tea? Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Qin Lan. Could it be that she had prepared this meal? That seems unlikely. After all, she is a reincarnated being of a nascent soul cultivator. While she might be capable of slaughtering a chicken, cooking it, surely she would set the kitchen ablaze. Qin Lan shook her head, stating, Master, I did not prepare the meal either. It was made by Uncle Lin. What? Gu Chongqing was even more astonished, instinctively looking at Lin Ping'an across the table. What is happening? Lin Ping'an actually cooked? This fellow is indeed a member of the royal family, a noble by birth, and he has taken it upon himself to prepare a meal for them? Chapter 88. Lin Ping'an's Breakthrough in Foundation Establishment. Brother Lin, are you feeling unwell today? Gu Chongqing blinked and raised his hand to touch Lin Ping'an's forehead, curious to see if he had a fever. Lin Ping'an, slightly annoyed, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? Gu Changxing expressed surprise. Oh, no fever? Then what prompted you to suddenly decide to cook? This is rather uncharacteristic of you, Brother Lin. What? Am I not allowed to cook? Lin Pingyan shook his head, responding with irritation. The truth is, the outer sect elder mentioned that you were injured by a demonic force and need to recuperate properly. I happen to have some free time these past few days. And as your senior brother, it is only natural for me to prepare a nourishing meal for you. I see. Gu Changxing nodded, his gaze towards Lin Pingyan becoming somewhat complex. Who would have thought that Brother Lin would actually show concern for others? Since entering the mausoleum, Lin Pingyan had maintained a cold and distant demeanor, making it hard for anyone to approach him. No one would expect such an icy figure to take the initiative to care for his junior brother, even going so far as to cook for him. If that fellow Xiaoyan were to witness this, he would surely be left speechless in astonishment. Thank you, Brother Lin. Gu Changxing smiled faintly, unceremoniously pulling out a chair to sit down. Ahem. At that moment, Lin Pingyan suddenly cleared his throat, his expression turning serious as he said, Junior Brother Gu, I actually wanted to discuss something else with you today. Gu Changxing nodded. Brother Lin, have you broken through to the foundation establishment stage? What? Upon hearing this, Lin Pingyan's face was filled with shock. How did you know? He had intended to reveal it as a surprise to Gu Changxing, but to his astonishment, Gu Changxing already knew. Gu Changxing let out a wry smile. Of course, he was aware. As a master at the Golden Core stage, he could easily discern Lin Pingyan's cultivation level with just a glance. From the moment he interacted with Lin Pingyan this morning, he noticed the significant density of spiritual energy emanating from him, indicating that he had indeed broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Gu Changxing quickly responded, I was just guessing. After all, Brother Lin, haven't you been focused on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage lately? Besides that, I couldn't fathom what else you would want to discuss with me. Gu Changxing swiftly changed the subject, looking at Lin Pingyan with an expectant expression. So, Brother Lin, you really have broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Indeed, Lin Pingyan nodded, smiling. Last night, I shattered my shackles and ascended to the first layer of foundation establishment. With that, Lin Pingyan suddenly raised his hand. Buzz! A surge of spiritual power erupted from his skin, emanating a faint crystalline glow, resembling a delicate, transparent veil, extraordinarily beautiful. With a wave of his hand, Lin Pingyan summoned a delicate veil of spiritual energy, transforming it into shimmering points of light that dissipated into the air. This manifestation of spiritual power marked the threshold of the foundation establishment stage. Astonished, Gu Changxing widened his eyes, exclaiming, Brother Lin, how did you achieve this? It's truly remarkable. Lin Pingyan replied with a serene smile. This phenomenon is known as the externalization of spiritual power, a hallmark of entering the foundation establishment stage. You will understand once you reach that milestone yourself. Gu Changxing nodded, yet a wry smile crept onto his face. Brother Lin, please don't jest with me. I am merely a lowly mixed spiritual root. Simply reaching the qi condensation stage feels like a stroke of luck. How could I dare to dream of the foundation establishment stage? He sighed, wearing an expression that mingled envy and resignation. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan instinctively glanced at Gu Changxing, her small face revealing a peculiar expression, though she ultimately refrained from commenting further. Lin Pingyan patted Gu Changxing on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Junior Brother Gu, do not underestimate yourself. I have told you before, talent is not everything. With diligent effort, you too can attain the foundation establishment stage one day. Very well, Brother Lin, Gu Changxing acknowledged, taking Lin Pingyan's teachings to heart. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and inquired, by the way, Brother Lin, since you have already broken through to the foundation establishment stage, are you planning to join the outer sect? He remembered that joining the outer sect had always been Lin Pingyan's aspiration. Now that he had reached the foundation establishment stage, it was surely only a matter of time. Indeed, Lin Pingyan nodded. However, joining the outer sect requires passing their assessment tests first. Assessment tests? Gu Changxing was taken aback. Qin Lan explained, the outer sect has 3 assessments, one to evaluate cultivation level, another to assess talent, and the last to test one's Dao heart. Only those who pass all 3 can join the outer sect. Is that so? Gu Changxing was momentarily stunned. Qin Lan couldn't help but roll her eyes. This is common knowledge. In the Tai Su sect, any disciple wishing to join the outer sect should be aware of these requirements. It seems only someone like Gu Changxing, who is solely focused on remaining in the cemetery, would be so ignorant of outer sect matters. Nevertheless, Qin Lan's words left Gu Changxing pondering. A talent assessment? Does that mean if one reaches the foundation establishment stage but lacks talent, they still cannot join the outer sect? Does this imply I need not persist any longer? After all, while my cultivation level is at the golden core stage, my talent is the most inferior mixed spiritual root. According to the outer sect's assessment standards, I would surely fail that portion. Qin Lan furrowed her brows. Master, what are you saying? If one lacks talent, how could they possibly reach the foundation establishment stage? Gu Changxing faltered momentarily. Qin Lan smiled. Master, you cannot be suggesting that a mixed spiritual root could reach the foundation establishment stage, can you? It is impossible. Those who can advance to the foundation establishment stage must possess at least a superior spiritual root. Lin Ping'an, who was nearby, nodded in agreement. Although he did not wish to discourage Gu Changxing, he spoke candidly, stating, I have yet to witness anyone with a mixed spiritual root achieve the foundation establishment stage. Gu Changxing chuckled heartily. Indeed. Indeed. However, at that moment, Lin Ping'an suddenly shifted his tone, saying, if such a situation were to arise, the outer sect would likely consider the circumstances. I have heard that if a cultivator has low talent but excels in other areas, such as alchemy or talisman crafting, they may still be admitted to the outer sect. I see, Gu Changxing nodded. Alas, it seems he must continue to persevere. Fortunately, he excelled in both alchemy and talisman crafting. This surely aligns with the admission criteria for the outer sect, does it not? It appears that the path of perseverance remains a long and arduous journey. Gu Changxing sighed inwardly, silently lamenting. Lin Ping'an smiled. Junior brother Gu, there is still a month until the next outer sect assessment. I fear I will continue to impose upon you during this month. Gu Changxing quickly replied, Senior brother Lin. What are you saying? You are a resident of the cemetery. Of course, you may stay as long as you wish. Lin Ping'an chuckled. Then I thank you. Junior brother Gu. Subsequently, the group ceased their idle chatter and began to enjoy their breakfast. After the meal, Gu Changxing did not linger. With the map securely in hand, he set off towards the back mountain. Chapter 89. Xiaoyun fully controls the power of demons and beasts. Minutes later, Gu Changxing arrived at the back mountain cave with ease. Upon entering, a beastly roar suddenly reverberated through the air. A massive shadow surged forth from within the cave, charging towards Gu Changxing like a wild beast. What on earth? Gu Changxing's expression shifted slightly. Instinctively, he raised his fist and struck towards the shadow. Boom. The terrifying punch, accompanied by a fierce gale, struck with the force of a cannonball, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and distort. However, just as the fist was about to collide with the shadow's head, a voice cried out, Wait, stop. The shadow suddenly let out a shriek, collapsing onto the ground, hastily raising its hands to shield its head while shouting, Changxing. It's me. Do not strike. I am your senior brother Xiao. Senior brother Xiao? Gu Changxing was momentarily taken aback. The outstretched fist swiftly altered its trajectory, grazing the shadow's cheek before crashing into a nearby rock. Boom. In an instant, debris flew. The rock shattered, and the explosion echoed like cannon fire throughout the cave. The entire cave seemed to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Gu Changxing looked up at the shadow before him, only to discover that it was a fearsome creature, a black demon covered in scales, its visage grotesque and menacing. His mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and a robust black tail extended from his waist, dancing wildly in the air. Though his appearance had transformed beyond recognition, Gu Changxing instantly identified the demon. Xiao Shixiang? This demon is none other than Xiaoyun, is it not? It is I. Xiaoyun quickly scrambled to his feet, turning his head to glance nervously at the nearby rock. Before him lay a colossal boulder, towering 5 or 6 meters high, now reduced to a pile of dust. Hiss. Xiaoyun instinctively inhaled sharply, unable to fathom the consequences had that punch landed upon his head. Even with his demonic physique, he doubted he could withstand such a blow. Changxing, you are too formidable. You shattered such a massive stone with a single punch? When did you become so powerful? Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gu Changxing. Was it not said that Gu Changxing was a cultivation waste? Merely at the first level of the qi condensation stage? Goodness, that punch could likely overwhelm even a foundation establishment cultivator. Oh, Gu Changxing's heart sank. This was bad. In his eagerness to strike, he had failed to conceal his true strength, and now Xiaoyun had seen through him. Coughing lightly, Gu Changxing quickly concocted a plausible explanation. Xiao Shixiao, you may not be aware, but recently, the cemetery was besieged by demons, and I was rescued by a mysterious figure. This individual, seeing my injuries, bestowed upon me several medicinal pills. These pills remarkably enhanced my physical body, allowing me not only to recover from my wounds but also to significantly increase my strength. As he spoke, Gu Chongqing rolled up his sleeves to showcase his robust muscles. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing Gu Chongqing's words, Xiao Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief flickering in his gaze. However, after sensing Gu Chongqing's cultivation level, he discovered that Gu Chongqing remained at the first level of the qi condensation stage, causing his doubts to dissipate, replaced by a profound envy. Damn, Chongqing. Your luck is incredible. To have received medicinal pills from a mysterious person? Xiao Yun exclaimed, his eyes reflecting both respect and admiration. I have heard that this mysterious figure is a formidable being at the nascent soul stage. You have managed to engage with such a powerful individual? Xiao Yun gazed at Gu Chongqing with palpable envy. Although he had spent much time in the cave, it did not mean he was oblivious to the world, especially recently. The news of the demonic invasion of the sect had spread fervently near the outer gate, even reaching his ears. Now, nearly all the cultivators in the outer gate were aware that a mysterious powerhouse lurked near the cemetery, having slain over a dozen demon cultivators with a single sword. Even golden core demon cultivators could not withstand a single exchange against him. The entire outer sect now reveres this enigmatic figure as an idol. And Xiao Yun is no exception. A nascent soul realm? Is he truly that powerful? Gu Chongqing mused, scratching his nose with an awkward smile. After all, he was merely at the golden core stage. How had this group of outer sect disciples elevated him to the nascent soul level? Xiao Yun, with an urgent expression, exclaimed. Chongqing, why didn't you tell me sooner that you know this mysterious person? You must introduce me. If I could catch his attention and become his disciple, it would be a life-changing opportunity. His laughter was buoyant, his eyes sparkling with hope. Gu Chongqing shook his head helplessly. Brother Xiao, don't get your hopes up. That mysterious figure appears and disappears without a trace. Even I have no idea where he is. Moreover, those few pills he gifted me were a result of seeing me gravely injured. Whether I will ever encounter him again is uncertain. He sighed, wearing an expression of regret at the thought of never meeting the enigmatic figure again. All right then, Xiao Yun replied, his demeanor visibly deflated. Gu Chongqing smiled reassuringly and said, Brother Xiao, do not despair. Remember, you now possess the power of demons. Your future potential is limitless. Even without the guidance of that mysterious figure, you can still become a formidable force. Indeed. Hearing this, Xiao Yun's spirits lifted once more, perhaps out of joy. His tail began to sway gently in the air. Observing this, Gu Chongqing could not help but inquire, Brother Xiao, are you now able to control your demonic transformation? He realized that despite their considerable time here, Xiao Yun's consciousness had remained clear, and his eyes no longer bore that crimson hue. Could it be that the power of the celestial tree was beginning to manifest? Precisely. Xiao Yun grinned. Ever since Elder Mu transplanted the branch of the divine tree into me, I've been able to maintain clarity while in a demonic state. However, my body has yet to acclimate to the demon's form, so Elder Mu advised me to remain in this state to master its powers. Ah, I see. Gu Chongqing nodded. Watching Xiao Yun break free from the shadows of his demonic heart, a smile crept upon his lips, genuinely happy for his friend. Congratulations, Brother Xiao. It seems it won't be long before you can return to the sect. Yes, Xiao Yun replied excitedly, nodding appreciatively. Chongqing, I owe my current state to you. Rest assured. My life from now on belongs to you. If anyone dares to bully you, I, Xiao Yun, will be the first to object. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Gu Chongqing responded with a slight smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Gu Chongqing decided not to linger longer. He lifted his foot and headed towards the Xuanma mansion to seek out Mu Lingyun. Chapter 90. The Ancient Tomb's Fortune. Before long, Gu Chongqing entered the Xuanma mansion. Upon entering, Gu Chongqing beheld Mu Lingyun seated in a meditative posture within the cave dwelling. Her eyes were gently closed, her bosom subtly rising and falling, and a faint aura of spiritual light enveloped her, indicating her immersion in cultivation. Gu Chongqing clasped his fists and softly addressed her, Senior. As Mu Lingyun slowly opened her eyes and recognized Gu Chongqing, a gentle smile graced her face. It's you. Indeed, Gu Chongqing replied with a smile. It has been a few days since I last saw you, so I thought to pay my respects. I hope I am not disturbing you. He continued, by the way. When I entered, I noticed that Brother Xiao has managed to suppress the demonic consciousness, for which I am truly grateful for your assistance. With that, Gu Chongqing once again clasped his fists, his eyes reflecting genuine gratitude. He felt heartfelt appreciation for Mu Lingyun. After all, without her, he would not have swiftly mastered the arts of alchemy and talismans, and if she had not intervened, Xiao Yun's rampage could not have been entirely contained. The consequences of such a rampage were unfathomable. In short, she had aided him immensely. Hearing Gu Chongqing's words, Mu Lingyun waved her hand dismissively and replied with a light-hearted smile, "There is no need for thanks. After all, you are the disciple of Brother Xian, who has shown me great kindness. Thus, it is only right that I assist you." She inquired, "So, what brings you here today? Is there something you wish for me to help you with?" Coughing lightly, Gu Chongqing chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. Indeed, it was no surprise that someone who had lived for centuries would be astute enough to discern his intentions. Without further ado, Gu Chongqing stated directly, "Senior, I do have a matter for which I require your assistance." He then produced a map from his robe and presented it to her, saying, "Senior, I possess this map, which claims to document an ancient tomb from thousands of years ago. However, I am uncertain of its authenticity. Given your vast experience, could you take a look?" "What? An ancient tomb from thousands of years ago?" Upon hearing this, Mu Lingyun was momentarily taken aback, swiftly accepting the map, her gaze fixated on it. And after a brief moment, astonishment flickered in her eyes. "This is actually the legendary 9 grading veins? The location of the 9 dragons' concealment?" Gu Chongqing's curiosity piqued. He asked, "Senior, do you know of the 9 dragons' concealment?" Mu Lingyun nodded, "Certainly. The 9 dragons' concealment is a feng shui site formed by the convergence of the 9 grading veins, which is exceedingly rare. It is said that the deceased interred here can preserve their bodies for a millennium without decay, and even alter the feng shui patterns within a radius of 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles? Such power? Gu Chongqing's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Mu Lingyun blinked in curiosity and continued, "However, such tombs are typically reserved for imperial dynasties or immensely powerful beings from the celestial realm. How did you come into possession of this map?" Gu Chongqing faltered momentarily, conjuring a casual explanation. He smiled and said, "A few days ago, I ventured to the outer gate and noticed that the market there was selling tools for cultivation. By chance, I came across this map and decided to purchase it." Upon hearing this, Mu Lingyun could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Her gaze towards Gu Chongqing filled with incredulity. This was the legendary 9 great Yin veins, the dragon's lair. Such a precious treasure could be casually acquired from a market? Mu Lingyun sighed, "You, my friend, are exceedingly fortunate. The dragon's lair is a place of immense wealth and prestige. It is said to be the final resting place of either earthly emperors or celestial powers. It undoubtedly houses countless rare and wondrous treasures. Perhaps it even conceals the legacy of a god transformation expert." "What? God transformation?" At this revelation, Gu Chongqing swallowed hard, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Goodness! A god transformation expert. This was a being even more formidable than those of the nascent soul realm. If he could obtain such a legacy, would he not soar to great heights? Moreover, there were supposedly hundreds of nascent soul corpses inside. It was akin to an immediate ascension. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Chongqing no longer hesitated and presented an invitation to Mu Lingyun. "Senior, I wish to enter this tomb and claim its treasures. Would you accompany me?" "Me?" Mu Lingyun replied, her expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. "Such a precious tomb, and you invite me to join? Are you not concerned that I might seize your inheritance?" Gu Chongqing chuckled. "You would not do such a thing, Senior. If you were that kind of person, you would have acted against me and Brother Shao the very first time we met. I trust in your character." Through days of observation, Gu Chongqing had come to the conclusion that Mu Lingyun was a trustworthy individual. Though her demeanor was somewhat aloof, it did not suggest a propensity for treachery. Moreover, he required her company. This was his first venture into a tomb, and he was uncertain if there would be any traps inside. Having Mu Lingyun accompany him would certainly alleviate some of his concerns. With this in mind, Gu Chongqing clasped his hands together in earnestness and said, "If you are willing to join me, I shall share the treasures within the tomb equally with you." Upon hearing this, Mu Lingyun could not resist glancing at the map in her hand, a flicker of desire passing through her eyes. Although she was a formidable gold core cultivator with extensive experience, encountering a tomb of such high caliber as the Dragon's Lair was unprecedented. Furthermore, she had been stuck at the 9th layer of the gold core realm for several decades. If she could enter the tomb and acquire a legacy, it might just elevate her cultivation to the next level. There was even a possibility of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. With these contemplations, Mu Lingyun nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall agree. However, since you discovered this map, I shall not take half of your treasures. Instead, I will only require 1/3. How does that sound? Mu Lingyun was not a greedy person. She understood that Gu Chongqing's willingness to entrust her with such a valuable map was a testament to his complete faith in her. Given this, she naturally felt compelled to reciprocate. Upon hearing Mu Lingyun's words, Gu Chongqing offered a slight smile and responded candidly, In that case, esteemed elder, when shall we embark? Mu Lingyun pondered for a moment before replying. It seems that this is not an opportune time. Tai Su sect is currently conducting stringent checks on demonic cultivators and outsiders. If we were to proceed hastily, we might attract their attention. Although Tai Su sect is a prestigious orthodox faction, the allure of the ancient tomb at Jiulong Sanxue is simply too great. Should the elders of the sect discover our intentions, one cannot guarantee that they would not resort to seizing the treasures within, even resorting to violence. Gu Changxing clearly recognized the gravity of the situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suggested, esteemed elder, in a month's time, there will be the external assessment of Tai Su sect. During that period, the majority of the outer elders will be present at the assessment site. How about we set out then? Mu Lingyun considered this for a moment, a flicker of brilliance illuminating her eyes. That is indeed feasible. The external assessment marks a time of relaxed vigilance around Tai Su sect. We can take advantage of this opportunity to proceed, which should allow us to evade their surveillance. Excellent, Gu Changxing exclaimed with a grin. In that case, let us depart at the hour of the rat 1 month from now. A month's time would suffice for him to make ample preparations. Throughout this month, he intended to refine additional elixirs and talismans for unforeseen circumstances. Shortly after confirming the time with Mu Lingyun, Gu Changxing wasted no time in returning to the mausoleum. Once there, he eagerly produced the Blood Ghost sect token, preparing to investigate whether there would be any developments from the sect during the upcoming month.